Haiyuan calendar year 1466. The West Sea. Haiyan Island. What is wrong with me? Ming struggled to open his eyes. Half awake, half dreaming, his mind was completely blank, as if it had been clubbed. His head was heavy and fuzzy, and he felt he could sleep on forever. Why am I so dizzy early in the morning? I'm not going to drop dead, am I? No. I clearly went to sleep at 2. I don't want to die yet. Wake up now. He shouted desperately inside his mind, and finally shook off the half-asleep state. As his consciousness cleared a little, what came into view was a brown wooden ceiling, simple and extremely crude. What a strange ceiling. This definitely isn't my home. All sorts of ideas burst into Ming's mind. He tried to get up, but his body was strangely heavy and weak. And why was he wrapped up so tightly? I haven't been kidnapped and about to have my kidneys cut out, have I? With his mind fully awake, Ming stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding with panic, and began to look around to determine his situation. I think I've transmigrated. Ming's mouth slowly opened. He had already understood his situation. He was now a newborn baby, and this was not his home. The crude wooden house was very much like the Otherworld anime he had watched in his previous life. He had grown up reading web novels and often dreamed about transmigration. But now that it really happened, he found it hard to accept. How ridiculous. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In front of a shabby wooden house on Haiyan Island, Ming sat on the threshold, one hand propping up his head, eyes looking at the sky. The confusion and excitement of his first transmigration had vanished, replaced by deep worry. One Piece. How is an ordinary person like me supposed to survive? Under Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi, the whole marine headquarters almost collapsed. Garp's single punch made all of Hakanosu tremble, and countless pirates fell to the fist shockwave. Remembering these things, Ming had no idea how an ordinary man was supposed to live. At first, he hadn't overthought it. He only wanted to grow strong, then act as a local bully around Haiyan Island. But today, a piece of news made his sense of crisis skyrocket. Haiyan Island was an affiliated island of the God's country. If you didn't understand that, then you must have heard of the God Valley incident, right? Although the original One Piece story had little to say about the God Valley incident, anything able to wipe out an entire country, something even the celestial dragons didn't dare to publicize, could not be a small matter. And as an affiliated island of God Valley, how good could Haiyan Island's ending be? Perhaps one day it would simply be erased by some powerful figure. A transmigrator already lacked a sense of security, and being born in such a dangerous place only made it worse. No, starting tomorrow the bald head training. Doubled. But the next second, he couldn't hold it in any longer, scratching his head and cheeks. Sure, everyone in the One Piece world has ridiculous physiques, but I'm just a 5-year-old kid. Training like that would kill me, right? The so-called bald head training was Saitama's method: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. Doubling it meant 20 kilometers. Oh, heaven. Give me a golden finger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the lottery system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 lottery chance. A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, followed by a surge of information. Ming's face turned pale. He pressed his head with both hands, twitching on the ground as sweat soaked the dirt. Yet the smile on his lips was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Huh. A golden finger, a golden finger. You're finally here, damn it. Do you know how long I've waited for you? A few minutes later, Ming sat up, ignoring the dirt all over him, and laughed madly, like a man possessed, his voice full of excitement and wild joy. According to the information from the system, the lottery system gave 1 draw every year. The prizes could be anything from any world, maybe Panga's essence blood from a primeval world, or maybe trash from a modern city. It all depended on luck. After laughing, Ming turned solemn. He put his palms together and bowed in all directions, muttering, I'm not greedy. Just give me a Hersher's core, cultivation method, a primordial spirit treasure. That's enough. System lottery draw. A crude lottery panel appeared before Ming's eyes. It was a huge spinning wheel with hundreds of densely packed slots. Before he could clearly see the prize pool, the wheel began to spin at a terrifying speed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the detailed edition old version of the 9 Suns Divine Art. The lottery panel disappeared, and in its place a thread-bound book fell out of the air and landed in Ming's hand. After all that praying, you just give me a 9 Suns Divine Art. Staring at the four big characters on the cover, Lu Ming couldn't believe it. If this were a Jin Yong style or Gu Long style wuxiao world, the Nine Suns divine art would indeed be a great reward. But this was the world of One Piece, where the strong could split mountains and seas. Even at perfection, Nine Suns divine art probably only gave a few thousand Jin of force, enough to pick the teeth of a pirate. Whatever, better than nothing. Lu Ming sighed, helplessly stood up, and returned to the room, sitting down to read the Nine Suns divine art. The book truly lived up to its detailed edition name. It described the meridians and acupoints, the precautions, the proper practice, and the movement of true qi in exhaustive detail. Even the final step, opening all several hundred acupoints and breaking through dozens of key passes, had clear methods. It was like putting food directly into his mouth. Good thing it's the detailed edition. If it were the original, I probably couldn't understand it. After reading it, Lu Ming felt somewhat fortunate. The mental techniques in the Nine Suns divine art were beyond him. Without the annotations, he would probably have gone into qi deviation not long after starting. Qi deviation in martial arts was extremely dangerous. In mild cases, madness. In severe cases, severed meridians and death. Lu Ming flipped the thread-bound book back to the first page, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to practice according to the methods. Breathing, sensing qi, guiding it down into the dantian. Thanks to the detailed edition, Lu Ming's practice went smoothly, and he soon fell into a deep state. He could clearly feel a warm current flowing through his body, finally settling in his dantian. So comfortable. Lu Ming felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his spirit, qi, and mind all nourished, wonderfully pleasant. So this is the Nine Suns divine art. Not bad. 2 hours later, feeling the warm flow that had eliminated the fatigue of the day, Lu Ming smiled. Autumn waned and winter arrived, spring passed, and summer came. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had slipped away, and Lu Ming was already 11 years old. He had grown into a handsome, lively, resolute, and powerfully built youth. In appearance alone, he was vastly different from the island's residents. Unlike the bronzed, weather-worn fishermen who spent their days at sea, he radiated a healthy, ruddy complexion and a carefree, unshackled air. For 6 years, Lu Ming's life had been extremely regular. One could say a single straight line connecting 3 fixed points every night. He cultivated the Nine Yang divine art at home. Every morning, he underwent various physical training. Every afternoon, he went hunting in the forest for food. He never saved up his annual lottery draws, choosing to spend them on the spot every time. In succession, he had obtained a storage ring, 30 cubic meters, a bottle of yellow dragon pills, 30 pills, 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, a gravity regulator from Doraemon, and 100 senza beans. Empowered by the effects of the yellow dragon pills, he had already perfected the Nine Yang divine art 3 years earlier, completely opening all 8 extraordinary meridians, all 365 acupoints, and all 36 mysterious gateways to attain the innate realm. After reaching the innate realm, Lu Ming's 5 senses were greatly enhanced. He could clearly perceive the rhythm of the wind, and he gained a 6th sense on top of that. With this new awareness, he discovered that he could not only see inside his own body, but also perceive the energy drifting freely between heaven and earth. At first, Lu Ming thought it was the awakening of observation haki. But when he later found this sensation completely different from observation haki, he came to understand that it was most likely the embryonic form of divine sense born from the transformation of essence, qi, and spirit after his breakthrough to the innate realm. As for the energies drifting between heaven and earth, Lu Ming was not entirely sure whether they were the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or cosmic energy. Lu Ming also tried to absorb those drifting energies directly, only to discover that direct absorption was impossible. He could only use his own innate true qi to envelop the free-floating energy before drawing it into his body. At first, he dared envelop only a tiny wisp, fearing that this energy might harm his body and cause irreversible damage. It was not until he had captured it many times without finding any abnormalities within that he finally dared to cultivate with confident boldness. From then on, Lu Ming's nightly cultivation gained an extra task, using his innate true qi to capture the wandering spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid his own practice. Perhaps it was the cultivation of the swirling purple qi, perhaps the energies floating in the outside world, or perhaps the gravity regulator. In any event, from that day forward, his strength entered a phase of meteoric growth. Inside the forest, a colossal tiger, 4 meters tall and 10 meters long, was fleeing at a desperate, frantic sprint. Huff, huff. The giant tiger's tongue lolled rapidly in and out, beads of sweat as large as soybeans dripping from it. Its eyes could not conceal its exhaustion, yet even though it was exhausted to the bone, it still did not dare to stop. Not far behind, a dark figure wreathed in a crimson current of chi raced desperately through the forest. Strapped to his back was a refined iron staff 2 meters in length, and every blade of grass he stepped on turned scorched yellow and withered. Don't think you can run. Lu Ming's gaze was deep and cold. His supremely young, supremely firm, innate true chi surged through his body as he ceaselessly accelerated, closing the distance with the giant tiger. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His innate true chi surged down to his feet and erupted violently, instantly carrying him to the giant tiger's side. At that very moment, the iron staff in his hand moved, splitting the air as it came crashing down upon the tiger's head. A faint sound like wind and thunder rolled through the air, the sound of the atmosphere itself being shattered by strength and speed pushed to their utmost. Bang! A dull, muffled sound rang out. The iron staff landed with flawless precision on the giant tiger's skull. The head caved in by a massive chunk in an instant, and blood mixed with white brain matter flowed down from its 7 apertures. The enormous body collapsed with a thunderous crash, crushing several large trees beneath it. 2 years. At long last, this beast is dead. Lu Ming poked the tiger's corpse with his iron staff, and only after confirming it was dead did he let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, gripping the tiger's tail with one hand, he dragged the enormous carcass back toward the village, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. 2 years earlier, when Lu Ming had just broken through to the innate realm overflowing with self-confidence, he had sought out the forest king of Haiyan Island, this very tiger. In the ensuing clash, he had nearly suffered grave wounds and perished. Were it not for the gecko wall-climbing art recorded in the 9 Yang divine art, which granted him refuge on a sheer cliff face, he would have died. After recovering, he trained with the sole goal of slaying the giant tiger. Today that wish was at last fulfilled. Aunt Martha the usual. After setting the tiger's carcass down in front of a butcher shop, Lu Ming called out to the plump auntie, who was busy inside. Wow! The plump auntie turned around instinctively. The moment she looked up and saw the fierce, enormous tiger head placed upon the counter, she was so startled, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Regaining her composure, she stared at Lu Ming as if he were a monster. Lu Ming, is this the beast king of the forest? You actually killed it. It's him. It took me a tremendous amount of effort. Lu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Then I'll leave the butchering to Aunt Martha. Same distribution as before. I'll come by tonight to pick up my share. All right, leave it to your auntie without a worry. Leaving the tiger's corpse behind, Lu Ming shouldered his iron staff and walked toward the wooden cabin at the edge of the village. His original rundown cabin had long since been torn down. The new one was larger and more convenient. Back at the cabin, Lu Ming pushed open the door and entered the spacious, empty room of over 100 square meters, which contained no elaborate decorations or furnishings, only a number of heavy iron rods and dumbbells. From his storage ring, he took out a device resembling a platform scale, placed it in a corner of the room, and turned its pointer to 10. Instantly, the air throughout the wooden cabin seemed to distort slightly, turning extraordinarily heavy. This scale was the very item he had drawn from the lottery system the year before last, the gravity regulator, a gadget from Doraemon that could adjust gravity within a certain area anywhere from 0 to 300 times normal. When he had first obtained this item, Lu Ming had been utterly thrilled. Although the gravity regulator could not directly increase one's power, it was the finest auxiliary training tool. Under the crushing force of gravity, every bone, muscle, and even every cell in the body could be effectively tempered and exercised. Not only that, Lu Ming also discovered that cultivating the 9 Yang divine art under increased gravity was considerably more efficient than under normal gravity. Most crucially, when oppressed by gravity, the cells throughout his body, instinctively feeling the pressure, would actively draw in his innate true chi, thereby reforging his tendons and washing his marrow, inducing subtle, but profound transformations in his body. Such transformations were the evolution of life and the optimization of genes. This was also the reason Lu Ming could slay the giant tiger in just 2 years. One must understand that although the tiger was merely the forest king of Haiyan Island, a single swipe of its paw carried over 10,000 gene of force, making it extraordinarily difficult to handle. After adjusting the gravity, Lu Ming dragged his heavy body to the center of the room. Picking up the enormous dumbbells from the floor, he began to train according to Zoro's regimen. Push-ups, dumbbell swings, squats, sit-ups, and so on. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming swung the dumbbells, listening to the sound of air cleaved apart. His expression was focused as sweat streamed down his cheeks. Physical training only needs to be done step by step. What I lack now are martial arts techniques. Lu Ming exercised while thinking to himself. Over the years, relying on the true qi circulation methods recorded in the 9 Yang divine art, and combining them with his own ideas, he had created a few practical tricks, such as using true qi to increase his speed in the forest, or the explosive burst at the very instant he killed the giant tiger. But those were in the end only minor tricks. They did not count as truly advanced external techniques, and could not fully unleash the power of the innate true qi within his body. As for naming ordinary attacks like Teacher Kai and Roger did, sorry, he had not yet reached that level. Moreover, techniques like Thunder Bagua and Divine Departure were all powerful moves. It was only because Teacher Kai and Roger wielded them to such perfection that they became instinct, eventually turning into ordinary attacks, which was why netizens joked that they were just basic attacks. 6 hours of training passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming put down his dumbbell, dragged his weary body to the gravity regulator, restored gravity to normal, put the regulator away, and only then walked into the bathroom beside him. In 2 more days, I'll get this year's lottery draw. I hope I can draw something useful. Lying in the large homemade bathtub as comfortable as a salted fish, Lu Ming felt his anticipation rise. Ever since he had obtained the lottery system, the thing he looked forward to most each year was the day the lottery refreshed. Over those 6 years, his mindset had gradually changed. He no longer hoped to draw something like Panga's essence blood. Instead, he hoped to draw things that would be useful to him, such as elixir pills, cultivation techniques, items, and magic treasures. Because he had figured it out, even if he truly drew Panga's essence blood, he would not be able to use it, so he might as well get something useful. So comfortable. After soaking for a while, feeling the fatigue in his body had eased, Lu Ming came out of the bathroom, changed into a white t-shirt and black shorts, and headed toward Aunt Martha's place. At Aunt Martha's, he picked up the portioned tiger bones, tiger meat, and belly. After returning to his cabin, he took out the specially made cauldron and started a fire to cook. The cauldron was more than 3 meters in diameter, standing on the stove like a small mountain. He added water, put the meat, bones, spice packet, wild ginseng dug from the mountain, and a tiny bit of salt into the cold water. After the water came to a boil, Lu Ming stood beside the cauldron with a large ladle, continuously skimming the blood froth into a bucket beside him with practiced ease. Is expected of me. The stewed meat is delicious. He forked up a piece of tiger meat and, heedless of the heat, took a bite. The tender melt-in-your-mouth meat almost made him swallow his tongue, and he could not help revealing a smug expression. Then he began to devour it with gusto. Before long, the entire large pot of tiger meat and tiger bone wine was completely polished off by Lu Ming. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Ming returned to the bedroom, placed the gravity regulator beside the bed, adjusted the gravity to 10 times normal, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Mist-like purple qi began from his dantian and quickly spread through his limbs and bones, transforming the marrow and tempering and nourishing every cell in his body, eliminating the negative effects of high-intensity training. 2 days later, Lu Ming stared at the lottery panel in the void that only he could see, rubbing his hands in excitement. Start the draw. He still could not clearly see the items in the prize pool. The wheel spun rapidly, and before long the arrow pointed at one of the sections. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 312 basic martial arts forms. Another secret manual. I wonder which world it is from this time. I hope it is some high martial world that can make up for my shortcomings. Seeing the reward, Lu Ming's heart filled with anticipation. Before long, a book made of metal descended from the sky and landed in Lu Ming's hands. He opened it eagerly. The main content was a series of drawings of the human body, more than 300 pages in total. On the back of each drawing were written explanations. A single glance was enough for Ming to feel its extraordinary complexity. It is actually the basic martial arts manual from the swallowing starry sky world. Ming's eyes were full of disbelief, and then ecstasy followed. It was actually the basic martial arts manual of the devouring universe, containing all the breakthrough methods from the apprentice level to the universe level. That was the devouring universe, a place where top-tier powerhouses were existences capable of creating universes. Even a basic manual would be a dimensionality-reducing strike when brought to the pirate world. Forget star level, planet level was probably enough for him to run wild in the pirate world. The 312 basic martial arts forms was not a basic manual from devouring Earth. Rather, it was the basic manual spread by the human race throughout the entire virtual universe. It touched on every aspect of martial arts, and especially the methods for using gene energy recorded within it were enough to make up for Ming's shortcomings. This means I can change my plan, Ming thought to himself. He had originally planned to find a chance to run away before the God Valley incident. Now then, I don't eat beef. Reciting the 9 Yang Divine Arts mental method in his heart, Ming finally calmed his excitement. He placed the manual on the bed, sat down in the 5 centers facing heaven posture, and began to sense and absorb cosmic energy according to the methods recorded in the manual. But after sitting cross-legged for quite a long time, Ming discovered that apart from the heaven and earth energy he had sensed after his 9 Yang Divine Art broke through, there was no cosmic energy as recorded in the 312 basic martial arts forms. On Earth, in the devouring universe, martial artists were able to cultivate only because they had been infected with the RR virus. However, the virus's effect was essentially a form of genetic optimization. Once the human body's strength reached 900 kilograms, the body's genes were optimized to the point where they could withstand cosmic energy, which was why human martial artists had set the 900 kilogram threshold. Although he had not been infected with the RR virus, his perfected 9 Yang Divine Art had long since made his genetic optimization even stronger than that of the Earthlings in the devouring universe, so he should have been able to sense and absorb cosmic energy. But why can't I sense it? Doubts surged in Ming's heart, and he also felt somewhat anxious. If the manual could not be cultivated, its value would be greatly reduced. After thinking it over again and again, he ultimately arrived at only one answer: the worlds were different, and their world rules were different. Only this could explain why the pirate world had no cosmic energy. I wonder if this innate true chi can replace gene energy. The circulation of innate true chi is primarily based on the body's meridians and acupoints, but it can also spread into every organ and cell of the body, just like gene energy. It should be able to achieve the effect of gene energy. No sooner had he thought of it than he acted. Ming sat cross-legged again. This time, instead of using the 5 centers facing heaven posture to absorb cosmic energy, he used the guiding technique in the manual to mobilize the innate true chi within his body, making it spread into his limbs, bones, and even every cell, just like gene energy. As the innate true chi spread throughout his body, Ming's skin, muscles, bones, deep layer cells, and even his genes themselves were quietly changing, evolving toward a higher level. It actually works. Ming felt the surging power and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, yet soon a shadow of worry crept into his eyes. I'm using innate true chi instead of cosmic energy. I just hope I won't end up with a flawed cultivation that prevents me from breaking through. With the lottery system at his disposal, he believed his future was exceptionally bright, but for now there seemed no other option but to follow the 312 basic martial moves and grope his way forward. Having obtained the new manual, Ming's cultivation fervor blazed even higher. Every day he trained until utterly exhausted, squeezing out the very last drop of his strength. Unfortunately, Haiyan Island was too small. There was no one of comparable strength to spar with and no one to guide him, leaving his techniques of power application and finesse somewhat lacking. At the same time, Ming was attempting to fuse the 9 Yang Divine Art with the 312 basic martial moves, seeking to forge an entirely new cultivation method. As everyone knew, the devouring world had no cultivation manuals to speak of, only secret arts for breakthroughs and methods of combat. Martial artists relied purely on resource accumulation, so even its 5 hearts facing heaven and guiding arts were hardly superior to the 9 yang divine art. The 9 yang divine art Lu Ming obtained was an old version producing true qi that was supremely yang and virile, radiating a terrifying heat. After reaching the innate realm, its power became even more dreadful, capable of scorching a person to charred remains. That was why his mere footsteps had left withered yellow leaves in his wake during the earlier chase. His idea was to place the 9 yang divine art as the foundation, use the 5 hearts facing heaven method to absorb external cosmic energy, and refine it, then employ the guiding art to allow his innate true qi to be absorbed by every cell in his body, thus optimizing his genes. The new technique was named the Solar True Scripture, a testament to Lu Ming's ambition. Another 6 years passed, and at 17 Lu Ming had grown into a handsome young man. At 9 meters tall, he was unremarkable in the pirate world, barely above second-rate cripple status, but he was deeply satisfied. Beneath his streamlined muscles lurked terrifying explosive power. His strength was now equivalent to a disciple-level 8th rank with a punch force of 128 tons, a speed of 450 milliseconds, and skin harder than diamond. He estimated that even if he fell short of top pirates like Rox, he was certainly among the most elite on the seas. Over these 6 years, Lu Ming had drawn a series of lottery rewards: a luxury ball containing an arcanine, a gourmet tablecloth, a switch console, a Kylosaurus roast, meet the Crimson Queen, and most recently the soldier pills he had obtained a few days ago. Perhaps the 312 basic martial moves had drained his luck, as the items from the last 6 draws did little to enhance his strength. Still, Lu Ming maintained a positive attitude. Since he had already obtained the cultivation method of the devouring way, what harm was there in drawing a few useless items to balance things out? Consider it accumulating experience for future good fortune. This is thrilling. Not only are the Azure Dragon Fruit and Pawpaw Fruit on God Valley, but even Shaki is one of the prizes. Putting away his listening din mushy, Lu Ming's eyes flickered with astonishment. Shaki was no stranger to him, not only because of the anime from his past life, but also because of her fame across the seas. He frequently spotted news of her in the newspapers. As the previous empress of Amazon Lily and the most beautiful woman on the seas, Shaki had countless admirers, the most famous among them being Roger and Rox. 2 years ago, he had read in the papers that Shaki had taken up residence on Hakanosu, only to learn now that she had been captured by the celestial dragons. So did Roger and Rox go to God Valley for Shaki, or was there another reason? Lu Ming stroked his chin in thought. He refused to believe that such renowned pirate emperors would storm God Valley, guarded by the gods' knights and the navy, merely for a devil fruit, nor could it be for a woman. Well, perhaps the Roger pirates might. But Rox was absolutely not the type to risk his life over a devil fruit or a woman. He must have had his own purpose in going to God Valley. Forget it. I don't care what Rox's goal is as long as it doesn't interfere with me getting the Azure Dragon Fruit. Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming stopped dwelling on it. He stood up and began packing his belongings, preparing to set sail for God Valley to seize that supreme Zoan-type devil fruit, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan model Azure Dragon. As a transmigrator, he had witnessed Kaido's battles and knew full well the might of this devil fruit. Upon consumption, it allowed the user to transform into an Azure Dragon, granting immense strength, offense, defense, endurance, and the ability to fly. Moreover, the user could also wield the powers of lightning, fire, and storms. It was precisely thanks to this fruit that Kaido was hailed as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Beyond the fruit's innate abilities, Lu Ming sought it to elevate his bloodline tier. Devouring the universe divided human bloodlines into 10 tiers, and over 6 years he had confirmed that his own bloodline belonged to the 9th or even 10th tier, among the lowest of the low. The lower one's bloodline tier, the more time needed to evolve their genes, slowing cultivation progress, and creating bottlenecks that made advancing to higher realms extremely difficult. That was the primary reason he coveted the Azure Dragon Fruit. His belief that the Azure Dragon Fruit could elevate his bloodline stemmed from the fact that users of Zoan and Paramecia fruits possess lineage factors within their bodies. Top scientists like Vegapunk could even create artificial fruits using these lineage factors. As the most supreme devil fruit in the pirate world and a legendary mythical Zoan, it should be capable of elevating his bloodline tier. Even if it couldn't, possessing the Azure Dragon's powers alone would be far from a loss. Of course, whether Kaido would be too weak to become an emperor after losing the Azure Dragon fruit. That was none of Lu Ming's concern. Before leaving, however, there was one matter he had to handle: informing the residents of Haiyan Island to relocate to other islands. As a satellite island of God Valley, it would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. Without him, the island would likely face the same fate as God Valley, sinking into the sea and being erased from the map. Fortunately, over the years, Lu Ming's prestige on the island was immense. Coupled with the constant sight of Navy warships speeding past, the residents trusted his words and set sail away from Haiyan Island. The waters east of God Valley were cloaked in an eerie stillness. The azure sea was smooth as glass, reflecting the slow drifting clouds above, as if nature itself was deliberately glossing over the carnage about to unfold. Lu Ming stood on the deck of his unremarkable little ship, his right hand gently stroking the Arcanine beside him, which whimpered anxiously. The massive fire-type Pokemon bristled, its golden eyes flickering with wary flames. Being on such a tiny boat in the middle of the ocean clearly made it uneasy. "Don't be afraid, Arcanine," Lu Ming soothed in a low voice, fingers threading through its fluffy orange fur. "I know you don't like the sea. When it's time to act, I'll put you away, but for now stay with me." His gaze swept past the calm waters to the silhouette of the island in the distance, surrounded by over 100 Navy warships. The Justice banners fluttering from those ships gleamed harshly in the sunlight, an eyesore that stirred his disgust. 30,000 lives. Now that God Valley has been destroyed, the entire nation's 300 people have either been killed or captured as slaves. All of this was revealed in Ginny's intelligence. Within God Valley now there are only the celestial dragons, the marines, the gods' knights, and a vast number of slaves. And the sole purpose of that enormous slave population was to stage the human hunting tournament, held once every 3 years. The so-called human hunting tournament was simple: select a non-allied nation from the 4 seas, and the Grand Line, turn the entire population into slaves, then release all of them as prey. The celestial dragons would act as hunters, with their final rankings determined by the number of kills, and the winners would take home the tournament's prizes. And the grand prize of this tournament was Shaki herself, with top-tier devil fruits like the Azure Dragon fruit, only secondary. "I used to think the Marines stood for justice," he said, "but the more I hear, the more ironic it feels." Before receiving the intelligence Ginny had sent from God Valley, Lu Ming might have joined the Marines. But now he felt that becoming a pirate in the future sounded just as good. Arcanine let out a low whimper and nuzzled its head against its master's leg. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and sympathy churning inside him. No matter how mentally prepared he had been, actually hearing the news was still hard to accept, especially since he would soon have to enter that island himself. The wind suddenly shifted, carrying a faint stench of blood from the island, and he could vaguely hear screams in the distance. Unconsciously, Lu Ming clenched his fists. He knew the so-called human hunting tournament was about to begin. He wished he could simply ignore it, but as a modern person, the education and moral values etched into his very bones would not allow him to. At this moment, he could not bring himself to imagine the despair in those slaves' hearts, nor picture human beings hunted down like pigs. Every time the image crossed his mind, he found it utterly unacceptable. And to think this kind of game was held once every 3 years. What a damn rotten world, he cursed under his breath, a flicker of resolve and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. But changing the world isn't my goal. At least not yet. On the island, Ginny, Kuma, and the others gathered together. After a calm analysis from Ivankov, all the slaves became determined to resist. They planned to seize the tournament's prizes and use the powers of the devil fruits to carry everyone away. The prizes in this tournament are the key to our escape. Kneeling before a mushy Ginny looked confidently at the companions around her. "Prizes?" someone asked, his face full of confusion. "From the intelligence I've gathered, one of the prizes is a supreme devil fruit that when eaten lets you transform into the mythical Azure Dragon. Another is the pawpaw fruit, whose power can send other people and yourself flying to distant islands. And that fruit is also on this island." Ginny explained to everyone. "If one of us can eat that fruit, dozens of people can escape this hell and break through the Marines' encirclement." Ivankov clenched one fist, encouraging everyone present. It's useless. The prizes are in the very center of the island. We'll be killed before we can even reach them. Someone said pessimistically. Around him the other slaves hung their heads, and an air of despair began to spread. It's all right. I've already sent all the information about this island to the outside world. Soon pirates after treasure will storm onto this island and throw everything into chaos. Ginny said confidently, but no sooner had she finished than her tone shifted and she spoke in a low voice. However, our operation won't succeed with only that. One of us must act as bait to attract the celestial dragon's attention. Bait. The moment they heard about drawing the celestial dragon's attention, every slave present was stricken with terror. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Ginny's gaze, afraid of being singled out as the bait. I'll do it. Kuma thought for a moment, raised his hand, and said in a gentle voice, I'm larger than most people, so I should be able to survive longer. Besides, I don't want to see anyone die. Ginny and Ivankov stared at Kuma in shock. Ivankov then chose to join Kuma as bait, drawing the celestial dragon's attention while going for the pawpaw fruit that could carry them all to freedom. After a quick discussion, they immediately set their plan into motion. Here they come, the Rocks Pirates. Watching the pirate fleet appear in the distance, Lu Ming broke into a smile. The flag of the Rocks Pirates was highly recognizable. It was the English abbreviation of the name Rocks, with the letter O replaced by a skull bearing Rox's signature hair, easy to recognize at a glance. Let me see which ship Charlotte Linlin is on. Lu Ming focused his innate true chi into his eyes, his pupils instantly turning crimson gold. He looked toward the distant pirate fleet, searching for Charlotte Linlin's figure. This technique of concentrating true chi into his eyes was one of the tricks Lu Ming had developed over the years. It sharpened his visual acuity and dynamic vision, making it extremely practical. Before long, Lu Ming spotted Charlotte Linlin aboard Rox's ship. Besides her, there were other familiar figures, such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido. As for the people standing beside them, Lu Ming guessed they were Wang, Zhijian, and the others. The rest were complete strangers to him. Big Mom really is beautiful right now. That face, that figure, absolutely top-notch. I have no idea how she'll end up as such a hulking, flabby-faced old woman in the future. Watching Big Mom stand on the deck in all her peerless beauty, Lu Ming kept griping inwardly. When he thought about the older women in the pirate world, it seemed that aside from Shaki, none of them had escaped Oda's cruel hand. But despite his mental complaints, Lu Ming had not forgotten his purpose. He drew a red and white pokeball from his coat, pressed the button at its center, and the sphere instantly expanded. Come back for now. We need another way to get closer. A flash of red light streaked past, and Arcanine was drawn back into the pokeball. Lu Ming clipped the pokeball back at his waist and stored the small boat in his storage space. He cast one last glance at the marine fleet gradually stirring into commotion in the distance, smiled contemptuously, and silently slipped into the sea. On the east side of the island, it's the Rocks Pirates. A marine was the first to see them and immediately reported in terror. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Rocks led the notorious pirates of the New World straight in, charging directly at God Valley's eastern coast. The Rocks Pirates, why? Not just them. Ship after ship of famous pirates is coming. We've never heard of anything like this. What exactly are they after? Open fire. Faced with an assault by such a massive pirate alliance, the Marines on the eastern coast were visibly thrown into panic. None of them could believe why the Rocks Pirates had come to God Valley. The Vice Admiral in command reacted swiftly and ordered the fleet to open fire immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannonballs rained down on the Pirate Alliance's ships, but it was utterly futile. Before the shells could even reach the pirate vessels, the pirates aboard detonated them in midair with their own abilities. Instead, it was the Marine warships that were destroyed by the pirates' cannon fire. It's useless, Marines. Rocks Pirates, follow me. The moment that low thunder-like voice exploded from the main ship's deck, the entire sea seemed to fall silent. Rocks D. Zebek's figure transformed into a black lightning bolt leaping from the bow of the ship 100 meters high. The instant his toes touched the sand of the eastern shore, the air within 1,000 meters twisted sharply. Boom! Hundreds of dark crimson thunderbolts burst forth from him, and the shockwave of Conqueror's hockey cracked the coastline into countless fissures. The nearest 10,000 Marine soldiers collapsed in unison like cut wheat before they could even scream. Those farther away also fell to their knees, unable to hold their weapons. M.O. Monster. A vice admiral knelt on one knee, his sword deeply embedded in the ground, to barely stay conscious. He looked up at the demonic figure only to see Rox not even glancing at these underlings. With a flick of his black cloak, he turned into an afterimage and charged into the island's depths. Hey Rox, stop right there. I'm not your lackey, don't think you can order me around. Whitebeard's angry voice rang out. Then he jumped off the ship with Stussy, but Rox was already far away and didn't hear it at all. Golden Lion Shiki landed gracefully, his golden hair dancing wildly in the residual hockey. With a cigar between his teeth, he grinned. Whoever saves Shaki first wins, right? Charlotte Linlin burst into laughter, the dancing flame Prometheus in her hand illuminating her young and beautiful face. First, of course, we should get those treasures. Obviously, Linlin, being a woman, had no interest in Shaki. Her target was the other prizes. Then Kaido, Captain John Wang Ji, and other members of the Rox pirates came off the ship. Standing together, they began bickering with a thick sense of gunpowder while discussing their next move. On the west coast, the Roger pirates landed smoothly. GOLD. Roger took the lead, rushing onto the shore, his eyes beneath the straw hat blazing with fighting spirit. His observation hockey locked onto that powerful aura in the distance, and he trembled with excitement. A year. Do you know how I felt all this time? Today we're going to make a big fuss. Roger, this time there's no captain's privilege. Rayleigh and Gaba followed, closely, urgency in their eyes. Clearly the Roger pirates' main target was Shaki. And so the Roger pirates from west to east and the Rox pirates from east to west, along with two great mountains, sandwiched the celestial dragons and the gods' knights in the middle. Not long after Charlotte Linlin and the others vanished from the shore at a remote coast on the east side, the sea suddenly broke open with a splash. Lu Ming walked slowly out of the sea, the solar scripture circulating within him. His blazing true chi instantly dried his clothes. The luxury ball hanging at his waist swayed slightly. The Arcanine inside was also aware they had left the sea, and all trace of worry vanished from its heart. Lu Ming gently touched the pokeball and looked up toward the island's center. Thick smoke billowed there, and the glow of explosions dyed the twilight sky blood red. Amid the cries of battle, Charlotte, Linlin, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Golden Lion fought together like unstoppable forces. Wherever they passed, Marines and Cypherpole agents were thrown into chaos as they carved their way toward the island's center. Found you. Lu Ming's eyes blazed with sharp light, surging innate true chi boiling within him. With a light tap of his toes, his figure became an afterimage streaking across the battlefield. The clashes between slaves and Marines along the way seemed to recede from his vision in slow motion. The battle lust suppressed for 12 years was unleashed completely at this moment. Lu Ming could feel every cell cheering and leaping, eager to compete with those legendary powerhouses. But before that, he had to obtain the fruit that would allow him to stand at the pinnacle. Following behind Charlotte Linlin and the others, Lu Ming encountered few enemies. Most had been killed by the four. However, when he saw any remaining celestial dragons, he would unhesitatingly swing the Crimson Empress to send them to the afterlife. Such trash did not deserve to live in this world. Out of the way. At that moment, Whitebeard, running at the front, saw a tall woman with fangs and sunglasses ahead. He bellowed while swinging Mura Kamajiri after circling it around his body. Clearly, Whitebeard's target was not only the woman ahead, but also Charlotte, Linlin, Golden Lion, and the others beside and behind him. Splashed. The invisible slash cleaved everything ahead in two, including the woman blocking the way. Her upper body, which clutched a baby, fell to the ground, her eyes full of disbelief. After avoiding Whitebeard's attack, respectively, Charlotte, Linlin, Golden Lion, and Kaido began cursing at Whitebeard. From what had just happened, it was clear that the relationship among the Rox Pirates members was terrible. Oh, that was certainly sudden. Dodging the slash, Lu Ming hid in the shadows, looking at Whitebeard's direction with lingering fear. If he hadn't been some distance away from Whitebeard and the others, that sudden blade might have struck him. That's Dragon. And in that woman's arms. Is that Shanks? Lu Ming was somewhat uncertain. From his position, he could clearly see Dragon hiding behind a rock and the baby in the fallen woman's arms. At this moment, Dragon's face did not yet have the Shusou-like markings. That woman is Shank's mother, but she doesn't look like it. The baby's appearance closely resembled the future Shanks, making it hard for Lu Ming not to suspect. Just then a large group of pirates, about 100, surrounded them armed with swords and muskets. Gazing at Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lean, Golden Lion, and Kaido, they attacked with fanaticism and excitement. Take them down, and we'll make a name for ourselves on the sea. That's right, if we defeat them, we'll be true pirate legends. Brothers, attack. They're only 4 people. Huh? Hearing these shouts, Lu Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Who gave you ants the courage to face those 4? Liang Jingru. Indeed, everywhere there are naive frogs at the bottom of a well, overestimating themselves, even daring to dream of killing Whitebeard and the others to make their names known. Truly, you've got the guts of leopards. Wait, so these people came to the island not to retrieve Shaki. Watching the surrounding pirates, Golden Lion finally realized, and instantly rage burned within him. Slash wave. Raising Odo and Kagurashi, Golden Lion unleashed dozens of slashes with a flick of his hand. Meanwhile, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Lin also refused to be outdone, raising their great sword-spiked club and flames into attack. Like cutting melons and vegetables, over 100 naive young pirates were slaughtered in less than a minute. I almost forgot this is the real world, not the anime world where death is rarely seen. Slaughter and rivers of blood are common occurrences here. Having witnessed such a bloody scene, Lu Ming's expression turned extremely grim. He silently recited the solar scripture, striving to calm and transform his mindset. The innocence in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by resolution and coldness. This is not anime, this is a real world. He kept admonishing himself in his heart. His expression was no longer so grim as he continued to watch Charlotte, Lin, and the others. Another red-haired infant. The moment he looked up, Lu Ming saw the infant in Dragon's arms, identical to the one held by the tall woman, and instantly understood that these 2 infants were the brothers Shanks and Shamrock. He still couldn't tell which one was Shanks and which was Shamrock. Still, the infant in Dragon's arms was most likely Shanks, while the one in the woman's hands should be Shamrock. So that woman is a member of the God's Knights. Just as Lu Ming shifted his gaze to the other infant, the tall woman's body, split in 2, had its blood reconnect between the severed halves. In only a few breaths, she was restored and stood upright, preparing to slip away, while Whitebeard and the others were not paying attention to her. Seeing this, Lu Ming understood that the woman was a member of the God's Knights. After all, only the God's Knights and the 5 elders possess the undying body granted by him. Of this he was well aware. Perfect. I'll use you to test whether innate true chi can break through that so-called undying body. A flash of killing intent passed through Lu Ming's eyes. Along the way, he had seen not only the corpses of slaves, but also many dead infants and children, most of them lying lifeless in their parents' arms. Clearly, in the eyes of the celestial dragons, infants and children were merely points in their competition for ranking. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, especially after crossing over his moral baseline had dropped lower and lower, he often told himself to put aside his savior complex and respect other people's fates. No matter what happened to someone, as long as it didn't affect him or his family, he should turn a blind eye. Yet faced with the celestial dragon's atrocities at God Valley, he could not hold back. Prepare yourselves, you sea kings. Just then a furious roar came from the sky. A burly middle-aged man appeared in midair, dark red lightning raging around his fist, which was wrapped in both conquerors and armament hockey. Fist-bone meteor. The moment the punch lashed out, the air seemed to be sucked dry. A terrifying shockwave plunged down from the sky like a falling meteor, striking the very center of Whitebeard, Charlotte, Lean, and Kaido. Garp launched a fierce attack. Seeing the situation turn bad, Golden Lion activated his float fruit ability and shot toward the island's center. It's Garp, run. This will only drag things out longer. Seeing who had arrived, Whitebeard immediately chose to retreat for the time being. Can't we fight him? Kaido was rather unwilling, wanting to try crossing blows with Garp. Forget it. Knowing Garp's strength, Lin directly rejected Kaido's idea, then commanded, Zeus, Prometheus. Yes, mama. The 2 homies responded at once, flying to Lean's hands as thunder and flame began to rage. Heavenly Fire Thunder. Lin activated her soul fruit ability and thrust her hands forward. Thunder and flame intertwined into an elemental storm roaring toward Garp. Boom! The violent impact engulfed Garp in an instant. Flames shot skyward, making it impossible to see what was happening inside, while the aftershock easily blasted away the half-dead small fry. A perfect opportunity. Seeing this, Lu Ming rejoiced inwardly. His figure flickered like a phantom as he chased after the female god's knight, who had already pulled far away. Meanwhile, in a forest somewhere in the island's center, Kuma and Ivankov also heard the tremendous roar and saw the towering flames. Who is attacking? No matter what, this is our chance, Kuma. With that, Ivankov led Kuma toward the place in the island's center where the prizes were stored. As the thick smoke quietly dispersed, a terrifying figure was revealed. Garp stood unshaken like an avenging deity wreathed in armament and conqueror's haki. Aside from his scorched marine uniform, he bore not a single wound. This little fire isn't even enough to grill a ribeye steak, Lin Lin. Seeing that Garp was completely unharmed, Lin Lin broke out in a cold sweat, spat out a curse, and kept fleeing. Whitebeard and Kaido also quickened their pace. With this kind of defense, how could Shiryu run a sword straight through him in the future? Lu Ming, who had been watching the fight, twitched the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help recalling the future image of Garp being gravely wounded by Shiryu's sword while saving the deserter king, and inwardly he began to mock. Yet no matter how strong Garp was, he was certainly not at the level of overpowering Whitebeard, Kaido, and Lin Lin combined. As Whitebeard had said, fighting Garp would only drag things out. That did not fit these pirates' way of doing things. They hadn't come to this island to wage war against the world government. They had come only to save Shaki. Now you think of leaving? Isn't it a little too late? While lost in thought, Lu Ming's figure had already appeared before the female god's knight, his tone full of contempt. Scram! Ma Fei Gong did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Opening her mouth, she fired a laser beam straight at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming said nothing more. He still had to follow Lin Lin to seize the Azure Dragon Fruit, and didn't want to waste time here. The Crimson Empress appeared in his hand, innate true chi surged into it. He gave the hilt a slight twist, and with an engine-like hum, the bright silver blade turned red-hot, radiating terrifying heat. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed. While dodging Ma Fei Gong's laser, a crimson blade light flashed by. With a splatter, Ma Fei Gong's body was split in two. Her upper and lower halves completely separated and crashed to the ground, while the infant Shamrock in her hand slipped free. Lu Ming stretched out his left hand and caught Shamrock steadily. He casually tapped the pokeball at his waist. A rainbow light descended, revealing Arcanine. Lu Ming placed Shamrock on Arcanine's back. Arcanine, this child is in your care. Woof! Woof! Arcanine barked twice in response, carefully carrying Shamrock as it followed at Lu Ming's side. Only then did Lu Ming turn his gaze to Ma Fei Gong, whom he had cut in two. Unlike the celestial dragons he had killed earlier, whose blood had spilled all over the ground, her blood remained connected. It began to contract, pulling her severed body back together and restoring it. It seems I still haven't found a way for innate true chi to break the undying body. Lu Ming didn't think innate true chi was ineffective against the undying body. He simply believed he hadn't found the right method. Unable to find one, he didn't want to waste time. He turned around with Arcanine and went after Charlotte Lin Lin. Absolutely formidable. Amidst the Conqueror's haki shockwaves radiating from Garp, Whitebeard, and Kaido, Lu Ming marveled at their overwhelming power while simultaneously seeking to comprehend the essence of haki. Among the three types of haki, Lu Ming had only grasped observation haki, whose training methods were documented in the original chronicles. Armament and Conqueror's haki remained entirely unfamiliar to him, with no mentor to guide his understanding. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to immerse himself in these forces and forge mastery over them. Soon the main battlefield shifted toward the island's center, where corpses littered the ground everywhere. Confronted by the surging forces of the Rocks and Roger pirate crews, the celestial dragons displayed not fear, but a grotesque frenzy, systematically slaughtering slaves to accumulate points and climb the rankings. I will never. Couldn't you hold off on the melodrama for just a moment? Damn it. Before a wooden hut, Roger and Jabra stood with hollow expressions, wailing in despair. Behind them within the hut, Rayleigh held Shiki in his arms, having successfully claimed what he sought. All right, everyone, Shiki has been rescued. Grab some treasure, and let's make our escape. As soon as Rayleigh emerged with Shiki, Roger immediately issued his command. The Roger pirates cheered in enthusiastic agreement, then surged toward the treasure warehouse to plunder its contents. Lu Ming cast only a fleeting glance in their direction before sprinting after Charlotte Linlin. Meanwhile, his wind dog Bassett bounded toward the eastern coast with Shamrock aboard. The coming battle was beyond the beast's capabilities. Within a warehouse at the street's end. We did it. We got them. Ivankov burst through the doorway, clutching 3 treasure chests, his grotesquely long eyelashes still bearing traces of blood. Bartolomeo followed close behind, several arrow wounds marring his broad back, yet he continued to shield his chest of treasure with meticulous care. "Treasure, my treasure, I'm going to open it." Ivankov hummed an off-key melody, but his breath caught as he lifted the lid. The cyan scaly rind of the fruit emitted a faint luminescence in the dim warehouse, its dragon scale patterns undulating as though alive. Inside Bartolomeo's chest rested an orange pineapple-shaped fruit, its 3 bulbous protrusions at the crown forming an absurd silhouette. He cradled it with reverent care, his voice trembling. "Is this a devil fruit?" "Indeed." Ivankov sighed wistfully, lifting the azure dragon fruit from his own box with a grin. "We may not know which is which, but once we consume them, we'll find out." As he spoke, he raised the fruit toward his mouth. Boom! The warehouse wall shattered without warning, and a towering pink figure crashed through the splintering wood. Charlotte Linlin, standing nearly 9 meters tall, filled the entire space as her crimson eyes locked onto both devil fruits. Her manic laughter echoed as she reached for Ivankov. "Mama, mama, mama. The treasures are mine." Neither Barto nor Ivankov could react in time. Linlin moved with impossible speed. One hand seized Ivankov by the throat, hurling him into a pile of crates, while the other snatched the azure dragon fruit from the air with flawless precision. And that one too. Linlin's tongue traced her lips as she turned toward Barto, her hand outstretched for the remaining fruit. An oppressive aura froze him completely in place. Boom! The moment her fingers brushed the Zamanzu fruit, the warehouse roof exploded outward. A jet-black silhouette plummeted from above, delivering a devastating flying kick directly to Linlin's face. Thud! The sickening crunch of impact echoed as Ivankov and watched Linlin's face warp grotesquely from the blow. She rocketed sideways like a cannonball, smashing through over a dozen walls before finally coming to rest. Lu Ming descended gracefully, catching the falling azure dragon fruit in his left hand. Glancing at the stunned duo with barely a flicker of acknowledgement, he took a decisive bite without hesitation. Ugh! An indescribable stench flooded his mouth, turning his complexion green as his stomach lurched violently. At last he understood why devil fruits were infamous. The taste was simply tenfold worse than rotting fish entrails mixed with spoiled eggs. It was absolutely revolting. Tears and snot threatened to stream down his face. Ivankov and Barto stood frozen, watching Lu Ming retch uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting to flee. Only when Lu Ming turned his gaze toward them did Ivankov snap back to reality. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Ming, while shouting at Barto beside him, who still stood dazed with the Zamanzu fruit in hand. "Eat it now, Barto." Lu Ming, caught off guard by Ivankov's embrace, quickly realized the man was sacrificing himself to buy Barto time, to get him to consume the Zamanzu fruit that might secure their salvation. "Can't even bring myself to dislike this guy." Lu Ming regarded the flamboyantly dressed man with grudging admiration. In the entire pirate world, few possessed the courage to resist, and Ivankov had suffered under the celestial dragons since childhood. Though he respected his resolve, Lu Ming found the embrace deeply uncomfortable. Being held by a man, let alone a Travo, sent shivers down his spine. With a casual flex of his arms, Lu Ming broke free from Ivankov's grip. He sidestepped, gathering the 4 remaining small chests before addressing the pair with measured calm. "I came for the azure dragon fruit only. I have no interest in the Zamanzu. If you wish to eat it, do so now." Before his words had settled, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the warehouse. An invisible wave of conquerors' haki swept through, splitting the earth and shaking structures to their foundations. A bizarre surge cascaded through the warehouse, but Lu Ming's crimson energy flared outward, repelling the aura completely. "Lost your temper? What a tremendous display of haki." Feeling the Conqueror's haki pulse, Lu Ming's eyes hardened. He drew the Crimson Empress from his back, channeling his primordial true energy into the blade. With a twist of the hilt, the engine roared to life, and the crimson edge blazed with searing light. So the one shadowing us all along turns out to be some kid. Lin's cheeks swelled with blood trickling from her lips, yet her eyes burned with intensified madness. Zeus and Prometheus materialized in her palms, lightning and fire twisting together in a destructive dance. I thought you were after the same thing as Whitebeard and his crew, but it seems your real target is the devil fruit. Obviously, I don't even know a woman named Shiki, so why risk coming here unless for a devil fruit? You think I'm after financial reports? Lu Ming stepped through the breached wall, his gaze fixing on the towering pink silhouette amid the rubble. He offered no denial. As he raised the Crimson Empress, his expression darkened, and his eyes shifted toward the streets, in surprise evident in his voice. I never expected Giorgio Satania, one of the 5 elders, and the scientific martial god, to be here as well. In Lu Ming's understanding, the 5 elders rarely left the power chamber within the Panga city except under extraordinary circumstances. For one of them to appear in Kami no Yu, a place of such danger, could only deepen his astonishment. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Lin froze and turned to look as well. The madness in her eyes suddenly congealed, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. As a member of the Rocks Pirates, Lin had often dealt with the world government, so she knew better than anyone just how terrifying that white-haired old man with a cane truly was. Damn it, to run into this monster here, of all places. Lin curled the corner of her blood-stained mouth, and her gaze turned even more solemn. Lin, did you find those devil fruits? Just then a hulking young man came running from the other end of the street, a spiked club resting on his shoulder. He stood not an inch shorter than a monster like Charlotte. Lin, and 2 horn-like protrusions grew from his head. It was the rising star of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido. The devil fruits I was tracking were all snatched away by that brat. If you want them, go take them. But as for the Azure Dragon fruit, that kid has most likely already eaten it. Lin's lips still carried a smile, but the murderous intent in her eyes burned as fiercely as ever. What? It's been eaten. Kaido was stunned. He hurriedly turned his head and saw the Azure Dragon fruit behind Lu Ming, already missing a chunk, and his face immediately darkened. He had come to God Valley for the sake of powerful devil fruits. His original plan had been to wait until Lin got her hands on the fruit, then make his move and snatch the Azure Dragon fruit for himself. Yet somebody had stolen it from under his nose. Damn brat. Kaido surged forward, ferocious Conqueror's haki and armament haki coiling around Hachisai, but just as he was about to strike Charlotte, Lin stepped in and stopped him. You don't need to act this time. Someone else will handle it for us. The 2 of us should focus on finding other powerful devil fruits. After these words of warning, Lin turned and left first. Kaido now noticed Saturn too, and his expression shifted slightly. He shot Lu Ming a vicious glare, then followed Lin away. Just like that, they're leaving. Lu Ming sneered in disdain. He tightened his grip on Crimson Queen, his gaze locked on the approaching Saturn. He did not choose to flee, but stood rooted to the spot, his fighting spirit surging. The 5 elders were all formidable. Each possessed combat power comparable to a future Yonko. This was a perfect chance for Lu Ming to test himself. Just then Ivankov and Kuma, who had just swallowed the pawpaw fruit, walked out of the warehouse. The 2 had already guessed that Lu Ming was probably one of the pirates who had come to seize the treasure, not a member of the world government, and therefore not their enemy. Ivankov was about to speak to thank him when he saw Lu Ming staring gravely toward the front of the street. A white-haired old man in a black suit and a flat aristocrat's hat was approaching leisurely. He leaned on a cane, his eyes icy, and every step seemed to land squarely on their heartbeats. Kuma, watch out. Ivankov instinctively shielded Kuma with his body. Ivankov did not recognize Saturn, but the world government attire was enough to tell him everything. 10 paces away, Saturn came to a stop. Resting both hands on his cane, he swept a knife-like gaze across the 3. Dark red lightning flickered around Saturn for an instant as Conqueror's haki burst outward. Yet the collapse he expected did not happen. An invisible barrier seemed to stand in front of Lu Ming, completely dissolving the shockwave. Even so, Saturn was only mildly surprised. He paid it no mind. His cold gaze swept past Lu Ming and Ivankov before finally falling on Kuma. Child of the buccaneer race, he said in an even voice, you can only choose to be a slave or to die. History has decided this. Hearing this, Kuma, who had been a slave since childhood, felt his sense of inferiority stir. He could not help lowering his head and asked in a trembling voice, old man, are you noble? To be noble from birth is too strange. If one is born a slave, then being born has no meaning at all. Yet the defiance and unwillingness buried in his heart made him clench his fists, and his voice rose with emotion. If I had any power right now, I would want to be like Nika, to save these poor people, even just one. That is exactly why you must disappear. Saturn's voice was utterly cold. Well said. Lu Ming's voice rang out simultaneously, cutting Saturn off. He had heard enough. Crimson air currents swirled around him, and gripping Crimson Queen, which blazed like a branding iron with scorching heat, he pointed it straight at Saturn. No one is born noble. The so-called celestial dragons are just one head and two arms. One stroke of the blade, and they will die just the same. On the way here, I've slaughtered quite a few. Before he could finish speaking, the air within 1,000 meters began to warp. Boom. Hundreds of dark red thunderbolts erupted from Saturn's body as Conqueror's haki transformed into a devastating shockwave that crushed toward Lu Ming. Conqueror's haki. As if no one else has it. Lu Ming's face was full of disdain. A red gleam flashed through his eyes, and an invisible shockwave spread outward from him, slamming hard into the Conqueror's haki emanating from Saturn. On the way here, Lu Ming had witnessed several clashes of Conqueror's haki. After being caught in the aftershocks again and again, he had come to grasp the essence of this power and awakened it almost by natural extension. It was only newly awakened, still only useful for clearing out small fry, and could not do much in a real fight. But it was more than enough to resist someone else's Conqueror's haki. Boom. The air between Lu Ming and Saturn began to distort, as if forming a black hole. Countless dark red lightning bolts erupted from that central void in all directions. Wherever they passed, buildings split apart, and the earth trembled as shockwaves of world-destroying intensity spread outward like ripples. Behind Lu Ming, Ivankov and Kuma had already collapsed limply to the ground beneath that world-ending pressure, their bodies trembling uncontrollably and unable to move. Hey, big man named Kuma, didn't you want to save people? The paw pads in your hands can repel anything. Use them, and you can save everyone you want to save. Lu Ming's expression was deadly serious. He was about to act when he remembered the two people behind him, so still bearing Saturn's Conqueror's haki. He turned his head and spoke to Kuma. Kuma collapsed on the ground, stopped trembling the instant he heard Lu Ming's words. He stared in disbelief at the paw pads in the center of his palms. I can save everyone. The next second, Kuma actually stood up against the pressure of Lu Ming and Saturn's clashing Conqueror's haki. He stretched out his right hand, thought of sending Ivankov to his homeland, the Sorbet Kingdom, and brought his palm down with tremendous force. Smack! A dull sound rang out, and Ivankov vanished from the spot, at once leaving only faintly distorted air behind. I can save everyone. Seeing that Ivankov had been sent flying by his hand, Kuma grew even more excited, muttering ceaselessly. He turned his head and gave Lu Ming a grateful look, then placed his palm on himself and vanished in an instant. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Saturn were left on the entire block. Heh, now that is a genuinely useful ability. Sensing Kuma's figure flickering across the island, life forces vanishing wherever he passed, Lu Ming curled his lips into a cold smile and glanced at Saturn. Don't you think so, you celestial dragon pest? You lowly ant. You're courting death. Saturn's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye he transformed from a burly 2-meter man into a 6-meter-tall monster. Wreathed in black smoke, his legs had vanished, replaced by 6 purple spider legs, while 2 massive ox horns sprouted from his head. Now a demonic ox spider, Saturn opened his mouth and spat a stream of venom at Lu Ming. A paltry trick. With disdain in his voice, Lu Ming stamped the ground hard, turning into a blurred afterimage that dodged the venom and appeared instantly before Saturn. Perfect chance to test the fruits of my 12 years of arduous cultivation. Swish! He swept the Crimson Empress in a fierce arc, sending a blade-like streak straight at Saturn's neck. Saturn's eyes gleamed ferociously. He was like an enraged lion. His thick spider legs, coated in armament haki, stabbed toward Lu Ming's chest like striking vipers, while both hands gripped his cane and swung it down in a vicious blow aimed at Lu Ming's head. A quintessential pirate world fighting style, crude and straightforward, yet extremely effective. Powerful but useless against me. Lu Ming made his decision in an instant, employing his perfected footwork. A subtle push of his feet against Saturn's own body stabilized his center of gravity, allowing him to evade the lethal thrust and the overhead strike. At the same time, a crimson blade light flared. With a threefold burst of strength, the Crimson Empress's edge blazed like sudden fire, and to Saturn's disbelief, slammed into his neck. Clang! A piercing metallic clangor rang out. The blade of the Crimson Empress, shimmering with red light, sank a third of the way into Saturn's neck before grinding to a halt, unable to cut deeper. The black metallic sheen of armament hockey was strikingly visible. Lu Ming felt as though he had struck a pillar of 10,000 times forged dark iron. The terrifying rebound numbed his tiger mouth grip. Whoosh! Saturn's eyes were savage, unafraid that his neck had nearly been severed. Gripping his cane with both hands, he swung it down as a black blur, the air humming as Armament and Conqueror's hockey coiled around the weapon, smashing toward Lu Ming. Back! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming withdrew his blade, planted his right foot hard on Saturn's face, and carried by the recoil retreated 30 meters away. So this is armament hockey. Its defense is formidable. It even blocked my innate true chi. Lu Ming stared at Saturn from a distance, shock stirring within him. After all, that strike of his, delivered with triple strength, had definitely exceeded 700 tons, and the blade of the Crimson Empress had been condensed with vast amounts of innate true chi, making it extraordinarily sharp. Yet that very slash had only managed to cut a third of the way into Saturn's neck, failing to sever his head, and firmly stopped by his armament hockey, a testament to how mighty this old man's armament hockey truly was. More importantly, after he pulled back, the wound he had inflicted healed in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed, and did not hamper Saturn's movements in the least. "Who the hell are you?" The voice of doubt rang out. In the distance, Saturn, his face grim and marked with a shoe print, demanded angrily, "With strength like yours, I should have heard of your reputation on the seas. Yet why have I no memory of you at all? I don't even know your name. Take a guess. You're asking for death." Hearing that answer, Saturn flew into a rage. His body shifted once more, expanding from 6 meters to roughly 20 meters. His torso and arms disappeared as he fully assumed the form of a colossal spider, spewing several streams of venom from his mouth. The only comical part was that the shoe print on his face had enlarged as well. The venom blotted out the sky, sealing off every possible avenue of escape for Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's cry shook the heavens. Lu Ming's form shifted rapidly, transforming into a half-beast state, a dragon man. Even though this was Lu Ming's first time activating the Azure Dragon Fruit, he handled it with ease, his inexperience failing to hinder his combat prowess. This was the mark of a true powerhouse's control over power, just like Sabo in the original story, who could skillfully wield the flame fruit immediately after eating it and replicate Ace's techniques. Lu Ming now stood nearly 3 meters tall. His head had become a dragon's head with a pair of horns, and his arms, legs, shoulders, and back were covered in dragon scales. A long dragon tail lashed behind him, making him appear utterly ferocious. Heat breath. Confronting the overwhelming venom, Lu Ming spat out a torrent of dragon breath. The searing dragon flames instantly vaporized the venom above, leaving only wisps of poisonous mist. "You actually ate the Azure Dragon Fruit." Saturn's pupils contracted in utter shock. From his angle, he hadn't seen Lu Ming consume the fruit, so he had no idea it had already been stolen away. "Why else do you think I came to God Valley?" Lu Ming sneered coldly, but did not continue. Instead, he shot towards Saturn as a blur, the Crimson Empress in his hand gleaming with a crimson gold edge as he slashed at Saturn's spider legs. Whoosh! The slash missed the blade, grazing past the tip of Saturn's nose. Lu Ming immediately distanced himself, and after a moment's thought understood why. He had practiced for 2 years with the Crimson Empress, whose total length was 1.5 meters, and had wielded it so smoothly, it was almost instinct. But now in his half-beast form at nearly 3 meters tall, the greatsword felt like a one-handed sword. Subconsciously treating it as his old greatsword, he had misjudged the distance. "I see. Saturn caught on his gaze, turning viciously dark. A lowly ant dares covet the property of the celestial dragons. You deserve death. With all 8 legs moving at once, Saturn charged at Lu Ming. The spider legs, originally meant for locomotion, now defied biological structure entirely. As if boneless, they stretched and thrust like javelins, raining down on Lu Ming like a violent storm. Whoosh! Facing such an onslaught, Lu Ming showed not a trace of fear. He swung the Crimson Empress at blinding speed. Each crimson blade flashed faster than the eye could follow, precisely striking each afterimage of Saturn's spider legs and fending off his relentless barrage of attacks. Clang! 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 The Crimson Empress clashed again and again with the spider legs, each collision producing a metallic ring. Lu Ming remained calm and composed, countering every one of Saturn's attacks, while deploying the footwork and sword techniques honed over 6 years. At the same time, he studied the armament haki coating Saturn's spider legs, learning to wield that power himself. As time passed, Lu Ming wielded his perfect-grade movement technique and consummate-grade sword art with increasing mastery. Combined with his already formidable observation haki, he gradually turned the tide. Saturn, who had initially held the upper hand, began to lose ground. All the surrounding bricks, tiles, rubble, and wood shavings had become tools for Lu Ming to control the battlefield. With every step he took and every movement of his body, he maximized the use of his environment, ensuring that the debris from collapsed houses and broken wooden crates would not hinder his own movements, but instead disrupt his opponents. This was the perfected level movement technique, the ability to command one's surroundings utilizing any object in the vicinity, be it living beings, stones, or buildings, to execute the most precise dodges. Lu Ming had thoroughly mastered this art, unlike before, when he had only reached the corresponding level of cultivation but could not perfectly utilize it in combat due to lack of battle experience. He could now fully unleash the combined power of his perfected level movement technique and his perfection level swordsmanship. Even with Satan's 3-colored haki and indestructible body completely impenetrable, he simply could not gain any advantage against such refined skill. Moreover, as the battle dragged on, Lu Ming gradually picked up armament haki from Saturn and incorporated it into his fighting style, steadily strengthening his capabilities. Especially with the Crimson Queen protected by armament haki, he could freely channel his innate spiritual energy into it without worrying about damaging its propulsion mechanism. After all, the Crimson Queen was merely a weapon forged by humans from the Devil May Cry world. Her capacity was limited. Excessive infusion of innate spiritual energy would cause the propulsion system to burn out instantly. Had Lu Ming possessed something superior in his hands, he would have discarded it long ago. This fellow relied far too heavily on the 3 colors of haki. Though his combat techniques were decent, they held no comparison against someone like myself who had mastered martial arts. The rhythm of battle remained firmly under my control. Even if future sight could glimpse what lay ahead, it still could not escape my grasp. With each passing moment, Lu Ming grew increasingly confident. The seamless coordination between his perfected movement technique and his perfection-level swordsmanship allowed him to carve deep wounds across Satan's body, yet the invincibility of his immortal physique remained unbroken. Every injury seamlessly healed within mere breaths. Such formidable strength, a completely different caliber than Rock's and his kind. Despite his crude application of haki, I found myself utterly unable to mount any counterattack. Satan's expression darkened with mounting frustration. Having battled with top-tier fighters like Rock's before, nothing compared to the suffocating pressure Lu Ming exuded. And then there was that searing abnormal power. It seeped through his blade and strikes burrowing into my flesh and destroying from within. Without my formidable armament haki and the immortality granted by Lord I, my organs would have been reduced to cinders long ago. He could sense a unique energy surging through Lu Ming's attacks, neither haki nor devil fruit power, yet capable of opposing both. Not even his most devastating strike could break through it. An opening. Noticing Satan's brief moment of hesitation, Lu Ming roared and surged forward with explosive speed. His velocity was terrifying, dodging every attack with precision until he stood directly before Saturn. Then came the kick, wreathed in armament haki and brimming with immense spiritual energy, driving straight into his chest. The shattered carapace erupted in viscera, as the colossal spider was launched backward like a cannonball, smashing through multiple structures before crashing down upon the central battlefield of the Divine Valley. Ming drove forward with overwhelming force, directly catching up to the falling Sadan. At the valley's heart, Rox bore Elise and Taichi on his back as they fled at top speed, hunted by demons alongside Garp and the Divine Knights. Witnessing the David clan's demonic transformation and seeing his own father and grandmother subjugated, Rox was consumed by rage, desperate to turn and slaughter Garp and the Divine Knights behind him. Yet burdened by his wife and son, he could not fight at full strength and resolved to get them to safety first. Rox, set me down. Elise recognized she might be weighing him down and fought to dismount. No. If captured, we'd become undead monsters. Rox refused, increasing their pace. Still unaware whether this power belonged to someone specific, he would not risk it. Despite this, Elise proved formidable, a former pirate. Seizing Rox's moment of distraction, she leapt from his back, clutching Taichi. Damn it! Rox cursed as his burden lightened, though worry remained unmistakable in his eyes. I won't hold you back. If things worsen and we're both captured, I'll kill Taichi and then myself. Her gaze steady, she told Rox, fight without worry. We'll regroup at the Lelucia Kingdom. Then clutching Taichi, she fled toward the valley's edge. She's worthy of being mine. Pride swelled in Rox's eyes as he gripped his long sword and charged backward like a loosed arrow. Meanwhile, Garp, previously locked in combat with Roger, had ceased fighting entirely. Surveying the carnage of slaughtered civilians, shock flooded his features. Pulling out a den mushy, he dialed Sengoku's number. The moment the line connected, he roared, "You bastard Sengoku, did you know about this disaster at the Divine Valley all along?" A heavy silence fell on the other end before Sengoku's voice crackled through. Someone did question this order. They've since vanished from the Marines. Before Garp could respond, the line went dead. Damn it. Garp ground his teeth, his will to fight crumbling. Boom! A sudden explosion ripped through the battlefield. Two dark figures plummeted like meteors, causing the ground within a 100-meter radius to collapse instantly. The violent shockwave forced them back dozens of meters, shrapnel scattering like bullets. Rox had already slain every David clansman. There was no room for mercy in mortal combat. In response to this sudden turn of events, Rox stepped on Garp and peered curiously toward where the dark figures had landed, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Smash him! A thunderous roar erupted from the crater. In his half-beast form, Ming's dragon tail coiled around one of Satan's spider legs, pinning it fast. His arms swung in a full arc as the Crimson Queen blazed crimson, unleashing the full fury of his innate spiritual energy as he brought it down upon the still-recovering Sadan. Exactly. He was not using the signature strikes of his blade arts. No cleaving, hacking, or thrusting. Ming's reasoning was straightforward. If Sadan possessed an immortal body that could not be killed, there was no point in wasting effort trying to find a way to end him. Instead, he would strike with raw, unfiltered force, shattering bones, tearing muscles, crushing organs, with pure devastation. He refused to believe Sadan could withstand such relentless brutality. Boom! The strike, carrying the weight of hundreds of tons, crashed down upon Satan's colossal spider form, its flaming blade edge pounding mercilessly into his chitinous hide. Amidst the sickening crack of shattering carapace, the five elders' massive frame sank deeper as the entire Divine Valley quaked beneath the impact. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, clearing the dust from the crater in an instant and revealing what lay within. Cough! Shock and fury flashed across Saturn's compound eyes, but he had not the slightest ability to resist. The immortal body he relied on was being subjected to an unprecedented impact. His internal organs ruptured in the eruption of searing heat, and his haki began to crack under the relentless barrage. Madness blazed in the dragon-like pupils. Ming unleashed his own version of the New Year's greeting sword technique, slashing down one after another, venting the 12 years of suppressed strength that had never been able to be released. Every blow was made with full force. Boom, boom, boom. Each hammering blow caused earthquake-like tremors. The edge of the pit kept collapsing, and the flying debris was vaporized by the extreme heat in midair. Roger, watching from the sidelines, wore a strange expression. Such pure, overwhelming force exceeded their entire conception of battle. Damn it, an unkillable enemy is utterly revolting. Another blade slammed down. Lu Ming looked at Saturn, who had collapsed like mud, yet still had a vigorous life force, and he too felt sickened. Fighting on like this was completely meaningless. Huh. It's actually Saturn. Well done, kid. Once he made out the situation on the battlefield, Rox felt immense pleasure, as if soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter. He burst into laughter and in his excitement kicked the severely wounded Garling, who could not even rise, more than 1,000 meters away. How is that possible? Garling spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. No. When I get back this time, I have to train hard in armament hockey and conqueror's hockey and master, either using hockey or developing a way to break an immortal body with innate true chi. Lu Ming no longer wished to keep fighting Saturn. Before ending it, though, he wanted to make one more attempt, to use the innate true chi burning inside him like a blazing sun to incinerate Saturn to ashes. He wanted to see whether the immortality granted to Saturn by him could save a man burned to ashes. With that thought, he channeled his innate true chi into the Crimson Empress. The blade began to radiate horrifying heat that twisted the air itself. Lu Ming twisted his wrist and drove the Crimson Empress straight at Saturn's chest. At the very moment the Crimson Empress was about to pierce Saturn's chest, an enormous black magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground below. Terrifying black energy then shot skyward, breaking off Lu Ming's attack and hurling him backward. Lu Ming flipped through the air several times and landed steadily, and he too noticed the change in Saturn. Saturn had now returned to his human-beast hybrid form. His pupils were no longer those savage beast eyes, but were like rings stacked upon rings. Both his aura and his gaze were terrifyingly alien. A pair of demonic wings spread from his back, and a tail emerged from the base of his spine. Most importantly, Saturn's body, which had been pounded to a wreck, was now completely restored. The black aura radiating from him coalesced behind him into a terrifying figure. From its silhouette, one could barely tell it was a woman. Is this a mate? Lu Ming immediately realized that Saturn had been possessed, and every muscle in his body tensed. In his previous life, he had only just reached the Elbaf arc of the Giant Kingdom in the manga, where Gunko of the Holy Knights had been possessed by him. Unfortunately, he transmigrated before the rest of the story could come out. The sudden change drew everyone's gaze. Rox was already braced for battle. Whitebeard descended from the sky, gripping Nira. Kamijori landed beside Rox and stared fixedly at Saturn and at the phantom figure looming behind him. Newgate, this fight isn't going to bring you any benefit. Are you still going to wade in? Rox teased. Cut the chatter. Whitebeard said gruffly, I haven't been shy about mooching off your liquor these days. Hey you lot, look at this. I finally got an ability. I really want to try this move some more. At that moment, Kaido's excited voice also rang out in the distance. A colossal serpent with 8 dragon-like heads came slithering over at tremendous speed, crushing everything in its path, with its body dozens of meters long. So instead of the azure dragon fruit, Kaido got the Yamada no Orochi fruit, as expected of a future emperor. Seeing the great serpent, Lu Ming was taken aback as well. The Yamada no Orochi fruit possessed terrifying regenerative power, multi-angle attack options, and 8 lives. It was definitely among the most supreme, mythical Zoan devil fruits. It was only in the original story that Korizumi Orochi had wasted it, so the fruit was thrown away for nothing. This is the first time I've seen you so happy, isn't it? Rox laughed. Although it's worth celebrating, can I ask a question? Whitebeard interrupted the exchange, pointing at Saturn, who had long lost his original appearance, and asked curiously, what the hell is that thing? What was it you asked me just now? Let me think. Rock's eyes were filled with confidence, and he said loudly, I think what we are looking at is the world. At the same time, Garp and Roger also sensed his arrival. The Marines and world government personnel who witnessed Saturn's transformation were thrown into shock. Saint Saturn, what form is that? Ugh, it's a monster. Hearing the Marine's screams around him, a rare look of worry appeared in Garp's eyes. This must be a mad nightmare. Roger laughed out loud, rejoice in this glorious age of adventure. After all, I still know nothing. Im said, nothing, merely sweeping an icy gaze over the scene to assess the situation at God Valley. On the central battlefield of God Valley, there was almost no high-tier combat strength left available to the Marines and the world government. The only one with any real power was Garling, seriously injured and unable to get up. All the demons that had been transformed earlier were dead, and only a few of the holy knights remained. The situation was even worse than she had imagined. "Hey, Azure Dragon kid over there, you're not weak. How about working together?" Just as Lu Ming was wondering whether to retreat, Rox issued his invitation. "Fine. But if a real life or death crisis comes, I won't be looking after you." Lu Ming thought it over and nodded in agreement. Since he would have to face him sooner or later anyway, probing ahead and gathering a little intelligence was not a bad idea. He shifted his feet slightly, and in an instant stood beside Whitebeard. The four of them faced the terrifyingly ominous Im ahead, braced for battle. "Im will show you the dominion of God." Im's voice was icy. Her enormous demonic wings beat, lifting her into the air. A black magic tome appeared before her, marked with a pentagram. Before the pages had even turned, two streams of black energy surged out, gathered over Im's hands, and solidified into a trident and a flintlock pistol. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. Lu Ming tilted his head slightly, and a dark shadow grazed his cheek before striking behind him. With a boom, the ground behind the four of them shattered as if blasted by cannon fire, leaving behind a crater that looked like an abyss. The tremendous shockwave sent the robes of the four of them billowing. Trickles of blood ran down his cheek. Lu Ming wiped them away with his thumb and looked up at Imu, his heart churning with shock. That bullet just now had actually broken through his defense. After all, the defensive power of his skin, muscles, and bones had long been comparable to diamond. After consuming the Azure Dragon fruit, that defense had risen several levels further. Yet Imu had broken through his defense with just that peculiar flintlock. That meant Imu was capable of killing him. How strange. Instead of feeling the slightest fear, I feel more and more excited. What's going on? Lu Ming's fighting spirit burned stronger as he met Imu's gaze. The innate true chi within his body rushed like the Yangtze, bursting its banks. He poured it into the Crimson Empress in his hand and slashed out fiercely. The crimson blade light was as swift as lightning. Imu only felt her vision blur before Lu Ming's figure was already before her. The searing Crimson Empress was already at Saturn's neck. Alarm bells rang wildly in her heart, and she hurriedly turned her enormous trident to parry. Clang! A deafening clangor exploded. Imu, controlling Saturn's body, blocked Lu Ming's attack. As the trident collided with the Crimson Empress, countless sparks burst forth. "Kid, you're too impatient, aren't you? You didn't even wait for us." Seeing such an opening, Rox could no longer suppress the fury and bloodlust in his heart. He stamped hard into the ground, launched himself into the air, and wielding the long sword wrapped in Conqueror's haki and armament haki, swung at Imu like a cannonball. The dark red lightning unique to Conqueror's haki ravaged the blade. Wherever it passed, even the air itself was split, its might rivaling that of the tremor fruit. "I'm joining too." Skyquake. Whitebeard followed close behind Rox. The tremor fruit, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki converged on the edge of Murakamajiri as he slashed down at Saturn, whom Imu possessed. Thunderbagwa. Kaido refused to be outdone. Shifting into his human beast form and swinging Hachasai, he charged forward, as well, opening with the very move he was best at. At the same time, his neck stretched, and 7 dragon heads lunged toward Imu from different trajectories. "You lot are no match for me." Facing the combined attacks of Lu Ming, Rox, Whitebeard, and Kaido, Imu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Without dodging or avoiding, she instantly unleashed a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki, and an invisible shockwave swept out in every direction. At the same time, the flintlock in her hand once again transformed into a mass of black chi, forming a shield that hovered around her. Lu Ming felt as though his brain had been struck by a hammer. As his consciousness reeled, the strength in his hand slackened, and he was promptly swatted away by the black shield. Whitebeard and Kaido suffered the same fate as Lu Ming. Only Rox used his own Conqueror's haki to cancel out Imu's, then pressed the attack with his longsword, while Imu blocked with the shield. From this, it was clear that Rox and the possessed Saturn were evenly matched. The gap is still considerable. Lu Ming landed steadily and knitted his brows. His Conqueror's haki had only just awakened and was not strong enough to contend with Imu's. If not for years of nourishing his spirit with innate true chi, he really might not have been able to withstand that Conqueror's shockwave. but it hasn't reached the point where I can't fight. Lu Ming's gaze hardened. Since his conqueror's haki was not strong enough, he simply would not use it. He would rely on the innate true chi he was most skilled with. The gap in strength between the two sides was not yet at the absurd point of being a complete crush. The solar scripture circulated within his body. Lu Ming guarded his mind, and innate true chi erupted. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he appeared before Imu in an instant. With his right arm's muscles coiling taut, the Crimson Empress seemed to come alive. Blade light flashed like fire as it instantly traced several profoundly mysterious arcs. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of metallic clashes rang out almost simultaneously. The magic tome in Imu's hand had opened at some point, its pages flickering one after another. 8 streams of black chi flew out and became 8 long blades held in Saturn's 8 spider legs. As the legs lashed out, the 8 blades revolved like a windmill, blocking all of Lu Ming's attacks. The world. Then let me see just how strong this world is. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's attack arrived. He roared in fury, perfectly combining the Tremor Fruit Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into Murika. This strike was unquestionably his strongest. Kaido had not grown to his full power yet, and still had not managed to recover. Besieged by all of them, Imu wanted to repeat the same trick, relying on her vastly superior Conqueror's Haki to send Lu Ming and Whitebeard flying. But things ran contrary to her wishes. Neither Lu Ming nor Whitebeard seemed affected at all. They kept attacking with wild abandon. Imu could tell that Whitebeard was canceling it with his own haki, while Lu Ming had discarded haki altogether and relied on a strange energy to withstand the spiritual shock of Conqueror's haki. Suddenly she recalled that Saturn had just reported that this Lu Ming wielded a bizarre energy. It must be this energy that nullified my Conqueror's haki. Imu understood, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Though 800 years on the throne had raised her Conqueror's haki to an extraordinary level, it was by no means strong enough to create an insurmountable gap. While facing 3 powerhouses simultaneously and relying solely on a possessed body, she was not their match. She was being overwhelmed by the 3 of them, and in just a few dozen exchanges Saturn's body had taken blow after blow, especially because Rox's strength was little weaker than hers. Moreover, Kaido, not far away, had regained consciousness and was charging over, swinging Hachisai. Saturn has the immortal body I granted him. If I suddenly trade wounds for lives, I am confident I can kill one. Imu schemed silently and set her gaze on the youngest Lu Ming. She made up her mind, I'll settle him first. At the thought, the magic tome before her began turning pages, and dozens of black chi streams shot out. A pitch-black magic circle appeared in her hand. At the same time, another black magic circle suddenly manifested beneath Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming reacted instantly. Turning his wrist, he redirected the Crimson Empress from its slash toward Imu and cut downward instead. The instant the blade tip touched the ground, the earth for 1,000 meters ahead split apart, revealing a bottomless chasm, and the pitch-black magic circle shattered in the same moment. Imu's attack was not over. She abandoned defense entirely, letting the strikes of Rox, Whitebeard, and Kaido land on Saturn's body, while the weapons gripped by her arms and 8 spider legs hammered violently toward Lu Ming at the moment when his old force had yet to fade and his new force had not yet been born. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, but within his heart there was no panic. The solar scripture rotated, moving his body into a series of dodges and shifts. The martial artist's basic 312 forms was not merely a method of exerting force, its content was all-encompassing. Body movements, saber techniques, fist techniques, and so on. Lu Ming's slash had looked like a full-force swing, but in truth he had held back at least 40% of his strength, leaving ample room to alter his move and dodge. At that hair-trigger moment, he left dozens of afterimages in place and widened the distance from Imu. Uft. At the same time, the sound of flesh tearing echoed from dozens of directions, simultaneously, blood splattering everywhere and dying all around Crimson. Satan's physical form was nearly torn completely apart, with not a single intact patch to be found anywhere on his body, held together only by a few strands of connective tissue. How on earth did he evade Imu's attack? That single thought was all that occupied Imu's mind as his eyes locked onto Lu Ming in utter disbelief. So consumed was he with shock that he didn't even notice Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido preparing to deal the fatal blow to Satan's broken form. Swish, swish, swish. Satan's body split into several chunks and fell to the ground, and Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido each ceased their attacks in succession. Huff, huff. Lu Ming panted heavily, blood continuously dripping from his chest and fingertips. He had not fully evaded Imu's earlier strike, bearing dozens of wounds across his body. That weapon forged from dark energy condensed through the grimoire not only far exceeded the power of the famed 16 supreme grade swords, but also compressed a massive amount of haki. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. With the unique properties of his innate true chi and the enhancements granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit, he would recover swiftly, leaving even no scars behind. That guy isn't dead, yet keep attacking. Seeing Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido halt their assault, he quickly called out. What? Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido could hardly believe their eyes, turning in unison to gaze at Satan shattered into fragments by their blows. Noticing the signs of Imu's possession upon his form, they watched in horror as scattered bone fragments across the ground began gathering and fusing back together, Satan on the verge of reviving. The trio quickly resumed their assault, but at that precise moment, 4 pitch-black magic circles materialized around Satan. Black lightning rained down from the heavens, causing all of God Valley to tremble violently, as though the lid of hell itself had been thrown open, a truly terrifying sight. 4 figures burst forth from the magic circles, intercepting Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido's renewed assault. None other than the remaining 4 among the 5 elders, Nashujin, Biwayalai, and Matsi. They had already transformed into their beast forms. Baiti's sandworm form, Walyalai's great boar form, and Matsi's Zauten form surged toward Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido. Nashujin had transformed into a skeletal centaur, becoming a black streak as he lunged straight for Lu Ming's neck, the first-generation Onajirai gleaming with cold light in his grasp. Come then, you think I fear you? Lu Ming's eyes burned crimson, the battle having long since unleashed his savagery. Scarlet Empress blazed with crimson light as innate true chi coursed through it. Rather than advancing, he stepped back, meeting Nashujin head-on. The 2 swords collided with devastating force, shockwaves radiating outward and demolishing everything in their path. Lu Ming's combat mastery and footwork were terrifying in their precision. Scarlet Empress moved through his hands with the fluidity of an extension of his own arm, each strike landing with frightening speed, while a fierce yang-infused energy radiated from his body. What formidable swordsmanship! Nashujin roared, refusing to yield an inch. His right hand tightened around the first-generation Onajirai, as chilling Yomi's malevolent aura spiraled around the blade, manifesting into countless sword strokes, resembling hell itself, descending upon the mortal realm, surrounding Lu Ming completely, as if attempting to freeze all existence. The ultimate yang-infused solar blade energy and the chilling cold of Yomi collided, sparks erupting in every direction as the ringing of steel reverberated endlessly. Such tremendous power, such a bizarre energy. It actually counters my Yomi's chilling aura. Nashujin felt a chill of dread, struggling to maintain his grip on the first-generation Onajirai, as the sheer force threatened to wrench the blade from his grasp. The power contained within Scarlet Empress far exceeded his expectations, and that scorching energy dissipated his Yomi's chilling aura entirely, leaving no effect whatsoever on Lu Ming himself. After merely seconds of engagement, he realized he would struggle to defeat this youth, far too young and skilled, for any considerable length of time. Ha ha ha, is that all? Lu Ming sneered at Nashujin. The moment he sensed his solar true chi countered his opponent, innate true chi transmuted into a protective aura around his body. Focusing entirely on offense, Scarlet Empress tore through the air with such ferocity that countless sparks ignited from friction, ultimately manifesting as a blazing blade of fire that he swung downward with devastating force. Incredible speed. Unimaginably fast. A crimson flame slash exploded outward with unimaginable ferocity, like an unstoppable blaze. A skeletal arm was severed and launched through the air. Before it even touched the ground, crimson fire engulfed it, reducing it to ash mid-flight. HNN. Despite losing an arm, Nashujin acted as though nothing had happened, merely emitting a grunt. His horse-like front hooves shot forward like twin spears aiming directly for Lu Ming's heart and sword hand. The attack was impossibly swift, yet completely silent. Had Lu Ming not possessed extraordinary senses, a perceptive ability akin to divine sense, and his observation haki, pushed to its limits, he might never have detected it. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Scarlet Empress seemed to awaken, splitting into 3 segments that carved mysterious arcs through the air like 3 jade dragons. Ting, ting, ting. 3 crystalline rings echoed nearly simultaneously. 2 blades precisely intercepted the hooves mid-strike, while the final segment, its edge roaring with tongues of flame, arrived just in time to deflect Nashujin's most lethal onigiri strike. The exquisite precision of the blade techniques darkened Nashujin's expression further. He had believed the previous maneuvers represented Lu Ming's ceiling, never imagining that infused with this other power his swordplay could shift with such devastating refinement. Tang! Tang! As their clash continued relentlessly, the tide on the adjacent battlefield suddenly reversed. Emu-possessed Satan had silently regenerated to full strength, and seizing the moment when Walyalai Biki and Matsi were occupied engaging Rock's Whitebeard and Kaido, he launched a surprise attack. Devil Pact. Black Reversal Domination. A pitch-black, contractual magic circle materialized beneath Rock's feet. Caught off guard, he was ensnared, his body sinking into the array. Then, as though a go board were flipped, Rock's was inverted into the earth and emerged from below as a different Rock's entirely. The newly manifested Rock's possessed eyes burning crimson, massive fangs protruding from his mouth, goat horns crowning his head, and bat-like wings sprouting from his back, while gripping a pitch-black longsword. Clearly a demon. Roar! The moment the demonic Rock's appeared, he unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki that sent everything nearby flying, including Whitebeard and Kaido beside him. Both men spat blood, their eyes rolling white as consciousness fled before crashing violently hundreds of meters away. This haki surpasses Rock's previous strength by more than double. Lu Ming felt as though a great hammer had struck his skull, forcing him to revert from beast form to human. Planting Scarlet Empress deeply into the ground, he barely maintained his footing. Looking toward the distant Rocks, now slaughtering anyone in his path, his heart raced with alarm. As for the remaining 4 celestial stars, Nashujin, Walyalai Biki, and Matsi, the moment the demonic Rocks unleashed his conqueror's haki, they transformed into 4 black streaks and vanished from God Valley, presumably retreating to the Power Realm. Only Satan, who had arrived by ship to this island, remained. The emu consciousness that had possessed him was likewise repelled back to its host by the conqueror's haki, and all signs of demonic transformation upon his body had completely vanished. Without Yim's control, the demonic Rocks lost all restraint, becoming a beast of pure slaughter that ruthlessly destroyed everything around it. Whether Navy soldiers, pirates, government agents, slaves, or celestial dragons, all were slain in a single strike by its blade as blood drenched the entirety of God Valley. 2 figures rushed forward from the distance, wielding iron fists, and intercepted Ace, who was consumed only by slaughter and destruction. So that was why Garp and Roger joined forces. Witnessing the current state of Rocks, Lu Ming finally understood why in the original storyline Roger had allied with Garp to slay him. Given Rock's present condition, if left unchecked, he would bring catastrophe upon this world, especially since his targets included members of Roger's pirate crew. Neither Garp nor Roger would ever tolerate such an outcome. Even so, whenever Roger seized an opportunity, he deliberately steered Rocks toward the celestial dragons, causing the majority of them to fall during the chaos. It's time I departed anyway. These 2 should be capable of defeating Rocks in his current state. Watching the battle between Rocks and the combined efforts of Garp and Roger, Lu Ming made his decision without hesitation. Ignoring the distant figures of Kaido and Whitebeard, who had already regained consciousness, he activated his fruit ability. His form shifted midair, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into an azure dragon spanning 200 meters. Upon assuming his dragon form, Lu Ming drew in a deep breath, his long neck arching skyward as primordial chi converged within his body. An intense radiance erupted from his massive chest cavity, resembling a swallowed sun. The next moment, a torrent of energy searing enough to warp the very air blasted from his maw. Thermal breath. The scorching draconian breath surged forth like a concentrated beam, relentlessly sweeping toward the distant gathering of world government agents. That was where the world government agents had amassed, and where the celestial dragons had convened as well. Wherever the beam passed, the earth split open into an abyssal chasm, solid ground instantaneously melting into crimson lava. Even the twin iconic peaks of God Valley were torn asunder, their crests parted like a middle division. Countless celestial dragons and world government personnel perished or were wounded beyond reckoning. You too can continue your fight. I'm leaving now. Satisfied with the devastation, Lu Ming's colossal dragon head bore an expression of approval. Then, without looking back, he clutched the flame cloud and sped away from God Valley. Simultaneously, his observational haki and divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings, searching for traces of Wind Dog. As he approached the eastern coast, the dragon head paused slightly. A flame cloud bearing the unconscious Wind Dog and Shamrock materialized beside Lu Ming, continuing onward toward the outside world. Boom! Half a day later, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through God Valley, and the entire island began sinking into the sea. Thus ended the legend of Rox, the king of the world. Covered in wounds, Garp stood aboard his warship, gazing at what remained of God Valley, a few jagged reefs. His heart was filled with profound confusion, not because the valley had been destroyed to sink rocks to the ocean floor. Rather, it was because of what transpired within God Valley. That day, the celestial dragons and world government forces slaughtered civilians without restraint, and the Navy not only failed to intervene, but actively aided them. The thought of Lu Ming, Whitebeard, Kaido, Roger, and the others weighed heavily on his mind. In his eyes, their threat was no less than Rox. Perhaps even greater, given how their influence was scattered across the world rather than concentrated in one location. Meanwhile, among Rox's former subordinate commanders, all except Whitebeard displayed no sorrow. Instead, they laughed with relief. From this day forward, the sky was vast enough for birds to soar, and the seas wide enough for fish to swim. The new era belonged to them. Unaware that Garp had already marked him as a liability, Lu Ming passed through the waters where Haiyan Island once lay. Now there was nothing left but turbulent seas. Fortunately, I foresaw this. Lu Ming felt a pang of relief. If he hadn't relocated Aunt Martha and the others, they would likely have become food for sea kings by now. 2 hours later, Lu Ming spotted in the distance a towering lush tree standing at the island's center, its canopy spreading nearly as wide as the land beneath it. I'll rest here. Lu Ming had a strange sense of familiarity with this place, though he couldn't quite place it. To avoid alarming the islanders, Lu Ming reverted to human form mid-flight, channeling his primordial chi beneath his feet to glide gently toward the island's interior. O'Hara. No wonder it felt familiar. Walking through O'Hara's streets, surrounded by the scholarly atmosphere, Lu Ming held skewers in hand as memories surfaced. This was the island of scholars. Wind Dog carried Shamrock on its back, curiously surveying its surroundings as they followed alongside. As Robin's homeland and a renowned archaeological sanctuary in the pirate world, Lu Ming retained faint impressions from his past life, particularly the impelled down arc, which had moved him to tears. After exploring the island, Lu Ming found the locals generally amiable. He decided to settle temporarily, renting a house on the island's edge to familiarize himself with the azure dragon fruit and the 3 types of haki. As one of the most supreme devil fruits, the azure dragon fruit commanded the powers of fire, wind, and lightning. During his earlier battle with Satan, Lu Ming had barely managed to wield the fire attribute strength. He was still far from reaching Kaido's level of coating weapons with elemental attacks. Meanwhile, the 3 haki types held boundless potential in Lu Ming's eyes, a power born of mental will. It closely mirrored the will's secret techniques of his cultivation. World conquerors haki corresponded to will's dominance, armament haki to will's fortification, and observation haki to will's heavenly projection. Compared to the secret techniques of will, however, the 3 haki types barely scratched the surface of their true potential. They were crude, simplistic applications of mental force. Yet even in their rawness, they represented the power of consciousness teeming with untapped possibilities. It was simply that the inhabitants of this pirate world had reached their ceiling. Those capable of splitting mountains and severing seas had already achieved what was considered the absolute limit. But in Lu Ming's hands, everything changed. Blessed with a lottery system, his potential far exceeded any native of this world. The three hockey types would grow exponentially stronger as his abilities advanced. That was a concern for later, though. For now, his priority was mastering the advanced applications of Future Sight Ryuko and Conqueror's Hockey Infusion, then exploring even greater possibilities. Reclining in a lounge chair before his door, Lu Ming reviewed the God Valley battle, particularly analyzing Yim's abilities. Yim's power is genuinely inexplicable. Even rocks showed little resistance once affected. How can I guard against it? Perhaps the world government's fear of the Nika fruit stems not from its inherent abilities, but because the fruit itself can resist, or even reverse, Yim's influence. This speculation held merit. In Lu Ming's view, the Azure Dragon Buddha Quake Paw and Rumble fruits were each equally formidable, not inferior to the Nika fruit. The reason Kaido lost to Luffy was not merely that the succession of battles had drained a great deal of his stamina, but also that he had no understanding of the Nika fruit's powers. That was ultimately why he was defeated. If he had known the Nika fruit's abilities in advance, even if that ability was a comical one, it would still have been more than possible for him to remain undefeated. Aside from its subtle ability to unconsciously draw people in and unite them, the greatest reason the world government dreaded the Nika fruit was likely that it countered Imu's power. It seems my cultivation plan has to change. Comprehending laws must also be brought to the forefront. I must strive to comprehend a domain when I break through to the planetary level. If I do, I should be able to ignore Imu's bizarre abilities. In the past, aside from polishing his movement arts and techniques, Lu Ming had spent all his remaining time raising his cultivation base. After all, he believed the true path was to elevate his cultivation until he could crush everyone else in the world. Moreover, once above the planetary level, comprehending laws became extremely difficult, so Lu Ming had made raising his cultivation his top priority. But now that he had witnessed Imu's uncanny ability, he felt it safer to first master the power of his domain. 3 days later, on the east coast of O'Hara, Lu Ming sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder with the windspeed dog lying beside him. Man and dog faced the sea in cultivation, while his innate true chi blazing hot as a scorching sun cycled through the macrocosmic and microcosmic circulations within his body. The macrocosmic circulation absorbed the energy wandering in the outside world, while the microcosmic circulation used innate true chi to temper the body and nourish the soul. This was the dual cultivation of nature and vitality. It is just as I guessed. The Azure Dragon fruit has tripled my genetic multiplier, saving me countless steps of gene optimization and greatly accelerating my cultivation speed. What originally would have required more than a decade to break through to the planetary level, I now feel I can achieve in 5 years. 5 years was not really long after all. One had to remember that this was not the Swallowed Star world, but the pirate world. There were no cultivation-assisting resources such as spiritual plants would sprout crystals or violet light, due to help one break through. One could only grind away slowly bit by bit. Moreover, what circulated within him was innate true chi rather than genetic energy, and there was a certain difference between the two. Cultivation was not simply a matter of absorbing external energy to increase the energy inside the body. One also had to constantly nourish the soul, temper the physical frame, widen the meridians, and deepen the dantian before one could advance. Without lucky encounters and resources, one could only grind away patiently, so naturally the pace was slow. Otherwise, in the early period of Earth in the Swallowed Star world, there would not have been so few planetary-level martial artists. It was because the Earthling bloodline was only 10th class, and there were no resources to be had. Hong and Thunder God had progressed so rapidly simply because their mental realms were far too high. In the distant grass, a white-haired girl was holding a wanted poster and comparing it with the young man on the boulder. After 1 or 2 glances, the girl hastily covered her mouth to keep herself from gasping. Waves of shock surged in her heart, and she could hardly believe her eyes. It really is Azure Dragon Lu Ming. Why is he in O'Hara? No, I must tell Dr. Clover and the others. With that, she turned around to run, but the moment she raised her head, she felt as though she had slammed into a rock and landed hard on the ground. Oh, it's you. I thought you were someone from the world government. Observing the young woman before him, who looked exactly like the cunning woman in his memory, Lu Ming guessed who she was. Nico Alvia, the future mother of Robin. When did he get behind me? It's over. I'm going to be killed. Alvia covered her head with one hand and her mouth with the other, staring at Lu Ming in terror, not daring to let out a single breath. Ignoring Alvia, who was almost scared out of her wits, Lu Ming stretched out a hand and drew the wanted poster over to him. The picture on it was of Lu Ming in his half-beast form holding the Crimson Empress aloft. So it's my wanted poster. Azure Dragon Lu Ming, a man guilty of monstrous crimes, having slaughtered more than 10,000 residents of God Valley. Bounty 3. 5 billion berries, dead or alive. Huh. After reading it, Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. How typical of the world government. They accused us of wiping out God Valley while washing their own hands clean. They really are masters at twisting black into white. He had indeed killed many people, but all of them had been celestial dragons. He did not even know how many celestial dragons that final blow had slain. By the way, do you have any other wanted posters or newspapers about God Valley? Lu Ming looked down at Alvia, wanting to understand exactly how the world government had reported it. Yes, I have all of them. Alvia answered hurriedly, afraid that if she was even a moment too slow, Lu Ming would kill her. After all, this was the god of slaughter who had killed more than 10,000 people at God Valley. She immediately took out the rest of the wanted posters and a newspaper from her backpack. After receiving the newspaper and the wanted posters, Lu Ming lowered his head and read attentively. The newspaper turned the truth upside down. It recounted in full how brutal and blood-soaked Lu Ming, Roger, and the Rocks pirates had been, how they had destroyed God Valley, and how Garp had overcome countless difficulties and dangers to defeat Rocks and protect the celestial dragons on the island, earning him the title of hero. Yet when it came to the true reason behind God Valley's destruction, the human hunting game, there was not even a single word. The remaining posters were for Whitebeard, Roger, and the others. None of them had a bounty of less than 3 billion berries, and all were labeled dead or alive. Forget it. I had predicted this anyway. Lu Ming shook his head. A flash of fire flickered in his hand, and the wanted posters and newspaper were turned to ashes. Mr. Lu Ming, may I leave now? Alvia asked sheepishly, making a small gesture to leave with her right hand. Seeing Lu Ming nod, she finally ran off carefully toward the Tree of Knowledge. Watching that graceful silhouette leave, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. With a flicker of movement, he arrived at the seaside, drew out the Crimson Empress, and began practicing his blade work and movement techniques. As for Shamrock, Lu Ming had specially hired a maid to look after him. He had not had a child in either of his 2 lifetimes, and had no experience caring for one, so he had to let a professional handle it. After perfection-level blade arts and flawless-level movement arts came the artistic conception level. To reach this state, one had to comprehend an artistic conception of one's own. The Swallowed Star novel had not described this realm in much detail, but it was the best stage for laying a solid foundation. Although he was uncertain whether the laws and rules of the pirate world differed from those of the Swallowed Star world, he still planned to choose between the 5 elements and wind and thunder. For no other reason than that paths of this kind were proven and had templates one could follow. The solar true scripture he had created was supremely young, firm, and fierce, blazing like fire. Moreover, the Azure Dragon fruit itself granted the power to wield flames, so comprehending the fire artistic conception was the best choice. Later he could naturally follow it by comprehending the fire law. It so happened that when he had smashed Saturn with the Crimson Empress, he had vaguely felt a hint of an erupting flame. Therefore, aside from familiarizing himself with the Azure Dragon fruit and the 3 hockey colors, he had spent all his remaining time in this period trying to recapture that feeling. Another 6 months slipped by and the seas had fallen into utter chaos, especially in the New World, where great battles erupted every 7 days and minor skirmishes every 3. With Rocks dead, the vast majority of pirates believed their moment of glory had finally arrived, seizing islands left and right to proclaim themselves kings. Yet their triumph was short-lived. The former commanders of the Rocks pirates struck back with savage force. Most notably, Gold Lion Shiki, rallying his old subordinates, established the Flying Pirates and crowned himself admiral. Like a thunderbolt, he swept across most of the islands in the first half of the New World. Those who followed him thrived, while those who resisted perished. In no time, the Flying Pirates' reputation skyrocketed. Shiki's forces swelled to over 20,000 men, surpassing even the original Rocks pirates in number, and among his ranks were no shortage of formidable fighters. They became the strongest pirate crew in the New World. On the other side, Whitebeard refused to be outdone. He founded the Whitebeard Pirates, and driven by the dream he had always cherished, he made his homeland the center of his endeavors, adopting sons and daughters wherever he went. His crew gradually expanded and began to spread outward in every direction. Charlotte Lean, just as in the original timeline, seized the Tato land seas and established the Big Moan pirates, claiming islands as her own domain. As for the Roger pirates, little was heard of them. Ming suspected they were searching for the poneglyphs while also looking after their child. Naturally, he too was raising a child. Besides hiring a nanny to care for Sherlock, now called Sherlock, he also spent time with the boy every day. Fortunately, the chaos was largely confined to the New World, and the Grand Line never spilling into the Four Blues. Thus, Ming continued to live a leisurely and contented life. As a modern person, he quite enjoyed this tranquility, devoting himself wholeheartedly to mastering the Azure Dragon fruit and the 3 colors of hockey. Of course, it would have been even better if no one disturbed him. Sigh. Ming let out a long, weary sigh. He set down the Crimson Queen, walked over to return the gravity regulator to its normal setting, and then opened the door to face the white-haired young woman standing at the entrance. Helplessly, he said, "Alvia, why do you keep coming to see me instead of going off to study your archaeology? I finished all that material ages ago. Dr. Clover and the others won't let me research the poneglyphs, so I've got nothing else to do but come pester you." Alvia declared, her hands clasped behind her back as she leaned forward with a bright smile. Peering past him into the room, she spotted the Arcanine dozing in the corner. With a firm shove, she pushed Ming aside and bounded inside, diving straight onto the Pokémon. Alvia might not be as brilliant as Robin, but she was undoubtedly a genius in her own right, with an astonishing capacity for learning. It was only natural that she had already mastered all of O'Hara's accumulated knowledge. So that's it. She really only comes for the Arcanine. Ming muttered with a hint of jealousy, pursing his lips. The Arcanine's fluffy fur and majestic appearance made it irresistible not only to men, but to women as well. The truth was that whenever Alvia visited, aside from satisfying her curiosity about the Sky Islands and Fishman Island, he had mentioned she was essentially there just to pet the dog. Feeling the extra weight on its back, the Arcanine lazily cracked open one eye. Seeing a familiar figure, it simply flopped back down and let the girl knead and tousle its fluffy coat, wearing an utterly languid expression. It genuinely enjoyed being stroked by others, so it didn't mind Alvia's impetuous behavior in the least. Ming shook his head helplessly at the sight, a wave of regret washing over him. Ever since Alvia had returned home last time, the old scholars of the Tree of Omniscience had learned of his existence. After meeting him and confirming that he was no villain, they allowed him to stay on O'Hara, then went back to their research on the poneglyphs. But Alvia had grown genuinely curious about Ming, pressing him with questions about the world beyond O'Hara, especially those strange and wondrous places. Although Ming had never left Swallow Island, his past life watching anime had given him considerable insight into this world. So he told Alvia all about the Sky Islands, Fishman Island, Zoe, and many other lands, which kindled her fascination completely. From that day on, she could not stop coming back to visit. "Hey, Ming." After petting the Arcanine for a while, Alvia suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That Sky Island you mentioned last time, does it really exist? And the legend of the Golden City? Is there really a poneglyph there?" "Of course the Sky Islands exist, and there truly is a poneglyph up there. If you don't believe me, why not set sail and see for yourself?" Ming said, a note of irritation creeping into his voice. He was growing impatient with the question, for Alvia had already asked it several times. Why was she still going on about it? Alvia knew she had tried his patience, so she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, then turned back to bury herself in the Arcanine's fur like an infatuated girl, so soft, so comfortable. Ming curled his lip in disdain and hastily shut his eyes, turning his focus to cultivation. Yet the Arcanine was thoroughly enjoying itself. As the sole Pokémon in this world of pirates, it often felt profoundly lonely. Ming spent most of his time training, and even when they were together, cultivation took precedence, leaving little room for play. So when Alvia arrived, the Arcanine was genuinely overjoyed. Finally, someone was willing to romp and play with it. Another advantage of Alvia's visits was that she could help keep an eye on Shamrock, now called Sherlock. At the age of 1.5, the boy could already walk on his own and speak with clear enunciation, frequently chasing after Lu Ming while calling him daddy. His disciplined training routine began anew. In the mornings, Lu Ming practiced his swordsmanship and contemplated the sword intent. In the afternoons, he trained hockey and his devil fruit abilities. At night, he devoted himself to cultivation. Whenever he had spare time, he would play with Arcanine and Sherlock or tease Alvia to relax. Occasionally, he would deal with any unfortunate Marines or pirates who had the audacity to show up. The entire sea seemed to have utterly forgotten a man named Lu Ming. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9 spirit pearls. The illusory light screen silently dispersed above, and 9 pearls shimmering with an emerald radiance descended from the sky, landing soundlessly upon the bed. 9 spirit pearls. That name sounds like some kind of magic treasure. A flicker of interest stirred within Lu Ming as he recalled the words on the screen. He stretched out his hand and gathered the 9 pearls into his palm. In that instant, a strange energy surged into his body like a warm current racing through every limb and bone, reaching even the depths of his very soul. It was comfort, unprecedented comfort. Nourished by this energy, Lu Ming felt a clarity in his mind unlike anything before, his thoughts purified, as if washed clean. It really is a magic treasure. Overjoyed, he promptly drew out a small knife. He condensed innate true chi at his fingertip, that scorching fire-like energy which nevertheless teemed with vitality, and let it flow along the blade's edge before making a clean cut across his fingertip. Crimson blood dripped evenly onto the 9 emerald pearls, blood bonding. Yet the imagined scene of the blood being absorbed never came. Blood bonding doesn't work. Then let me try the innate true chi. His mind racing, Lu Ming channeled that blazing yet life-bearing innate true chi, pouring it endlessly into the string of pearls in his palm. But the pearls remained as still as stone, utterly unresponsive. Refusing to admit defeat, he summoned his psychic energy and attempted to communicate with them, only for it to vanish like a stone thrown into the sea. Blood binding failed. True chi refinement yielded nothing. Spiritual power showed no response whatsoever. What on earth is this thing? A wave of intense frustration surged within Lu Ming's heart, and he nearly wanted to hurl those 9 pearls far away. Yet the pearls continuously exuded a warm, nurturing vitality from within, gently enveloping his body and soothing his soul. Their profound mystery was self-evident. He could only suppress his irritation and grudgingly stowed the 9 emerald green pearls into his storage ring against his chest. He would study them slowly over time, and eventually he would unravel their secrets. Having drawn an unfamiliar item, Lu Ming's desire to cultivate faded entirely. It had been a year since he arrived at O'Hara, and the time had come to depart and venture across the seas. He longed to behold the landscapes of Skypiea, Fishman Island, and Zoe. Although Shaq was still young, Windfur could protect him. As long as he avoided dangerous places, he should be fine. Moreover, Lu Ming only sought to roam the seas with no intention of provoking trouble. Surely not many fools would dare cross him. Lu Ming had initially considered finding a family on O'Hara to adopt Shaq. Yet considering the boy's celestial dragon heritage, discovery could bring catastrophic ruin upon O'Hara itself. After much deliberation, he decided to take him along and treat him as his own son. At O'Hara's dock, an exquisite 3-masted sailing vessel rested upon the sea. It was roughly the same size as the Mary Go, the original ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. The deck featured artificial turf, the prow bore an intricately carved dragon head, and the sails displayed a vivid azure dragon coiled around a massive character for martial arts. Lu Ming had commissioned this vessel from the island's master shipwright at a staggering cost of 30 million berries, consuming nearly 1/5 of the treasures he had plundered from God Valley. It could sail by wind alone, yet within its hull lay a boiler and an electric motor capable of harnessing fire and lightning to power its paddle wheels when necessary. The moment Lu Ming stepped aboard, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from within the cabin. Frowning, he entered and followed the trace until he discovered a white-haired girl hiding in the boiler room. Nico Alvia. I knew exactly where you were. With those words, Lu Ming seized the white-haired girl by her collar and hoisted her into the air. Like grasping destiny by the nape, Alvia flailed and squirmed like a cat attempting to break free from his grip. Alas, her struggles proved utterly futile. Simultaneously, she cried out incessantly, "Lu Ming, let me go. I want to sail with you." Smack! Lu Ming flicked his finger and struck Alvia's head, scolding irritably, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly possess the strength to sail alongside me? My enemies are the world government, the marine admirals, the legendary pirates who dominate the new world. They are far from those third-rate scoundrels who foolishly raided O'Hara before." Hearing this, Alvia's eyes dimmed slightly. A year of living together had given her some understanding of Lu Ming's capabilities. Additionally, several pirate crews had indeed dared to attack O'Hara only to have their wealth stripped and their lives taken with a single slash. She now comprehended just how terrifyingly strong Lu Ming was. Moreover, you have family mentors and even a handsome suitor here on O'Hara. Can you truly abandon all of that? Lu Ming's words continued. Honestly, Alvia was strikingly beautiful, quite resembling a white-haired robin, and he found himself tempted. Yet her strength was far too weak. Wielding a pistol might suffice for roaming the four seas, but once entering the Grand Line or the New World, such power would merely court death. His situation differed from the Straw Hat Pirates, whose members survived through sheer heaven-defying luck that shielded ordinary individuals like Nami. Besides, Nami was no pushover. In later years, equipped with the new Climatact and Zeus, she retained considerable self-defense capabilities. Alvia fell silent. Just as Lu Ming prepared to set her down, she suddenly spoke. "But you cannot protect me forever, can you? Besides, Winford's strength is quite considerable, is it not? I will work diligently to strengthen my own abilities. I absolutely will not become a burden to you. I beg you." With those words, she clasped her hands together and gazed at Lu Ming through teary eyes. Witnessing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He thought to himself, "I cannot resist," and felt a sudden urge to take Alvia right there. Yet thinking of the enemies he might face in the future, possibly even Emu, the hidden king of the world, he felt a headache coming on. He spoke in a deep tone. "Alvia, let me make myself perfectly clear. I may not be able to protect you. Furthermore, I am no good man. One day, I might devour you, and I would not take any responsibility for it. I am not afraid." Alvia's lovely face flushed crimson instantly. Her voice emerged like a mosquito's whisper, yet her gaze was resolute. She desired to board not only to travel the world with Lu Ming and collect the poneglyphs, but because she wished to be by his side. Lu Ming silently stared at Alvia's flushed face for a long moment. Finally, he let out a weary sigh and set her down on the deck. "Very well. Since this is how you feel, come along with me." "Wonderful." Alvia threw herself into Lu Ming's embrace and cried out with joy. The Azure Dragon set sail from O'Hara. Never mind. If I remain careful, I should be able to protect her. Leaning against the cabin doorway with a bottle of sake in his mouth, Lu Ming gazed at the scene with a complex expression. Suddenly, as though struck by a thought, he retrieved a box from his spatial ring. Within lay a green pineapple. Strangely, its crown resembled feathers wreathed in cyan flames. Precisely the phoenix fruit that Marco would one day consume. This fruit was among the treasures he had stored in one of 4 chests. The other 3 consisted of the spark fruit, the hormone fruit, and the Inu Nomi model Cerberus. Each could be described as a top-tier devil fruit. Among them, the Phoenix Hormone and Cerberus fruits were the finest of the finest. Setting aside the fact that both the Phoenix and Cerberus were top-tier mythical zoans, Lu Ming believed the hormone fruit alone held immense developmental potential. Hormones are chemical substances secreted by endocrine glands and cells. They serve as vital messengers for maintaining homeostasis and adapting to external changes. Through circulation and bodily fluids, they act upon target cells and tissues, regulating metabolism, growth and development, reproduction, emotions, and numerous other physiological functions. With proper development, its power would surely rival the Gura no Mi. Alvia, eat this. This is a devil fruit. A phoenix fruit. Alvia reached out and accepted it, her expression tinged with surprise. Clearly, she too understood the magnitude of this fruit's power. Eat it quickly. At minimum, it will grant you some ability to defend yourself. Though feeding the phoenix fruit to Alvia might prove somewhat wasteful, and she may never unleash its full potential, Its survival capabilities were extraordinary. She could fly, and even if her heart or brain were destroyed, she could recover as long as she did not die on the spot. Except for hockey seastone and seawater, it possessed virtually no weaknesses. With a bit of additional training on her part, she would not become a burden in the future. Perhaps she might even prove to be a valuable ally. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Inside the conference room, the Marines' high-ranking officers gathered. Gentlemen, according to our agents in the West Blue Azure Dragon, Ming has finally set sail again after spending a year on O'Hara. His heading is Reverse Mountain. Presumably he intends to enter the Grand Line. Colonel Sylvie stood in front of the display board reporting the latest intelligence to the assembled Marine brass. Pinned to the board were Ming's wanted poster, some basic information, and his route chart. Kong sat in the seat of honor, chin resting on both hands, looking grim. He swept his gaze across the assembled Marine leaders, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, Tsuru, and the others, then spoke slowly. Although Azure Dragon Ming is from Haiyan Island in the West Blue, his origins are unknown. According to investigators, Ming appeared suddenly on Haiyan Island as a baby and was raised by the islanders. He loved training from a young age and dreamed of becoming the strongest man in the world. He possesses all three types of haki. A year ago, through a message sent by slaves inside God Valley, he evacuated all the residents of Haiyan Island, then charged into God Valley alone. There he killed more than 100 celestial dragons, seized the Azure Dragon fruit, and crossed blows with Charlotte Lean Saint Saturn of the Five Elders and Saint Garling of the Holy Knights. His strength is in no way inferior to the likes of Roger or Whitebeard. Now that he has set sail again, he must have fully mastered the Azure Dragon fruit and grown even stronger. It is very likely that he will join the fight for supremacy in the New World. But the New World is already chaotic enough. The remnants of the Rocks pirates are frantically seizing territory, while Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lean, Kaido, Wang, Ji John, and others have all suddenly risen as new powers. The Marines have few bases left in the New World. If Ming reaches the New World, it will only make the pirate forces there even larger and harder to deal with. Although the pirates fought among themselves, that was only when neither the Marines nor the world government was present. Whenever the Marines and the world government appeared, the pirates would unite against them. So no matter what, Kong did not want another king to emerge in the New World. Hearing this, Sengoku wore a serious expression and raised an objection. Fleet Admiral Ming's going to the New World might not necessarily be a bad thing. Based on the intelligence we've gathered and the fact that he warned the residents of Haiyan Island to evacuate in advance, he doesn't seem to be a man without a bottom line. A man like that reaching the New World may not be able to restrain pirates like Golden Lion, but at least he can make life a little better for ordinary people there. Tsuru, now the chief of staff, quickly added, I agree with Admiral Sengoku on this point. Tsuru knew all too well that numbers meant nothing against a powerhouse like Ming. Only those with truly comparable strength could contend with him. At present, Marine Headquarters had only 3 people of sufficient strength: Kong, Sengoku, and Garp. Any other Marine who went up would simply be throwing his life away. Pop! Garp's snot bubble burst. Jolted awake, he said instinctively, Is the meeting over? At that, Kong's forehead bulged with veins and his fists clenched. He truly wanted to punch that willful, disobedient bastard. But ever since the God Valley incident a year ago, Garp's name as a hero had resounded across the entire sea. Not only had he become more willful with age, he also paid lip service to Kong's orders. His mind was set only on catching Roger. He ignored everything else, and Kong could no longer command him. Sigh. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Kong turned his gaze to Zephyr. Zephyr, I'll leave Ming to you. Keep an eye on him. Don't act rashly. With your current strength, you are no match for him. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. Zephyr, still a Vice Admiral, rose and saluted. Zephyr's strength is still a little lacking. Seeing this, Kong sighed quietly to himself. Marine Headquarters had originally had another admiral, but many years ago, after battling Rocks in the Holy Land, he eventually died of his injuries, leaving the Marines one elite combatant short. Zephyr's strength was not bad, but compared to top-tier experts like Ming, he still fell quite short. The West Blue, near the waters off Reverse Mountain. 990. Only 10 more to make 1,000. Keep going. On the deck of the Azure Dragon, Olvia, in a black tank top and black shorts, was doing push-ups. Lu Ming sat on her back, counting while also diverting a sliver of his mind into the 9-spirit pearl in his hand, attuning to the unique law of life it contained. After several days of study, Lu Ming finally recalled the 9-spirit pearl's origin. It was one of the 3 divine tokens of the overgod of life in the Panlong world. The 9-spirit pearl represented the law of life mastered by the overgod and could help one comprehend the law of life. The other 2 tokens were the Wutia crown, symbolizing the overgod's authority, and the Hongling crystal diamond, symbolizing vitality. To actually sit on a beautiful girl's back, this is simply unforgivable. 991. Gritting her teeth, Alvia's arms trembled as she pushed through another push-up. Smack! Lu Ming slapped her bottom and chuckled. This was your choice. Don't blame me. This made Alvia's cheeks flush. Her arms went weak, and she nearly collapsed onto the deck. She quickly pulled herself together, pressed her arms down, and barely managed not to fall. Just then, on the sea not far away, a huge 3-masted ship was speeding toward Reverse Mountain. The iron-jawed skull printed on its sail marked it as a pirate ship. Captain, there's a small ship off our port bow. It looks very refined. Let me have a look. Hearing his subordinates report, the captain raised his telescope and saw that there was only a man and a woman on the ship, apparently flirting. As a single man, rage flared in his heart. With a broad wave of his hand, he said, "Lads, get them. Snatch the woman back and cut the man into 1,000 pieces." Whoa, there's a beauty. It's been so long since we had a woman. The pirate underlings on board immediately grew excited. Steering the Iron Jaw toward the Azure Dragon, they prepared for a boarding action. But before they could even close within a few hundred meters, a crimson slash over 100 meters long shot out from the small ship, and their iron jaw was split in 2. "Help! I don't want to die. Captain, save me." The crew stared in terror at the man with the iron jaw. But the iron-jawed captain was in no mood to pay them any heed. His eyes bulged as he stared straight ahead, as if he had spotted some great horror. "AZ, Azure Dragon, Lu Ming." But unfortunately, before he could finish, 2 more slashes came shooting over, utterly destroying the iron jaw that had already been cut in half. Damn it, there really are too many scumbags on the sea. With an annoyed expression, Lu Ming put away the Crimson Empress, then changed to a smile and looked at the exhausted Alvia on the lawn. "Get up. We're continuing. Aren't there 1,000 squats still to go?" "I'm not getting up. What are you going to do about it?" Completely worn out, Alvia rolled over and lay spread-eagled on the deck, looking as if she were his for the taking. As she spoke, she gave Lu Ming a provocative look. Oh, what a fiery temper! Lu Ming felt deeply offended. Ever since she had boarded the ship, this brat had been growing increasingly disrespectful. Today he would make her understand once and for all who held the authority here. In a flash, he appeared before Orbia, placed her across his knees, and proceeded to deliver a vigorous spanking. "Admit defeat." "I won't." Slap, slap, slap. "Admit defeat." "I admit it. I admit it." Orbia fought back, tears rubbing her swollen backside as she struggled to her feet, shooting Lu Ming a bitterly resentful glare. "Since you've admitted defeat, why aren't you getting back to work?" Lu Ming, as if he had seen nothing, gave his command flatly. Orbia was absolutely livid. This insufferable man. A cyan-red flame erupted across her body, and before long it dissipated. Her aching muscles and swollen posterior had completely recovered. She then began performing squats on the deck, glaring daggers at Lu Ming with every repetition, as though she could devour him with her eyes alone. The revival fruit's recovery ability is truly formidable. Lu Ming mused inwardly. The fact that Orbia could complete over 1,000 push-ups within just a few days was largely attributable to the revival fruit. The blue flame lacked the destructive properties of ordinary fire and could not spread or ignite anything, yet it possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Though it could not restore physical stamina, it eliminated soreness and fatigue, allowing for continuous training. After training concluded, Orbia leaned against Windrunner to rest with Sherlock nestled snugly in her arms. As for why Sherlock was so affectionate toward Orbia, the reason was simple. After the maid was unable to board the ship, the task of caring for Sherlock fell upon Orbia. Having learned of Sherlock's origins, her maternal instincts overflowed, and she doted on him extraordinarily. Naturally, the two had grown remarkably close. The Azure Dragon soon entered Reverse Mountain. Gazing at the water flowing upward against the laws of nature, Lu Ming marveled at the wonders of the pirate world, such impossible phenomena actually existing. The ship rode the underwater current into the Grand Line. At Twin Capes, Lu Ming caught sight of the whale Laboon and polar bear Crocus. At this point in time, Crocus had not yet accepted the Roger Pirate's invitation. He remained silently by Laboon's side. After exchanging a brief greeting, the Azure Dragon headed toward the center passage, the very route the Straw Hat crew would later take. The reason for choosing this route was not familiarity or personal preference. With his strength, Lu Ming could have reached Sabati Archipelago, passed through Fishman Island, and entered the New World via any of the 7 paths. The outcome would have been the same. The true reason lay in the fact that this route contained the ancient island of Little Garden and the Sky Island. Lu Ming longed to see live dinosaurs and taste their flesh. If possible, he might catch a smaller one to keep as a companion for Windrunner. Their first stop was Cactus Island, Whiskey Peak, and Welcome Town. However, at this time, it was still known simply as Whiskey Town, though it was still plagued by a large number of bounty hunters. In truth, each of the 7 routes' first islands was infested with bounty hunters. The primary reason was that pirates newly entering the Grand Line generally lacked sufficient strength and experience, making them easy prey. This was especially true for those hailing from the East Blue and South Blue, who were particularly weak and easily captured. Every bounty hunter had memorized every wanted poster by heart. The moment they spotted Lu Ming, they immediately recognized him as the merciless killer from God Valley who had slaughtered tens of thousands with a bounty of 253 billion berries. Terrified, they scattered in all directions, keeping their distance. Lu Ming and Orbia entered a tavern. 1 glass of juice, 1 bottle of cider. After giving the order to the bartender, Lu Ming took his seat at the counter and scanned the now empty establishment. What a pity. Pity what? Pity that the bounty hunters recognized me. It's all because of this handsome face of mine. Orbia rolled her eyes and turned away, refusing to acknowledge the narcissist. Meanwhile, the bartender polishing glasses nearby broke into a cold sweat, secretly grateful that everyone had recognized the master and fled before his arrival, sparing him from the man's displeasure. Lu Ming naturally understood that the bartender served as an informant for the bounty hunters, but he did not care. As long as no one provoked him, he had no interest in causing trouble. Once the log pose completed its cycle, Lu Ming and Orbius set sail from Cactus Island, leaving behind the jubilant cheers of the bounty hunters, and headed toward Little Garden. We're about to see live dinosaurs. Lu Ming perched atop the dragon figurehead at the prow, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the massive island ahead. Orbia Windrunner, look. It's a real T-Rex. Triceratops. That's a Triceratops. Brachiosaurus, what a long neck. Orbia could only stare in disbelief as Lu Ming slid down the Brachiosaurus's neck like a child. This man was usually so mature. Why was he being so childish now? Sherlock, you must never grow up to be like your adoptive father. Holding Sherlock up to eye level, Orbia spoke with earnest gravity. Windrunner was overjoyed, darting through the forest and venting his boundless energy. What a magnificent raptor. Orbia, shall we catch one and keep it? Absolutely not. The Azure Dragon is already cramped. Where would you keep another pet? Seeing Lu Ming produce yet another raptor from somewhere and declare his intention to keep it aboard, Orbia refused without a moment's hesitation. Ridiculous. The only pet permitted on this ship was Windrunner. Fine. Lu Ming released the raptor with a dejected expression, but within moments upon spotting another unfamiliar dinosaur, his excitement returned in full. He charged forward and began playing with it, a sight that left Orbia simultaneously amused and exasperated. Witnessing the dinosaurs, Sherlock showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he eagerly wanted to join in the fun. However, under Orbia's watchful control, he could only sit obediently in her arms. And so Lu Ming spent the entire day playing throughout the ancient forest. Every unfamiliar creature caught his curiosity, and he would approach each one for a thorough inspection. The animals of Little Garden suffered accordingly, as Lu Ming thoroughly tormented them all. That night, beside the skeletal remains where Don Quicksoul resided, Lu Ming, Orbia, and Dunny Don meet and drank wine in conversation, while Windrunner gnawed on roasted ribs nearby. Ha ha ha, it's been far too long since we've had guests. Dunny drained an entire barrel of sake in one gulp and burst into hearty laughter. Giant uncle, have you truly been fighting your friend here for 65 years? Orbia regarded Dunny curiously. That goes without saying. Dunny declared proudly, his face alight with pride. Although my companion Bragi and I have forgotten the reason for our battle as warriors of Elbaf, we will never leave this island until a victor is decided. Respect. Truly respect. Lu Ming gazed at Dunny with genuine admiration. Orbia rolled her eyes, then turned to Dunny and asked, Giant uncle, I read in a book that Elbaf is extremely ancient. And so the QA session began, with Orbia posing questions and Dunny providing answers. As the oldest tribe in the world, Elbaf's history had never suffered a rupture, allowing Dunny to satisfactorily address many of Orbia's inquiries. The next day before dawn, Alvia holding Sherlock and Lu Ming were awakened by a tremendous roar. The two adults and the child hurried out of the cave and saw that the volcanic cluster not far away had already erupted, though on a modest scale confined to the vicinity of the volcanoes. Dori deftly picked up his long sword and shield and said to Lu Ming and Alvia, I'm going to duel. I'll be back soon. With that, he took great strides toward the center of the island, while from the other side charged another giant, heavy-bearded and resembling Zhang Fei, wielding a battle axe and a round shield. Bang! The axe against shield and sword against shield collided, producing a dull, heavy sound. An invisible shockwave rippled outward in all directions. The two giants, Dori and Bragi, wielded their swords, axes, and shields, relentlessly striking at each other's vital points. There was no trace of combat technique, only the experience accumulated through years of battle, simple, direct, and devastatingly powerful. As the shockwave hit, Alvia tightly grabbed Lu Ming beside her to steady herself and avoid being thrown off her feet. The next second, she felt herself lifted into the air. Before she could react, Lu Ming had brought her atop a Sea King skeleton. From here, the view was wide and clear, easily revealing every detail of the two giants' exchange. Is this what a giant's battle looks like? Alvia stared in astonishment at the fierce fighting between Dori and Bragi, hardly believing her eyes. Was this truly a battle between two sworn brothers? Several times she clearly saw Dori's sword nearly pierce Bragi's throat, or Bragi's axe blade hack at Dori's neck. Lu Ming watched with great relish, studying how the two giants used their haki. Compared to humans' armament haki techniques of coating and hardening, Dori and Bragi employed their armament haki through vibration and shockwave. In terms of defense, it might be slightly inferior, but in destructive power, it absolutely surpassed coating and hardening. He reached out his hand. The invisible haki gathered in his palm and began to vibrate in a steady rhythm. With a light flick of his finger, the shockwave condensed into a beam of finger energy that pierced a large tree not far away. Not bad. I'll have to try it on someone next time. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't used his innate true chi for this strike, yet the power was in no way lacking. The battle between Dori and Bragi continued. Both hailed from Elbaf and belonged to the same tribe. From childhood to adulthood, they had received basically the same training and fighting styles. Moreover, they had been fighting each other for 65 years, so they knew each other too well to land a decisive blow. Even with merely clumsy observation haki, the slightest shift in the other's expression or posture told them exactly what move was coming. Alvia had now recovered her composure. Turning to look at Lu Ming, who was watching with great interest, she asked curiously, Lu Ming, Dori and Bragi have bounties of only 100 million, and they're this strong. But your bounty is 53 billion berries, and your first wanted poster already carried that amount. So how strong are you? Lu Ming was powerful, this she knew, but she had never had a concrete concept of it. Now, seeing that two great pirates with 100 million bounties possessed such formidable combat power, wouldn't Lu Ming with a 5 billion bounty be 25 times stronger than Dori and Bragi? Seeing what Alvia was thinking and not wanting the girl to misunderstand, Lu Ming explained with a smile, strength can't be measured by bounty. In Dori and Bragi's era, berries hadn't inflated to today's levels. If they were around now, their bounties should be over 1 billion. Alvia nodded in realization. Oh, so that means you're 2 to 3 times stronger than Dori and Bragi. But Lu Ming's next answer left her stunned. Wrong. Lu Ming answered without hesitation, then explained, if Dori and Bragi are currently using their full strength, then by my estimate, I'm at least 50 times stronger than them. I have that much confidence, at least. At least 50 times. Alvia looked at Lu Ming in utter astonishment, finding it hard to imagine how such a small body could conceal such immense power. The latter, meanwhile, was leisurely cleaning his ear with an ear pick. Noticing the change in Alvia's expression, Lu Ming assumed she wanted to see his strength in action. He chuckled, "Then in a few days I'll fight Dory or Bragi, so you can see for yourself." With that, Alvia realized Lu Ming had misunderstood, but she still nodded. All right." The duel between Dory and Bragi lasted most of the day, continuing until both were exhausted and covered in wounds before finally coming to an end. Lu Ming didn't bother with the two giants. They would return once their strength recovered. The log pose on Little Garden would take a year to charge fully, so he intended to stay here for a while, training Alvia's abilities while learning the giant tribe's hockey techniques from Dory and Bragi. Moreover, with the volcanic cluster here, he could watch eruptions and ponder the essence of fire. Of course, he wouldn't stay a full year like on O'Hara, just a few months. As for log poses, there were plenty of fully charged ones left behind by the many pirate crews that had perished on Little Garden. Bringing Alvia, Windhound, and Sherlock to the vicinity of Little Garden's inland port, Lu Ming used the Crimson Empress to cut down some trees. He disliked living in caves, so he planned to build a wooden cabin here as a temporary resting place. One where he could both maintain the Azure Dragon and enjoy some privacy with Alvia. 3 days later, at the center of the island, Lu Ming, gripping the Crimson Empress, looked at Dory across from him with a broad smile. In the open space in the distance, Bragi and Alvia prepared to watch. "Dory, go for it. Show young Lu Ming what you've got." "Lu Ming, didn't you say you'd show me your strength?" Hearing Alvia's encouragement, a smile involuntarily crept onto Lu Ming's lips. Armament hockey slowly coated the blade of the Crimson Empress, turning it into a black sword. "Uncle Dory, are you ready?" "Come on, Lu Ming. For the honor of Elbaf, I will not lose." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Dory crouched slightly, holding his sword in one hand and his shield in the other, staring gravely at the small figure before him. He dared not make the slightest move. His instincts were screaming that this human before him was extremely dangerous. "Here I come." The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Ming vanished from where he stood and instantly appeared in midair 30 meters in front of Dory. Then he slashed downward, sending a 50-meter-long flying slash straight at Dory. The reason he stopped at 30 meters away was not that he couldn't reach Dory's side, but that he wanted to give Dory time to react. If Lu Ming actually appeared right in front of him, given Dory's size, even if he sensed the attack, he would have no time to respond and would be instantly killed with a single slash. Too fast. I can barely react. At the sudden appearance of Lu Ming, Dong Li's pupils contracted sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. The long sword in his hand trembled with an invisible wave as he swung it violently in a horizontal arc. Solar Saw. A golden wave like a serrated blade erupted from the long sword and surged toward the 50-meter colossal slash. Clang. A piercing metallic collision echoed through the air. Dong Li felt a torrent of immense force surge through his blade, numbing his tiger's mouth. Had it not been for the honor of an Elbaf warrior, he might have dropped his sword entirely. The shock drove him stumbling backward, his face etched with sheer horror. And this was merely the aftermath of the slash. If Lu Ming had followed up with his figure right after delivering that strike, Dong Li dared not imagine what his fate would have been. Did I still use too much force? Lu Ming landed, gazing at the disheveled Dong Li, and murmured to himself. After a year of training in O'Hara, amplified by the Azure Dragon Fruit's power, his strength had doubled to a terrifying 256 tons, and his speed reached 600 meters per second. Combined with his explosive striking techniques, his power and velocity had reached an almost inconceivable level. His mastery of the 3 colors of hockey was flawless. Armament hockey's internal destruction, Conqueror's hockey infusion, and observation hockey's future sight all came to him with ease. Though his devil fruit ability lagged somewhat, he could skillfully wield the forces of fire, lightning, and wind, channeling them into his fists, feet, and blade, a considerable boost to his combat prowess. For the honor of Elbaf. Dong Li steadied himself and roared, refusing to retreat. Instead, he stomped his right foot hard against the ground and, summoning every ounce of strength, swung his longsword down at Lu Ming. He could tell that Lu Ming was not using his full power, but this kind of leniency was an insult to an Elbaf warrior. He would give Lu Ming a taste of his might. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out once more. Lu Ming effortlessly deflected Dong Li's longsword, then wielded the Crimson Empress, clashing against Dong Li's blade like a blacksmith hammering iron. The entire little garden soon echoed with a constant rhythm of clanging. Dong Li fought with all his might, swinging his longsword in relentless assaults. Invisible shockwaves transformed into piercing projectiles hurtling toward Lu Ming, leaving no trick unused. Yet Lu Ming remained completely at ease, his blade dancing in broad, sweeping motions that seemed simple and direct, yet carried an indescribable rhythm and power. Every strike shattered Dong Li's shockwaves with pinpoint precision and knocked his longsword aside. Oomph. Standing in the distance on Bragi's shoulder, Alvia watched the duel with a dismissive sneer. Lu Ming always talks big. He told me he was at least 50 times stronger than Uncle Dong Li. But look at this. Where's the 50 times? Lu Ming didn't lie. Hearing Alvia's words, Bragi replied with a grave expression, "You're not a warrior, so you can't see the true flow of battle. Dong Li is pushing himself to his absolute limits, while Lu Ming might not have even used a tenth of his real strength." Really? Then Uncle Bragi, what makes you say that? Look at Dong Li. His chest is heaving slightly. That's a sign of massive stamina drain. But Lu Ming's breathing is steady, and his footwork and swordplay are far too casual. That's the way you fight, only when your opponent is far beneath you. Alvia focused her gaze and realized Bragi was right. Dong Li's breathing had become ragged, while Lu Ming, one hand behind his back using only his right hand to wield the Crimson Empress, had not moved from his original spot throughout the entire battle. His every motion exuded effortless composure. At last she cast aside all her lingering doubts and fully believed in Lu Ming. Giants do have impressive strength. They can barely match me in raw power. But due to their massive size, they lack agility, and their fighting style relies entirely on battle experience with no technique whatsoever. The longer the fight went on, the less desire Lu Ming had to continue. Dong Li's blade carried enough force and reach, but it lacked flexibility, and his observation hockey was lacking. Against an opponent with Lu Ming's combination of strength, speed, and defense, he simply couldn't land a hit. Had Lu Ming not deliberately suppressed his speed, Dong Li wouldn't even have had a chance to exchange blows. Old man, it's time to end this. After this battle, you should seriously train your observation hockey. As those words left his mouth, Lu Ming appeared instantly before Dong Li. His left hand clenched into a fist coated in armament hockey and slammed straight into Dong Li's face, sending him flying backward at tremendous speed until he crashed into and embedded himself within the skeleton of a sea king. That punch had been delivered with precisely controlled force, enough to stun but not harm, designed only to knock Dong Li unconscious, not to injure him. After landing, Lu Ming flickered and appeared in front of Alvia, raising an eyebrow with a smug grin. "Well, impressive, aren't I?" "You are impressive." Alvia nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to look at Dong Li still embedded in the distant skeleton and asked with concern, "But Uncle Dong Li, is he going to be okay?" "Don't worry. I used controlled force. He's just unconscious. Once he wakes up, he'll get out on his own." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Bragi let out a sigh of relief. That punch had nearly made him think Dong Li was dead. Alvia had already processed the fact that Lu Ming was exceptionally strong, but curiosity still burned within her. "Lu Ming, are there many fighters as strong as you on the seas?" "From what I know, probably more than 10. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, combining the known powerhouses and possible hidden ones in his mind, then gave a rough estimate. "That many?" Alvia exclaimed in shock. "Why do you think I've been pushing you to train and grow stronger?" "It's so that if you ever encounter such a powerhouse, you'll have some means to protect yourself." Lu Ming rolled his eyes at Alvia. "I understand now." Alvia's expression turned serious, no longer carrying her earlier dismissive attitude. The next morning, Lu Ming woke up right on his internal clock and tried to rouse Alvia beside him, only to find she was already gone. He quickly got up, washed his face, and walked out of the wooden cabin. Not far away, on an open patch of ground, Alvia was jogging back and forth along the riverbank, clearly self-disciplined. The Arcanine followed alongside her with Sherlock by its side. At the island's center, Dong Li had a blindfold tied over his eyes with a strip of cloth he'd found somewhere, while Bragi stood behind him, using a massive club made from a tree trunk to relentlessly thump Dong Li's head as he trained his observation hockey. Looks like yesterday's battle made them face reality. Not just Alvia. Even Dong Li and Bragi are starting to train seriously to strengthen their weaknesses. A sense of relief washed over Lu Ming, knowing his efforts had not been in vain. He then took out the Crimson Empress and headed toward the volcanic cluster, intending to comprehend the essence of fire by observing volcanic eruptions, and to cultivate there in the meantime. Another half-month passed. Lu Ming barely touched a sliver of the concept of explosion and the concept of life. Although he could not yet weave these concepts into his blade art and footwork, he believed that as long as he cultivated with unwavering persistence, he would eventually create a blade style of his own, just like the world-devouring Thunder God and Han. After Lu Ming hunted several tyrannosaurs and was about to prepare them in front of the wooden cabin as lunch, he suddenly frowned. From the distant sea came 3 formidable auras, one of which was comparable to his own. So strong, not the least bit weaker than me. Marines, pirates, or the world government. Lu Ming was secretly astonished. There were quite a few people across the entire sea with such an aura, let alone 3 arriving at once. Other than the world government, the Marines and pirates seemed unlikely. Affixing the Red Queen to his back, Lu Ming kicked off hard and dashed toward the inland river port where the Qinglong was docked. Seeing Lu Ming descend from the sky with a grave expression, Alvia stopped her cultivation and could not help worrying Lu Ming what happened. Lu Ming ignored her. Turning to the distant Arcanine, he ordered Arcanine take Alvia and Sherlock to find Dory and Bragi. Woof! Arcanine barked loudly, turned into an orange bolt of lightning, and appeared before Alvia. Opening its mouth, it took hold of Alvia, and Sherlock raised its head, flung them onto its back, and ran toward the center of the island. Alvia said nothing more. Holding Sherlock, she mounted Arcanine, turned to glance at Lu Ming, and thought to herself, Lu Ming, you must be safe. Lu Ming arrived at the seaside waiting for the approaching aura. But the closer the ship came, the more familiar it looked. When it reached nearly 5 kilometers away, he finally recalled, this is the Roger Pirates. He took a few more looks. The iconic mustache on the skull could not be fake no matter what. Lu Ming could not help but feel relieved. Although the Roger Pirates were pirates, they were not unreasonable people. At worst, the 2 sides would fight, but they would not take lives. That way Alvia would not face too much danger. Soon 3 familiar figures appeared on the bow: Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon. Lu Ming sensed Roger, and Roger naturally sensed Lu Ming too. Standing at the bow, one hand stroking his chin, he said in surprise, so it's the Azure Dragon kid who beat Saturn of the 5 Elders at God Valley. I remember his name seems to be Lu Ming. Rayleigh and Gabon were also somewhat surprised. It really is him. We haven't heard any news of him going to sea. How did he end up at Little Garden? Who cares why he's here? Roger was completely unconcerned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and he said excitedly, Rayleigh, Gabon, neither of you can steal this from me. Last time at God Valley, I already wanted to fight him. With that, he seemed eager to try. Seeing Roger like this, Rayleigh and Gabon exchanged a glance, each seeing helplessness in the other's eyes. When the ship was only 500 meters from Little Garden, Roger stomped hard on the bow, sinking the Oro Jackson more than halfway into the sea. His entire body soared into the air, charging straight toward Little Garden at the lead. Huh. Azure Dragon kid, come and fight. Still in the air, Roger laughed heartily, drew ace from his waist, and wrapped the blade in visible dark red Conqueror's hockey. Carrying an awe-inspiring might, he roared and slashed downward. Divine departure. Dark red lightning crackled and boomed in the sky, as if about to tear the entire sky in two. Exactly what I want. Lu Ming was utterly fearless. He drew the Red Queen from his back, infused it with true chi, and wrapped it in dark red Conqueror's hockey, as well, then swung out a slash to meet Roger in the sky. Flame wave. A crimson slash interwoven with dark red lightning met Roger as he descended from the sky. The 2 supreme grade blades did not collide. With their edges only dozens of centimeters apart, Ace and the Red Queen came to a stop. An incredibly terrifying force erupted between the 2 blades. Dark red lightning interweaved and clashed madly, forming a visible sphere of energy that emitted a piercing shriek. The clouds across the entire sky began to churn and split apart in that instant, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom. After the tremendous sound came a shock wave that swept everything before it. Raging air currents swept outward in all directions from the two men at the center. The sea broke into countless ripples. Little Garden began to shake violently, and the volcanoes on the island's northern side erupted at that same moment. The Oro Jackson, which had been sailing toward Little Garden, was now drifting farther and farther from the island. I knew this would happen. Rayleigh looked helpless. He and Gabon stepped forward at the same time, releasing their conqueror's haki together to cancel the shockwave surging from the island. Only then did the Oro Jackson continue on toward the island. Under Dory's protection, Alvia and Arcanine looked up at the sky and said in disbelief, "The sky has split open." Gazing at this apocalyptic scene, neither Alvia nor Dory and Bragi could believe that this was merely the aftermath of a battle. The lingering force of the shockwave soon dissipated. The torn sky, like a ragged cloth, took a long time to close. The ground had been ravaged, even worse, leaving a ghastly, huge crater centered on Roger and Lu Ming. They split apart after a single strike. Lu Ming and Roger each stood with blade in hand, the earth beneath their feet fractured. "Kuaha. Azure Dragon Kid, you're pretty good." Roger slung Ace over his shoulder and laughed with wild abandon. "You're not bad either, Roger." Lu Ming laughed as well. He gave the hilt of the Red Queen a slight twist with his right hand, and a piercing engine roar sounded. The blade, originally black, radiated searing heat as it entered the fully charged EX state. Lu Ming's use of the Red Queen was different from Nero's. Nero used the magical power of monsters from the demon realm to charge the sword and enter the red blade state, and it could not exceed the limit the blade body could withstand, or it would self-destruct. In the game, the reason Nero's Red Queen was not in his hands at the beginning was that overusing EX had burned out its booster mechanism. Lu Ming, however, was completely different. He used innate true chi to charge the blade and could enter the red blade state at any time, while armament haki protected the Red Queen's internal booster mechanism, allowing him to use it without restraint. "Come again. Let me see all of your strength." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Roger's laughter stopped abruptly. His gaze hardened, the ground beneath his feet burst apart, and his entire body became a blurry afterimage, charging fiercely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming refused to be outdone. Innate true chi exploded beneath his feet, and his figure likewise became an afterimage as he shot forward. The blades clashed once more. A rapid succession of metallic ringing erupted as sparks flew in all directions, each collision unleashing a considerable shockwave. The two fighters' blade techniques moved like lightning, too fast for the eye to trace. Roger's swordsmanship was bold and sweeping, seemingly simple and direct, yet every strike concealed immensely sophisticated conqueror's haki techniques, carrying a peculiar rhythm. Lu Ming guessed that rhythm must be the hallmark of a great sword master. Though Lu Ming could also unleash slashes, his relied on the innate true chi within his body, a fundamental difference between the two. It could be said that Roger was in no way inferior to Lu Ming in technique, and with his far superior observation haki, the gap in footwork was also bridged. At this moment, the two were almost evenly matched in strength. Absolutely exhilarating. Lu Ming's expression grew increasingly focused. This kind of evenly matched, soul-stirring battle was something he had never experienced before. Though his footwork and swordsmanship had reached the perfect level through years of cultivation, and were now even stepping into the threshold of the artistic realm, he lacked real combat experience, and was always thrown into disarray by Roger's sudden, unpredictable moves. Now that he had an evenly matched opponent like Roger, how could he pass up such a chance to gain experience? Karahahaha. What a rush. What a rush. Aramatama. Roger laughed wildly and unrestrainedly, and the moves in his hands suddenly changed. The already ferocious conqueror's haki shockwave became even more violent, as if a wrathful deity had descended to annihilate everything. Flame burst. Facing Roger's sudden change of technique, a fierce glint flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He unleashed the swordsmanship he had comprehended from volcanic eruptions. Flipping the Crimson Empress in his hand, he gripped it in a reverse hold and swept it upward from below like an erupting volcano. Lu Ming and Roger poured out their power without the slightest reservation. When the two great techniques, Era Matama and Flame Burst, collided, the sky that had already healed split open once more, and even the sea surface below strangely caved into a massive arc that took a long time to settle. The ground beneath Lu Ming and Roger's feet fractured at that moment, shattering into fragments that sank into the sea. In an instant, 1/10 of the entire little garden's area vanished. What terrifying power, you little azure dragon brat. Roger shook his numb arm, his expression growing even more excited. Your haki is the terrifying one, Roger. Lu Ming's expression grew more focused as he admired Roger's haki, while a look of realization dawned. So Conqueror's haki isn't limited to intimidation and infusion. It can also be transformed into shockwaves and impacts. Once this battle is over, I must seek your guidance on this. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming devoted himself entirely to the fight, perfectly fusing swordsmanship, footwork, innate true chi, and haki. The Crimson Empress in his hand unleashed a peerless storm of blade light that engulfed Roger like a violent tempest. Karahahaha. It's useless. With observation haki activated, all of Lu Ming's attacks were anticipated by Roger. With nothing more than simple shifts left, right, and backward steps, he evaded every strike, while sweeping ace wreathed in dark red lightning in a horizontal arc. Divine avoidance. One move mastered a lifetime of triumph. Roger's techniques were few, just the same handful repeated over and over, but precisely because of that he wielded them to perfection with absolutely no openings to exploit. When strength is nearly equal, the only options are to clash head-on with equally powerful techniques or to dodge. Otherwise, it truly becomes a case of divine avoidance. Doesn't avoid me. I'm greater than the divine. He actually learned my footwork techniques. Roger is Roger indeed. I underestimated the world's warriors. Seeing Roger's evasive methods, Lu Ming was secretly astonished, yet his movements were no slower. His arm muscles bulged as the Crimson Empress wreathed in dark red lightning met Roger's ace head-on. And so Lu Ming studied Roger's use of haki, while Roger greedily absorbed Lu Ming's swordsmanship and footwork techniques, skills that seemed to open the gates to a whole new world for him. So this is what swordplay and body movement could be. However, Roger could only absorb the sword and movement techniques. The core power generation skills remained utterly beyond his reach, as they involved the application of innate true chi. Blade light intertwined with blade light, haki clashed against haki. The entire sea trembled beneath them. The rift in the sky opened and closed, unable to heal for a long time, while the seawater below was forced apart by an invisible power. This was no longer a battle. It was a natural disaster. In the end, the battle lasted an entire day and concluded with 1/10 of Little Garden destroyed. At the island's center, Lu Ming and Roger had long shed every trace of their tense, sword-drawn atmosphere. The Roger pirates Alvia, Dory, and Broggy sat together in a circle. Not far away, the two boys Shanks and Sherlock were staring at each other in mutual bewilderment, their faces full of confusion. Even the roast meat they loved most no longer smelled appetizing. In the middle, the campfire blazed fiercely, a dozen dinosaur roasts sizzling over the flames, fat dripping down as the aroma mingled with the scent of alcohol and drifted across the entire island. Lu Ming and Roger sat cross-legged facing each other, two wine bowls larger than buckets set before them. Alvia and Rayleigh sat beside Lu Ming, while Shaki sat beside Roger, each with their own wine bowl in front of them. I never expected Shanks to have a brother, and one who ended up in your hands. Roger stared at the two Shanks brothers locking horns and was somewhat astonished. I do know a thing or two about these two brothers. Lu Ming took a sip of wine, and meeting the curious gazes of Roger, Rayleigh, and the others continued, Shanks and Sherlock are both sons of Garen. A few years ago, Garen discovered the Davy clan at the Valley of the Gods, and at the same time encountered a beautiful woman, then left. Garen didn't know the woman was pregnant. Because of the Davy clan, he strongly insisted on choosing the Valley of the Gods as the site for this human hunting contest. Upon arriving, he found the woman had already given birth to twin sons. But having no feelings for her, and only wanting to marry Shaki, he killed her. Before she died, the woman entrusted the two children to Garp's son Dragon. Lu Ming recounted the entire story of Shanks and Sherlock to Roger, Rayleigh, and Shaki, and the three were stunned to learn that Shanks was actually a celestial dragon. None of the three cared, however, especially Roger. After hearing the tale, he merely laughed heartily a few times, and the matter was brushed aside. Lu Ming, boy, your techniques are like nothing I've ever seen in my life. Since I first set sail, you're the most skilled in technique I've ever encountered. Roger raised his wine bowl and poured it down like water. Roger, your haki is terrifyingly powerful too. Lu Ming was pleased by the compliment and returned one of his own. Then thinking of Emu, he asked, by the way, have you found a way to break the immortal body? Huh. Speaking of the immortal body, Roger's expression turned serious. The demonic form of rocks kept echoing in his mind. He took a deep breath before slowly saying, I barely managed to break it, I suppose. What do you mean, barely? Lu Ming frowned. At the end of the day, the person behind the scenes is still relying on a devil fruit ability, and with sufficiently powerful haki, it can be nullified. I said barely, because that person in the shadows is too powerful. His haki is far beyond imagination. My haki simply isn't strong enough. Roger gave a wry smile. So it still comes down to haki after all. Lu Ming could infer this too from details in the anime of his previous life. For example, Law once used haki to dispel the ability of the sick fruit, and Shanks with Conqueror's haki forcibly pushed the forest fruit ability back into Green Bull's body from more than 10 kilometers away. These were all haki. One could only say that the weight of Kaido's saying, only haki can reign supreme, was still climbing. The two sides found themselves talking more and more congenially. When Roger learned that Alvia was an archaeologist from O'Hara, he was utterly astonished. He then shamelessly sidled up to Alvia and drew a rubbing of a poneglyph from his bosom. Alvia was instantly drawn in. As a scholar of O'Hara, she was intensely fascinated by the Void Century. Miss Alvia, do you recognize these characters? Roger looked at Alvia expectantly. I do. Alvia nodded, then bent over the rubbing again, poring over the characters. As she read, she explained to the three, what is described here should be a sea chart, but it's only a fragment, so I can't determine exactly which sea it is. Hearing this, Roger and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Roger immediately turned around and knelt before Alvia, pleading loudly, Miss Alvia, please join my pirate crew. I need your help to find Laughtail. Before Alvia could respond, Lu Ming's face darkened. He said coldly, Hey Roger, isn't it a little too much to poach someone right before my eyes? Roger wore an awkward expression, but at the thought of Laughtail he steeled himself and said, Lu Ming lad, why don't you just let Miss Alvia go with me? I truly need a companion who understands poneglyphs. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming shot Roger a fierce glare and said with irritation, If you want someone who understands poneglyphs, go to O'Hara and find an archaeologist, or go to Wano and find the Kazuki clan, especially the Kazuki clan. Rumor has it their ancestors carved the poneglyphs. Roger was about to say something, but Rayleigh delivered a smack to his head. Then Rayleigh pulled Roger aside and apologized to Lu Ming. Sorry, Lu Ming, this guy's brain doesn't work too well. Don't take it personally. Lu Ming waved his hand. I don't argue with fools. Alvia then looked at Roger and said, Captain Roger, though I'm honored to receive your invitation, I don't want to leave Lu Ming. I'm very comfortable aboard the Azure Dragon. Hearing this, Roger looked dejected. All right then. Because the log pose on Little Garden needed a year to set, the Roger pirates temporarily stayed on the island as well. However, they had an eternal pose and could leave whenever they wished, so they didn't have to wait out the year. They stayed only because this was the primeval island with a pleasant environment, and they simply wanted to linger for a while. Lu Ming also made the most of this opportunity to regularly spar with Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon, learning their understanding of swordsmanship and their application of haki. The three were just as glad to spar with Lu Ming, learning techniques he demonstrated. Both sides benefited and gained something from the exchange, but overall Lu Ming reaped the greater harvest. After all, when it came to the truly core power generation techniques, it was difficult for the three to grasp the essence merely from observing his movements and physique. Shanks and Xia Loaka also grew acquainted, but both were still young with the hearts of children and had no idea of each other's true identities. Half a month later, the Roger pirates left Little Garden using an eternal pose. They also left Lu Ming an eternal pose, one for Sabaody Archipelago. As a dreamlike island of the pirate world, and an island one must pass through before entering the new world, it couldn't be reached by a log pose, only an eternal pose could lead there. Hence, eternal poses for Sabaody Archipelago had always been bestsellers. After bidding farewell to the Roger pirates, Lu Ming, Alvia, Xia Loaka, and the Windhound stayed on the island a while longer. Only after 3 months had passed, once Olvia had barely gained enough strength to protect herself, did they choose to leave again. Uncle Dory, Uncle Broggy, we're leaving. Near the harbor of Little Garden, Olvia stood on the deck, waving goodbye to Dory, and Broggy, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Looming, Olvia, you two must be careful too. Don't die on us. Don't worry, we won't die. Next time we come, we'll bring you liquor. Ming replied with full confidence. Then, under the watchful eyes of Dory and Broggy, the azure dragon slowly pulled away from the harbor and set course for Alabasta. Along the way, they encountered a few dim-witted pirates who picked a fight. Ming left them all to Olvia and the Windhound. The woman and the dog worked in perfect sync, disposing of those small fry with ease, and even seizing the food and treasure from their ships. They even obtained a great gray blade named Yuan. Ming didn't care for it, and Olvia had no use for a sword herself, so it was left in the storeroom to gather dust. Wait, why are there Marines here? After sailing for another week, when they were merely a day away from Yuba, the port city of Alabasta, Ming spotted a Marine fleet in the distance. The leading warship was enormous, more than half again the size of the surrounding vessels. That's an admiral's ship. It's Zephyr. Ming suddenly recalled the newspaper reports from a while back. Marine Vice Admiral Zephyr had been promoted to admiral with the epithet Black Arm. And the admiral's warship before him bore none of Sengoku's distinctive features, nor was it Garp's doghead ship, so it could only belong to Zephyr. Ming, it's the Marines. What should we do? Olvia asked nervously, holding Xiaoluaka. Ignore them. Just sail straight in. Ming stood at the bow and said nonchalantly. If it had been Garp, he might have been a little tense, but if it was only Zephyr, he felt no fear at all. Hearing this, Olvia was briefly startled, then steered the ship to continue toward Yuba. Sure enough, a man with short purple hair, a purple suit, and a white coat of justice draped over his shoulders stepped onto the gun platform at the front of the warship, followed by a number of Vice Admiral-level Marines. Admiral Zephyr, should we open fire? Seeing that Ming seemed to ignore the Marine fleet entirely. As if looking down on the Marines, Zephyr's adjutant hurried over to ask. No need. Zepha's eyes burned with unwillingness, but as the fleet's commander, he had to be responsible for the lives of all the Marines. Orders: all Marines are to hold their positions. No one is to make a move against Ming. But Admiral, his adjutant wanted to say something more, but seeing the resolute look in Zepha's eyes, he went off to relay the order. Watching the Qinglong as it had already entered the encirclement, Zepha's eyes grew ever more filled with unwillingness. Was it that he did not want to bring Ming to justice? But his strength would not allow it. Although he was most unwilling to admit it, he truly was a cut below Sengoku, and Garp had personally acknowledged that Ming's strength was no less than his own. Moreover, Fleet Admiral Kong's order had only been to keep a close watch on Ming. Most importantly, Ming was a devil fruit user and a possessor of Conqueror's Haki. The scope of destruction he could unleash was far beyond anything Zepha could hope to match. Zepha was confident he could fight Ming to a draw in a short time, but the same could not be said for the other Marine soldiers and vice admirals. A single breath from Ming might very well melt them all. If it were only himself, he might still have tried. But for the sake of these soldiers' lives, he could only endure. The Qinglong moved slowly through the middle of the Marine fleet. Olvia gripped the helm nervously, keenly aware of the fierce stares from the vice admirals and rear admirals aboard the warships above, and she could not help drawing her neck in. Ming stood steadily at the bow, his expression calm as he watched everything. The Qinglong sailed out of the Marine fleet's encirclement with swaggering ease and continued on toward Nanohana in Alabasta. Follow them. Detecting Ming's intention, Zepha gave the order decisively. He would not allow Ming to destroy Alabasta as he had God Valley. Clearly, just like Garp at the very beginning, Zepha was not especially clear on the truth of God Valley. Ming, what should we do? That warship is still following us. The Admiral's warship was simply too large. Even from a great distance, Olvia could see it, which made her uneasy. It's fine. If he wants to follow, then let him follow. Ming did not care in the slightest because he knew exactly what kind of person Zepha was. At this time, Zepha still bore the title of the No-Kill Admiral. He was a pure dove among the Marines, brimming with a sense of justice and overflowing with saintly compassion, and he enjoyed an excellent reputation in the Navy. But precisely because of this, he could never truly touch the darkness of the world government the way Sengoku had. The Marines would only ever use him as a tool. Soon Lu Ming, Alvia, Sherlock, and Arcanine arrived in Nanohana and wandered through the city eating the local specialty dishes. Though the gourmet tablecloth meant he was never short of delicious food, it was still pleasant to try a different flavor now and then. Zifa followed far behind Lu Ming with several of his students, his heart filled with doubts. What kind of person is this Lu Ming really? Could a man like this truly have slaughtered more than 10,000 people at God Valley? Along the way, Zifa discovered that Lu Ming was not at all what the world government had reported. On the contrary, he was humble and courteous, amiable to everyone, and completely without airs. Utterly unlike what Zifa had imagined. Meanwhile, the newly crowned King Cobra had also received word of Lu Ming's landing. He hastily gave orders that no one must slight or provoke Lu Ming, lest the man fly into a rage and wipe out the entire country. After touring Nanohana, Lu Ming brought Alvia toward the capital Alyabarna. There was a poneglyph there concerning Pluton. He was not interested in it, but Alvia very much wanted to see it. As for the one that Luffy and the others had encountered in the desert in the original story, Lu Ming did not know where it was, so he did not plan to search for it. Walking along the road, he spared part of his mind to circulate his innate true chi through the greater and lesser heavenly cycles, while also pondering how to make the innate true chi within him undergo yet another metamorphosis. The essence of cultivation is the evolution of life, and for life to evolve, the energy within the body must first undergo a transformation. In all his 13 years of cultivation, the true chi produced at the very start by the 9-yang divine art had been gaseous. By constantly opening the 8 extraordinary meridians within his body, he had been able to transform his tendons and wash his marrow, improving his physical constitution. Once he had thoroughly opened the Ren and Du meridians and reached the innate realm, his innate true chi transformed from gaseous to liquid. Later, after combining the 5 hearts facing heaven and the Daoyin technique from the basic martial arts, 312 forms, to create the solar true scripture, his innate true chi became ever more scorching, and its effect of transforming tendons and cleansing marrow grew even stronger, helping accelerate his own growth. Lu Ming had always entertained the idea of compressing his liquefied true chi to transform it further, but he had never been able to grasp the key. He had also tried compressing his true chi to make the liquid thicker until it reached the consistency of lead or mercury, but every attempt had ultimately ended in failure. In my previous life, I read so many novels. Whether it was true chi magic power or any other cultivation system, most systems' early stage training of internal energy followed the process of gaseous to liquid to solid. Therefore, pursuing the transformation of true chi along this path is definitely not wrong. The basic martial arts, 312 forms, does contain secret methods for breaking through to the planetary, stellar, and cosmic levels, all called 9-9 energy tempering. He could also guess the principle behind this secret art. It simulated the magnetic forces of planet-star systems and the universe to form a binding force, thereby compressing the genetic energy within the body until it eventually solidified into a planet. After organizing his thoughts, Lu Ming prepared to attempt cultivating the 9-9 energy tempering. He was already a 9th stage apprentice with the cultivation of a high-level war god, so he could now try to break through to the planetary level. Even if he could not succeed, it should still allow his true chi to advance one step further. Alas, I still know far too little about cultivation. I really wish I had a few more cultivation methods. For now, I can only feel my way forward alone. Letting out a quiet sigh, Lu Ming set aside his worries for the time being and focused wholeheartedly on traveling and cultivating. In 12 years of lottery draws, the only cultivation methods he had obtained were the 9-yang divine art and the basic martial arts, 312 forms. Though the 9-yang divine art bore the name of a divine art, it was after all only a divine art from a low-grade martial arts world, and being able to break through to the innate realm was already the limit of that technique. The basic martial arts, 312 forms, however, put more emphasis on techniques for exerting strength and did not attach much importance to Daoyin methods for cultivating the energy within the body. Of course, this was very likely also related to the cultivation methods of the devouring world. In the devouring world, they did not focus on raising energy at all, once one reached a cultivation realm, resources could be used to pile energy on. Therefore, the entire system of that universe revolved around combat and comprehending the laws, so naturally, there had been very little research on internal energy cultivation. One system was too basic and the other did not value energy cultivation, so it was naturally difficult for him to gain much understanding of cultivation. Lu Ming, look. That's the king's honor guard. Hearing Alvia's voice, Lu Ming snapped back to attention and looked ahead. They're farther down the road, surrounded by a dozen or so maids and guards. A carriage was slowly approaching. When they came within 100 meters, the carriage and the honor guard stopped. A young man and a beautiful woman stepped down from the carriage. The young man clearly bore the features of the future old King Cobra, while the beautiful woman looked very much like Vivi. After Cobra and his Queen Anna alighted from the carriage, they hurried over to stand before Lu Ming and Alvia. Both bowed slightly, and Cobra said with a slight tremor in his voice, "I am Cobra. This is my Queen Anna. Welcome to Alyabarna, Mr. Lu Ming. Please follow me." With that, he gestured for Lu Ming and Alvia to board the carriage. Alvia turned to look at Lu Ming, who thought for a moment, then nodded. "Let's go. We shouldn't turn down a king's goodwill." Seeing this, Cobra felt relieved. Then, smiling warmly alongside Anna, he invited Lu Ming, Alvia, and Sherlock into the carriage. Arcanine tried to jump in too, but Lu Ming recalled it into a luxury ball and then placed the ball in Alvia's hand. Once Lu Ming was seated, Cobra hesitated for a moment, then carefully asked, "Mr. Lu Ming, if I may ask, what is it that brings you to Alabasta?" Seeing how cautious Cobra was, Lu Ming could not help sighing inwardly. This was the benefit of strength. Wherever one went, one was treated with courtesy. Then, offering a genial smile, he said softly, "You need not be so guarded. I am not some great villain. As long as no one comes looking for trouble with me, I usually won't strike. As for coming to Alabasta, first, the log pose pointed here, leaving me no choice. Second, there is a poneglyph in Alabasta's royal tomb, and the woman beside me wishes to see it." Alvia nodded to Cobra. "I am an archaeologist of O'Hara. Please, I am counting on you." Hearing this, Cobra frowned slightly and said with a troubled expression, "Mr. Lu Ming, are you also interested in that thing?" Obviously, as King Cobra knew that the poneglyph in the royal tomb recorded the ancient weapon. As a member of Alabasta's royal family, one of their hereditary duties was to guard the location of Pluton. But if he refused, he feared Lu Ming would seize it by force, and that would surely bring unimaginable disaster to the entire country. Lu Ming waved his hand. "Don't worry. I have no interest in Pluton. If I wanted it, I would have gone straight to Wano country. Why bother coming all the way here?" At the words Pluton and Wano country, Cobra's pupils contracted sharply. Clearly, he had not expected Lu Ming to truly know where Pluton was. At the same time, however, he felt relieved. Since Lu Ming knew its location, yet did not seek it out, that showed he truly had no interest in Pluton. "In that case, once we arrive at the palace, I will personally take Miss Alvia to the royal tomb." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Alvia quickly expressed her gratitude, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely happy. Riding in the king's carriage, Lu Ming and his party traveled without obstruction. Along the way, Cobra discovered that Lu Ming was actually quite easygoing, not the fierce, bloodthirsty man the newspapers described. So he gradually loosened up and chatted more freely, occasionally even cracking an off-color joke. The sight left Lu Ming dumbfounded, and he thought to himself that Cobra was also quite an unserious fellow. Even so, the two of them more or less became friends. After arriving at the palace, Cobra held a grand banquet in honor of Lu Ming and Alvia. It had to be said, it truly deserved the name of a royal feast. The taste was excellent, far more delicious than what the gourmet tablecloth could conjure up. In the hot spring, Lu Ming, the women's pool, is right next to us. Cobra leaned in close to Lu Ming and grinned lewdly. "Cobra, I'll say this for you. You're a king, and yet you're sneaking peeks at the women's bathhouse." Lu Ming rolled his eyes and said with mild exasperation, "If you have this much free time, you'd better think about how to strengthen Alabasta. Otherwise, Alabasta might very well become the next God Valley." At the mention of God Valley, Cobra's lewd expression instantly vanished, and he said very seriously, "Lu Ming, I wanted to ask you at the dinner table just now. What exactly happened at God Valley?" "Lu Ming, I can see that you are not an evil man. So why did the newspapers say that it was you pirates who wiped out God Valley? Do you really want to know?" Lu Ming gave Cobra an amused look. I want to know. Cobra nodded. All right then, I'll tell you. Lu Ming organized his thoughts and said slowly, the 300,000 people of God Valley were actually killed by the combined forces of CP0, the Holy Knights and the Marines. The reason was simple: the Celestial Dragons chose God Valley as the venue for a human hunting contest. When the king of God Valley refused, the Celestial Dragons ordered the nation destroyed. Afterward, the Celestial Dragons released slaves into God Valley to prepare for the contest. What they did not expect was that one of the slaves had released the prize of that contest, attracting a horde of pirates who coveted it. During this time, Garp Roger and Whitebeard joined forces to kill Rox. And I stole the Azure Dragon fruit, killed quite a few Celestial Dragons, and even struck Saturn, one of the 5 elders. Cobra's face had already turned incredibly ugly, dark, and dreadful. How could they do such a thing? Cobra ground his teeth in fury. As a king who loved his people as his own children and devoted himself entirely to them, he simply could not understand the ways of the world government and the Celestial Dragons. What's impossible about that? This world worships strength, and those with power rule. If you still hold on to the idea that the world government and the Marines will solve everything for you, and that you don't need to cultivate your own nation's strong warriors, then one day Alabasta will be the next God Valley. I'll think it over. Cobra nodded solemnly. Now that he knew the truth of God Valley, he lost all desire to keep soaking in the bath. He said a word to Lu Ming and hurried out of the hot spring, evidently going to investigate whether what Lu Ming had said was true. Lu Ming said nothing more, savoring the hot spring's embrace as he rested with his eyes closed. The next day, Cobra took Alvia into the royal tomb early in the morning to see the poneglyph his royal family had guarded for generations. Lu Ming was not interested in that, so he strolled around Alyabarna. At this time, Alabasta had not yet been ravaged by crocodile, and it was very prosperous. Smiles could be seen on the faces of common citizens, unlike the numbness he had encountered on previous islands. Clearly, Cobra was a good king. On passing by a tavern, Lu Ming sensed Zephyr's presence inside. After a moment's thought, he pushed open the door and walked in directly. The instant he stepped inside, most of the people in the tavern rose and stared at Lu Ming warily. They were clearly Marines in disguise. Lu Ming paid them no attention and walked straight over to plop down beside Zephyr, calling out to the bartender, 2 bottles of cider. The bartender glanced at Zephyr and, upon receiving his nod, carefully opened 2 bottles of apple wine, setting them before Lu Ming. Admiral, Zephyr has followed me all this way. What exactly is your purpose? Lu Ming slid 1 bottle toward Zephyr and lifted the other, curiosity evident in his voice. Umph. Zephyr snorted coldly, his tone frigid. Naturally, it is to prevent you from laying a hand on Alabasta and repeating the tragedy of O'Hara. Hearing this, Lu Ming paused mid-sip, regarding Zephyr with visible astonishment. I never imagined an admiral would be so ignorant of the truth behind O'Hara. You don't genuinely believe the newspaper's version, that I, Roger, and Rox were the ones who destroyed that nation, do you? What do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. I merely feel sorry for you. Stop tailing me, or I cannot guarantee what I might do. With that warning, Lu Ming drained his drink in 1 gulp and turned to leave, sensing Zephyr's complicated gaze upon his back. After Urbina finished reading the poneglyph, Lu Ming bid farewell to King Cobra. His status was precarious. He had been branded a pirate by the world government with a bounty of 350 million berries. Should Cobra display too much warmth, it would invite suspicion from the world government. Cobra understood the implications and made no attempt to detain him, instead presenting Lu Ming with some Alabastan delicacies for the journey ahead. The Azure Dragon departed from Alabasta. Next stop, Skypiea. Gazing at the log pose on his wrist, anticipation gleamed in Lu Ming's eyes. Of all the places in this pirate world, 3 had always captivated his imagination: most Skypiea, Fishman Island, and Sabaody Archipelago. All 3 were legendary islands he had long yearned to visit. Now finally on the verge of reaching one of them, how could he not be thrilled? What is it? Urbina wrapped her arms around Lu Ming's waist, curiosity tinged in her voice. Nothing. Lu Ming shook his head, then turned to draw her into his embrace, savoring the softness of her frame as he chuckled softly. I am merely excited to finally visit the first place on my dream list. The first place on your dream list. Urbina pressed her cheek against his chest, her voice laced with puzzlement. Skypiea, of course. Skypiea. Urbina looked up, excitement color in her tone. Is this the golden city you spoke of, the cloud land where the poneglyphs lie, eh? Exactly. That is our destination. Lu Ming nodded. Then let us hurry. I can hardly contain my impatience. With that she slipped from his embrace and sprinted toward the Azure Dragon's engine room, igniting the boilers and engaging the propellers to surge forward at full speed. Hold on tight. The log pose needle pointed straight upward. Lu Ming had no desire to land at Jaya. At this point in time the island had not yet become the pirate haven of the future, and a stop would only burden its current residents. Brilliant yellow flame clouds erupted beneath the Azure Dragon, propelling it skyward along the log pose's direction. As they entered the sea of clouds, Lu Ming immediately felt a sudden drain on his strength, confirming that the clouds carried the same suppressive properties as seawater. He swiftly channeled his innate primordial chi, forming a protective barrier around his body to block the sea stone's effects, and the weakness gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Urbina had collapsed onto the deck, utterly drained. Pachita pressed down on her with his paws to prevent her from sliding overboard. Sherlock nestled comfortably in Lu Ming's embrace. Through the vast expanse of clouds, strange creatures suddenly appeared. Sharks, octopi, and various other marine life, all converging upon the Azure Dragon. Are these the sky fish? Intrigued, Lu Ming extended a finger and unleashed a dozen chi blasts that pierced through several sky sharks. Instantly, the creatures deflated like popped balloons, shrinking to the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming gathered the shrunken sky sharks in his hand and examined them closely. He had noticed these balloon-like organisms were nearly as powerful as ordinary sharks before he had pierced them. Unfortunately, he could not discern anything further from his inspection, so he stored the sky sharks away, planning to cook them once he reached Skypiea. Near the divine island of Jaya, the sea of clouds suddenly parted with a tremendous rush. The Azure Dragon burst forth and settled steadily upon the cloud surface. Urbina and Pachita gasped for air, clearly having held their breath throughout the entire crossing. Sherlock fared far better. Protected by Lu Ming's chi, he felt no ill effects, and was actually giggling with delight at the thrilling journey. Feeling any better? Lu Ming approached and helped Urbina to her feet, concern evident in his tone. I'm fine. I merely inhaled too much of the cloud vapor, and my body feels weak. Urbina shook her head. She had absorbed a considerable amount of cloud air imbued with the sea's essence, which left her severely weakened. Recovery would take some time. I apologize. This is entirely my fault, Lu Ming said with genuine regret. They should have ascended through the upstream, where the cloud sea was thinnest. Instead, he had exploited his devil fruit ability to force their way straight through, heading directly toward Jaya, the divine island with its strong magnetic field. After a brief discussion, they decided to rest in Jaya for now. At this point in time, the island had not yet fallen under Enel's rule. The Sky People still held dominion, while the Shandians struggled to reclaim their ancestral homeland. The two factions remained locked in bitter conflict. Neither side could have envisioned an intruder emerging directly from the cloud sea, which is why no one detected their landing. This place looks as though it has been ravaged by war. Urbina surveyed the shell craters, dotting the ground, her eyes brimming with bewilderment. It is merely a conflict between the natives of Skypiea and those of Jaya. Nothing significant. Lu Ming cast a dismissive glance at the craters, regarding the skirmish as little more than a rural dispute between villages, one that would scarcely claim more than a handful of lives. Over the following days, Urbina remained aboard the Azure Dragon, channeling her dwindling internal energy to purge the cloud vapor from her system, while also tending to Sherlock. Pachita stood vigilant beside her. Meanwhile, Lu Ming ventured alone into the depths of Jaya, searching for the temple, in hopes of locating the Goro Goro no Mi. Unfortunately, while the temple was found, there was no trace or record of the Goro Goro no Mi anywhere within. I remember Enel being from Bika in Skypiea. Could the Goro Goro no Mi actually be located there rather than in Jaya? Sitting upon the temple roof, Lu Ming fell into deep contemplation. The Goro Goro no Mi was the most powerful natural-type devil fruit, and he was determined to obtain it. Leaving it in Enel's hands would be an egregious waste. Yet now that the fruit was not where fans of his past life had speculated it to be, he found himself in a rather difficult position. Burka was Enel's hometown, and a place called a hometown surely had people living on it. On an island like that, finding a single tiny fruit was harder than climbing to the heavens. Hey, who are you? Get down from the shrine at once. While Lu Ming was lost in thought, a furious shout suddenly rang out from below. He looked down and saw a Sky Islander holding a spear staring at him with unmistakable hostility. Lu Ming smiled at the Sky Islander, and then his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the dumbfounded Sky Islander behind. Since the Rumble fruit was not in the shrine, Lu Ming didn't intend to waste any more time in Apaya. With a light tap on the vine, he dashed toward its summit, searching for the legendary golden bell. Soon, on a small island cloud near the top of the vine, Lu Ming saw the tilted golden bell, and on its pedestal the poneglyph. This is way too much gold. Lu Ming ran his hands over the golden bell, swallowing hard. He wasn't interested in the so-called poneglyph, it was the gold that drew his attention. After all, who doesn't love money? In the end, though, Lu Ming chose to give up. The gold was tempting, but this golden bell was a treasure of civilization. He couldn't dismantle it just for gold. Besides, he was not short of money. Back in God Valley, he had plundered a great deal of gold and silver. Forget it. I'll go down and bring Alvia up. Lu Ming jumped off the edge of the island cloud, carried by the flame clouds under his feet, and hurried toward where Alvia was. By now, his mastery of the azure dragon fruit was no longer weak. Even without transforming, he could use flame clouds, fire, wind, and lightning. Carrying himself through the air was an ordinary matter. That was why Lu Ming felt more and more that seizing the azure dragon fruit had been the right decision. Hey, you blue sea people on the ship, why don't you surrender? By this time, the azure dragon had already been surrounded by soldiers from Apaya. The leading soldier pointed his spear at Alvia on the deck and shouted harshly, "Arcanine, go!" Although Alvia had grown weak because of the cloud mist of the Sea of Clouds, Arcanine was not affected. Arcanine had been with Lu Ming for more than 6 years since it was summoned. Over those 6 years, Lu Ming not only created a special training method tailored to Arcanine, but also spent more than 5 years training it. As a result, Arcanine was twice the size of a Pokemon World Arcanine, and its strength was unimaginable, comparable to a Marine Vice Admiral. These poorly trained Sky Island soldiers were no match for it at all. At Alvia's command, Arcanine burst into flames and charged into the Sky Island soldiers like a fiery shadow. It was one of the signature moves of Fire-type Pokemon Flare Blitz. In just a few moments, the Sky Island soldiers were knocked to the ground, covered in burns, writhing and howling in pain. It was a pity that Arcanine was a Pokemon and too kind-natured to kill. If it had been Lu Ming, those Sky Island soldiers would probably have been split in half already. Who are these people? At that moment, Lu Ming descended from the sky. Looking at the Sky Island soldiers lying unconscious around the Azure Dragon, he turned to Alvia with a curious expression. "Oh, a moment ago these people found me and wanted to take me away, so I told Arcanine to knock them out. But they actually have wings on their backs. It's just that those wings are too small to support their flight." It was Alvia's first time seeing Sky Islanders, so she was naturally a little curious. "I think they probably haven't finished evolving. Maybe in a few thousand years their wings will grow bigger and they'll really fly in the sky and become so-called angels." Lu Ming smiled. After a brief pause, he continued, "By the way, I found the golden bell and a poneglyph in the sky near Apaya. Do you want to go up and take a look?" "Let's go." Hearing this, Alvia jumped into Lu Ming's arms and urged him. She didn't want to miss a building full of historical atmosphere or the poneglyph. Lu Ming immediately released flame clouds and carried Alvia, Sherlock, and Arcanine up into the sky, soon reaching the island cloud where the golden bell stood. Alvia was stunned by the enormous bell, as huge as a small mountain, but what attracted her even more was the poneglyph on the pedestal. But after she had read it, Alvia looked somewhat dejected, for the stone recorded yet again the ancient weapons with not a single word about the Void Century. "Where should we go next?" After composing herself, Alvia asked with a smile. "I plan to go to Angel Island first, then to Burka Island to look for a devil fruit there." Lu Ming thought for a moment and stated his plan. "All right." Before leaving, he wrote, "Lu Ming was here," on the gold with his fingertip, and only then did he bring the 2 people and the dog back to the Azure Dragon. They sailed the ship through the white sea to Angel Island. Then, under the surprised gazes of the islanders, they began wandering around the island. Following Usopp's example, Lu Ming traded some things that didn't exist on Sky Island for a large number of dials. Tone dials, light dials, water dials, vision dials, cloud dials, wind dials, jet dials. In short, Lu Ming bought plenty of every dial he could get, and he had a wonderful time trying them all out. He was even planning whether he could use vision dials and tone dials to make a movie. Olivia watched his somewhat childish behavior and gave a helpless shake of her head. After touring Angel Island, Lu Ming set out with the map of Burka Island he had bought. But according to the residents of Angel Island, the people of Burka were extremely xenophobic and looked down on Blue Sea people. They advised him to be careful when going there. Lu Ming looked utterly contemptuous. Xenophobic. Looked down on Blue Sea people. No matter. By the time he arrived, they would definitely receive him with courtesy and treat him like some grand lord. Whoosh. Before the ship had even landed on Burka Island, the sound of a breaking air burst out, followed by a javelin slamming into the side of the Azure Dragon. On the coast ahead, a group of Sky Islanders were glaring over with murderous eyes. The one in the lead blustered. "You Blue Sea monkeys, Burka Island doesn't welcome outsiders. Get lost, or the next javelin won't just hit the ship." As he spoke, he took another javelin from the soldier beside him and made a throwing motion. Fine. I haven't even made my move yet, you're already swinging first." Lu Ming's eyes burned with rage. He extended his finger and flicked out a stream of energy. With a sharp whoosh, the leader's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. "The captain is dead. Run." Seeing this, the soldiers around him were stricken with terror, and the smarter ones turned and ran without hesitation. It's not over yet. Lu Ming's figure began to change. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon over 200 meters long. The dragon circled endlessly in the air, gathering storms around its body, drawing the gaze of every resident on Burka Island. Lu Ming poked his head out, and with his voice amplified by innate true chi, said to all of Baika, "Residents of Baika, you have 3 days to find a golden fruit with lightning patterns on this island, or else this is what will happen to you." Then he drew a deep breath, arched his dragon neck high, and a blinding light blazed within his massive chest, as if he had swallowed a sun. The next second, a torrent of scorching energy hot enough to warp the air burst violently from his mouth. Heat breath. The searing dragon breath, like a beam of light, instantly vaporized the white sea a kilometer from Baika, leaving only an immense abyss with no bottom in sight. Gulp, came the sound of someone swallowing. The residents of the entire Baika Island instantly reacted, and someone even shouted, "Monster! Run!" Everyone began to flee in all directions. Unfortunately, Baika Island was only that big. Where else could they go? Soon after the panic subsided, some realized this fact. They looked up at the ferocious azure dragon in the sky, shivered, and began a thorough search of the island. "Lu Ming, what kind of fruit is that golden one with lightning patterns?" On the azure dragon, Orbia sidled up to Lu Ming and asked curiously. "It's the Logia rumble fruit." Lu Ming did not hide it. "If they don't find it, are you really going to destroy the entire island of Baika with one heat breath?" Orbia asked tentatively. She knew the destructive power of Lu Ming's heat breath all too well, not to mention destroying Baika, which was formed of island clouds. Even a real island would vanish under that single breath. "Of course, I was only scaring them. This island isn't big. If it truly cannot be found within 3 days, that means the fruit isn't on Baika Island right now, and it also means I have no affinity with the rumble fruit." Lu Ming leaned against the railing, watching the distant Baika Island still in chaos, and explained with a smile. "Sir, we have found the fruit as you wished." 2 days later, the village chief of Baika Island, trembling, placed a golden fruit with lightning patterns into Lu Ming's hand. It was exactly the rumble fruit he had been longing for. After examining it carefully and confirming it had not been bitten, Lu Ming put the fruit away, then asked, "Do you have any similar fruits here?" Yes. I'll have someone bring them over at once." The village chief nodded in fright, and soon a fruit that was entirely white and looked a lot like a cloud was brought over. "This is the cloud fruit. I never expected that this tiny Baika would actually hold 2 Logia devil fruits." Lu Ming was greatly astonished. The cloud fruit was not weak, not to mention thunderclouds and cumulonimbus. Even the island clouds and iron clouds unique to Sky Islands could, once developed, elevate this fruit to the highest tier. Seeing that Lu Ming was satisfied, the village chief carefully probed, Sir, what about Baika? Lu Ming understood what he meant and waved his hand, saying, I'm not an unreasonable person. Since I have already obtained the fruit, I will leave now. Thank you. Thank you. The village chief nodded like a pestle pounding garlic, his face full of humility. Just as Lu Ming had said before, once he arrived at Baika, the people here would absolutely treat him with courtesy. Lu Ming did not make things difficult for the villagers of Baika. He and Orbia sailed the Azure Dragon away from Baika Island. After touring the nearby Sky Islands, they returned to the Blue Sea, according to the log posts. Supported by the flame clouds, the Azure Dragon landed on the ocean without any damage, then sailed toward Long Ring Long Land. Long Ring Long Land is made up of dozens of islands. Due to the strange geographical relationships between the islands, all life on the entire ring-shaped island is extraordinarily long. Not just plants, but animals as well. You could even see dogs 100 meters long and horses dozens of meters tall. These bizarre creatures stirred Lu Ming's curiosity. He even played with that dog over 100 meters long, marveling at the strength and resilience of its spine. After touring Long Ring Long Land, Lu Ming stopped lingering. According to the log post, he headed for Water 7, where he planned to upgrade the Azure Dragon so that its strength could endure the waves and harsh conditions of the New World. As the most famous shipbuilding island in the pirate world, Water 7 could be considered one of the islands pirates must visit before entering the New World, because only here could they build great ships capable of navigating the New World. The Roger Pirates Oro Jackson and the Straw Hat Cruise Thousand Sunny were both constructed here. Lu Ming also intended to have Tom build him a ship that was simple to operate and could cope with various environments. The ship sailed slowly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the training room, the 9-spirit pearl held in his hand. A faint azure light enveloped his entire body, tempering his body and soul. Inside him, innate true chi circulated in the manner of 9-9 tempering, and a powerful binding force arose in his dantian, continuously compressing the true chi within him. In another room, Orbia trained under 3 times gravity, focused and serious. Lu Ming's heat breath from the Sky Island had left a deep impression on her, and meeting Zephyr filled her heart with a surging sense of crisis. Arcanine, meanwhile, was silently honing its hockey while Sherlock stayed in his room, playing his Switch. Indeed, mastering the method is what matters most. Although I only completed 9 temperings this time, I can feel that the true chi has become a little thicker. The azure airflow around Lu Ming vanished instantly. He slowly opened his eyes, delight flashing within them. His strength had improved again. Not only true chi, but also the fire concept and life concept had gained understanding. He had stepped into the fire concept, and the life concept, thanks to the 9-spirit pearl, was advancing rapidly. My strength should now exceed 400 tons. According to the devouring world standards, that should be the power of a high-tier peak war god. Next, I just need to raise both my physical constitution and innate true chi to over 700 tons, and then with the secret method of 9-9 tempering, I can break through to the planetary level. After roughly estimating his strength, Lu Ming walked out of the training room, went to the deck, and took out a fishing rod to fish. Sailing on the sea is a very boring affair. Even with a Switch to play games, it was still dull. Every day, aside from training, fishing, and recharging Orbia, there was basically nothing to do. For that very reason, Lu Ming felt incredibly fortunate to have Orbia aboard. Otherwise, with only him, Sherlock, and Arcanine, he truly didn't think he could last long on this ship. Lu Ming, look. Orbia ran out of the cabin holding up a middle finger that had turned black and shouted excitedly, Look, I've developed armament hockey. Seeing that middle finger, Lu Ming's face darkened with irritation, but when his gaze fell upon the layer of pitch-black substance, he was inwardly startled. I never expected Olvia to have such remarkable talent. She's already mastered armament hockey in just a few days. Learning hockey generally requires a certain level of physical fitness, but it is not an absolute prerequisite. As long as one grasps the technique, even those with insufficient physical conditioning can learn it, just like the warriors of Amazon Lily. The only drawback is that the intensity is weaker, granting only a limited boost in combat power. Still, being able to condense a trace of armament hockey within a few days was testament to Olvia's extraordinary gift. Aren't I amazing? Olvia boasted. Amazing. Truly amazing. Come here, let me reward you. With that, Lu Ming drew Olvia into his arms, pressing his lips against her seductive red mouth, and savoring the kiss. Alvia was stunned for a moment, then began to respond in kind. A full 10 minutes passed before Lu Ming finally released Alvia, who was slightly breathless, and chuckled. "Alvia, how do you like this reward?" Alvia rolled her eyes, speechlessly shot him an exasperated glare, then turned and headed back to the cabin to continue her training. Now that she had succeeded once, she needed to strike while the iron was hot and thoroughly master this power. After Alvia left, Lu Ming turned back to fishing to pass the time. Before long, the Azure Dragon arrived at the port of Water 7. Shipyards were everywhere, the largest being Dock 1, where Tom's workers' company reigned supreme. "Let's go find Tom the Fishman first. We'll ask him to help us design a ship, a great vessel powered by flame and lightning." After handing the Azure Dragon over to the Dock 1 staff, Lu Ming and Alvia headed toward Tom's workers. Along the way, they bought a fair amount of Water 7's famous water meat, roasted meat soup, and stewed meat. Not bad at all. This deserves a spot on the menu. Recalling the gourmet tablecloth, Lu Ming felt incredibly fortunate to have drawn that item back then. Anything he had ever eaten could be summoned forth from it. That said, there was a limit. It could not conjure extraordinary foods. For instance, the roasted Kyla Allosaurus meat he had once obtained was impossible to reproduce. For now, though, it was more than sufficient. It satisfied his hunger while providing both delicious flavor and balanced nutrition. Most importantly, it allowed him to savor Chinese dishes and recall his past life from time to time. The two soon arrived at the entrance of Tom's workers. The building itself bore a distinct ship-like design, but a few concealed presences lurking nearby made Lu Ming's brows knit slightly. CP agents. They're already eyeing the Pluton blueprints this early. After a moment's thought, Lu Ming easily deduced their identities and purpose. In his past life, some netizens had speculated that Water 7 was where the Great Hammer Fleet had forged Pluton, which was why the ancient weapons blueprints had been left behind here, passed down from shipwright to shipwright through generations. By this generation, the blueprints had fallen into the hands of the finest shipwright of all, Tom the Fishman. "Forget it. Let's focus on building the ship first." He lowered the hand he had half raised and let out a soft sigh. Until the vessel was completed, it was best not to stir up trouble. He needed to leave a good impression on Tom, so the Fishman would craft a truly exceptional ship. Pushing open the door, they entered the building. After asking a pretty receptionist for directions, the two headed upstairs. Inside the office, a horned fishman over 3 meters tall sat behind the desk, a measuring tape in one hand and a pen in the other, sketching the blueprints of a sea train on paper. Not far from him sat a stunning beauty with a fiery figure dressed in cool, revealing attire. She was none other than Water 7's master shipwright, Tom the Fishman, and his secretary, Kokoro the Mermaid. Hearing the door open, Tom raised his head. Seeing unfamiliar faces, he looked puzzled. "And you are?" Beside him, however, Kokoro's pupils constricted in disbelief. She hurried to Tom's side, whispered a few words into his ear, then retreated behind him. "So it seems she recognized me. Might I ask what business brings Mr. Lu Ming to my humble workplace?" Now that he knew who Lu Ming was, Tom did his best to appear composed despite the fear stirring in his heart. "I'm here to commission a ship." A smile curved at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. With a wave of his hand, 2 chests of money and a sheet of paper appeared on the desk. "Here are 200 million berries. I want you to build a 2-masted sailing ship from the treasure tree atom. For the design, use my Azure Dragon docked at the pier as the base. Those are my requirements on the paper. Of course, if that's not enough, just tell me, and I'll pay more." In this era, the berry had not yet suffered the inflation of Luffy's time. 200 million was more than enough to build a 2-masted ship with the treasure tree atom as its core material. Tom didn't say much. He simply picked up the paper and studied it. It was filled with requirements for rooms, bedrooms, lawns, a bathhouse, a kitchen, a training room, and so on. There wasn't even a need for cannons. The only real challenge was the paddle wheel powered by fire and lightning. But to a man who had seen the blueprints of Pluton, such a challenge was nothing at all. It can be done. However, it will take 2 weeks to complete the whole thing. "Very well. I'll come to Dock 1 to pick it up then." Sir Spandine, a report. "The brute Lu Ming has landed at Water 7. Uffed. In Eni's lobby, Spandine spat out every sip of tea he had just drunk upon hearing the news through the din mushy. Then in utter disbelief, he roared into the receiver, "What did you say? That monster with a bounty of 4.3 billion is actually in Water 7. That's right, sir. He just visited Tom's workers, and now he's wandering around the city. Should we continue surveillance? No, no, no. Surveillance, my ass. Do you have a death wish? I withdraw all agents at once. The Pluton blueprints can wait until that man leaves. Spandine cursed furiously. He wanted the Pluton blueprints to rise through the ranks and get rich, but everything would be meaningless unless he stayed alive. Otherwise, even if he obtained the blueprints, he would only be handing them to someone else for nothing. Meanwhile, back in Water 7, Lu Ming sensed that the prying gazes watching him had suddenly vanished. A trace of contempt curled at his lips. They know their place. I'll spare them for now. He was currently in a crowded area. Killing those agents outright would only incite chaos. He had originally planned to lure them into a secluded alley and slaughter them all, but they had wisely chosen to retreat on their own. Just as Lu Ming was lost in thought, a figure off in the distance caught his eye. Ahead stood a young man, tall and well-built with short black hair, wearing a pale purple kimono fastened by a black and purple sash. A purple scarf was wrapped around his neck and a samurai sword hung at his waist. He sat at a small gambling stall, his eyes gleaming as he stared intently at the dice cup before him, rubbing his hands together in eager excitement. Is that a young Isho? Lu Ming was uncertain. After all, there were far too many warriors in this world with similar attire. Even the future Zoro sometimes wore a dark green kimono. Big, big, big. Looks like I won. Hearing the dice cup result match what he had sensed, the young man shouted in excitement, swept all the money from the stall into his arms, and without even counting it, looked at the owner, signaling him to continue. Damn it. You dare to cheat me. I'll skin you alive. Having lost too much, the stall owner flew into a rage and bellowed at the young man, as if whoever shouted louder was right. At the same time, he drew a long blade from behind and swung it down. Bang! The moment the blade was raised, the stall owner and his weapon slammed flat onto the ground, as though a colossal weight pressed down upon him. His bones crackled and snapped, breaking audibly, and the ground beneath him began to fissure. So it really is a young Isho. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled. If attire could be coincidental, a devil fruit ability could not. He had never imagined that a young Isho was already a gravity fruit user and wielded the power so masterfully. The stall owner had only been injured and immobilized, not fatally harmed, a testament to Isho's precise control over gravity. Boss, don't be so hot-tempered next time. Isho stood up, divided the money in his arms, placed half in front of the stall, and prepared to leave. Though he loved gambling, he only enjoyed the thrill and excitement of it. He would never ruin a man entirely. Once Isho left, the gravity crushing the stall owner vanished in an instant. Come on, let's follow him. Lu Ming called to Olvia, and they followed without concealing themselves. Wandering through the streets, the three finally stopped before a noodle stall. Isho smiled and told the owner, 1 serving of soba. Then he turned to Lu Ming and Olvia, his voice just as gentle. You two have been following me all this way. What would you like? My treat. Boss, 1 tonkatsu ramen with 2 extra eggs. Seeing that Lu Ming showed no restraint at all, Olvia also raised a finger to the owner and said somewhat shyly, I'll just have a miso ramen. The three sat down on the stools before the stall, with Lu Ming right beside Isho. I wonder what the infamous brute Lu Ming wants with me. Isho had clearly recognized Lu Ming. I just want you to join my crew. Lu Ming made no secret of it, and said directly, I saw what happened earlier. I think you're an interesting and promising talent, perfect for my team. Isho paused for a moment, picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of soba, dipped it into the miso soup, and only then spoke, You'd better forget that idea. I will never become a pirate. I never said I was a pirate. The world government just pinned that label on me. Lu Ming smiled and continued, Besides, I wasn't planning to discuss it with you. After we finish this bowl of noodles, I'll just pack you up and take you with me. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, Isho's katana slid half an inch from its sheath, then pressed downward with force. A terrifying gravity crushed down upon Lu Ming. His control over the power was immaculate. The gravity shrouded only Lu Ming without the slightest effect on the stall Olvia or the ramen shop owner. But Lu Ming acted as though nothing had happened. He picked up his chopsticks and slurped down the entire bowl of noodles in one go. Having tempered his body with gravity for years, Isho's gravitational force could not affect him in the least. In fact, under Lu Ming's own control, even the wooden stool beneath him remained completely undisturbed. The current Isho was still too young, only about 17 or 18, and had not yet reached the terrifying level of power from the original story. The gravity he manipulated was only 5 or 6 times normal. So this is the caliber of a true pinnacle powerhouse. My gravity had absolutely no effect. Cold sweat streamed down Isho's forehead. He had never expected such an outcome. He had always been deeply confident in his swordsmanship and abilities. In nearly a year of sailing the Grand Line, he had never encountered anyone stronger than himself, not even the most ferocious pirates. Yet now it seemed he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well, having never glimpsed the true vastness of the world. Still, he had his pride. The samurai creed passed down through his family for generations would never allow him to bow to evil. He had long sworn to cut down all wickedness in the world, so he would not easily yield to someone he deemed evil. Lu Ming saw through Isho's thoughts. Taking the freshly served noodles, he ate while speaking. There's no need to be so wary. Though I wouldn't call myself a good man, I am certainly no villain either. Then why is your bounty so high? Wasn't the God Valley incident you're doing? I refuse to believe the world government would brand a good man with a bounty for no reason. A classic triple-barreled challenge. Isho still held considerable goodwill toward the world government, the ruler that maintained relative stability across the world. Otherwise, he would never have joined the Marines in the future and become an admiral. In his eyes, Lu Ming was an utterly irredeemable criminal. Otherwise, the world government would never have placed a bounty of 3 billion berries on the man's head. Hep. Lu Ming sneered disdainfully, then slowly spoke. You can't honestly believe the world is simply black and white, or that the world government is truly virtuous. Yes, the world government maintains the surface stability of the world, but only for its member nations. Non-members like God Valley are not protected at all. And God Valley wasn't destroyed by us pirates. It was wiped out by the God's Knights, the Cipher Pole organizations, and the Marines. Me, the Roger Pirates, and the Rocks Pirates were only there for the treasure of the Celestial Dragon's human hunting competition. Otherwise, how do you think I obtained my Azure Dragon fruit? By the way, you probably don't know about the human hunting competition, do you? The so-called human hunting competition is a tournament held by the Celestial Dragons every 3 years. They release slaves onto the lands of non-member nations, then hunt them down with swords and guns. Whoever kills the most wins the prize. The king of God Valley was annihilated because he refused to allow the competition to be held in his country. As for why my bounty is so high, simple. I killed celestial dragons to save slaves, then beat up the 5 elders, the supreme rulers of the world government, and then killed some members of the God's Knights. The world is not black and white, but a delicate shade of gray. Lu Ming spoke little by little, 9 truths mixed with 1 lie. The claim that he killed celestial dragons to save slaves was the lie told only to disillusion Isho with the world government. Besides, although he had not intended to save the slaves, he had inadvertently saved quite a few of them in the process of killing those celestial dragons. Isho grew increasingly silent, his expression darkening as he noisily slurped his buckwheat noodles mouthful after mouthful. His observation haki was highly unusual, allowing him to sense the malice and goodwill of others, and to tell whether someone was lying. He sensed no malice from Lu Ming, on the contrary, he felt boundless goodwill, and so he understood that everything this man had said was true. Is there anything else you wish to ask now? With that, Lu Ming looked at Isho, who remained silent, and invited him once more. Now would you like to join my crew? Isho did not refuse outright. Instead, he asked in return, Mr. Lu Ming, what is your purpose in going to sea? Or rather, what do you want to accomplish? My reason for going to sea is simple: to see the sights of this world that I have never laid eyes on. Once I have wandered enough, I'll seize a few islands in the new world, do what I can, clear the wasteland and farm. Lu Ming stated his goal with a smile. It was not that he lacked ambition, but rather that his ambition had never been confined to this little pirate world. It was set on the myriad heavens and countless realms. With the lottery system in his possession, he believed he would surely be able to ascend to a higher world in the future. Why waste time in this one? Taking over a few islands was merely a way to secure a temporary shelter. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Isho stared at him in astonishment. He had not expected this man's ambition to be so simple, utterly unlike the world domination he had imagined. Now can you tell me your answer? Do I even have a choice? Yi Xiao laughed wryly, then said with resolve, if I ever witness you doing something that crosses my bottom line, I will leave without hesitation. Suit yourself. Lu Ming smiled, utterly unconcerned by Yi Xiao's words. Not to mention that the education etched into his very bones gave him moral standards far higher than those of these justice-obsessed people of the pirate world. Once you joined his pirate crew, leaving was out of the question. After the three finished their noodles, and Lu Ming paid the bill, they wandered through Water 7. During that time, Yi Xiao became more familiar with Lu Ming and found him extremely approachable. He spoke politely even to ordinary people and never abused his strength to bully the weak, completely different from what Yi Xiao had imagined. He even saw Lu Ming bargaining with shopkeepers over things that caught his interest. Even when a merchant's tone was unpleasant, Lu Ming simply retorted a few words and never resorted to violence despite his power. 2 days later, inside a wood-carving shop on the edge of Water 7 slums, Lu Ming was holding a small carving knife, learning the fundamentals of wood-carving from the shopkeeper. He was meticulous and earnest, carefully drawing the blade across the wood as fine shavings fell one after another. Not far away, Yi Xiao put down the tiger wood-carving in his hands and watched Lu Ming with a complex expression. Just then Alvia came to his side and said with a smile, he's quite handsome, isn't he? Lu Ming is far kinder than you can imagine. I can barely recall a single time he killed an innocent. Yes. Yi Xiao nodded. At least that was what he had seen during this time. Lu Ming, completely unaware of the conversation between Yi Xiao and Alvia, was fully absorbed in learning woodcarving, or rather the method of carving, a pastime he had taken up on a sudden whim. A day earlier, when he had passed by this woodcarving shop, Lu Ming suddenly thought of the many protagonists from his past life who used woodcarving to comprehend artistic conception, the most famous of whom was that fellow Wang Matzi. He wanted to do the same and see whether it worked, since it would not waste much time anyway. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. By now Lu Ming could carve wood into whatever shapes he wanted, though they still lacked spiritual charm. All that remained was for him to practice on his own. Meanwhile, someone from Tom's workshop had come to report that the new Azure Dragon was complete. Credit where credit is due. The people of the pirate world were truly efficient. A 2-masted sailing ship 60 meters long and 40 meters high would have taken at least 2 months for people in his past life to build, but here it took only 1 week, and it was even fitted out beautifully. The bow was still a dragon's head, though slightly more ferocious than that of the Azure Dragon. The ship's main frame was made of treasure tree atom, and the rest was filled in with hardwood. The lawn, kitchen, bathhouse, library, aquarium. Everything Lu Ming wanted was there, showcasing Tom's superb craftsmanship. Truly excellent. As expected of Water 7's top shipbuilding company, the craftsmanship is beyond reproach. After surveying the ship from top to bottom, inside and out, Lu Ming did not hold back his praise. Once the handover with Tom was done, he named the new vessel the Azure Dragon II. As for the original Azure Dragon, he had sold it to Tom's company. After moving their belongings aboard the Azure Dragon II, the three set sail and steadily headed toward their next destination, the Sabaody Archipelago. Lu Ming, there's a merchant ship ahead, but something about it seems odd. From the training room in the crow's nest, Yi Xiao, who had spotted the merchant ship, announced over the intercom. Lu Ming, who was carving a human figure on the deck, did not pause his movements. It was just a merchant ship. What was there to make a fuss about? Instinctively, he swept his observation hockey toward the vessel. His hands stopped moving and his brows furrowed. So many presences. Could they be slave traders? Lu Ming's expression immediately turned cold. He set down the wooden sculpture, rose, and walked to the railing. Gazing at the distant 2-masted ship, he called out to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, how many people are on deck, and what are they dressed like? There was a telescope in the crow's nest. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Yi Xiao picked it up and observed the ship. He soon had a clear understanding of the situation on the merchant vessel's deck. There are 27 people on deck in total. Apart from a portly middle-aged man, everyone else looks fierce and vicious. They don't look like a merchant ship's crew at all. Yi Xiao frowned deeply. Merchant ships usually had guards, but they would never be so savage. Besides, that portly middle-aged man gave him a very unpleasant feeling. It seems my guess was right. That's a slave trader's ship. Lu Ming's face darkened terrifyingly. In his past life, he had seen a child from his village taken away by human traffickers. The child's parents spent their entire fortune trying to find him, but never succeeded, and in the end his mother lost her mind from grief. Combined with the education engraved in his very bones, his hatred for human traffickers was boundless. What? Slave traders? Yishao exclaimed. Alvia's face also turned extremely grim. In the pirate world, most countries did not have slavery. Where slaves did exist, they served solely the celestial dragons and a handful of nobles. These slaves were not bought, but abducted by such men through various means from villages, ships, and nations across the world. Some slave traders even fixed their eyes on people whom the celestial dragons fancied and kidnapped them. Take the God Valley incident last time, for example. Shaki the Grand Prize was kidnapped by slave traders from Pirate Island to God Valley because many celestial dragons had taken a fancy to the Empress of Amazon Lily. As for why the Roger pirates went to God Valley, it was for Shaki's sake. Lu Ming had learned all of this during his previous conversation with Roger. The fact that these slave traders dared to risk such a trip, even to a place like Pirate Island, showed just how insane they truly were. "Shall we come with me?" Lu Ming said in a cold tone, then flew ahead toward the slave trader's vessel, with Xiao Yi following closely behind. Before even approaching the merchant ship, Lu Ming heard the fearful whispers and cries of captives inside the hold. There was no need to guess. This was undoubtedly an authentic slave trader's vessel. "Hurry up. 2 devil fruit users who can fly must surely be highly sought after by the nobility." The portly middle-aged man spotted Lu Ming and Xiao Yi approaching on flight, his face breaking into a grin as he turned to bark orders at his men waiting behind him. At his command, most of the lackeys scattered into hidden compartments built into the vessel, leaving only a handful of the stronger ones to linger behind their master, lying in ambush for unsuspecting prey. "Welcome." Lu Ming and Xiao Yi closed the distance in an instant. The moment they neared the merchant ship, the middle-aged man stepped forward to greet them, but before he could finish the word, a blade of flame sliced through the air. He tried to dodge, yet the attack proved far too swift, bisected and reduced to ash in a single strike. With the middle-aged man dispatched, Lu Ming and Xiao Yi employed their observation haki to pinpoint the remaining thugs responsible for capturing victims, then swiftly eliminated them all with coordinated blade strikes. "Let's go. Let's take a look below deck." After decapitating the final enemy, Lu Ming drew Scarlet Empress and pushed open the cabin door, moving toward where his observation haki detected survivors. The instant they stepped into the hold, Lu Ming and Xiao Yi were hit by a nauseating stench, particularly offensive to Lu Ming, whose heightened senses detected every vile component. The acrid tang of urine, the coppery stench of blood, and layers of decay mingled together. These animals. Xiao Yi ground his teeth in fury, desperate to return above and tear those wretches apart limb from limb. Before them stretched rows upon rows of cages, each packed with captives of every description, mostly women, alongside a handful of fishmen and male warriors. They huddled trembling in corners, their bodies mapped with wounds, while the floors beneath them reeked of filth and refuse. A flash of steel swept through the air, bisecting every cage in an instant. "Come out. The slave traders are dead, and the keys to your collars are on their bodies." Xiao Yi sheathed his blade and looked up, his expression softening into something warm as he offered them a reassuring smile. When no one moved, he and Lu Ming quietly retreated through the cabin and emerged onto the deck, giving the prisoners space to compose themselves. Snatched, trafficked, and slaughtered into captivity, these people had long since abandoned any faith in others. Only after Xiao Yi and Lu Ming disappeared from sight did they scramble from their cages, frantically searching for the keys. Outside, they leaned against the railing with the sea breeze tugging at their hair, though Xiao Yi's expression remained grim. Lu Ming lit a cigarette, and reading Xiao Yi's troubled expression, quickly offered reassurance to keep him from doing something rash. "Come now, don't look so gloomy. You should be glad. You just saved an entire shipload of people." This was no overreaction on Lu Ming's part. Xiao Yi genuinely struggled to reconcile himself to such brutality. In the original tale, it was precisely witnessing such horrors repeatedly that had driven him to gouge out his own eyes. Xiao Yi asked quietly, "Captain, why does this world allow so many vile things to exist?" "Because the world's order is flawed," Lu Ming replied. "Because of injustice, and above all, because of profit." Taking a drag from his cigarette, Lu Ming explained slowly, I once heard someone say that with a 50% profit men will take risks, with 100% profit they trample the law, and with 300% profit they commit any crime, even risk the gallows. The profits from slave trading far exceed even 300%, especially with the celestial dragons leading the way, nobles across the world eagerly joining in. The returns are beyond imagination, measured not in gold, but in mere human lives. Xiao Yi fell quiet, processing Lu Ming's words before asking, "Is there any way to change this? Could we hire people to hunt down these slavers and put an end to it?" "It would be difficult," Lu Ming replied. "The ideal solution would be systemic reform, but the world government is corrupt to its core. Even the Marines serve merely as its enforcers. Such atrocities will only multiply in the years ahead. The roots have rotted away." As Xiao Yi absorbed this, the freed slaves emerged from below deck, led by a burly man whose skull tattoo on his chest marked him as a former pirate. "Thank you, Lord Qinglong, for saving our lives." The pirate grinned obsequiously at Lu Ming and led the others in a deep bow, some dropping to their knees in gratitude. "Enough," Lu Ming waved them up. "I didn't save you for nothing. I need you to search this vessel for its financial records. If you find any devil fruits, bring them to me immediately." "Understood." "Understood." The pirate nodded, then barked orders to his companions, who immediately scattered throughout the ship to search. The freed captives fanned out across the vessel, and soon the deck groaned under the weight of treasure and berries. They discovered 2 devil fruits, both Zoan type, which proved less than ideal though still useful, one granting tiger-like abilities and the other monkey-like powers. After stowing the treasure and devil fruits, Lu Ming led Xiao Yi back to the Qinglong, leaving the rescued captives with their captured vessel and the freedom to choose whether to return home or pursue piracy. Xiao Yi offered no objection and followed silently as they set course for Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Archipelago, known as both the Island of Failure and the Island of Second Chances, lies near Marine headquarters and consists of massive red trees called Yakoa redwoods, their exposed roots forming natural islands above the water. It also serves as the crucial waypoint where pirates seal their vessels with the red trees' special resin coating before attempting the dangerous journey to Fishman Island and onward to the New World. The Qinglong docked at the harbor of Red Tree No. 52, where the trees numbered 50 through 59 house shipyards and coating artisans. After inquiring about the best craftsmen available, Lu Ming selected the top-rated coating master to apply the seal. The coating master inspected the Qinglong's dimensions and estimated it would take half a day to complete the work. Lu Ming had no objections and saw it as an opportunity to explore the archipelago's unique atmosphere, perhaps visiting the auction at Red Tree No. 1 to find devil fruits. As for abolishing the slave trade entirely, Lu Ming knew he could only address what lay within his power for now. He would tackle the larger issue when he had the strength to do so. After renting a bubble car, Lu Ming rode it with Orbia Hounsonder Sherlock and Yi Xiao, touring the Sabaody Archipelago. Their itinerary primarily focused on zones 1 through 49, including the prohibited zone Soap Bubble Park, the sightseeing district, and specialty shops. The Sabaody Archipelago lived up to its reputation as a dreamlike island. Not only were its scenery and bubble culture enchanting, but its commerce and tourism were exceptionally prosperous. People of all kinds could be seen everywhere, all warm and hospitable. Perhaps because Lu Ming was too notorious, or perhaps the people of Sabaody were well informed. Whenever they saw him, the fear in their eyes was impossible to conceal. More often than not, long before Lu Ming even reached them, these people would drop whatever they were holding and flee. Watching another empty stall, a look of helplessness crossed Lu Ming's eyes. He merely wanted to buy some local specialties from Sabaody, yet everyone reacted this way. It seemed the world government's reports had driven his reputation to rock bottom. "Ta! Who would have thought you'd end up like this, Lu Ming?" Orbia, riding in the bubble car, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Laugh your head off, or I'll make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow." Lu Ming shot Orbia an irritated glare, his words making her cheeks flush pink. Yet she made no attempt to look away. Instead, she regarded him with an alluring gaze. "Never mind. Let's just head straight to the prohibited zone." Lu Ming, resigned, grabbed a wig from an unmanned stall, turned, and climbed back into the bubble car, heading toward the auction house at Red Tree No. 1. Fortune favored them that day. Auction was happening, and word had it that devil fruits and legendary swords would be up for sale. He intended to acquire a devil fruit. In Lu Ming's eyes, the most precious treasure in the world of pirates was the devil fruit. Nothing else could compare. The world of pirates was full of people who couldn't recognize faces, so with a simple disguise using the wig, Lu Ming slipped into auction house no. 1 without being noticed. The group casually selected seats toward the back and waited for the auction to begin. At present, the auction house was not under Doflamingo's control, but rather managed by an underground faction, though exactly who Lu Ming did not know. Just as the auction was about to begin, a massive burly man, wearing a bubble helmet, slowly walked in, flanked by 6 bodyguards in black suits and masks. Instantly, the entire auction house fell deathly silent. Everyone except Lu Ming and his companions bowed their heads, terrified of drawing attention. So these are the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Yi Xiao gazed coldly at them, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. This was his first time seeing celestial dragons in person. Before, he had only heard tales. Lu Ming had also shared some information. As expected, those of high status act without any restraint. Enough. Let's focus on the auction. Lu Ming patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder, signaling that the auction was about to begin. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the auctioneer. The host waited until the celestial dragons were seated before beginning the proceedings. The first item up for auction was a beautiful female slave, collared and blindfolded. Sit down. It's not time yet. As Yi Xiao instinctively rose to his feet, Lu Ming's hand rested on his shoulder, his voice murmuring close to his ear. Only then did Yi Xiao settle back into his seat, his eyes locked firmly on the beauty on stage. Eventually, the beautiful woman was purchased by a noble in the front row. This was followed by various other slaves. Pirates, long-arm tribe members, long-leg tribe members, and more. All the rare slaves were bought by the celestial dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, our next lot is the Dor fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. Its power allows the user to create doors anywhere, through solid matter, air, fire, and even human bodies. It is an exceptionally powerful fruit. The starting bid is 200 million belly. It's this very fruit. Then I must have it. Lu Ming was startled internally. The Dor fruit was considered one of the god-tier fruits with immense potential in his past life, and he was determined to claim it. 500 million belly, I'll take it. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than a celestial dragon in the VIP section extended a hand and roared. Instantly, the entire auction house fell silent. No one dared breathe. Once a celestial dragon placed a bid, even just 1 belly above the starting price, no one would dare counter. 500 million and 1 belly. At that moment, a light, almost casual voice drifted from the rear of the auction house. The crowd shuddered. Who dared be so audacious? Yet no one dared turn around. They simply sat upright, bowed their heads, and pretended not to hear or see anything. 700 million belly. 700 million and 1 belly. 1 billion belly. 1 billion and 1 belly. You're looking for death. After being publicly humiliated 3 times in a row, the celestial dragon could no longer contain himself. He turned toward the source of the voice and unleashed a torrent of curses, simultaneously drawing the golden flintlock pistol at his waist and pulling the trigger. Bang! The heavy report of gunfire echoed, but the lowly ant did not explode his head as he had imagined. In disbelief, he fired several more shots in rapid succession, bullets scattering in all directions, aiming at Lu Ming's vital points. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ming's right hand moved through the air in a blur, catching every bullet. Damn you, you still dare to resist. Kill that man. Kill them all. Enraged, the celestial dragon pointed at Lu Ming and his companions and barked orders. And bring that woman back to me as my 19th wife. And that dog, take it too. I've never seen such a breed. Yes, Your Holiness Richards. 6 CP agents nodded in unison. 4 of them exchanged glances, and their figures vanished in an instant. The next moment, they appeared directly above Lu Ming. This was the 6 powers technique, called shave. Each agent targeted one person. 2 jabbed their index fingers toward Lu Ming and Yi Xiao, while the other 2 spread their arms and lunged for Orbia and Hound Sonder, seeking death. Uft, 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 uft. Lu Ming's voice was ice cold. With a flick of his right wrist, the bullets in his palm shot forward like spears. The four agents airborne mid-lunge were smashed onto the chairs in front of them, blood and brain matter streaming from holes in their foreheads. All four members, killed instantly. The CP agents standing guard around Richards could scarcely believe it. After closely examining Lu Ming's face, they collapsed onto the ground, their pants instantly soaking yellow as they stammered, "Qinglo. Lu Ming." The agent showed no intention of fighting back. He instinctively scrambled backward. Whoa! A wave of commotion swept through the room. The nobles seated nearby sprang to their feet, and chaos erupted throughout the venue. Bang! 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 Lu Ming rose to his feet. An invisible force surged through the entire auction house. Instantly the eyes of all the nobles rolled back, and they fainted dead away. Only Yixiao, Sherlock Houndsonder, and Orbia, beside Lu Ming along with the slaves in the auction house, remained conscious. The heavy thud of bodies hitting the floor echoed continuously. Lu Ming was the first to walk toward the stage. Isho, Alvia, and Arcanine hurried after him. Once he stepped onto the stage, Lu Ming casually crushed the auction host's head underfoot, walked over to the barrier shielding the door. Fruit shattered it with his hand, and put the fruit into his storage space. Isho exchanged a few words with the slaves, then rushed backstage to find the keys to their collars, freeing the slaves held in the auction house's backroom as well. "Lord Lu Ming, may we follow you?" Two sweet-faced twin girls, only 14 or 15, came before Lu Ming and shouted in trembling voices, yet their eyes were beyond resolute. Lu Ming recognized them. They were among the slaves purchased by the celestial dragon. The two sisters weren't pure humans, but half human, half mink. True cat-eared girls. The instant the celestial dragon saw the sisters, he was thrilled and spent 1 billion on the spot. He looked at them in surprise. "In a moment, once Isho gets the keys, you can go home. What's the point of following me? Don't forget the world government has branded me as one of the most vicious pirates. I may face pursuit by the world government and the Navy admirals at any moment. Staying with me isn't safe. We don't have a home anymore. Father, mother, uncle, and aunt were all killed by them. Only the two of us are left." Lu Ming lowered his head and fell silent. Looking at the two sisters, both under 1.5 meters tall and still children in his past life, he reached out to the collars around their necks. At once a rhythmic beeping sound began. The sisters' bodies trembled and timidity flooded their eyes, but they stood perfectly straight, gazing at Lu Ming with stubborn defiance. A hint of approval surfaced in Lu Ming's eyes. With both hands he hurled the collars, seconds from exploding, toward the celestial dragon. With a bang, the celestial dragon and two cipher pole agents were blown to shreds. "What are your names?" "I'm Lisa." "I'm Lena." Hearing Lu Ming's question, the two sisters exchanged a glance and saw joy in each other's eyes, then hastily gave their names. Shortly afterward, Isho came back with the keys to all the collars. He threw them in front of the slaves beside the stage for them to free themselves, glanced at the obliterated celestial dragon, and walked over to Lu Ming. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Kong set down the Den Mushi and pressed his forehead, feeling a headache. He looked at Sengoku, who was drinking tea in the office, and said, "Sengoku, make a trip to the Sabati archipelago. Lu Ming killed a celestial dragon there. The 5 elders have ordered us to move immediately." "Very well." Sengoku had no choice. He got up, straightened his uniform, and left the office. Soon a massive warship left Marineford, sailing toward the Sabati archipelago. Truly troubled times. Kong stood by the window watching the departing warship, his eyes full of anxiety. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his group charged in a beeline toward Mangrove Port No. 52, knocking unconscious every marine and pirate along the way with Conqueror's Hockey. They had no power to resist, a pirate's version of winning without fighting. The group soon reached the coating site. The Azure Dragon had already been coated. Its hull was covered in a layer of rainbow sheen bubble film. Stepping on it was like stepping on cotton, soft and springy. Taking the instruction manual from the coating craftsman, Lu Ming began following the steps. The Azure Dragon slowly left the pier. Lu Ming dived into the sea from the side, removed the lead blocks and plugs embedded in the hull, and at once the bubble around the ship began to swell quickly, wrapping the entire hull and forming a vast space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, more than a dozen sharp sounds of air being torn came from the distance, and over a dozen cannonballs flew toward the Azure Dragon. In the instant they were about to hit, Isho drew the long blade from his waist and pressed it downward with force. The cannonballs seemed to grow abruptly heavy, plunging straight into the sea and throwing up great sprays of water. Lu Ming burst out of the sea and came to a stop in midair, gazing at the direction from which the shells had come. A massive marine warship was racing toward them. The huge word Buddha on its sail was perfectly clear. Standing at the prow was a burly middle-aged man with frog-style glasses, a long beard on his chin braided into a pigtail, and a military cap. None other than the current Navy Admiral Sengoku, known as the Buddha, wielder of the Zoan-type human fruit mythical Zoan model Great Buddha. Alvia and the others also recognized Sengoku and grew tense at once, all turning their eyes to Lu Ming. Lu Ming gave them all a reassuring look and at the same time signaled them to start the Azure Dragon diving. Then he turned back to Sengoku. "Hey Sengoku, this should be our first meeting. I've certainly heard a great deal about you." "Yeah, Lu Ming." Watching Lu Ming hovering in the air, Sengoku ground his teeth. "Why didn't you bastard, just make your way to the new world as if nothing had happened? Why did you have to kill a celestial dragon? You've done nothing but give us trouble." "My apologies. But that filthy piece of trash tried to lay a hand on someone close to me. If I hadn't killed him, where would my pride have gone?" Lu Ming answered with a smile, for he could now read Sengoku's intentions. Sengoku wanted to fight. That way, no matter the result, he could give the world government an account. It would show that the Marines took the world government's words seriously and give the government no pretext. As the two were speaking, golden light began to radiate from Sengoku, and his body gradually enlarged until he became a 30-meter-tall golden Buddha. The massive weight pressed the bow of the Admiral-grade, three-masted warship down into the sea. Buddha's fist. With not the slightest courtesy, Sengoku clenched his right fist and let loose a mighty blow. An invisible shockwave like a cannonball from a barrel crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye and came straight for Lu Ming. At the same time, he pushed off with his feet, launching his colossal body into the air and bearing down upon Lu Ming. Lu Ming reacted quickly. The Crimson Empress flashed from its sheath, and a biting cold light split the oncoming shockwave in two. Rather than retreating, he shifted into his human-beast hybrid form and charged to meet Sengoku as he dove down from the sky. Clang! The blade clashed against the fist, yet it rang out with a metallic explosion. Lu Ming could feel a fierce impact run through the blade, making his arm tingle with numbness. But it was still within his endurance and would not affect him much. He really is a monster, to have such strength at such an age. Sengoku was secretly shocked. He felt a stabbing pain from his fist. He had actually been hurt. Although the Great Buddha fruit was not known for its defensive ability, its base defense was absolutely not weak, and with his consummate armament haki, he was not a man who would be wounded easily. Yet the force contained in Lu Ming's blade was far beyond his imagination. After just that one clash, he realized he had still underestimated the absurdly young man standing before him. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, a trace of gravity settling on his face. He fought with even greater focus, pushing the Navy's 6 powers to their utmost. Derivative techniques poured out of him like a violent storm, surging toward Lu Ming. Every blow carried destructive force enough to split mountains and part the seas. Yet anyone of comparable strength would have noticed that Sengoku's attacks were aimed neither at Lu Ming's vital points nor at the Qinglong behind him. Lu Ming instantly switched into his hybrid human-beast form and launched his attack, brandishing the Crimson Queen. His method was the same as Sengoku's, all thunder, little rain. The two fought in midair with an unspoken understanding. To outsiders, the scene looked as if it could destroy heaven and earth. Under the dreadful impact of Conqueror's haki, even the sky split in two and refused to mend for a long time. Isho had long since set down his long blade, a speechless expression on his face. He had already seen through it. The two in the sky were putting on an act. Their attacks looked fierce, but only a few actually landed on their bodies. Apart from torn clothes, there were no real wounds. Alvia was not as strong as Isho and had no command of observation haki, so she did not see the trick. She kept staring upward at the battle. She could barely follow, her face full of worry. Bang! After more than 100 exchanges, both had left a few wounds on each other that looked serious, but were actually nothing at all. Sengoku felt that this was about enough and deliberately exposed an opening. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slammed a fist into his chest, though the force was not heavy. Whoosh! Sengoku flew backward like a cannonball and landed in the sea beside the warship. Seeing this, the Marines on the nearby ship jumped into the water one after another to retrieve him. By then the Qinglong had fully submerged into the sea. Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he slipped in after it, disappearing together with the Qinglong beneath the waves. Before long, Sengoku returned to his ship, dripping wet. Looking at the comms, he deliberately gave an order with a disappointed tone: head back. It's all right, I'm fine. Aboard the Qinglong, Lu Ming gently patted Alvia's head while circulating the solar true scripture. His wounds healed in an instant, and he once again wore that handsome, composed face. Seeing that Alvia was still full of concern, Isho quickly explained the captain was putting on an act with Sengoku just now. They looked like they were fighting hard, but actually nothing happened. Both of them only have a few superficial wounds. For existences like them, a good sleep is enough to recover. Oh. Lisa and Lena were astonished and asked in disbelief, Brother Isho, do you mean that Admiral Sengoku wasn't here to capture Lord Lu Ming? After such a short time together, the two sisters had become well acquainted with the people on the ship, and their forms of address had grown much more affectionate. Isho stroked his chin and explained, you can't put it that way. After all, the captain killed a celestial dragon, so Sengoku certainly wanted to arrest him. But the captain is too strong. If they truly fought with full strength, Sengoku would not only have no certainty of winning, but would very likely destroy the entire Sabaody archipelago. That is why the two fought half-heartedly with mutual understanding, giving Sengoku an excuse to return and report. Though he spoke lightly, Isho's heart was not calm at all. The strength displayed by Lu Ming and Sengoku was simply too overwhelming. So overwhelming that he felt powerless, with no right even to intervene. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. No wonder you kept putting your sword down, Brother Isho. Turns out you saw they were acting. Lena was very observant. She had noticed every move of everyone on the ship just now, so of course, she also caught Isho's change in action. By then Alvia had completely relaxed. Holding Sherlock, she sat down beside Lu Ming. Arcanine had long since returned to its poke ball. The underwater environment made it very uneasy, so it went back into sleep. Then Lu Ming took out the gourmet tablecloth and explained to the two sisters that it was a tablecloth that had eaten the gourmet fruit. It then produced a huge amount of food, and they ate while chatting. Lu Ming was mainly the one asking questions, while the sisters answered as he came to understand each one's strengths. The older sister Lisa had studied navigation with her mother since childhood and could be considered a navigator, albeit one with limited experience. She also filled the vacancy left by the lack of a navigator on Lu Ming's ship. The younger sister Lena had learned to cook for a while and could barely qualify as a chef. From now on, the two of you will be the navigator and cook of the Yin Huang pirates. Lu Ming reached out and ruffled the heads of the two sisters, replying with a smile. Then he changed the subject and said seriously, however, the two of you must also hasten to improve your strength. In the future, you have to be at least vice admiral level, understand? Yes, boss. The two sisters answered loudly. The reason they did not call him Lord was that Lu Ming had requested it. It always felt strange to him, so he had them call him boss. Lu Ming, when did we establish a pirate crew? And why are we called Yin Huang? At that moment, Alvia curiously leaned in front of Lu Ming. Having followed him for such a long time, she was well aware that Lu Ming had never established a pirate crew, nor had he ever mentioned the name of one. So why did a pirate crew suddenly exist now? We just established it. As for Yin Huang, that's my roots. As he spoke, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with memories. Alvia was surprised. This was the first time she had seen such an expression on Lu Ming's face. The Qinglong continued to descend along the ocean current. The sea, which had previously held a little light, became utterly pitch black. Only the ship's lighting equipment provided a faint glow, which kept the three women from feeling afraid in the dark surroundings. As for the great fish and sea kings attracted by the light, before they could even approach the ship, Lu Ming knocked them out and frightened them away with Conqueror's Haki. After sailing in the dark for an unknown amount of time, light finally appeared ahead. It was clearly possible to make out an enormous tree more than 10 times larger than the tree of knowledge that Lu Ming had seen before. Near the base of the tree was an island covered by a giant bubble. Many pipes could be seen through it, along with mermaids and fishmen moving about inside. Is that Fishman Island? Lu Ming lay against the ship's railing, his eyes, already red, looking from afar at the scenery inside Fishman Island. Alvia Isho and the two sisters Lisa and Lena were also extremely excited. Even in the pirate world, Fishman Island and Skypea were considered legendary islands in the hearts of the people. Most did not even believe in their existence. Before long, the Qinglong entered Fishman Island through the entrance. After docking at the port where visiting ships were moored, the group began to tour the island. To be honest, Fishman Island left Lu Ming deeply disappointed. Although the island looked extremely dreamlike in the anime, with a wonderful environment, in reality, most of its buildings were made from shells. They were merely novel to the eye, not beautiful. Most of the area was exposed coral, and the air was saturated with a fishy smell. Fishmen carried that same smell on their bodies. Forget it, let's just go straight to the Mermaid Cafe. After wandering around for a while, Lu Ming felt as though he were strolling through a seafood market from his past life. Apart from the initial curiosity shown by the fishmen, all that remained was the fishy odor. He instantly lost interest and promptly proposed. The moment the suggestion was made, it received unanimous approval, and the group quickly made their way toward the Mermaid Cafe. Fortunately, the ambience of the Mermaid Cafe pleased Lu Ming greatly. There was scarcely any fishy smell here, and the mermaids carried none of the fishman odor either. Most importantly, the mermaids dressed rather provocatively and were exceedingly hospitable. After enjoying some coffee, Lu Ming entrusted Sherlock to Lisa and Lena's care, left Yi Xiao to protect them, and set out with Orbia toward the sea forest to view the poneglyphs located there. There's actually another mermaid here. Ahead near the poneglyph stood a petite figure. Judging by mermaid classification, she was a gold-scaled mermaid dressed far more modestly than the others. Lu Ming felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Who are you? Before he could draw near, the gold-scaled mermaid sensed an unfamiliar presence and swiftly turned to look. Her expression quickly shifted to terror, and she sat heavily on the ground, trembling as she stammered. Qinglong, Lu Ming. So you're the future Princess Oyuki. No wonder she seemed familiar. However, how could such a petite frame bear children comparable to the giant Neptune, let alone offspring far exceeding her in stature? Especially Shirahoshi, who rivals Neptune himself. Could she possess the abilities of the baby fruit? The Oyuki before him was barely 10 years old, standing less than 5 feet tall, as though a strong gust could topple her. If Lu Ming recalled correctly, in the original story, Oyuki was so frail that she could fracture her own bones from her own strikes. How on earth did someone so physically weak give birth to such massive children? Orbia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and hurriedly helped Oyuki to her feet, offering a reassuring smile. You needn't be afraid. Lu Ming is not a bad person. He wouldn't hurt you. Lu Ming gazed speechlessly at Orbia. He didn't look like a villain either. How could he possibly harm such a young girl? Perhaps because of Orbia's words, or perhaps due to the warmth Orbia exuded, the fear in Oyuki's heart dissipated somewhat. She bowed deeply to Lu Ming and said urgently, Lord Lu Ming, I apologize for my impertinence. I don't mind. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to the coral-encrusted poneglyph. Can you read poneglyphs? I cannot. Oyuki shook her head and explained, I merely happened upon a reference to this poneglyph while studying the history of Fishman Island at the Ryugu Palace, so I thought I would come and take a look. That's when I ran into you, Lord Lu Ming. I see you read about it in the Ryugu Palace archives. Lu Ming nodded, then found a relatively clean coral to sit upon. Orbia meanwhile went over to study the poneglyph. Inscribed upon it was a letter of apology from Joy Boy to the Sea King Mermaid Princess. To Lu Ming, the power of the Sea Kings was the most terrifying of the 3 ancient weapons. It was a unique racial innate ability. The combined force of countless super big type Sea Kings made the destruction of the world entirely conceivable. It was a pity, however, that Shirahoshi had not yet been born. Otherwise, he might have considered recruiting her as one of his trump cards. But there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as he cultivated a good relationship with Neptune and Oyuki, securing Shirahoshi down the line should pose little difficulty. The content on the poneglyph was not extensive. With her profound knowledge, Orbia soon finished reading the letter. Curious, Oyuki asked about its contents. Orbia glanced at Lu Ming, then quietly relayed the message to Oyuki. Joy Boy's apology letter to the Mermaid Princess. So the command passed down through the royal generations was to help Joy Boy. But who exactly is this Joy Boy? Oyuki muttered to herself repeatedly. Hearing this, Lu Ming understood although Fishman Island had records of Joy Boy, the lineage of knowledge appeared to have been broken, unlike the extensive records preserved in Elbaf. From then on, Lu Ming remained silent, allowing Orbia and Oyuki to converse freely. Since the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara also contained records of Joy Boy, the two had plenty to discuss. Soon their forms of address shifted to older sister and younger sister. Lu Ming, I would like to follow younger sister Oyuki to the Ryugu Palace next. The archives there should contain clues about the 100-year void. We may need to stay here for some time. Coincidentally, I'm also quite interested in the Ryugu Palace. Let's pick up Ishao and the others and head over together. That sounds wonderful. Oyuki nodded. After returning to the Mermaid Cafe to gather Ishao and the others, the group set off toward the Ryugu Palace under Oyuki's guidance. Along the way, Lu Ming learned that Oyuki was already the betrothed of Prince Neptune. In fact, during this era, all gold-scaled mermaids were candidates for royal consorts. Lu Ming surmised this marital arrangement was designed to ensure the proper birth of the Sea King. Upon arriving at the Ryugu Palace, Lu Ming and his companions were received with the highest honors. At the banquet, Lu Ming sampled Fishman Island's signature cuisine, which proved quite delicious. However, aside from Neptune and Oyuki, he did not encounter any other original characters from the story. Therefore, after a brief conversation with Neptune, Lu Ming returned to the Qinglong to rest. The fishy odor permeating the air was simply unbearable. Orbia, on the other hand, accompanied Oyuki to the Fishman Island archives and stayed there temporarily. Lisa, focus on regulating your breathing. Lena, your form is off. Over the following days, Lu Ming primarily devoted himself to training Lena and his own cultivation. It must be said, the siblings' hybrid heritage granted them truly remarkable talent, perfectly inheriting certain feline and human advantages. Their bodies were extraordinarily flexible, and their coordination was terrifyingly adept. Based on their physical characteristics, Lu Ming devised a simple internal energy cultivation method which allowed their strength to surge forward rapidly. Additionally, Lu Ming created an internal energy method for Ishao, who also cultivated internal energy. Combined with the self-imposed pressure from the gravity fruit, his strength grew swiftly. Lu Ming also regularly sparred with him to hone his swordsmanship. As for Lu Ming himself, he never grew lax. Each day, he carved out time to comprehend the law of life within the 9-spirit pearl, while simultaneously developing the azure dragon fruit. Not only his physique, but his control over the 3 elements, fire, wind, and lightning, was equally important. He strove to develop powerful techniques and auxiliary abilities, ultimately aiming to reach the stage of awakening. The azure dragon remained at Fishman Island for a month. Lu Ming befriended Neptune and Odoheim, and also met Fisher Tiger, a tiger fishman from Fishman Street, who would one day become the captain of the Sun Pirates. At this time, Tiger was only about 20 years old, far from the strength he would later possess in the original timeline, nor had he yet been taken as a slave by the world nobles. He was merely the leader of a gang on Fishman Street, idly dreaming that fishmen and humans might one day live together in peace. Beside the azure dragon at a makeshift dinner table, Lu Ming, Alvia, Isho, Neptune, Odoheim, and Tiger sat together eating and chatting. When Odoheim and Tiger asked how to coexist with humans, Lu Ming offered a view completely different from those of Isho and Alvia. Odoheim, Tiger, I know you both want to change the future of fishmen and merfolk and long for peaceful coexistence with humans. But in my country there is an old saying, weak nations have no diplomacy. That is a truth bought with more than 5,000 years of history. In the end, this world still honors strength above all. If you truly wish for fishmen and merfolk to coexist peacefully with humans, the first thing to do is not to win the recognition of the world nobles or humanity, but to strengthen the power of your nation, both collectively and individually. Fishmen and merfolk are naturally physically superior to humans. Add to that the heritage of fishman karate and fishman jujitsu, and raising your strength is hardly difficult. Afterward, go venture into the new world, temper your haki, and select your strongest warriors. When your nation possesses more than 3 fighters on the level of an admiral, even the world government will have to think twice and reconsider its relationship with Fishman Island. They may even propose peaceful coexistence between fishmen, merfolk, and humans on their own initiative. As for the slave traders, there is no need to mention them. When that time comes, before trying to capture fishmen and merfolk as slaves, they will have to ask themselves whether they can afford to offend a titan like Fishman Island. Only then should you pursue undertakings like coexistence with humanity. Hearing Lu Ming's perspective, Odoheim and Tiger fell silent. They wanted to argue, for it ran completely counter to their ideals of boundless compassion, yet they could not deny that Lu Ming's words carried great weight. Once their own power grew strong enough, combined with Fishman Island's naturally formidable geography, perhaps the future really could be different. Lu Ming, aren't you from Seabird Island? God Valley doesn't have 5,000 years of history. At that moment, Alvia asked with a curious expression. Isho and Neptune also set down their food and looked at Lu Ming inquisitively. I only grew up on Seabird Island. Why, I am not from there. As for God Valley, neither is that my homeland. Didn't I tell you before? My roots lie with Yin Huang. That is my true homeland, a colossal nation with more than 5,000 years of history. As for where that nation is, perhaps you will learn one day. After saying this, Lu Ming revealed a mysterious smile. At that moment, Alvia suddenly recalled the words Lu Ming had inscribed upon the golden pedestal in Skypiea and realized that the script belonged to Yin Huang. Her curiosity about that nation surged. How could a historian not be fascinated by a country with over 5,000 years of history? Unfortunately, no matter how she questioned him, even resorting to seduction and promises, she could not coax more revelations from Lu Ming. Captain Lu Ming, may I join your pirate crew? I want to carve out a new path for Fishman Island for fishmen and merfolk alike. I want to see how vast the world truly is. As the gathering ended, Tiger came before Lu Ming, bowed 90 degrees, and spoke with earnest sincerity. Odoheim and Neptune said nothing, watching quietly. They trusted Tiger to make the most important choice of his life. All they needed to do was offer their blessings. Lu Ming glanced at Odoheim and Neptune. Seeing no objection from either, he nodded and agreed. All right. From today on, you will be the helmsman of the Yin Huang pirates. If you ever wish to leave, just inform me beforehand. Thank you, Captain Lu Ming. No, thank you, Captain. Tiger replied joyfully. Afterward, Lu Ming told him to return to Fishman Street to settle his personal affairs and arrange the future of his gang. It was a pity that Jinbi was still too young in this era, or having him join would have been even better. While Tiger was away, Lu Ming offered Neptune many suggestions. Most concerned strengthening the nation's overall power and the strength of its people, followed by restructuring Fishman Street and bringing it under the kingdom's rule. That place could not be allowed to remain a lawless zone, for darkness would breed there and eventually devour the entire nation. A day later, Tiger returned carrying a green bundle on his back. The Azure Dragon had already been coated, and the crew set sail once more for the new world. This new world is utter chaos. Lu Ming casually tossed a pirate he had seized into the sea, irritation lacing his voice. Indeed, this is already the 7th wave of pirates in the past half-month. Ever since Gold Lion took control of the first half of the New World, his policies had caused the number of pirates there to skyrocket, plunging the region into absolute disorder. The kingdoms were gripped by fear, and countless people chose to become pirates simply to survive. Isho's brow furrowed, as well his voice heavy with solemnity. He had known the New World was full of pirates, but he had never imagined there would be this many, beyond anything he had conceived. We cannot go on like this. It's better that we find a place to settle down. Lu Ming turned to look at the Azure Dragon and spoke with a hint of gravity. Aboard the Azure Dragon, Arcanine was guarding Lisa, Lena, Alvia, Tiger, and Sherlock. The 5 of them were not yet strong enough for the New World, a place swarming with mighty pirate crews. Relying only on himself and Isho, Lu Ming could not necessarily protect them all, especially against a crew like the Gold Lion pirates. If Gold Lion pinned him down, Isho alone would be unable to hold off the number of officers in Gold Lion's crew. Alvia, which kingdom in this area is the most corrupt? The Maguro Kingdom. The entire nation is in the hands of the royal family and the nobility. They even embezzle relief grain meant for the common people, and every year they must pay the heavenly tribute to the world nobles. Among the surrounding kingdoms, it is the largest and the most corrupt. Alvia was taken aback for a moment, then named a country from the intelligence she had gathered. The Magaro kingdom was not actually the most corrupt nation in the area. That dubious honor belonged to the myriad kingdom, but she understood Lu Ming's purpose, so she chose Magaro for its relatively large territory. The Magaro kingdom consisted of 2 adjacent islands, each bearing a city. Its area far surpassed the neighboring Dressrosa and myriad and could rival Provence. In that case, Magaro kingdom it is. Set course. Lu Ming waved his hand broadly and made the decision on the spot. The kingdom of Magaro, one of the many nations of the New World, lies in the first half of the New World. The entire kingdom is composed of 2 islands, Magaro Island and Mozaro Island. The residents on the islands are gaunt and sallow, working the fields in a dull mechanical trance. Nearby, more than 100 burly soldiers patrolled, making sure no one slacked off or rebelled. Meanwhile, the nobles in the city clung to their beautiful mistresses and led a life of extravagance, completely indifferent to the suffering of the common people. In their eyes, those beneath them were nothing more than beasts bred to toil for their pleasure. Your Majesty, the ship of Azure Dragon Lu Ming has been spotted rapidly approaching Magaro Island. It seems he is not coming with good intentions. Inside the royal palace, Brian, the kingdom's foremost general, knelt on one knee before King Charles VIII and reported what the scouts had discovered. Charles VIII paced back and forth across the room, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face filled with panic. What are we to do? What are we to do? This Lu Ming is a pirate as famous as the Golden Lion. How are we supposed to repel him? That's it. We'll send money. Isn't looting for money exactly what pirates do? As if struck by an idea, Charles VIII clapped his hands excitedly and turned to a portly middle-aged man nearby. Watson, prepare 1 billion belly in treasure and come with me to welcome Lord Lu Ming. Then he looked at Brian and said coldly, Brian, station troops in ambush around the harbor. If that Lu Ming refuses to see reason, we'll send him straight to heaven. Yes, Your Majesty. Brian nodded, turned, and went to make the arrangements. Out on the distant sea, the Azure Dragon slowly sailed toward Mozaro Harbor. The entire pirate crew sat on the deck discussing plans to take the kingdom of Magaro. Lu Ming never fought a battle he was not prepared for. Although Magaro is no match for us, those people may still try something underhanded. With my strength, I have nothing to fear, but your power is insufficient. You could easily fall into their trap. Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone lowered their heads, for they knew it was true. They also understood that the real reason Lu Ming wanted to take an island was precisely because they were not strong enough. He intended to raise their strength first. Isho felt the same way too. Since arriving in the New World, he had come to realize his own inadequacy, something he had never felt before. Every pirate he encountered these days made him expend considerable effort, and quite a few captains and vice-captains were his equals. If not for the captain, he might not have lived out the week. So this time when we head for the kingdom of Magaro, the Azure Dragon will stop more than a kilometer away from the harbor, and I will act alone. I'll leave the Azure Dragon and Alvia and the others in your hands, Isho. Be absolutely certain of their safety. Understood. Isho nodded. At Magaro Harbor, a large number of national defense troops formed 2 rows as though welcoming someone's arrival. Farther back, under the protection of soldiers, lay heaps of gold, silver, and treasure. King Charles VIII stood at the front of the formation with his ministers, staring nervously at the sea ahead. A dragon-shaped vessel appeared on the sea and drew slowly closer. Just as everyone expected it to sail into the harbor, it stopped steadily more than a kilometer offshore. The next moment, a figure flew out of the ship, and in the blink of an eye was already hanging in the air above the harbor, revealing himself. Charles VIII and his ministers looked up and saw a handsome young man standing firmly in the air. He was 2 meters tall, wore a black trench coat, and carried a large saber across his back. His gaze, cast down at them from above, was freezing cold and devoid of any emotion. I, Charles VIII, pay my respects to Lord Lu Ming. Charles VIII quickly stepped forward with the ministers, put his right hand over his chest, and smiled obsequiously. He then gestured toward the treasure and said, My lord, this was prepared for you. Please be merciful and spare the kingdom of Magaro. Sickle Weasel. Lu Ming said nothing. As his mind stirred, strands of invisible wind spread out from his body and raced in all directions. The people felt a gentle breeze on their faces, and finding it pleasant, took it simply for a sea breeze. Huff, huff, stay focused. As soon as you see the general's signal blast, that looming sky high, So that's the renowned great pirate. He doesn't look that strong. All sorts of voices echoed through Lu Ming's mind. His gaze at Charles VIII grew playful. On one hand, the king used treasure to lower the intruder's guard. On the other, he had buried a large amount of explosives beneath the treasure for a killing blow. He did have some survival instincts. It was a pity about the soldiers guarding the treasure. They probably had no idea they had already been turned into cannon fodder. My lord, what do you think? Seeing that Lu Ming remained silent, Charles VIII thought he was considering the offer and immediately asked again in a fawning tone. Charles VIII, I can see your sincerity. Lu Ming smiled in satisfaction. In a flash, he appeared beside Charles VIII and lightly patted him on the shoulder. A smile spread across Charles VIII's face, believing his plan had succeeded. Whether Lu Ming took the treasure and left or turned hostile while collecting it and was blown up by the enormous amount of explosives buried below, the king would lose little. But Lu Ming's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, you'd better save these petty tricks for someone else. I have made up my mind. The kingdom of Maguro is mine. Kill you, and the treasure will be mine anyway. Squelch. Charles VIII never expected Lu Ming to be so dishonorable. Before he could act, a large hand had already pierced his chest, holding a freshly beating heart. He instinctively lowered his head and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Hum. A low hum filled the air as invisible conquerors' hockey engulfed the entire island. Whether they were soldiers hiding in the shadows or Brian hailed as the kingdom's foremost general, all felt a violent impact slam into their heads. Their eyes rolled back and they fell unconscious. After dealing with those people, Lu Ming waved toward the azure dragon in the distance. Let's go, the captain's done. Isho lowered his telescope and signaled to Alvia and the others. Tiger then piloted the azure dragon to the harbor. Isho disposed of the explosives buried under the treasure. Be careful not to set them off. Alvia, take the Arcanine and Tiger to look into the reputations of the king, nobles, and officials. After all, I'm no murderer. Those with evil reputations will be tied up and handed to the commoners to deal with. Those with good reputations will stay and help me work. As soon as Isho and the others arrived, Lu Ming assigned them tasks and began purging the leadership of the kingdom of Maguro, clearing away the nation's cancers. As for the low-ranking soldiers, he let them go as long as they had not committed serious wrongs. The arrival of the Yanhuang pirate crew threw everyone in the kingdom of Maguro into panic, every person fearing death. But it soon became clear that the crew was targeting only the evil nobles, officials, merchants, and royalty. Far from slaughtering the people at the bottom, they distributed the grain and treasure seized from the royal family, nobles, merchants, and officials to them, improving their lives. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the stronghold of the Yanhuang pirates in what was once the Mojuyuo kingdom, but is now the Yanhuang Republic, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a couch in the underground base beneath the royal palace, his 5 centers turned skyward as he sank his mind deep into his body. In his dantian, countless planet-like particles of light were moving along specific orbital paths and steadily multiplying. 1011. Until they reached 9 times 9, 81 in total. These particles revolved along bizarre trajectories while the innate true chi in his dantian, originally as viscous as lead and mercury, began to converge toward the center of his dantian, compressing further. The true chi grew denser and denser until at the very core it took on a gleam that seemed almost tangible. Clearly, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the most critical step toward breaking through to the planet level, yet he was completely confident, having gone through this sort of cultivation countless times before. In truth, after drawing the Dianju and Shinji Balian, his cultivation could have broken through as early as a year ago. However, the demon fruit had imposed certain shackles on him, which delayed his breakthrough until now. A year earlier, just as Lu Ming was on the verge of a breakthrough, he discovered that a foreign consciousness inside his body was interfering with the orbital paths of his light particles. That was what ultimately made all his efforts come to naught and prevented his breakthrough. That consciousness belonged to the mythical Zoan azure dragon fruit. Upon sensing it, Lu Ming understood that the so-called awakening meant either subduing or destroying that consciousness, or otherwise he would end up like those in Impel Down, who had failed their awakening and been dominated by the will of their animal-type fruit, turning into beast people. Fortunately, in the very first year after arriving in the Mojuyuo kingdom, he had drawn the Dianju, which made his soul immensely powerful. He easily annihilated that consciousness within his body. After the fruit's awakening, Lu Ming's genetic level also increased from 3 times to 5 times the normal baseline. He had no choice but to adapt anew and adjust his cultivation plan, which was why the breakthrough only happened today. The 81 light particles spun faster and faster, compressing continuously until at last a crimson orb of light formed at the center of his dantian. It was a sphere brimming with life force. Apart from the flames, thunder, and storms covering its surface, it was essentially composed of countless six-faced, transparent crimson crystals densely packed together to form a miniature planet. Instantly, a strange undulation radiated outward from the sphere. Within his dantian, the crimson orb began to rotate on its own axis, releasing an invisible force that amplified and spread through Lu Ming's entire body before expanding beyond it. When the force spread through every part of his body, Lu Ming felt his body beginning to undergo drastic changes. His bones, bone marrow, tendons, muscles, fascia, and everything else were all transforming. What a wonderful feeling. Lu Ming felt as if his entire body were soaking in a hot spring at the perfect temperature. Nourished by the spring water, every part of him experienced a fundamental transformation. As the original work says, the transition from apprentice level to planet level is a process of qualitative change, the first leap in one's life level. After breaking through, one can stop breathing, fly directly in the air, and even survive briefly in outer space. The transformation lasted a full day before coming to an end. Over the Yanhuang Republic, Lu Ming floated there as if he weighed nothing. Everything felt entirely instinctive, completely unlike the previous times he had flown through the air using flame cloud and true chi. So this is planet level. I've finally reached it. Looking down at the 2 islands below, Lu Ming felt a surge of emotion. At the same time, he realized the true power of the planet level. With the miniature planet spinning inside him, he could generate and control a magnetic field on his own. It could not only counteract gravity, but also provide assistance in battle. He turned his hand over, and the reforged Crimson Empress appeared in his grip. With a gentle slash toward the distant sea, the ocean seemed to be split open by an invisible force into a 10,000-meter abyss that took a long time to close. "It's truly too powerful," he exclaimed. "This slash didn't use much force at all. It was purely the power of my own magnetic field, yet it can rival a full-powered strike from many great swordsmen. This is something I never dared to imagine or could have done before." Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel thrilled. By the way, when a martial artist breaks through to planet level, they should gain a special ability. What will mine be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ming's heart stirred slightly. The newly transformed True Chi, which he had named True Essence, instantly merged into every part of his body. Then his body rapidly changed into a familiar human beast form. Only his height had increased from over 3 meters to an astonishing 6 meters. Besides that, he sensed another change. So my special ability is the 2 transformations brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit, human beast form and beast form. Or is it that the Azure Dragon Fruit shaped my special ability into this? Upon realizing his special ability, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. In that instant, he felt as if he had lost a billion, his heart aching terribly. That said, it wasn't as if there were no changes at all. His control over the elements of fire, wind, and lightning had grown much stronger. Previously, he could only envelop his weapons and body with attacks or launch them directly as projectiles, just like Teacher Kaido in the original work. But now he felt that apart from being unable to become elemental, he was no different from a Logia-type ability user. Anything a Logia user could do, he could do as well. This was an enormous improvement. There should be other changes too. With a slight shift of his body, Lu Ming plunged into the sea. This time he did not use True Essence to form a membrane on his skin. Instead, he let his body soak in the water. The expected feeling of weakness did not come. On the contrary, he felt as free and comfortable as if he were on land. So this means I've completely made the Azure Dragon Fruit my own. Not only has it become my special ability, but it also removed the sea's curse along the way. The smile in Lu Ming's eyes could hardly be concealed. Although he had never really minded the weakness to the sea, how could one not be delighted to be rid of a weakness? Actually, the greatest gain this time was not those 2 things, It was the fact that Lu Ming could now unfold a domain. The life domain. Thanks to the 9 spirit pearls, his comprehension of the law of life was beyond imagination. Although he had not yet stepped through the threshold of law due to his cultivation level, forming a domain was still well within his ability. With the domain's enhancement, his strength could more than double. Inside the underground base, Lu Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly. He had not yet used this year's lottery draw, intending to see whether his increased strength would affect the quality of the prizes. He was fairly satisfied with the lottery results of the previous 4 years, having obtained the Dianju and Shinji Balian. Now he would see whether this draw could verify his conjecture that strength affected prize quality. Ding! The lottery has commenced. The familiar wheel appeared in his vision, once again spinning just as rapidly, making it impossible to see what prizes were marked on it. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt somewhat melancholy. It was still because his strength was insufficient. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a dual world gate to the Linglong world. A rectangular stone gate appeared before Lu Ming, about 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Inside the frame was a gray-white light curtain that rippled like water waves. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the stone gate, entered Lu Ming's sea of consciousness through his brow, and a stream of information surged into his mind, establishing a connection with the dual pass gate. The gate had successfully acknowledged him as its master. The dual pass gate was a special prize from the lottery system. It possessed 5 functions: one-way traversal, two-way traversal, isolation from detection, filtration, and granting subpermissions. One-way traversal and two-way traversal were exactly as they sounded. Isolation from detection meant that all forms of detection were blocked. Unless one's cultivation reached a certain level, no means could detect the dual pass gate or fathom its principles. In other words, apart from being visible to the naked eye, it was undetectable by any other method. Filtration prevented mutual influence between worlds. For example, the mana ecosystem and higher dimensional entities from the Linglong world could not pass through the dual pass gate to cover the one-piece world with mana ecology and absorb life sources. As for the last function, it was even simpler: the ability to grant others permission to use the dual pass gate, allowing them to open it as well, while the owner could revoke that permission at any time. Just as Lu Ming was absorbing the information and marveling at this prize. In the Linglong world, Dragonbone Village Ecological Base. Bai Yuekue was sitting on a discarded nuclear warhead, her lips pressed together as she played a game with an extremely serious expression. This was one of her ways to release stress and soothe her emotions in the apocalypse. Every time she rested, she would come here to play games. Boss, look, a stone gate has appeared here. Suddenly, Xia Dou's cry of surprise came from the distance. Bai Yuekue quickly put down the game controller, turned to look in Xia Dou's direction, and was instantly stunned in place. Ahead of Xia Dou, a stone gate stood tall. The gray-white light curtain within its frame rippled, drawing her gaze. How did this stone gate appear? Bai Yuekue's heart was filled with doubt, and she even began to suspect the hypothesized higher dimensional civilization. Xia Dou, don't go near that gate. Seeing Xia Dou about to reach out and touch it, Bai Yuekue hurried forward to stop her, pulling Xia Dou behind her. Her right hand gripped Alea tightly as she stared at the stone gate with a grave expression. If it really was a higher dimensional civilization, rushing in blindly would only cost them their lives. After observing for a while, the stone gate showed no abnormality and no creature came out of it. Only then did Bai Yuekue breathe a slight sigh of relief. She slowly approached the stone gate. When she neared the light curtain, she thrust the Alea in her hand into it, feeling no obstruction at all. When she pulled the Alea out, the blade showed no change whatsoever. Xia Dou, bring the camera and the selfie stick. Hearing this, Xia Dou quickly went to the place where the camera was stored, picked up a long selfie stick, mounted the camera on it, and handed it to Bai Yuekue in front of the stone gate. Bai Yuekue skillfully turned on the camera and carefully extended it into the light curtain. On the other side, Lu Ming was still immersed in the shock of the dual pass gate, completely unaware that something had extended through the light curtain. A few seconds later, Bai Yuekue retrieved the camera, pressed play, and began to examine the recorded footage. She saw a handsome young man sitting on a comfortable and luxurious bed. In a daze. Although the surrounding walls were made of stone, it was clear that the stone was valuable. Judging by the layout, it seemed to be some underground base. The video ended there, and Bai Yuekue fell into deep thought. Xiaodou, stay here and keep watch. I'm going inside to take a look. A few seconds later, Bai Yuekue turned to look at Xiaodou and instructed. Boss, no. If something happens to you, what will happen to Dragonbone Village? What will happen to humanity? Xiaodou shook her head and spread her arms to block Bai Yuekue, her tone resolute. Don't worry. You saw the video too. Behind that door is just a young man. With my strength, nothing will go wrong. Bai Yuekue smiled to reassure Xiaodou. Then under Xiaodou's shocked gaze, she stepped resolutely into the light curtain and vanished in the blink of an eye. No, I have to tell Dad and the others. Xiaodou shook her head, feeling it was unsafe, turned around, and ran out of the base to inform Xia Tianlai and the others. Inside the underground base. The moment Bai Yuekue stepped into the base, Lu Ming sensed her presence. After all, a person was not a lifeless object like a camera, they carried a living aura. When he looked up, he froze on the spot, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Boss Bai, you know me, eh? And what is this stone gate? Hearing this, Bai Yuekue paused mid-step and spoke with some suspicion. At the same time, she began to survey the surroundings, confirming her earlier judgment. This was indeed some kind of underground base, though the style was somewhat outdated with almost no modern technological products. Since this young man recognized me, it means he is also one of the surface factions. But I wonder if he's from Hela or Jin. Bai Yuekue looked at Lu Ming thoughtfully. In the entire world, aside from the villagers of Dragonbone Village, the only ones who would call her boss were likely the other 3 major surface factions. But the young man's attire was completely different from what she knew of those factions, so she really couldn't guess which one he belonged to. I guess you could say I do, Lu Ming replied with a slightly embarrassed look. Then his gaze shifted to the stone gate. After a brief pause, he said, as for this stone gate, it is the dual pass gate, a portal connecting 2 worlds. On hearing this, Bai Yuekue stared at Lu Ming, utterly bewildered, with shockwaves surging in her heart. This kind of plot, which only appeared in novels, was actually happening right before her eyes. A full minute passed before she steadied herself and asked uncertainly, "You are a transmigrator?" "Yeah." Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right, I am indeed a transmigrator. I've been in this world for 24 years already." Lu Ming was not surprised that Bai Yuekue guessed his identity, because before the Linglong apocalypse, Bai Yuekue had been not only a brain scientist, but also a down-to-earth eccentric girl, a bold one who would live-stream her bedraggled sleeping appearance. Naturally, she had read similar transmigration novels, so recognizing his identity was unsurprising. Rather than make excuses and be exposed later, it was better to admit it openly. "So this gate is your golden finger." The moment she said that, it confirmed that Bai Yuekue had definitely read similar web novels. Lu Ming nodded, which counted as an admission. "Then this world is... Have you watched the One Piece anime? Or perhaps it should be called Voyage King One Piece?" Lu Ming asked softly. If he remembered correctly, the Linglong world contained many film and television works that were identical to those on Blue Star, though with different names. He believed that once he mentioned the name, Bai Yuekue would definitely be able to guess. "You mean this world is the world of Voyage King? The one whose protagonist is Luffy?" Bai Yuekue thought for a moment and recalled that unfinished anime from the old world, but she still couldn't quite believe it, so she looked at Lu Ming with a questioning gaze. "So you got to know me in the same way? Only I transmigrated a bit too early. The Ling Cage anime hadn't concluded yet. I only saw you fight the Mark Beast and turn Mark's genes from a double helix into a triple helix while your own fate was left unknown." Lu Ming nodded. His mind kept turning over memories of Ling Cage, and he briefly told Bai Yuekue its plot. Since she already knew who he was, a simple spoiler was no big deal. So my plan succeeded. After hearing the plot of Ling Cage, Bai Yuekue stroked her chin and said with perfect calm, showing no worry or disappointment over the fact that her fate was unknown. "It's not quite a success. After all, the creative team behind the Ling Cage world is notorious for loving to cut hearts out. There may be other twists later." Lu Ming was not surprised by Bai Yuekue's attitude. Instead, he said softly, "But you don't need to worry too much. Now that my two-way door connects to your side, the methods for eradicating the mana ecosystem in the future will not be limited to the Gongxing plan. Sooner or later a way will be found. Then what do I need to pay? Anything I have I can basically give you." Bai Yuekue nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. and asked in a soft voice. She didn't believe that merely the emotional resonance from watching an anime could earn her Lu Ming's help. In the adult world, profit mattered more. Besides, in her impression, male leads of transmigration novels all loved to build harems, and someone who occupied an important role in the plot like herself would be one of the harem members. But as long as it could save the world, becoming part of the young man's harem wasn't out of the question. She could even bring Sui Xingxiado and the others along. After all, in nearly a century of life, she had long become indifferent to matters between men and women. Boss, by you're refreshingly straightforward. Lu Ming gave Bai Yuekue a thumbs up. Then his expression turned serious. I need you and your team to join me and provide me with the Ling Cage world's technology resources and expertise. In return, I'll help you fight the mana ecosystem and even find a solution. What do you think? Deal. Bai Yuekue rose, and their hands clasped together, sealing the deal. This is for you. It's the welfare package for officers of our pirate crew. What's inside should be useful for your injuries. With the deal concluded, Lu Ming did not hold back. He directly tossed Bai Yuekue a devouring pouch containing the basic welfare package for officers of the Yanhuang pirate crew: 3 senzu beans, 3 bottles of life force, a detailed explanation of Haki internal energy from beginner to the grave transmutation and object control, the Navy's 6 powers, and the 3 treasure orb magic tool. After briefly learning how the devouring pouch was used, Bai Yuekue did not inspect its contents. Instead, she continued talking with Lu Ming to learn about each other's worlds. Through their exchange, she learned that the lighthouse had not yet reached the Alia continent in the Ling Cage world, and the main story had not begun, but it was closed with at most a year to go. Bai Yuekue also learned from Lu Ming about the current state of the Yanhuang pirate crew and the New World. After 5 years, both the strength and influence of the Yanhuang pirate crew had grown tremendously. Although Yixiao had not reached admiral-level power as in the original work, he was definitely at the level of an emperor's right-hand man. Our Bia was also a pleasant surprise to Lu Ming. With the phoenix fruit, she had likewise reached the level of an emperor's right-hand man. Lisha, Lena, and Tiger all possessed vice-admiral strength. Lisha and Lena in particular, with the Rumble fruit and the Cloud fruit, were more than a match for some veteran vice-admirals. If not for the fact that their Haki and physical conditioning still fell slightly short, due to age they would be near admiral level. Arcanine was a bit stronger, reaching near admiral level. As for the 7-year-old Sherlock, he was still a little brat. He did have some power, but it wasn't strong. Still, under Lu Ming and Auerbia's guidance, his moral compass was extremely sound. He never bullied the weak or looked down on anyone. Additionally, Jinbi had also joined the pirate crew. He was no slouch. He could at least fight at rear admiral level. As for the New World, it had settled down from its chaotic state and was now in a situation of 2 superpowers and many major powers. The 2 superpowers were the Roger Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates. Every member of the Roger Pirates was exceptionally powerful, far beyond what Lu Ming and Whitebeard, who had only developed for a few years, could compare with. As for the Golden Lion Pirates, because they had too many subordinates, their overall strength made them the strongest in the New World. The many major powers included the Yanhuang Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Wangji Pirates, among others. During that period, Golden Lion had come to the Yanhuang pirate crew once and was driven back by Lu Ming. Furthermore, Lu Ming had spent the past 5 years holed up in the Yanhuang Republic with no intention of expanding. Golden Lion therefore dropped the idea of destroying the Yanhuang pirate crew. He had no desire to provoke an enemy who was both comparable in strength and content to mind his own business. At the base in Longgu village, Xia Tianlai, Wulan, Outing Qiu Shi, and Nin Jixing were already locked in a bitter argument. Xiaodo, meanwhile, had long been scolded by the 4 until she shrank into a corner like a quail. It turned out that Lu Ming had temporarily turned off the teleportation function once he saw Bai Yuekue. When the 4 keepers of balance of Longgu village came over, they discovered that the light screen could not be crossed as Xia Do had claimed. The 4 immediately concluded that Bai Yuekue was in grave danger, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. At the same time, they scolded Xia Do for being immature enough to let Bai Yuekue enter alone. Now look what happened. If something happened to their boss, what would Longgu village do? Just then, ripples began to spread across the light screen, and Bai Yuekue's figure appeared in an instant. The 4 who had been arguing stopped at once, crowded around her, and asked about the situation on the other side. Boss, nothing bad happened, right? Why after you entered were we unable to pass through the light screen to the other side of the stone gate? And boss, who exactly is that young man? What's behind the stone gate? Bai Yuekue rolled her eyes in exasperation and began to explain, focusing on the situation of the pirate world. Compared to her, an old-timer from the old era, the others basically had no understanding of the pirate world. So she didn't tell them that the other side was an anime world, and of course, she didn't say that their own world was also an anime world. She and Lu Ming kept that fact buried deep in their hearts. Only the two of them needed to know. What? Another world, a world totally unpolluted by the mana ecosystem. After listening to Bai Yuekue's explanation, everyone couldn't help crying out in surprise and gathering around her. That's right. Not only does that world have no mana ecosystem, it also has extraordinary powers like devil fruits, hockey body arts, swordsmanship, and more. Lu Ming also gave me this, saying there's something inside that can solve the problem of my cellular decay. Bai Yuekue nodded. As she spoke, she took out the devouring pouch Lu Ming had given her. Since she had not yet warmed it with internal energy, she could only operate it manually. She gave the button on it a gentle press, and 4 books, 3 beans, 3 porcelain bottles, 3 beads strung together, and a piece of paper appeared. Everyone crowded expectantly around her, staring at the things on the ground. Bai Yuekue picked up the paper and was startled to see that it was written in the Halua script. Although she had not stayed long on Lu Ming's side, she knew clearly that writing there was predominantly in the Jian script. She had never imagined that Lu Ming would actually know the Halua script. After reviewing everything before her, Bai Yuekue finally understood why Lu Ming had said the items inside would prove useful for her wounds. The immortal bean could not cure diseases, but it healed all internal and external injuries, and could keep the one who consumed it from feeling hunger for 10 days. The water in the green bottle was even more remarkable. It could replenish life force directly and mend any injury whatsoever. Her cellular decay had manifested after her initial entry into the Xingxuan. In appearance it did resemble a disease, yet it was caused by the energy within the Xingxuan. Whether it truly counted as a disease, she could not say, as she could only test it herself. She picked up an immortal bean, slipped it into her mouth, and swallowed. Instantly, she felt her body become lighter, as though a 1,000-gene yoke had been cast off. But the problem of cellular decay remained unresolved. She tried to mobilize her life source essence and spur its latent potential, yet the cellular decay still lingered. It seems the immortal bean only healed the other injuries that had accumulated in my body. Calming the life source essence in her body, Bai Yuekue understood that her cellular decay was very likely a disease born from the Xingxuan itself, similar to the harm radiation inflicts on the human body. Then she picked up the green porcelain bottle from the ground and drank all of the water of life inside it. At once a faint green glow spread around Bai Yuekue. She felt as though she were soaking in a hot spring. A peculiar energy traveled from her stomach to every part of her body, accompanied by a soft, tingling numbness. It was not unpleasant. On the contrary, it was extremely comfortable. Xia Tianlai and the others looked at Bai Yuekue with hopeful anticipation. If a solution to their boss's cellular decay truly existed, it would be an excellent thing for Dragonbone Village. In future ecological surveys, Bai Yuekue would no longer be constrained, and they would suffer far fewer casualties. The so-called water of life was in fact a product Lu Ming created after mastering the 100 refinements of divine mechanisms. He used a refined magical artifact to draw the life energy generated by the 9 spirit pearls and infuse it into water. Because it was pure life energy, it could fundamentally repair any injury. A few minutes later, the green glow around Bai Yuekue faded. Her skin had become fairer and smoother than ever before, as smooth and fair as a young maiden's. Boss, you? Xia Tianlai asked uncertainly. I should be fully healed now. Bai Yuekue nodded with a smile. This time, without even mobilizing her source essence potential, she knew that her cellular decay had been completely cured. Boss, since you've already made a deal with Lu Ming, can we go over and take a look? Xia Do sidled up to Bai Yuekue, hugged her arm, and wheedled. That's right. Boss, we also want to go over and see, if possible, Dragonbone Village. The others all looked at Bai Yuekue expectantly. Xia Tianlai even spoke up on his own initiative, but before he could finish, Bai Yuekue took over the conversation. I know what everyone is thinking. We have grown weary of the mana ecosystem's encroachment and yearn to live in a world without it. I have already mentioned this need to Lu Ming, and he agreed. However, we cannot abandon this side either. After all, these are the resources of an entire world, and he would never give them up. Besides, we possess technology that his side does not. Xia Tianlai Chiu, sure the two of you along with Suishing Xia, Do Qianli, and Guayan will come over with me in a while. Lu Ming is going to hold a meeting to announce and discuss our joining and arrangements, and for everyone to get to know one another. The rest of you will guard Dragonbone Village and wait for me to return to arrange everything for everyone. Those whose names were called were greatly stirred, their hearts beginning to long for another world. Half an hour later, inside the Imperial Palace's underground base, Bai Yuekue led the six through the two-way portal. The group pushed open the base's large door. "Excuse me, are you Lady Bai Yuekue? His Majesty has been waiting for all of you in the conference room." The maid who had been guarding the base entrance heard the door open, saw Bai Yuekue at the lead, and hurried over to bow. Bai Yuekue said little, only nodding before following her. "What language is she speaking? I can't understand a word." "This is the Jin language. I can only catch the general idea, but I don't know how to communicate in it either. And why are all those soldiers wearing armor?" Along the way, everyone except Bai Yuekue felt their horizons broadened. The Imperial Palace was vast. They could clearly see the lawns outside, patrol soldiers passing by from time to time, the distant ocean, and mechanical puppets such as Ruhua working in the castle. Everything was so novel and incredible that it felt as though they had wandered into a fairy tale kingdom. Seeing this, Bai Yuekue could only smile. A scene this beautiful was rarely found in the world of Ling Cage, and in their hearts it was no different from a fairy tale. Here we are. His Majesty the Queen and the senior officers have been waiting inside for quite a while. Soon they arrived before a large door from behind, which they could clearly hear a hubbub of voices. The maid Lucia adroitly pushed the door open, made an inviting gesture, and then stood guard at the entrance. Bai Yuekue nodded and led Xia Tianlai and the others inside. What greeted their eyes was an enormous and rather empty chamber with only an absurdly large rectangular rosewood table at its center. At the head of the table sat Lu Ming, legs crossed. In the first seat on his left was a white-haired girl with a slightly protruding belly. Behind her in turn sat a pair of identical twin cat-eared girls, a red-haired boy of about 7, and remarkably a lion-like hound beside the boy. The first seat on the right was empty, but the back of the chair bore the Chinese character Bai. Bai Yuekue understood it was reserved for her. Behind it sat a samurai in a purple kimono, a crimson fishman, and a fishman resembling a whale shark. Wow, boss, look. There are actually cat-eared girls and fishmen. While Bai Yuekue was observing, the Dragonbone Village folk behind her were observing as well. At the sight of Lisa Lena Tiger and Jinbi, the naive Xia Do hugged Bai Yuekue's arm and cried out excitedly. Although Lisa Lena Tiger and Jinbi could not understand Chinese, the gaze that treated them like strange creatures felt somewhat offensive, and they could not help clenching their fists. "Oh no." Suishing, standing nearby, reacted with quick reflexes. She hastily covered Xia Do's mouth, her face full of apology, then pressed Xia Do's head down and bowed to the fore in apology. "All right, you six can sit in the back." Bai Yuekue rolled her eyes, helplessly pointed to the seats behind Jinbi and Sherlock, and motioned for everyone to sit there. The rosewood table was so large that there was ample room for another 30 or 40 people. She then pulled out the chair on Lu Ming's right and sat down. The people of Dragonbone Village exchanged glances, then found seats one after another. Through the crowd's deliberate nudging and maneuvering, Xia Do was placed next to Jinbi. Feeling like crying but unable to shed tears, Xia Do forced a faint smile at Jinbi and sat down beside him with the utmost caution, not daring to make the slightest move. Jinbi could not help but find it funny. He was not the type to hold grudges, so once he realized that these people were companions, every trace of displeasure in his heart vanished, and he instead embraced Xia Do and the others. "All right, now that everyone is here, let's call the meeting to order." Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Ming was the first to speak. All eyes turned to him, waiting for what he would say next. "Let us welcome Bai Yuekue and her team as they join the Yanhuang pirate crew and become part of our big family." Everyone welcomed them. It was a classic opening, but everyone present was courteous enough to applaud. Then came the round of introductions. Since their languages were mutually unintelligible, Lu Ming had to serve as a temporary interpreter. Each person raised a hand as they were introduced. The self-introduction segment soon ended, and the meeting moved on to the main topic. You may all think it abrupt that I suddenly asked Bai Yuekue and her people to join us. And you may even be curious about where they came from and why our languages are not mutually intelligible. Facing the probing gazes of Orbia and the others, Lu Ming explained actually Bai Yuekue and her people are from another world. People from another world. Orbia and the others all looked at Bai Yuekue's group with faces full of shock and curiosity. That's right. Earlier, while fiddling with the door fruit, I accidentally opened a portal to another world. Bai Yuekue was the first person I met there. After some discussion, they agreed to join our pirate crew so that each side can make use of the other world's resources. Is this really something a devil fruit is capable of? Clearly, Yixiao and the others did not believe Lu Ming's words. As miraculous as devil fruits were, the power to connect worlds was definitely not something an ordinary devil fruit could accomplish. Lu Ming, however, did not care. Whether they believed it or not, he would attribute the origin of that stone door to the door fruit. Captain, what kind of world is it on Miss Bai's side? Yixiao asked with a frown. I named the world on Boss Bai's side Ling Cage. Lu Ming and Bai Yuekue exchanged a glance. At a nod from Bai Yuekue, Lu Ming began to explain that world has no devil fruits and no formidable martial powers. Everything is centered on science and technology. But many years ago, a calamity occurred there, giving rise to a strange ecology called the mana ecology. In simple terms, Lu Ming recounted the situation in the Ling Cage world. After hearing it, Yixiao, Orbia, and the others were all astounded and incredulous. They had never imagined that the other world was in such dire straits. Humanity was at a critical moment of survival. Then what do you want us to do, Captain? Yixiao asked again. Li Shalinatej and Ximping also turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. Help Longu village fight the mana ecology without endangering our own lives, and learn their science and technology in agriculture, military affairs, aerospace, and other fields. That will greatly boost our productivity and might even solve the problem of our ever-growing population, yet inadequate food supply. Over the course of 5 years, with Lu Ming cribbing from the other world's blueprint, the entire Yanhuang Republic had already become a paradise in the New World. Large numbers of people poured into what were now Yan Island, formerly Makara Island, and Huang Island, formerly Mozuro Island. The combined population of the two islands had reached 600,000. Even though land on the two islands had become extremely expensive and food prices remained stubbornly high, countless people still wanted to come and settle there. After all, the two islands were barely larger than Dressrosa, about 50 square kilometers each. And that figure even included sizable primeval forests where Lu Ming had strictly forbidden settlement and exploitation. Of course, Boss Bai's side will provide the same kind of help to us, assisting our development in education, agriculture, healthcare, and other fields, as well as carrying out necessary battles and combat. What do you all think of my plan? Lu Ming shared his thoughts with everyone present. I believe in Lu Ming unconditionally. Over these 5 years, he has already proven to us just how right his choices are. Orbia stroked her belly and was the first to speak. I believe in the boss too. If not for him, my sister and I might have died long ago. Whatever the captain does is right. The rest of the people also unconditionally agreed with Lu Ming's ideas. 5 years had brought them to a point of blind faith in him. And not just them, most of the citizens of the Yanhuang Republic were the same. No matter what Lu Ming said, they supported it wholeheartedly and would act without hesitation. Bai Yuekue and the others stared blankly at everyone's reaction, never expecting that Lu Ming's prestige had reached such heights. Then let's get down to it. I'll go over the arrangements. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lu Ming began to lay out his arrangements. He looked first at Yixiao. Yixiao, select over 1,000 soldiers from the Azure Dragon Legion, whose strength is at least comparable to a Marine lieutenant commander. Split them into 10 squads. Once they have learned the Guiyuan method, send them into the Ling Cage world in batches to help the people of Longu village and have them take orders from Bai Yuekue when they get there. Understood, Captain. Yixiao nodded. Besides being an officer of the Yanhuang pirate crew, he was also the Grand General of the Yanhuang Republic, normally responsible for all of the nation's military operations. Next, Tej and Ximping. The two of you go to Fishman Island and bring Iji here. Her observation haki can greatly help us screen out spies from the world government or other factions. Have her assist Yixiao in selecting 1,000 loyal soldiers. The matter of the Ling Cage world must not be known to anyone else. Yes, boss. Tej and Xinping nodded earnestly. Lisha, Lena, the two of you should help me scout uninhabited islands suitable for living across the world. Pick two about the same size as Yen Island and Huang Island, and give me their eternal poses later. After I move the two islands over, you will be in charge of developing them. Got it, boss. Lisha and Lena exchanged a glance and nodded with a smile. As for Orbia, you're pregnant now, so you shouldn't do any heavy or tiring work. You'll be responsible for overseeing and organizing the materials brought back from the Ling Cage world, sorting and categorizing them. When the turn came to Orbia, Lu Ming's eyes softened noticeably. Orbia nodded in agreement. Now that she was more than 3 months pregnant, some tasks were indeed unsuitable for her. Boss, I'll leave Lungu village to you. After I move the islands over later, one of them will belong to you, and the two-way portal will be placed in the base there as well. Also arrange for people to help translate the materials brought from your side, and help train some teachers to be assigned to the schools on my side later. Finally, Lu Ming turned his gaze to Bai Yuekue as he finished explaining his arrangements. That works. Bai Yuekue nodded, seeing no problem with it. She then turned her gaze to Qiushi, who was sitting beside Xiaodo, and said, Qiushi, the translation and training work is yours. You make the arrangements. Don't worry, boss. Qiushi gave Bai Yuekue a reassuring look. What came next were minor details, yet they were the most troublesome. The meeting dragged on for fully half a day. Afterward came a signature feature of the pirate world, the banquet. When all kinds of delicious food were brought to the table, the people of Lungu village nearly drooled onto the floor. When had they ever eaten such abundant and flavorful food? Night. Lu Ming, slightly tipsy from drinking, took a shower and prepared to rest. The moment he entered the bedroom, he saw Orbia already lying on the bed. What made you want to come keep me company tonight? Lu Ming said with a smile, climbing onto the bed and pulling Orbia into his arms, his voice gentle and amused. Ever since she became pregnant 3 months ago, Orbia had been afraid that Lu Ming might not be able to restrain himself and would harm the baby, so the two rarely shared a bed. Only when Orbia missed the warmth of Lu Ming's embrace would they sleep together. Lu Ming, you're not from this world, are you? Hearing this, Orbia did not act coquettishly in Lu Ming's arms as she usually did. Instead, she asked the question with grave earnestness. Oh, why would you say that? Lu Ming was taken aback and asked curiously. Because of the language. Actually, I started suspecting it a long time ago. Back then I thought the language you spoke was merely a minority tongue in the world unknown to most. But I asked Dr. Clover to search through the tree of omniscience, and no record of Chinese characters or the Chinese language could be found anywhere. It wasn't until today, when you were talking with Miss Bai, that I noticed the nostalgia and excitement in your eyes, and how you unconsciously kept using Chinese to communicate. Only then was I completely certain. Having said that, Orbia lifted her head and looked at Lu Ming with a serious, stubborn gaze. As expected of my clever Orbia, you guessed exactly right. Lu Ming tightened his arms around Orbia without denying it, then explained, Actually, I don't know how I came to this world either. When I woke up, I had already appeared on Haiyan Island as a baby. My original country was called Huaxiao, and my people are known as descendants of the dragon children of Yin and Huang. Then what about Bai Yuekue's world? What connection does it have to the Huaxia you speak of? Her civilization and mine can be considered to share the same lineage, Lu Ming said after a moment's thought, offering an ambiguous answer. Then he gently patted Orbia's back and said softly, All right, time to sleep. Some things you will naturally come to know in the future. Orbia nodded and closed her eyes in Lu Ming's arms. 3 days later. Inside the Qinglong Army's garrison, Bai Yuekue's squad had finished their tour and inspection of the Yin and Huang Islands, and were standing at the perimeter observing the Qinglong Army's training. The Qinglong Army numbered nearly 20,000. Under the influence of Yixiao's gravity fruit, its training intensity and overall strength were nothing short of terrifying. Even the weakest soldiers were comparable to elite troops of the Navy headquarters. Most possessed the strength of lieutenants, while the elite were all at the level of majors. Wulon Outing had also been assigned by Yuekue from the Linglong world to the Qinglong Army, in charge of teaching the method of Guiyuan. Boss, they're all so strong. I feel even the weakest of them could take on a dozen ugly freaks. Xiaodo exclaimed in shock. Boss, can we become as strong as them too? Shanda could hardly believe his eyes. That's why we have to work hard too. Lu Ming has already given us the methods and tools to become stronger. We can't afford to fall too far behind. Bai Yuekue said with a soft laugh. There was no need to worry about her own strength. With her body fully recovered, she could move faster than the speed of sound and lift over 100 tons. According to Lu Ming, her strength was comparable to a vice admiral of this world. Moreover, she had already begun cultivating the manual Lu Ming had given her, and her power was steadily increasing. By now, Longgu village had mass-printed the 4 secret cultivation manuals Lu Ming provided and distributed them to the Guiyuan and awakened warriors in the village. In addition, Lu Ming had used the divine mechanism 100 refinements to create imitation gravity regulators. Though not comparable to the original, they could amplify gravity within a certain area by dozens of times, more than sufficient for training. She suddenly believed that humanity would surely be able to overcome the mana ecology in the future. Boss, look. At that moment, Su Tong cried out, pointing at the distant sky. Bai Yuekue and the others quickly looked over. In the distant sky, 2 black dots were speeding toward them, growing larger and larger. Soon everyone realized they were 2 enormous islands carried aloft by orange flame clouds. So this is what Lu Ming meant when he said he would move 2 uninhabited islands over. Even Bai Yuekue couldn't help swallowing. The sight was simply stunning. 2 islands, each spanning more than 50 square kilometers, were being carried over like this. What kind of power would it take to accomplish such a feat? Boss, I suddenly feel those giant, ugly monsters aren't so terrifying anymore, Xiaodo said with a sigh. Yeah, boss, I feel the same. The rest were all dumbfounded, nodding in agreement. Buzz! A piercing broadcast suddenly rang out across the entire Yanhuang Republic, followed by a voice over the loudspeaker. Attention everyone! Attention everyone! His Majesty the King intends to add 2 new islands for us, which may cause tsunamis or earthquakes. All residents who are out fishing or near the coast should move toward the city. The Qinglong Army, the Fishman Squad, and the cadres will be responsible for everyone's safety. The broadcast repeated more than a dozen times. Although all the residents were shocked by the 2 floating islands, they voluntarily moved in an orderly manner toward the city at the center of the islands. Fishermen still out at sea also quickly returned to the islands and headed for safe areas. The Qinglong Army, the Fishman Squad, and Yixiao and the others also arrived at the designated positions, standing ready to strike and disperse the tsunamis caused by the island's descent. Lu Ming hovered between the 2 islands, waiting silently. When everyone was in position, he waved his hand lightly, and the island on his right slowly descended toward the prearranged sea area. After the fruit had transformed into a special ability, Lu Ming's application and control of its power had reached an astonishing level. Yet even so, when a mass as huge as an island plunged into the sea, the ocean still rippled. The ripples grew stronger and stronger until they became fierce waves sweeping in all directions. Sea current, shoulder throw. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. 300 million volts, thunder dragon. Iron cloud wall. Soldiers, fuse your slashes. As the waves finally turned into tsunamis and charged toward the Yin and Huang Islands, everyone on guard unleashed their respective techniques to weaken the force of the tsunamis. By the time the remnants reached the islands, they were no more than somewhat larger waves. Even so, under the continuous battering of the waves, the 2 islands experienced considerable tremors. Now that's a real eye-opener. Having witnessed the entire scene, Bai Yuekue and the others were at a loss for words. Especially the attacks of Yixiao, Tiger, Lisa, and Lena. Each one alone was comparable to an entire army, displaying individual strength to its fullest. With the experience gained from the first island, the team handled the second island's landing much more steadily. Although it still triggered earthquakes across all 3 islands, the magnitude was noticeably smaller than the previous incident. After the 2 islands were securely positioned, Lisa immediately arranged for construction teams to move into one of them, prioritizing the construction of residences for Dragonbone Village. Secretly, they were also building an underground base for the dual port gateway, and Bai Yuekue had likewise dispatched residents from Dragonbone Village to assist. Meanwhile, all the merfolk artisans on the island descended into the sea to reinforce the foundations of both islands, as much as possible preventing potential collapse from future ocean currents or earthquakes. Marine headquarters. Lu Ming actually relocated an island each from the North Blue and the calm belt of the Grand Line. Just what is he planning? Gang Gukong examined the intelligence report handed to him by the colonel. Gazing at the photograph of the island shrouded in orange-red flame clouds, he pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. He was not only troubled by Lu Ming's motives for moving islands, but also by the alarming speed of his power growth. Judging by the size of the island in the photograph and the power it implicitly conveyed, he could confirm that Lu Ming's devil fruit had already awakened and had been doing so for quite some time. Marshal, according to intelligence from our spies in the Yanhuang Republic, Lu Ming moved those two islands to address the overpopulation crisis on Yen Island and Huang Island. The combined population of the two Yanhuang Islands has now surpassed 600,000, and the Azure Dragon Army under the Yanhuang Pirates' command exceeds 20,000. Silva reported with a grave expression, relaying the intelligence gathered by their spies. Isn't this larger than the Sky Pirate Fleet scale? I had assumed Lu Ming was developing slowly in his corner of the world, but it seems everyone has underestimated him. He has quietly built such a massive power base. Add to that Lu Ming's personal strength, and the Yanhuang Pirates must be the strongest force in the New World now. This is simply another rocks. Gang Gukong felt his headache intensify. He found himself strangely nostalgic for rocks. The New World during Rock's era was dangerous, yet nowhere near as threatening as the present age. Figures like Golden Lion Whitebeard, Lu Ming, Charlotte Lean, and Kaido each rivaled Rock's crew in power. Every one of them was an existence the Marines and world government dared not provoke. Draft a new wanted order. Raise Lu Ming's bounty to 5 billion. Simultaneously disseminate information about the Yanhuang Republic. Someone like Golden Lion will certainly not sit idle. Let them tear each other apart. Gang Gukong waved his hand, issuing his final command. One day later, New World Sky Pirate Fleet Base. Haha, how dare they claim the Sky Pirate Fleet is inferior to the Yanhuang Pirates. What nonsense. Golden Lion tore the newspaper in his hands to shreds, roaring with burning rage. He desperately wanted to lead the Sky Pirate Fleet straight to the Yanhuang Pirates base and annihilate them all, but the mere thought of Lu Ming sent throbbing pain through his chest wound. 2 years ago, he had been soundly defeated, intercepted by Lu Ming before even reaching the Yanhuang Pirates' territory. His prized hockey swordsmanship and float fruit had been utterly crushed before Lu Ming, leaving a fresh blade scar across his chest. His vice captain and officer corps had fared no better against Yi Xiao and the others. As for his pirate fleet, forget it. Before Lu Ming's conquerors' hockey, they had not even lasted 3 seconds before being completely wiped out. Go, hurry and gather devil fruits while recruiting the renowned pirates of the New World. I will show the world just how powerful my Sky Pirate Fleet truly is. Yes, Admiral. His subordinates replied, hastily, terrified that even a moment's delay would cost them their lives. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard studied the treasure map in his hands, lost in deep thought. With more and more sons gathering around him, he had come to realize the importance of wealth. Otherwise, his sons would go hungry. Father, look at this. At that moment, Marco approached with a newspaper and handed it to Whitebeard. Kururu, you foolish sons, this is merely a petty trick by the world government and the Marines. Pay it no mind. After reading it, Whitebeard sneered and tossed the newspaper into the sea, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Yanhuang Republic in the New World, the world government only has these means. They are hardly worthy of attention. A flash of flame erupted in Lu Ming's palm, reducing the newspaper and wanted poster to ashes. He cast a scornful glance toward the direction of Marineford, then turned and returned to the main hall, shouting loudly, notify Jinbi and Sherlock. Have them gather at Luo Island. Soon Jinbi arrived at Luo Island accompanied by Arlong and Sherlock. Let's move. Seeing everyone assembled, Lu Ming gave a casual wave of his hand and led the three through the dual-port gateway into the Linglong world. On the other side, Bai Yuekuei's team had been waiting for quite some time. Upon spotting Lu Ming, they hurried forward with smiles, saying, Lu Ming, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for ages. I was held up by something minor. Lu Ming offered a casual smile, but the moment he noticed Bai Yuekue he froze. The life essence within her, previously as still and calm as a mirror-like lake, was now flowing like a gentle stream through her meridians, maintaining the small heavenly circuit cycle regardless of whether she walked, sat, or rested. This was precisely the hallmark of internal cultivation reaching its peak mastery. Though Lu Ming had transmitted his internal energy techniques to Yanhuang's leadership, and key personnel, cultural barriers meant that even Orbi had only reached the initial breakthrough stage. True mastery remained a distant, unattainable goal. Thus, Yi Xiao and the others continued focusing their efforts on Haki rather than the internal energy that could forge fundamental lasting strength. Yet now Bai Yuekue showed him a completely different path for internal cultivation. It seems you have made considerable progress during this time. This is all thanks to the internal cultivation manual you gave me. I have taken another step forward in controlling life essence. Bai Yuekue smiled. Her innate potential with life essence was inherently more exceptional than others. She could directly control it to form dynamic force fields and luminous spheres for attack, defense, healing, and interaction with the mana ecosystem, granting her profoundly strong mastery over life essence. Since internal energy is itself a convergence of vital essence, chi, and spirit, sharing similar properties with life essence, she was able to advance at such an extraordinary pace. Excellent. Lu Ming nodded approvingly, then shifted to the matter at hand, saying, "How has your investigation into what I asked you to look into progressed?" Currently, there are 7 regions where complete technological records from the old society may still survive. Lighthouse is confirmed to hold extensive archives, while the closest to Dragonbone Village is Hella District 13. But that area lies within a high-density ecological zone where we once detected a monarch-level devourer, and the distance is nearly 1,000 kilometers. Bai Yuekue nodded and relayed the regions she had investigated to Lu Ming in detail. Where is that lighthouse now? I don't know. At least not on the Aoya continent anymore. Ever since the mana ecology appeared, all the satellites have been damaged and contact has been lost. We can't locate it via satellite, relying only on ground signal towers. We can't scout very far, let alone with the ground still covered in devouring beasts. Hearing Lu Ming's question, Bai Yuekue shook her head. In that case, then Hella 13. Lu Ming nodded and said nothing more. The lighthouse preserved the most old-world technology, but that didn't mean the ground had no corresponding preserved technology. It was just that those places were dangerous enough that no one had gone looking for it. The convoy set out before long. The whole squad took 1 cyber Audi and 1 pickup truck. On the road, Sherlock touched this and poked that, full of curiosity. Although the pirate world had means of transport similar to jet skis, it had no cars. The fundamental reason was that most of the pirate world consisted of islands, and cars were of little real use. Lu Ming didn't stop him. Instead, he chatted casually with Orbia in the driver's seat. As they passed a certain stretch of road, Jinbi and Arlong, seeing the dense flesh husks lining both sides, quickly poked their heads out to examine them. Boss, were all these humans originally? Jinbi's face turned grim. He had only given them a rough glance, and there were already several hundred flesh husks, each with a ferocious expression. One could imagine how desperate they had been before death. Before Lu Ming could speak, Bai Yuekue's eyes dimmed, and her voice was full of sorrow. Before the disaster, the entire planet's population should have been 8 billion. Now, gathered across the whole globe, there are probably only about 30,000 left. 8 billion. Only 30,000. Jinbi and Arlong stared at Bai Yuekue in disbelief. 8 billion had died, leaving only 30,000. They didn't dare imagine it. Alright, don't think too much about that. Lu Ming cut off Jinbi's question, his gaze settling on the flesh husks outside the window. Now that we're here, humanity cannot die out. The mana ecology will eventually be eradicated by us. Yeah, we believe you, boss. Jinbi and Arlong nodded heavily. Because Lu Ming had not only given sanctuary to Fishman Island and changed the Fishmen's way of life, but had also granted fishmen the right to live under the sun and stand as equals with humans. The present-day Yanhuang Republic had quite a few fishmen living there. In their hearts, Lu Ming was omnipotent. On a hillside, several people looked into the distance at the base not far away. They were Lu Ming's group, who had traveled for a day and a night. By now they had entered the Guiyuan state, and were scouting the distribution of devouring beasts inside the base. There really are a lot of them. Lu Ming lowered the binoculars, somewhat surprised. These are just the outer sentries. Their numbers may be less than 10% of those in this ecological dense zone, and most are probably hidden inside the ecological base dormant. Bai Yuekue reminded him at the right moment, then explained devouring beasts themselves do not possess life essence, but they need to devour the life essence of living beings in order to survive and evolve within the mana ecology. But now there aren't many living beings left in the entire world, and life essence is scarce. To survive, they normally enter a dormant state, and only wake when the aura of life essence appears nearby. If that's the case, can I assume that these devouring beasts still have some life essence inside their bodies, eh? Lu Ming asked. Exactly. Devouring beasts need life essence too. At this point, Bai Yuekue seemed to think of something, and an incredulous expression came over her face. Are you saying you want to hunt down the devouring beasts and destroy the mana flowers so that life essence can return to the earth? I've read the materials you gave me. I found that the birth rate in Longu village has been declining, and there are also the source essence returning and life iteration systems. Based on what I saw earlier, Lu Ming paused, then went on. I think it's because the Earth's own life essence has been taken away by the mana ecology. The Earth's life essence has been continuously decreasing, making life unable to be conceived, hence the falling birth rate. It was precisely because you noticed this that you created the source essence returning and life iteration systems. Since devouring beasts and mana flowers both contain life essence, if we kill and destroy them bit by bit, the Earth's own life essence should increase, and the number of newborns should rise as well, right? Actually, someone tried this method in the early days of the disaster. Bai Yuekue said. Someone tried it. Then it won't work? Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. He had thought he'd come up with a simple, direct solution. After all, with his current combat power, he could stride unchecked through the Ling Cage world. It's not entirely impossible. At the very least, the devouring beasts could be dealt with by the humans of that time, who had missiles, neutron stream, nuclear bombs, super electromagnetic cannons, and other weapons. Bai Yuekue recalled what had happened in the early days of the disaster, her gaze falling on the colossal vines stretching across the land. What truly brought humanity to the brink of extinction was the mantle vine. It was rooted deep underground, and as if it had a will of its own, specifically attacked the regions with the most advanced technology. This is also why most ecological dense zones are located in the most technologically advanced regions. The vine itself also kept spraying mantle vine spores. When large numbers of spores landed in suitable environments, mana creatures would grow. The same was true if humans inhaled them. Perhaps because the Earth is already covered by mana ecology, the mantle vine is now dormant, which is what gives the remaining humans a sliver of living space. Lu Ming and the others also turned their eyes to those enormous vines, their expressions solemn and helpless. The ones above ground were easy to deal with. Lu Ming could guarantee that a few bursts of dragon's breath would burn every mantle vine before him clean away. But exactly how many mantle vines were underground and how deep their roots went was completely unclear. How was he supposed to solve that? Maybe we can find a way through devil fruits. Next time we go back, I'll have Orbia keep an eye out for the forest fruit. Perhaps using plants to fight plants will be effective. Lu Ming heaved a deep sigh and turned his gaze back to the distant base. Now let's hurry into the base and search for the technological data. The group readied their weapons and equipment, then advanced quietly into the base. Along the way, Lu Ming wasn't idle. Using his divine sense to lock onto the positions of the devouring beast's spirit breath seeds, he flicked his 5 fingers rapidly, sending out wave after wave of chi that shot down every devouring beast they encountered. The devouring beasts began to riot, but because the group maintained the Guiyuan state the entire time, they darted about like headless flies. Any that occasionally came near the party were effortlessly killed by Jinbi, Arlong, and Charlotte. Xiaodo and the others watched dumbfounded. They had never imagined that devouring beasts could be killed so easily. After approaching the base, Lu Ming discovered that it was a military base. Everywhere he looked there were flesh, soil, scrap tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and rocket launcher vehicles. District 13 is the most mysterious research base of the Hyla Empire. Controlled nuclear fusion, the artificial intelligence SITA, super electromagnetic cannons, and neutron stream nuclear warheads were all developed here. Like Jiuquan City, this is also where the mantle vines first appeared when the disaster began. Seeming to see the surprise in Lu Ming's eyes, Bai Yuekue smiled and explained. A fine choice indeed. Lu Ming smiled and gave Bai Yuekue a thumbs up. Then with a wave of his hand, hundreds of identical girls with rosy cheeks appeared before him. The new model of Ruhua created by combining the puppet art in the Dayan scripture with the divine mechanism 100 refinements. After landing, the Ruhua's hands transformed into screwdrivers, chainsaws, and all kinds of tools, and they began to load all the scrap tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and rocket launcher vehicles in the base into devouring pouches. For this operation, Lu Ming had brought every devouring pouch he had made over the past 2 years, a full 1,000 of them. Each pouch had at least 10 cubic meters of space, enough to hold 10,000 cubic meters of goods. Even if he could not strip the military base bare, it would be absolutely no problem to carry off all the vital data and equipment. The commotion caused by the Ruhuas drew the attention of the nearby serpent hounds, thorn eels, and earth howlers. Although the mechanical puppets had no life essence, the devouring beasts still reacted to sound and hurried toward the source. Little ones, get to work. Don't let them destroy these Ruhuas. Seeing this, Lu Ming decisively gave the order. Xinping, Along Xiaoluaka, Bai Yuekue, and the others had been waiting for some time. They all drew their weapons and charged at the devouring beasts from all directions. The stronger Xinping and Bai Yuekue chose to act alone, while the slightly weaker Xiaoluaka, Along Xiado, and Sui Xing chose to work together. After they dispelled the Guiyuan state, the group became bright lanterns in the eyes of the devouring beasts. Xinping and Bai Yuekue in particular were like blazing suns. Once the devouring beasts spotted those two suns, they could not look away and poured toward the pair. Bring it on. Fishman karate, shark tile, straight punch. Facing the charging devouring beasts, Xinping did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he was exceptionally excited. Planting his feet firmly in a horse stance, he drove a straight punch into the air. Ripples spread through the air in ring after ring. The result of Xinping using his fist force to vibrate the moisture in the air at a frequency enough to shatter an ordinary person's internal organs. All the devouring beasts that had drawn close became completely motionless, their spirit breath seeds shattered. Then their bodies dissolved into mud, leaving only skeletons on the ground. A careful count put them at 10 skeletons. Impressive technique, but I'm not far behind either. Seeing this, Bai Yuekue could not help but offer a word of admiration. Then her eyes turned cold. The alaya in her hand instantly left its sheath, tracing dozens of arcs of blade light. The blade light pierced through the devouring beasts' bodies, splitting every spirit breath seed in half and ending their lives. Although Along Xiaoluaka, Xiado, and the others were not as efficient as Bai Yuekue and Xinping, they still handled things with ease through teamwork. Shanda used a bioresonance device to disrupt the flow of essence inside the devouring beasts, leaving them unable to move. Su Tong used the essence-inducing rifle in his hand to precisely locate the spirit breath seeds of the devouring beasts, while Sui Xing, Along, and the others killed the marked beasts. Xiaoluaka stood beside Xiado, protecting her. Whenever a devouring beast approached Xiado, the long sword at his waist would instantly leave its sheath and split the beast in two. As for Lu Ming, he had not dispelled the Guiyuan state. He strolled through the swarm of devouring beasts with unhurried ease, while the Crimson Empress in his hand reaped their lives like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Roar! Just then a deafening roar burst out from the distance, and the warehouse nearby collapsed as a sawtoothed twin-jaw beast erupted from underground. It was 50 meters tall and more than 100 meters long, its back covered with enormous bone spikes. Its gaze swept around and finally fell on Bai Yuekue and Xinping. Like a truck roaring into motion, the sawtoothed twin-jaw beast's 6 legs churned rapidly as it charged straight at Bai Yuekue. Wherever it passed, everything, buildings and tank wreckage alike, was crushed to fragments as if a truck had plowed through. It's a transmutation class, sawtooth, twin-jaw beast. Through the eyes of the little dog, she was controlling Xiado, couldn't help crying out. No way. With that build, it's still only transmutation class. Just how enormous and powerful must a sovereign class devouring beast be? Xiaoluaka found it hard to believe. He knew the devouring beast ranks Panbody, Transmutation, Sovereign, and Avatar. Apart from the Avatar rank, which was unclear, each higher rank represented a greater leap in power than the last. Actually, I don't know much more either. The boss never showed us any Sovereign class data, and I've never seen one. Xiaodo stuck out her tongue, looking a little sheepish. Xiaoluaka. And here I thought the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast was Sovereign class. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. When he first saw it, he had assumed that a Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast of that size was Sovereign class. He never expected it to be just Transmutation class. This made him even more curious about the Sovereign class Devouring Beast, which had always been so mysterious. The Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast was getting closer and closer to Bai Yuekue, who tightened her grip on Alea and crouched slightly ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Lu Ming activated his fruit ability and partially transformed into a beast. His right hand turned into a dragon's claw, and he extended his index finger toward the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast. A fireball the size of a fingernail condensed at his fingertip and slowly began to spin. Just as the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast was about to pounce on Bai Yuekue, the fireball at Lu Ming's fingertip shot out in an instant, becoming a blazing meteor that flew directly into the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast's body and struck the enormous spirit breath seed inside. Boom! The fireball exploded inside the spirit breath seed. Racked with pain, the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast let out a furious roar. Its body swelled and flames burst from its 7 orifices like flamethrowers. Ow! This Transmutation class Devouring Beast Spirit Breath Seed is seriously tough. It didn't break even after that. Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. That strike had been no small matter. Though the fireball was only the size of a fingernail, he had compressed a vast amount of true essence into it, giving it power no less than a missile. He had not expected it to fail to shatter the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast's Spirit Breath Seed. Fishman Karate Secret Art, Buraken. Seizing the chance, Shen Ping dashed forward in a single step, leaped high, and slammed a water sphere held in his palm fiercely onto the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast's back. The sheer impact instantly caved in the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast's back, sending enormous bone spikes flying. A tiny water sphere pierced through the beast's body, penetrated the Spirit Breath Seed, and flew out from its belly, carving a huge pit in the ground. Bai Yuekue was not idle either. Her figure flickered around the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast as the Alea in her hand pierced through the beast's body time after time, precisely striking the Spirit Breath Seed within. When her movements stopped, the Sawtooth Twin-Jaw Beast crashed to the ground. Its flesh flowed over the earth like mud, leaving only a colossal skeleton behind. The appearance of the serrated Twin-Jaw Beast did not cause much of a stir. Lu Ming dismembered the serrated Twin-Jaw Beast skeleton with a few strikes of his blade, then gave Bai Yuekue several devouring pouches to store the remains. Such a large metamorphic skeleton should yield a considerable amount of marrow crystals. In Longbu Village, marrow crystals were not merely currency. They also served as an energy source for various devices with functions such as stabilizing magnetic fields and simulating signals. The group continued cautiously, reaping the devouring beasts and spine creatures that attacked from all sides, while the Ruhuas hurriedly gathered useful weapons. After collecting everything useful outside, the group headed into the base, followed by over 100 Ruhuas. The entrance was naturally the warehouse that had been collapsed by the serrated Twin-Jaw Beast's emergence. The Ruhuas swiftly cleared the collapsed rubble aside, revealing a huge pit below. Spine creatures occasionally crawled out of the hole, but before they could get close to Lu Ming and the others, the Ruhuas killed them with wrenches and chainsaws. The military base above Sector 13 was actually a decoy. The true research base lay underground. Looking down from the massive pit, one could see that the base extended a full 10 levels underground, reaching 200 meters beneath the surface. Unfortunately, from where Lu Ming and the others stood, the underground base had suffered severe damage. Many exposed devices were already destroyed, crushed into metal pancakes. Hopefully the most important data isn't damaged, Lu Ming said as flames appeared beneath the feet of the group and the Ruhuas carrying them down to the first underground level. He intended to loot the place floor by floor, taking away every useful supply and piece of equipment he could. The Ruhuas were terrifyingly efficient, checking room after room. As for the devouring beasts, they were no match for the group. When a metamorphic type appeared before it could even act, Lu Ming would send a small fireball into its spirit breath seed, causing it to explode and leave only a skeleton. The mana flowers inside the base were all uprooted with ease, for Bayuekwe was quite experienced in that regard. Perhaps favored by heaven, the most critical hard drives in the base remained undamaged, and Lu Ming took them all. After obtaining what they wanted, the group did not linger, but promptly returned to Longu village, where they traveled back to Luo Island through the dual portal. At Luo Island's underground base, there were computer clusters for experiments moved from the Longu village base, along with some intact equipment found in Sector 13, enough to extract all the data from the hard drives. Upon a quick inspection, Lu Ming discovered not only complete data on controlled nuclear fusion and the artificial intelligence CETA he had been longing for, but also information on agriculture, communications, rockets, anti-gravity systems, various missiles, neutron stream nuclear warheads, and weapons such as tanks and aircraft. This delighted Lu Ming to no end. After sorting through the data, he immediately arranged for the Yanhuang Republic scientists to start researching, beginning with the simplest firearms such as rifles and sniper rifles. The pirate world abounded with exceptional talents, including many formidable scientists. The future Vegapunk, for instance, possessed technology 500 years ahead of the world. Weaker ones like Judge could create clones, and under Vegapunk studied the lineage factor. Not to mention Caesar and Queen. One can imagine just how extraordinary the scientists of this world were. After seeing this, Lu Ming tried to cultivate scientists himself, and even personally went to Karakuri Island, Vegapunk's hometown, to invite some scientists to serve the Yanhuang Republic, though so far nothing substantial had been produced. Now, with the technological data from the Linglong world, these people could finally be put to good use. 2 months later, the outside world of the Yanhuang Republic did not appear much changed aside from many more cars on the island. But only core high-ranking members like Lu Ming knew just how immense the change was. First, every weapon in the hands of the Qinglong army and the Fishman squad had been transformed. Not only were they alloy weapons, but their firelocks had been replaced with pistols, rifles, shotguns, and sniper rifles. The cannons previously mounted on ships and used to defend the island had also been replaced with howitzers, heavy cannons, and rocket artillery. An air squadron was also being organized. At the secret base on Luo Island, rockets and communication systems were being developed with great fervor. Before long, they would send the first satellite into orbit, establishing a communication system exclusively for the Yanhuang Republic. Where the hell is Vegapunk right now? Inside the royal palace, Lu Ming put down the documents in his hand, his thoughts beginning to stir. During his last visit to Karakuri Island, Vegapunk had already been forced to discontinue his animal semi-mechanization research due to funding and technical problems, and had left the island vanishing without a trace. Lu Ming had only obtained some of Vegapunk's research data. He had been keeping an eye on this brain fruit user, a genius scientist whose future technology would lead the world by 500 years, and had even sent people to search for him, but unfortunately no trace had ever been found. Though the loan shark King Du Feld remained active in the underworld, he had never released news of MADS being formed. It seemed Vegapunk had yet to meet this investor willing to fund his research. Let's search for him. Have our Bia keep an eye on Du Feld. The moment there's news of MADS being formed, I'll fly over and snatch Vegapunk. With that thought, Lu Ming picked up the phone and called our Bia. After briefly explaining the situation, he hung up. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, Drum Island, Lena, treading on island clouds and followed by over 100 soldiers in dragon-patterned armor, was speeding toward the castle atop Drum Island's highest peak. That was the royal palace of the current Drum Island Kingdom, where King Valry, father of the future Wapol, resided. Lena's true target was King Valry, or more precisely the Munch fruit and the mushroom fruit that might reside in the Drum Kingdom's treasury. The Munch fruit was one of the undeveloped god-tier fruits. Lu Ming needed this ability to produce alloys, carbon fiber, and other precious materials that were extremely difficult to synthesize in reality, such as the Wapol metal that would shine brilliantly in the future. With this fruit, the various technologies brought from the Linglong world could be swiftly implemented, and the day would not be far when he turned the entire Yanhuang Republic into a modernized nation. The mushroom fruit, capable of releasing and controlling various spores, was itself one of the most formidable paramecia-type fruits. It could forge a top-tier expert for the Yanhuang pirates, and it was also one of two fruits Lu Ming had prepared for dealing with the ground vines of the Linglong world, the other being the forest fruit. The development of a devil fruit was closely tied to the user's imagination, especially for paramecia types. With enough imagination, developing the ability to control ground vines and mana flower spores was entirely feasible, and it was even possible to create spores targeting the ground vines and the mana ecosystem itself. When that day came, ending the mana ecosystem would no longer be a dream, and Lu Ming would secure an enormous and stable rear base. Therefore, Lu Ming was determined to obtain both fruits, even if it meant destroying Drum Island in the process. The Sky Island beneath their feet dissolved, and Li Na, along with over 100 Qinglong soldiers, descended before the castle. Gun barrels and cannon muzzles suddenly extended from various corners of the castle, all aimed at Li Na and her companions. But before the defenders inside could fire, the Qinglong soldiers behind Li Na had already taken action. Dozens of them wielded sniper rifles with exceptionally thick barrels and opened fire without hesitation. Shrill cries of agony echoed endlessly from within the castle, and soon silence fell. Had any modern person been present, they would have immediately identified the weapons in those soldiers' hands as anti-material sniper rifles. As for the recoil, what a joke! With the Qinglong soldiers' extraordinary physical conditioning, it was merely a trifle. Truly naive Valerie. Watching the firmly closed castle gates, a glint of disdain flashed across Li Na's eyes. Her right hand transformed into a dark thundercloud, and facing the castle gate, she spread her 5 fingers, whispering softly, "Thunder Dragon." Azure lightning flashed, coalescing into a colossal dragon dozens of meters in length as it crashed against the castle's heavy iron gate. In the blink of an eye, the iron gate melted into liquid metal, flowing across the ground before quickly solidifying. Behind the gate stood King Valerie, his face contorted in sheer terror. "It still falls short of my elder sister's Thunder Dragon. If she were here, she could evaporate this iron gate in an instant." Li Na gazed at her right hand, crackling with thunderlight, disappointment evident in her eyes. Then with a cat-like stride, she covered the distance to Valerie's position almost instantaneously. Though petite in stature, her icy glare exuded an imposing aura of absolute dominance. "Valerie, is it?" Li Na said coldly. "Don't kill me. I am the king of a world government member nation, and I have already notified the Marines. They will arrive shortly." Valerie, terrified beyond measure, scrambled backward on the ground, yet he still couldn't resist threatening Li Na. The surrounding guards attempted to step forward to protect him, but before they could act, bloody holes appeared in their foreheads. "I'm asking you, do the swallow fruit and the mold fruit belong in your treasure vault?" Li Na looked down at the rotund Valerie, who resembled an iron barrel, a flicker of revulsion crossing her eyes as she cut straight to the point. "I don't know what you're referring to, but there are indeed 2 devil fruits in my treasure vault," Valerie hurriedly confessed, trembling with fear. "Search for them." Li Na waved her hand toward the Qinglong soldiers behind her. Immediately, one soldier responded, leading a team with guns drawn as they stormed into the castle. Guided by a maid servant, they headed straight for the treasure vault. "Found them, boss." Li Na. Not long after, the soldier returned, now holding 2 devil fruits in his hands. He respectfully presented them to Li Na before leading his squad back to the formation. "Indeed, the swallow fruit and the mold fruit. Boss really didn't deceive me." Gazing at the purple fruit resembling massive metallic jaws biting together, and the gray fruit shaped like a mushroom, Li Na instantly recognized them as matching exactly what was recorded in the devil fruit compendium. Placing the 2 fruits into her devouring pouch, she didn't even glance at Valerie. Activating the fruit's power, a Sky Island rose beneath everyone's feet, carrying them toward the Qinglong ship waiting below the mountain, leaving behind only King Valerie of Drum Island, his face pale with lingering terror. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Drum Island, 3 warships sped rapidly toward the island. "All hands attention. Our opponent is the Yun Nu from Yanhuang. Her strength must not be underestimated. Stay vigilant at all times." On board, Hua Xiaoshan was loudly instructing the sailors. Just moments ago, he had received a phone call from Marshal Kong ordering him and Dalmixia to cooperate with Vice Admiral Gumier to apprehend Yun Nu. Li Na and investigate the changes that had occurred within the Yinhuang pirates during this period. However, every Marine officer knew how formidable the Yinhuang pirates were and how terrifying the casualty rates had been in previous engagements with them. That was precisely why this pre-battle briefing had been issued. Fire. Soon a massive three-masted sailing ship, shaped like a green dragon, appeared ahead of the warships. As the operational commander Gumier immediately recognized it as one of the Qinglong ships from the Yinhuang pirates and instantly ordered the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Cannon fire roared as dozens of shells arced through the sky, hurtling toward the Qinglong ship. With this muzzle velocity, you think you can hit anyone. Seeing the incoming shells, Li Na wore an expression of utter disdain. Having accompanied Lu Ming to tour the Lu Island base during this time, she had acquired some knowledge about artillery. With a casual gesture, she instructed the sailors to shatter the incoming shells, then decisively ordered, "Men, let these arrogant Marines show them what real cannons look like." Boss Li Na. The Qinglong soldiers on board also grew excited, quickly maneuvering the ship's cannon ports to target the distant warships. Boom, 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 boom. 6 cannon booms rang out almost simultaneously. 6 black spots appeared in the eyes of Gumier, Hui, Xiaoshan, and Dalmixia. In the next instant, the spots vanished and 2 fierce gusts of wind swept past their ears, stinging their cheeks. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Turning around in bewilderment, the 3 saw that each of the 3 warships had taken 2 direct hits, splitting each vessel in half as they slowly sank into the sea. Marine headquarters. What a... After hearing the report, Kong could not help but rise to his feet. In fury, he slammed his palm down, shattering the desk before him. Gazing at his 3 beloved subordinates, all wrapped in bandages, he bellowed. "You mean you never even saw Lin Yinu before the Qinglong army defeated you, and our casualties exceeded 40%. Hearing the roar, Gomer and the other 2 hung their heads. As the commanders of this operation, all 3 had to bear full responsibility. Yes, those new weapons of the Yinhuang pirates are truly terrifying. The shells fired by their cannons were astonishingly fast. Before we 3 could even react, our warships were blown in 2. Then we tried to use Moonstep to go straight for the Qinglong, but before we even got close, we were gravely wounded by gunfire. If our aides had not risked their lives to fish us out of the sea, we would probably be dead at the bottom of the ocean by now. Fleet Admiral, the Yinhuang pirates' new weapons are truly horrifying. If all 20,000 soldiers of the Qinglong army are equipped like this, I fear no force in the world will be able to stand against them." At last, Gumir, the supreme commander of this operation, stepped forward and recounted what had happened. He did not shirk responsibility, but more than anything, he was telling Kong just how terrifying the Yinhuang pirates' weapons really were. If mere firearms could reduce Marine vice admirals to such a state, heaven knew what even more powerful weapons the Yinhuang pirates were hiding. Kong looked at the miserable state of the 3 men, then at the bullets that had been extracted from their bodies. He could still smell the faint odor of gunpowder and blood, and could not help but sink into deep thought. He knew exactly how strong Gomir and the other 2 were, otherwise they could never have become Marine vice admirals. If even they had been beaten like this, one could only imagine the power of those weapons. Moreover, from what they said, if not for Yunu being eager to hurry back, they would most likely have been wiped out. After a moment, Kong turned to his secretary, Colonel Sylvie, and asked, "Does the CP organization have any news about the Yinhuang pirates' weapons?" Fleet Admiral, no. Sylvie shook his head and reported, "Ever since the Yinhuang Republic began purging spies inside the country 2 months ago, we have had very little information from within Yinhuang. They seem to be deliberately hiding something. Even Lu Ming himself rarely appears anymore. Investigate. Send more men to investigate. I must find out exactly what Lu Ming is doing. Step up efforts to collect the Yinhuang pirates' weapons. Also notify the Marine Science Department to intensify weapons research. We must develop weapons of comparable power." Kong gave the order in a decisive, unyielding tone. "Yes, Fleet Admiral." Meanwhile, inside the underground base on Luo Island, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him floated a colossal furnace more than 5 meters tall and over 6 meters in diameter. The furnace had 2 ear-like handles resembling clouds and mist, and 4 openings around its body that revealed its interior. Beneath it, crimson flames blazed fiercely, ceaselessly tempering the furnace. Any gaming enthusiast would have recognized that the furnace looked just like a synthesis furnace. This was the vessel Lu Ming had prepared for the Munch fruit, and it was also the embryo of his future magic artifact for pill refining and artifact refining. Drawing on his knowledge of the divine mechanism 100 refinements, Lu Ming could use his own methods to make an object consume a devil fruit and thereby gain the fruit's power. The Munch fruit's power was to turn whatever it devoured into part of its own body or to synthesize new objects, making it a perfect match for the furnace. Of course, the furnace's current role was to produce high-strength alloys and other materials, providing a foundation for scientific research. Take tungsten alloy from his previous life, for example. Its melting point was as high as 3400 degrees, and no container could hold it. Often before the tungsten could be purified, the outer container would melt first, leaving impurities in the alloy. The alloy became impure and failed to achieve the expected results. For this reason, the nation had devised the Space Alchemy Furnace project, producing tungsten alloy only in tiny amounts to lay the foundation for large-scale production on the ground. This furnace worked much like the Space Alchemy Furnace. First, it solved the problem of producing small quantities of alloy, then those alloys could be used to mass-produce the metals needed, achieving technological advancement. Boss, the Munch fruit is here. Just as Lu Ming was focusing on forging the furnace, Lena walked in from outside, holding the Munch fruit and the fungus fruit, looking thoroughly pleased with herself and clearly asking for praise. Nice work, Lena. Lu Ming smiled, reached out, and stroked Lena's head. Hearing the praise and feeling that warm hand on her head, Lena leaned against him, closed her eyes, and looked utterly content, just like a cat enjoying its owner's affection. At the sight, Lu Ming gave a helpless smile. When the two sisters Lisa and Lena were in front of him, they loved being praised and loved having their heads patted even more. It often made Lu Ming feel as if he had raised a pair of kittens. Taking the Munch fruit from Lena's hand, Lu Ming wrapped it in true essence and tossed it directly into the furnace. With a gentle tremor of true essence, the entire fruit instantly turned into liquid, then vaporized, enveloping the whole furnace. With a focused expression, Lu Ming manipulated the true essence with fine precision. First, he used the soul tethering technique from the puppetry art of the Grand Derivation art to immobilize the demon within the devil fruit. Then, using artifact refining methods such as object transmutation, he refined the demon inside the Munch fruit into the furnace, completing the process of making the furnace consume the Munch fruit. A demon truly did reside inside the devil fruit, something Lu Ming had discovered when he awakened the Qinglong fruit. The whole process was extremely short, lasting only a few seconds. When the fruit's mist had completely vanished, Lu Ming withdrew the flames he had been controlling, and a brand new furnace stood in the center of the room. Boss, is it really done? Lena asked in astonishment. Of course. What else did you think? Lu Ming said matter-of-factly. I thought it would be a lot more troublesome. After all, making an object gain a devil fruit's power. I'd never even heard of that before. Lena scratched her head awkwardly. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. He walked straight to the furnace, reached out, and opened the lid, then took a silver ingot and an iron ingot from his storage ring and tossed them directly into the furnace. As if drawn by some force, the silver and iron ingots collided and miraculously fused into a single silver-black metal ingot. He took out the metal ingot and examined it closely, finding that it possessed both the toughness of silver and the hardness of iron. It seems this artifact is a success. From now on, you shall be called the Solar Furnace. After naming the furnace, Lu Ming had the Academy people come to take possession of it. When they learned that the solar furnace could automatically synthesize alloy materials, they all behaved like little children, taking out metal materials they had prepared long ago and beginning experiments, completely leaving Lu Ming its forger aside. Let's go. We're going to find Boss Bai. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and, taking Lena with him, set out for the Linglong world to find Boss Bai. In the world of Linglong, within Longgu village, merely 2 months had passed since the villagers first arrived, yet the settlement had transformed beyond recognition. All the elderly and children had already been relocated to live on Lu Island. Within the dining hall, meals were no longer dominated by fungi as before. Vegetables, fruits, and meats were now abundantly available, and the number of people dining had grown considerably. Electricity was no longer rationed by time slots. The entire village blazed with illumination and various mechanical equipment could be seen throughout. Longu village's technological regression had not stemmed from a lack of knowledge, but rather from severe material and resource constraints. After all, when mere survival consumed every ounce of effort, who would bother advancing science and technology? But things were entirely different now. With materials and resources supplied by the Yanhuang Republic, the village's overall technological level had recovered significantly. Your Majesty, Lady Lina. As Lu Ming and Lina entered the Linglong world, the Qinglong army soldiers stationed there immediately saluted. There were nearly 100 of them, part of the 1,000 troops selected by Xinping. The remainder stayed within Longu village under by Yuekue's command, assisting in the village's development. From the moment they were chosen, every soldier was enlisted into the Yanhuang pirate fleet. Training in hockey, the 6 powers of the Navy, and internal energy cultivation were all open to them, marking their formal integration as core members of Yanhuang. Lu Ming smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before leading Lina to find Bai Yuekue. The Longu Village Ecological Research Base, originally an interstellar shipyard, had been repurposed after the village established itself in the mountains behind. Now serving as the village's forward outpost and research facility, it was where all studies on Sijishu and humanoid ecological weapons took place. Ever since the connection to the pirate world and the new hope Lu Ming brought by Yuekue had spent most of her time within the ecological research base, devoting herself to studying Sijishu and mana ecology in search of other means to counter the ecosystem. As for the offensive plan, that would be decided based on circumstances later. At the deepest part of the base, Kolova was operating the latest biological weapons through the life source connection device. Not far away, behind a reinforced glass enclosure, a tiger-headed warrior with white hair parted down the middle was swinging his razor-sharp claws against a humanoid biological weapon in combat. That tiger-headed warrior was Guayan, who had consumed the tori-tori fruit. A month ago, Lu Min had distributed all the devil fruits in her possession except for the hana-hana fruit. The marrow fruit and tori-tori fruit were handed to Bai Yuekue for allocation. Bai Yuekue entrusted the tori-tori fruit to Guayan, whose body resembled a non-Newtonian fluid. He was currently undergoing testing alongside the biological weapon. With the fruit's power and nearly 2 months of cultivation, he could now barely hold his own against the humanoid biological weapon. The marrow fruit had come into their hands after Xiaodo's earnest pleas. Xiaodo had transformed from a petite, legally compliant lowly into a striking beauty, standing 1 meter 80 tall, with an explosive figure. Yet her frequent airhead expressions starkly contrasted with her stunning appearance, drawing constant teasing from others. As for the glint fruit, it was given to the strongest member of the Azure Dragon Army. The Inu fruit model Cerberus form was offered to Lu Ming for Sherlock, but Sherlock remained indecisive and had not consumed it. It was currently locked in his room's safe. Yo, training are we? Lu Ming walked into the depths of the base, greeting everyone with a smile. Your Majesty, Lu Ming. Everyone turned around and promptly bowed in respect. This is the casa fruit, also known as the mushroom fruit. It's a lower tier of the mori fruit. It can release and manipulate spores. If your imagination and knowledge are strong enough, it could prove helpful in combating the mana ecosystem. Decide for yourself who should receive it. As Lu Ming spoke, he tossed the fruit in his hand toward Bai Yuekue. Everyone in the Longu village present stared intently at the devil fruit in Bai Yuekue's hands. With Xiaodo and Guayan serving as living examples, everyone understood the extraordinary power of these fruits. Consider Guayan. Previously, he could only barely withstand attacks, and the dozens of tons-weight punches from humanoid biological weapons were far beyond his capabilities. Now empowered by the tori-tori fruit, he could barely contend with them after merely a month. Though there was likely some leniency from Kolova during the test. X-Iadu's transformation was even more remarkable. The power of the marrow fruit not only altered her body, but also granted her astonishing physical prowess. After becoming beautiful, Qianli teased her about not fitting the image, which angered her so much that she forced Qianli to play the role of a woman for 2 entire days. Now Qianli actively avoids her. I'll keep this fruit for now. Let us discuss and decide together who should receive it, Bai Yuekue said after a moment's thought. If it were purely about increasing combat power, this fruit could be given to anyone. But the Casa fruit represented a glimmer of hope against the mana ecosystem. It had to go to someone with sufficient knowledge of mana spores and ecology. Combat effectiveness was secondary. Most of those present were combat personnel, and very few met the requirements. Very well, they said with resignation, nodding in disappointment. Lu Ming did not press further. He understood their feelings. The people of Linglong world simply lacked the physical foundation of those from the pirate world, and their growth rate was comparatively slow. However, through cultural education, they had advanced rapidly in internal energy cultivation. Yet reaching combat power comparable to the pirate world required considerable time. It was understandable that they hoped to use devil fruits to bridge the gap. At that moment, the training session within the base had also concluded. Guayin emerged from within, his face bruised and swollen, his body riddled with multiple broken bones. Jiugu immediately approached and placed her hands upon him, using her healing abilities to mend his injuries. Kalova also piloted the humanoid weapon back to its dormancy pod. Then she dissolved into water and emerged from the apparatus, regaining her human form. Immediately afterward, she rushed to Bai Yuekue's side to report on the status of the humanoid weapon. Boss, we can only control it for half an hour. Any longer, and it goes out of control. You've worked hard, Bai Yuekue nodded. The humanoid biological weapons were originally created through ecological embedding experiments on cranium-grown clones combined with armor neural links and life source connectivity technology. They themselves existed as beings similar to Sijishu, devoid of morality and intelligence, driven solely by an insatiable craving for life source. Going out of control was entirely natural. Boss, the massive vessel has arrived at the Aoyu continent and is currently hovering above the southern plains. Good, I understand. Just then Xiaodo's slightly airhead voice crackled through Bai Yuekue's earpiece. She responded casually and then turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the lighthouse has arrived. Then let's go see Mark. We can also tour the lighthouse and retrieve your Abyss Walker armor and ASH along the way. Lu Ming nodded, a look of keen interest crossing his features. As a transmigrator, he naturally wished to meet the original characters, and he was no exception. On the hillside not far from the R-49 spacecraft, Lu Ming, Lina, and Bai Yuekue stood at the front. Behind them were 10 soldiers of the Qinglong army and the awakened squad from Longgu village. From a distance, they watched the massive convoy park near the wreckage of the R-49 spacecraft. Several squads, around 100 people in total, descended from it. The moment they emerged, they dispersed into action. At the lead was a burly man with a crew cut who carefully led a team toward the interior of the spacecraft. The remaining squads scoured the surroundings for useful supplies while keeping watch. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do about the lighthouse? Bai Yuekue asked curiously, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes as she watched Mark, who was at the lead. If we can win them over, so be it. If we cannot, we'll deal with them when the time comes. You are responsible for recovering the life essence. As long as we don't leave it for the mana ecosystem, that's all that matters. For the lighthouse, Lu Ming held no fondness, but neither did he harbor animosity. However, to finally end the mana ecosystem of the Linglong world, all of humanity had to be united. Naturally, Lu Ming also wished to win over the lighthouse. What about the twin portal? Of course, we won't tell them for now. We'll wait until they become core members. Once we take the lighthouse, we'll first settle them in Longgu village. With the current strength of the Yanhuang Republic, supporting an extra 10,000 or so people is no problem. Lu Ming replied without the slightest hesitation. Not everyone was Bai Yuekue, for the twin portal had opened directly before her. As for the villagers of Longgu village learning of the twin portal's existence, that was merely Lu Ming's compromise after Bai Yuekue vouched for them with her life. Even so, only the elderly and children of Longgu village lived on Luo Island. Most of the village's able-bodied members still spent most of their time in Longgu village helping the Yanhuang Republic search for resources and technology from the old society. As for those from the lighthouse, it was even less likely. Only if some of them displayed sufficient loyalty and competence could they qualify to enter the core of the Yanhuang Republic and learn of the twin portal's existence. While the two were talking, Mark and his team had already moved deep into the R-49 spacecraft. 4068A, just as in the original story, created a commotion that attracted the spine, leading to casualties. This also roused the slumbering hordes of snake dogs inside and near the spacecraft. They swarmed in, greedily charging toward the hunters. Under the pursuit of the snake dogs, Mark and the others fled from the spacecraft. Mark, Erica, and the rest quickly entered their gravity suits, maneuvering them to cover the hunters' retreat. Yet even so, there were still casualties. A great number of snake dogs swarmed from all directions, crashing into the hunter squads. The creatures were highly intelligent. Most held back the gravity suits, while a small number broke off to attack isolated hunters and dust people. These isolated individuals barely escaped. The snake dogs pinned them down, drained their life essence, and turned them into flesh soil. On the battlefield, 3 white shark gravity suits laid down interlocking fire to cover the evacuation of transport personnel desperately battling the snake dogs. Not far away, a white shark gravity suit was straining to shove a heavy transport vehicle that had sunk into a sandpit, trying to push it out. Who's driving the white shark? 19. Why hasn't the transport left yet? Standing on a military transport vehicle, Mo. Chung used the machine gun mounted on the roof to fire continuously at the snake dogs rushing down the hillside, while asking anxiously over the communication channel. Never mind that now. The devouring beasts are here. On the other side, Feishue shouted a warning, her sniper rifle precisely popping the heads of one snake dog after another as they approached. Unfortunately, the hunters from the lighthouse had no real understanding of the devouring beasts and were unable to inflict effective damage on the snake dogs. As a result, the number of snake dogs approaching the transport did not decrease. It only grew larger. Some snake dogs had already climbed onto the transport, biting hold of people and flinging them away. The rest surged forward to drain their life essence dry. Witnessing this, the dust people on the vehicle fell into deep despair. At the same time, their instinct to survive drove them to kick violently at the snake dogs that had climbed aboard. It's over. Just as a snake dog's jaws were about to clamp down on one of the dust people. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dull gunfire echoed from atop the hill. The next moment, the dust people saw large holes burst open in the bodies of the snake dogs before them. The immense kinetic energy flung the creatures' bodies through the air, slamming them heavily onto the ground. Before Mo, Chung, and the others on the vehicle could recover their wits, the continuous gunfire still had not ceased. The snake dogs ahead of them had their bodies riddled with bowl-sized holes one after another. Yet in Mo Chang's eyes, these devouring beasts should have been impossible to kill. To his astonishment, several of them suddenly had their flesh and blood turn into black-red sludge that oozed to the ground, leaving behind only a skeleton resembling that of a canine. They're dead. Those devouring beasts are actually dead. Seeing no sign of the skeletons regenerating, Mo, Chung, and the others, still stunned on the vehicle, wondering where the reinforcements had come from, finally confirmed that the devouring beasts were truly dead. Aren't devouring beasts supposed to be unkillable? Why did they suddenly turn into skeletons? And what exactly is that black-red sludge? Not far away, Feishue and the others also narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Look, there are people on that giant rock to the northwest. Just as everyone was stunned, Erica's shout suddenly rang out over the communication channel. They all immediately turned to look in the direction she mentioned, and even Mark did the same. There on the giant rock on the northwest hillside, more than a dozen figures stood gazing at them from afar. At the very front, 10 people in matching uniforms were crouching, gripping oversized sniper rifles and firing ceaselessly at the devouring beasts charging toward them. Beside them, 5 people in different attire were operating 5 mortars, bombarding the snake dogs in the empty area round after round. The snake dogs were sent flying in chaos, and some were even blown to death, their bodies turning into skeletons. Why don't the devouring beasts attack them? Ran Bing could hardly believe her eyes, and even reached out to rub them. Feishue, Mo, Chung, and the others were equally astonished. They saw the snake dogs rushing from the northwest pass by the giant rock, as if completely oblivious to the people above charging straight toward them. And this was precisely the new way of survival for the Qinglong army origin warriors and ordinary awakened ones, those whose strength was insufficient to dominate the Linglong world. With the massive supply of resources from the pirate world, they never had to worry about consumption and could remain in the origin state while using firearms to shoot. Now the snake dogs had eyes only for the dust people and hunters radiating life essence. They paid no attention to the source of the gunfire. Occasionally, any that were drawn by the sound would almost always be killed by Yuekue's divine sword, never given a chance to pass on information. Having someone draw fire while we shoot at targets is so satisfying. The squad leader Duke shouted excitedly as he emptied another magazine and took out a fresh one from his devouring pouch. Suddenly remembering the rockets and artillery at the Longu village outpost, he turned to Lu Ming and said, "Your Majesty, when will we ever have all the rockets and shells we want?" "What are you thinking?" Lu Ming rolled his eyes, smacked Duke on the back of the head, and said irritably, "You want us to have all the rockets and shells we want. You paying for it?" Haha. Duke gave a sheepish chuckle, then went back to target practice. It was not that Lu Ming did not want unlimited rockets and shells. It was that reality did not allow it. The copper and iron needed were simply far too scarce. The pirate world was vast, but most of it was islands. The exposed mineral resources were not exactly abundant, and most were in the hands of the world government and the Marines, which drove prices extremely high. The Yinhuang Republic was not poor, but it was by no means very rich. Most of the money used to import minerals now came from synthetic diamonds manufactured with Ling Cage World equipment, as well as from collected gold and jewelry. There was also a dedicated fisherman undersea mining team, but constrained by seafloor pressure and technical difficulties, its output was still low. The Ling Cage World, on the other hand, had abundant mineral resources, but almost all of them lay within the domain shrouded by the mana ecology, making mining impossible. They could only wait until they found a way to counter the mana ecology before trying to exploit them. On the other side, Mo Chung and the others still could not believe their eyes. Surface survivors. You have to be kidding. The lighthouse had not found a single survivor in over 20 years, and they had long since accepted that the surface belonged to the devouring beasts. Yet the truth before their eyes forced them to admit that people still lived on the surface, and by the look of it, they were living no worse than the people of the lighthouse. Take this opportunity and pull the convoy back. In the end, it was Mark who remained the calmest that regained his wits first and immediately gave the order. Mo Chung and the others obeyed, directing the convoy to withdraw swiftly in force along the road they had come from. As they left, they glanced back at Mark and the others who had stayed behind to cover the retreat. Once the convoy had largely withdrawn, Mark quickly turned around and drove his gravity armor toward Lu Ming and the others. He wanted to meet these surface survivors. He had once believed, like everyone else on the lighthouse, that no survivors existed on the surface and had held little hope for humanity's survival there. But now that he had seen people on the ground with his own eyes, he was desperate to understand how they managed to live. Seeing this, Ran Bing also rode her motorcycle and followed behind. "Mark actually ran over here. This guy really has some nerve," Lu Ming said with a teasing smile as he watched Mark's move. "Yeah," Yuekue also smiled. To the two of them, Mark's behavior was simply too naive. In this apocalyptic wasteland world, the first rule of survival was never to trust anyone. Yet Mark had charged straight toward them without a care. If these had been the cannibalistic forces of the Aoya continent, not even his bones would have been left. "Thank you all for saving our lives. I am Mark, captain of the Lighthouse Hunter Squad." "Who might you be?" Mark stopped his dawn gravity armor 10 meters in front of the rock, keeping a relatively safe distance. He opened the faceplate of the gravity armor before asking cautiously, though his voice carried a hint of indescribable excitement. The shock he had received in such a short time was simply too great. Not only were there still people on the surface, but he had also learned that devouring beasts could be killed. If he could obtain from these people the methods to avoid detection by devouring beasts, and to kill them, how many fewer of the hunters would have to die? Ran Bing parked her motorcycle beside Mark's gravity armor, an electromagnetic sniper rifle in her hands. She seemed not to be aiming at Lu Ming and the others above, but if they made any move to attack, she was absolutely sure she could put a bullet into the enemy's forehead in an instant. "We are from Longu Village. You do not need to thank us. We simply do not want the mana ecology to absorb any more life source essence. If you really want to thank us, then stop coming down from that big pot lid so often and stop throwing your lives away. That would be the greatest thanks you could give us." Lu Ming looked down at Mark and said seriously, "Please forgive us, but we cannot comply. The lighthouse's supplies are limited. We must come down and gather supplies at regular intervals so that the lighthouse can keep flying and the people on it can stay alive. Mark's tone was extremely solemn. Then pray that you run into us again next time. Lu Ming smiled at Mark, then waved his hand. The Qinglong soldiers put away their anti-material sniper rifles Xia Do, and the others packed up their mortars, and everyone prepared to withdraw. Wait, what do you mean by that? Seeing Lu Ming and the others about to leave, a look of reluctance flashed through Mark's eyes. He hurriedly piloted his gravity armor to the front of the group and asked with a grave expression. The meaning is simple. Earth's mana ecology is about to evolve. When that happens, the devouring beasts on the surface will become even stronger. It is not impossible that flying devouring beasts will appear. Lu Ming gave a simple explanation, then walked around Mark and continued forward. Bai Yuekue glanced at Lu Ming and immediately understood his intention. Lu Ming had deliberately revealed some information, especially the news that devouring beasts could fly. It would surely make the lighthouse and Mark anxious. They would definitely think about seeking help, and that would give them an opportunity to enter the lighthouse. Flying devouring beasts. Mark froze in place. He could not imagine how the lighthouse was supposed to respond once devouring beasts could fly. After a brief moment of thought, he reached only one conclusion: the lighthouse would be overrun by devouring beasts, and eventually everyone would be devoured of their life source essence and turned into flesh soil. Wait. Mark blocked Lu Ming's path once more. He gave Lu Ming a bow and said solemnly, I wonder if I might invite you to the lighthouse for a talk, so that the people of the lighthouse can understand that survival on the surface is possible. Are you sure? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Huh. Just as I expected. Bai Yuekue smiled. Under Lu Ming's guidance, Mark had indeed made the choice to invite a wolf into the house. If not for that, she and Lu Ming would have had to spend considerable effort to enter the lighthouse. Although Lu Ming could have flown directly to the lighthouse, he was not sure whether revealing his full strength would attract the attention of the higher dimensional civilization behind mana. Therefore, in the Ling Cage world, he had never left his Guiyuan state, always fighting with purely physical strength. Of course. Mark nodded seriously. All right then. I have been wanting to see the lighthouse myself anyway. Lu Ming laughed, then turned to the others. Duke Sui Xing, you two take your people back to the village. Boss Bai and I will make a trip to the lighthouse, and then return on our own. Understood. Duke and Sui Xing nodded, then left with the awakened and the Qinglong army. Lu Ming sat atop Mark's gravity body, while Bai Yuekue rode on the back seat of Ran Bing's motorcycle. The two of them simply followed Mark as he drove away. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered devouring beasts, but Mark and Ran Bing left them all behind. When they finally caught up with the convoy, Lu Ming, Mark, Bai Yuekue, and Ran Bing ended up in the same vehicle, staring at each other in awkward silence with no one speaking a word. Excuse me, how exactly does one kill a devouring beast? Or was it just luck for you two? In the end, it was Mark who could not hold back, asking softly. Inside a devouring beast, there is one and only one organ, the spirit breath seed. That is their core. Only by destroying this core can a devouring beast be killed, otherwise it will rapidly recover under the influence of the ecosystem. Bai Yuekue smiled and explained. Then how do you avoid being detected by devouring beasts? Ran Bing followed up. Devouring beasts lock onto their targets by sensing fluctuations in human life essence. Intense emotional surges activate life essence, making it easier to attract devouring beasts. That is precisely why the lighthouse's 3 laws were born. Our method, on the other hand, is to master and control life essence through training and meditation, keeping it completely concealed within. As no essence fluctuations are emitted, devouring beasts naturally cannot detect us. It was Bai Yuekue again. True to her customary principles, she did not hide anything. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, especially with an enemy like the mana ecology that evolves upon absorbing life essence, humanity is a community of shared fate. Whenever she encountered a weaker force in need of help, she had always adhered to the principle of offering aid whenever possible. Of course, when she came across cannibalistic factions, she would unhesitatingly order their destruction. After all, the ultimate goal was always one and the same: prevent the mana ecology from obtaining more life essence. So can we master life essence too? Ran Bing pressed. As long as one is human, anyone can master it. It just takes a considerable amount of time. If you want to learn once we reach the lighthouse, I can teach you. Bai Yuekue said. Then thank you so much. Ran Bing hurriedly expressed her gratitude. At this moment, however, Mark began to sense something was off. Bai Yuekue actually knew the reason behind the birth of the three laws, something even he, a candidate for the future city lord, did not know. Moreover, every word she spoke revealed that she was very familiar with the lighthouse. But how could she know? One of you has been to the lighthouse. Mark's voice trembled slightly. He felt he might have made a wrong decision. At Mark's question, Ran Bing came to the same realization. She too turned her gaze to Bai Yuekue, the beautiful woman who looked to be only about 20 years old. Longbu village once sheltered your far travelers. It was from them that we learned about the lighthouse. Bai Yuekue offered a reason that Mark found convincing without revealing that she herself had once been to the lighthouse. Upon receiving the answer, Mark nodded in acceptance, though he still felt that something about it was not quite right. The convoy arrived at the plain where the lighthouse hovered. The location was excellent. Within a radius of over 100 kilometers there were no human structures, no manna flowers, and naturally no devouring beasts either. Seeing the convoy approach, the lighthouse descended from its floating altitude, then lowered an elevator platform. The convoy filed onto the platform in an orderly manner before being slowly lifted up. So this is the lighthouse. It feels quite novel. It's hard to imagine that this place used to be a prison for holding criminals. Ming, sitting atop the armored vehicle, surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. The lighthouse is a prison. His murmured words caught the attention of Mark and Ran Bing. The two exchanged a glance, hardly believing their ears. Yet as both were competent hunter commanders, they temporarily suppressed their doubts. The convoy was lifted to the middle level. On the way to the garage, the upper level and lower level presented two completely different scenes. The upper level was populated entirely by upper citizens dressed in bright, immaculate, clean clothes. Among them, some wore haughty expressions, holding glasses of red wine, excited about the return of the hunters, occasionally exchanging words with one another. Meanwhile, along the guardrails of the lower corridor, dust citizens were packed together, cheering for the hunters' return. Yet their cheers were saturated with oppression, like a powder keg that would sooner or later be ignited. Although the three laws suppressed their emotions and made it difficult for them to express themselves, emotions are ultimately inner activities. These people's feelings were far more intense than one might have imagined. So fierce that Ming, by focusing slightly with observation haki, could hear their inner thoughts. Are those two the surface survivors mentioned in Captain Mark's report? Judging by their appearance, they don't seem like people who have undergone the baptism of the apocalypse. Rather, they look like a noble young master and lady. These upper citizens and dust citizens naturally also noticed Ming and Bai Yuekue. None of them could quite believe that the pair were surface survivors, because neither Bai Yuekue nor Ming carried that dusty, travel-worn aura of one returning from the ground. Ming in particular was not only dressed impeccably, but his attire was undoubtedly luxury. "Excuse me, they just haven't seen survivors in a long time," Mark said with a slightly apologetic tone as he noticed everyone sizing up Ming and Bai Yuekue. "It's fine," Ming said with a nonchalant expression. In the Yanhuang Republic, he had witnessed far grander commotions than this. Every time he stepped out, hordes of citizens would swarm around him, impossible to shoo away. What was a little gossiping compared to that? At that moment, in a special observation room above City, Lord Morgan was also curious about the surface survivors. He walked to the window and looked down. When his gaze landed on Bai Yuekue, who was sitting atop the armored vehicle, his pupils constricted, his body trembled uncontrollably, and an expression of utter disbelief appeared on his face. "It's her. It really is her. Why is she still alive, and so young? City Lord, what's wrong? Who is she?" Victor, Commander-in-Chief of the City Defense Forces, noticed Morgan's abnormality immediately. He hurried forward to support Morgan and asked in confusion, "Victor, hurry, rally the City Defense Forces. Charles, and you too. Assemble the law priests as well. Then we will go greet her together." Morgan shoved Victor aside and shouted frantically. Yes, Victor had never seen Morgan like this before, but it made him realize the seriousness of the situation. He hurried off to rally the City Defense Forces. Charles immediately followed. "City Lord, what has happened?" Jingnan stepped forward to support Morgan, her expression solemn and baffled. Then her gaze also fell upon Bai Yuekue, yet she noticed nothing unusual. "Help me over. I will go personally." It seems someone recognized you, boss Bai. Quite a crowd has gathered to welcome you. As they neared the hunter zone, Lu Ming said with a smile to Bai Yuekue beside him. It doesn't matter. After all, I have you here. Bai Yuekue replied with a smile. Mark and Ran Bing listened to the exchange with complete bewilderment, unable to make sense of it. But the reason soon became clear when the gate to the hunter zone was pushed open. What greeted them was not a welcome delegation, but heavily armed city defense troops in gravity suits, law priests, and the hunters who had stayed behind. The instant the door opened, Mark saw clearly that every gun barrel was trained on by Yuekue and Lu Ming. Mark, Ran Bing, get over here. Victor called out nervously. Mark and Ran Bing exchanged a glance, and still baffled walked over to the city defense troops. Seeing this, the other hunters hurriedly followed behind them. Lu Ming and Bai Yuekue did not stop them, and allowed the city defense troops and law priests to surround them. When Mark and the others moved away from their side, the formation split open, and Jingnan came forward supporting Morgan. Bai Yuekue, it really is you. Decades have passed, yet you haven't aged at all. You've only grown younger. Morgan stared at her for a long moment, finally certain that she was the one who had saved him decades ago. Morgan, long time no see. I just never expected you to still be alive. Bai Yuekue said, her right hand already gripping a Leia, ready to attack at any moment. What? Everyone looked at Morgan and Bai Yuekue in shock, especially Mark and Ran Bing. They never dreamed that Bai Yuekue was acquainted with City Lord Morgan and had been for decades. Yet Bai Yuekue looked no more than 20 years old. There was simply no way she could be in her 60s or 70s. Most striking of all was how wary City Lord Morgan was of Bai Yuekue and Lu Ming. The combat power assembled here was nearly the full might of the lighthouse, and even so Morgan remained this cautious. Did you come here to take back what is yours? Ignoring the shocked gazes of Mark and the others, Morgan asked with profound gravity. What? Shouldn't we take back what belongs to us? Before Bai Yuekue could speak, Lu Ming cut in first. With a sneer, he looked at Morgan and said disdainfully, you've had the Clothos system and the Abyss armor for so many years now. Don't you think it's time to return them? What? City Lord, is what he said true? Did we really take their things? After hearing Lu Ming's words, Mark was the first to lose his composure. He never imagined that the City Lord he had believed was wholly devoted to the lighthouse's survival, with no personal motives, could actually be such a person. Everyone else's gaze turned to Morgan, as one waiting to see how he would explain himself. What happened back then had nothing to do with me. Besides, City Lord Gray sees those two things for the sake of the lighthouse's survival. Morgan said through gritted teeth. So you can hurt others as long as it's for the lighthouse. Utterly shameless. And whether Gray truly thought that way back then, you know better than anyone. Lu Ming showed Morgan no mercy and directly exposed his old secrets. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he raised a finger at Morgan and said softly, all right, I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Now tell me your answer. Are you going to hand them over or not? No. Whether it's the Clotho. Bang. Before Morgan could finish his sentence, his head burst apart, like a watermelon, blood spraying out like a fountain. Lu Ming meant what he said. He had no intention of listening to Morgan's nonsense any longer. Perhaps Morgan's original purpose had always been the good of the lighthouse, but his hostility toward Dragonbone Village was reason enough for Lu Ming to kill him. Having listened to him for this long was already proof of Lu Ming's good breeding. If it had been someone like Kaido or Big Mom, the whole lot of them would have been wiped out in one go. Everyone stood staring blankly, unable to believe their eyes. The City Lord they had so respected died without the slightest warning. Even Bai Yuekue had not expected Lu Ming to be so decisive, killing Morgan outright. City Lord. It was Victor who reacted first. In a grieving, furious shout, he roared, open fire. Avenge the City Lord. Victor's cry brought everyone back to their senses, Mark especially. He now regretted more than ever having brought Lu Ming and Bai Yuekue up to the lighthouse. Otherwise, City Lord Morgan would not have died. One after another, they manipulated their gravity suits and raised their guns at Lu Ming's head. But before they could make a move, a faint glare flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a terrifying burst of Conqueror's haki erupted, engulfing the entire lighthouse. Bang! 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 Everyone felt as though a hammer had struck their heads, and they all collapsed unconscious. The dull thud of falling bodies mingled endlessly with the clash of metal. So this is Conqueror's haki. It truly is terrifying. Seeing this, Bai Yuekue sighed with admiration. This was the first time she had witnessed an eruption of Conqueror's haki with her own eyes. Let's go. We'll get the Abyss armor first. Lu Ming smiled slightly. At his current level of Conqueror's haki, one that few in the entire pirate world could reach, knocking out everyone on the lighthouse was no trouble at all. He first removed the city lord's identity token from Morgan's headless corpse, then led Bai Yuekue straight toward the Ecological Research Institute. The lighthouse also had its own Ecological Research Institute. However, compared with the Ecological Research Base in Dragonbone Village, it was mostly dedicated to studying the Abyss armor. Research on the mana ecosystem and the devouring beasts was practically non-existent, chiefly because there were not enough materials. Unconscious people lay scattered along the entire route, but the two encountered no resistance at all and easily reached the Ecological Research Institute under Jia Li's charge. The institute had every kind of facility, even more complete than the Ecological Research Base at Dragonbone Village. Inside, several of the largest culture tanks, half-flesh, half-earth corpses floated suspended, all of them results of having their life essence drained during the Abyss armor experiments. With all this equipment, we've made quite an unexpected gain. His divine sense passed through the thick metal walls around him, and Lu Ming quickly located the Abyss armor hidden within the metal compartment. Since he did not know how to open it, he drew the Crimson Queen and slashed several times, cutting straight through the compartment door to reveal the savage armor inside. Boss Bai, are there any requirements for wearing this Abyss armor? Lu Ming asked curiously as he lifted the Abyss armor out of the metal compartment. The Abyss armor is a suit I made using an ecological chimera. In essence, it is also a product of the ecosystem. It can only be controlled by absorbing life essence. I myself have been injected with both Angel and Miracle K, so I have abundant life essence. In addition, my innate potential lies precisely in manipulating life essence, making it easy for me to maintain the balance of the armor's consumption. That is why I can control it so effortlessly. Seeing that Lu Ming intended to put it on, Bai Yuekue took the opportunity to explain. So it's life essence after all. Lu Ming suddenly understood. He walked over to the Abyss Walker armor, which opened automatically. The scarlet viscous liquid came alive and coiled around Lu Ming's body. Unlike in the original story, where Charles had burst forth with scorching heat. Aware that he was not the perfect match, Lu Ming still stepped into the Abyss Walker. Standing nearby, Bai Yuekue did not stop him. She knew that since Lu Ming dared to wear it, he must have absolute confidence that nothing would go wrong. Besides, she didn't think the Abyss Walker armor could do anything to him. As the armor closed, its originally dim eyes instantly burst into scarlet light like two light bulbs. Lu Ming could feel the armor trying to absorb his life force and true essence. But with the life domain, he could be said to be most adept at controlling his own life force. With a slight rotation of the miniature star within his body, he completely sealed away his life force and true essence. With no life force or true essence to absorb, the Abyss Walker armor instinctively tried to crush Lu Ming into a bloody pulp and expel him. Creak, creak. The sound of crushing flesh came from within the armor, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lu Ming, are you all right? Bai Yuekue's face turned somewhat grim as she asked with concern. It's nothing. I just wanted to test the mechanism of this armor. Lu Ming said casually. Just now he had felt it. The crushing force of the Abyss Walker armor was extremely strong. Even a Marine Vice Admiral would be crushed into meat paste. But his physical fitness far surpassed that of a Marine Vice Admiral. As early as when he first entered the War God level, his body was already as hard as diamond. Needless to say, now at planetary first stage, his physical toughness exceeded every material in the pirate world. The squeezing pressure of the Abyss Walker armor could at most tickle him. He began to mobilize the true essence within his body, actively pouring it into the armor, wanting to test the limits of this suit. As the life-infused true essence poured in, the previously resistant Abyss Walker armor began to actively cater to Lu Ming as if it had become his own hands and feet. Bang! With a punch, the air exploded. The fist wind blasted a basketball-sized hole in the metal wall of the lighthouse, clearly revealing the archive room behind it. Crack! A clear cracking sound came out, and several distinct fissures appeared at the elbow joint of the Abyss Walker. The Abyss Walker armor actually cracked. Bai Yuekue's pupils contracted. She could hardly believe her eyes. As the maker of this armor, she knew better than anyone how hard the Abyss Walker armor was. Yet now it had shattered from Lu Ming's punch. To be honest, this thing is not as good as the Wudo armor. Lu Ming's voice carried disappointment. The Wudo armor used true essence to amplify one's strength and defense. The amplification depended entirely on the quality of the true essence. It had a low floor and a high ceiling. The Abyss Walker, in contrast, was an exoskeleton armor. The most distinctive feature of this type of armor was that when the user was weak, the amplification was extremely high, but once the user's power far exceeded the exoskeleton's endurance limit, the armor would instead become a shackle. It had a high floor and a low ceiling. Thus it was somewhat unimpressive to Lu Ming. Though whether something was strong was one matter, whether it looked cool was another. But Lu Ming, who had long mastered the 100 refinements of divine machinery, could forge a striking and powerful suit of armor with ease. So he decided to return this one to Bai Yuekue. As he thought this, the Abyss Walker armor opened, and Lu Ming stepped out. He then turned to look at the still dazed Bai Yuekue, and couldn't help but remind her. Put it away. It's still somewhat useful to you at your current stage. Bai Yuekue nodded repeatedly, took a devouring pouch from her pocket, and stored the Abyss Walker armor back inside. Meanwhile, the instant Lu Ming exited the Abyss Walker armor in the central control room of the lighthouse, the Clotho system, immersed in a large culture vessel, came to life. The neural synapses of that massive right brain began to move, and the electronic tubes around the entire system began to glow. In the hunter's weapon equipment area, the unconscious Mark suddenly opened his eyes. The confusion in them flashed away. He scrambled to his feet, staggered over to Morgan's headless corpse, his eyes filled with remorse. He wanted to reach out and touch Morgan's body, but his outstretched hand stopped in midair. All of this was because of him. Otherwise, City Lord Morgan would not have died. The remorse in his eyes was replaced by hatred. At this moment, Mark's gaze was terrifyingly cold. He turned to look at the Dawn gravity body hanging on the armored vehicle and slowly walked toward it. On the other side, relying on his divine sense, Lu Ming first located Flynn's laboratory, hidden deep inside the lighthouse. As for Flynn, who was unconscious at the bottom, Lu Ming simply crushed him to death. Bai Yuekue carefully reassembled ASH's body, then moved some equipment that could extract ASH's consciousness out of the laboratory, and then found the Clotho system in the central control room. It's actually in a revived state. Seeing the state of the Clotho system, Lu Ming was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, the Clotho system only revived when Mark became an ecological chimera. Definitely not now. Interesting. It seems the mana ecosystem has already noticed my existence. Since that's the case, I don't need to deliberately hide anymore. A smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Bai Yuekue merely glanced at the right brain floating in the culture vessel, then began to inspect the Clotho system. She quickly found the specialized connection equipment connected ASH's body to the Clotho system, and then used a computer to export ASH's system. Bang! 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 Just then, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Oh, he woke up this fast. Or did the revival of this right brain awaken Mark? With a sweep of his observation haki, Lu Ming sensed who was outside. Who else could it be but Mark? What really piqued his curiosity was how Mark had awakened. Although he had controlled the intensity of his conqueror's haki, so as not to shake people into idiots, it was still enough to leave them unconscious for 2 or 3 days. But recalling Mark's identity, he ultimately turned his gaze to the Clotho system. Only that right brain of the mana primal body, by connecting itself to Mark, could have awakened him. Boss, take your time. I'll be right back. Watching Bai Yuekue focus on exporting ASH's consciousness, Lu Ming said softly, then pushed open the door and walked out. Not far away, Mark, clad in the Dawn gravity body, walked over step by step, every step heavy. Why? The City Lord clearly gave everything for the lighthouse. Why did you kill him? Mark's voice was cold as he kept questioning Lu Ming. At the same time, he drew the serrated blade specially equipped for Dawn from behind his back. The blade spun at high speed and hacked at Lu Ming's head with great force. He hadn't lost his composure. Instead of using the exclusive grenade launcher, he only attacked with the serrated blade. Otherwise, before the fight even began, the lighthouse would have fallen first. Bang! Before the blade could even fall, Lu Ming's figure had vanished from sight. The next moment, accompanied by a dull thud and a cracking sound, Mark discovered in horror that the Dawn gravity body, made of high-strength alloy, was shattered. Mark felt a torrent of immense power erupt against his chest, and his body shot backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the distant metal wall, with such force that even the wall was warped. If not for Lu Ming holding back and the gravity armor wreckage absorbing most of the impact, he would not have survived. Even so, Mark had suffered fractures all over his body and could not summon the slightest strength. The only reason he remained conscious was pure hatred. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have died 800 times over. Lu Ming stepped forward and crushed the serrated blade under his foot. Then he grabbed Mark, dragged him out of the gravity armor wreckage like a dead dog, brought him back to the central control room, and casually tossed him onto the floor. "Do you still need Mark?" Lu Ming asked softly, leaning against the desk where Bai Yuekue was working. At the mention of Mark, Bai Yuekue's hands, which had been flying over the keyboard, came to a halt. She turned to look at Mark lying like a dead dog, and unable to say a single word, her expression complicated. After Lu Sheng's death, Mark, as the only one among Lu Sheng's clones with life source, was perhaps the only one who might become an ecological chimera capable of entering the blood vortex for humanity's sake. He was her only choice, and naturally he was extremely important. But with Lu Ming here, now she had a new choice, and one with even greater hope. "Yes, I still need him to help me verify some ideas." After thinking it over for a long time, Bai Yuekue took a deep breath and said solemnly to Lu Ming, "Very well." Lu Ming nodded, waved his hand, and sent a stream of true essence into Mark to sustain his life. Ash's consciousness had become too deeply entangled with the consciousness in the right brain of the prime body. Extracting it required painstaking thread-by-thread unraveling, a truly troublesome task. Bai Yuekue worked for most of the day and still managed to extract only a tiny bit of data. Boom. Just as everything was going smoothly, the lighthouse's anti-gravity system suddenly failed. A violent tremor shook the entire lighthouse as it began to fall into free fall. With quick eyes and swift hands, Bai Yuekue steadied Ash's body as it floated up, keeping Ash from disconnecting from the Krotos system. But the others on the lighthouse were not so lucky. Those who had fainted began floating into the air. If the fall lasted just a few more seconds, many would be hurled out of the lighthouse. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed devouring beasts surging toward the lighthouse from all directions. An endless, boundless tide, so vast it was terrifying, and among them were more than a few monarch-class devouring beasts. In the entire world, the only ones who could control that many devouring beasts, as far as Lu Ming could think, were the higher dimensional civilization behind the mana ecology. More importantly, this incident revealed that the higher dimensional civilization had been monitoring and manipulating the course of the world all along. Even the fact that humanity had not been wiped out was a result of their control. It also made Lu Ming realize that being higher dimensional did not necessarily mean being overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, when faced with danger, they would not react this way, manipulating the devouring beast horde and the mana ecology to counterattack. Wouldn't it be simpler to descend directly and strike at Lu Ming? Realizing this, Lu Ming smiled. Looking at the falling lighthouse, he did not have the technical knowledge to directly activate the anti-gravity system and stop its descent, but he had enough power to stop the lighthouse from falling all the same. He could hold an island aloft, let alone a small lighthouse. An orange-red flame cloud encircled the lighthouse. The next second, its downward fall came to an abrupt halt as it was firmly fixed in the sky. The airborne residents of the lighthouse, upper citizens and dust citizens alike, crashed heavily onto the deck. Fortunately, they had been knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki earlier and felt no pain. Lu Ming's body remained firmly fixed to the deck without the slightest movement. Once the lighthouse was completely stable, he waved his right hand, and over 100 ruhua appeared, flooding the surrounding passages. Wherever they saw someone, they loaded that person into devouring pouches. He had actually forgotten that there were still ruhua inside his storage ring. "Boss, what happened at the lighthouse?" "We can see a large pack of devouring beasts charging madly toward the lighthouse." At that moment, the communicator Bai Yuekue carried on her person rang at just the right time, and Sui Xing's somewhat anxious voice came through. I'm fine. It's just that the consciousness of something huge has awakened and wants to destroy us. Bai Yuekue briefly explained her situation, then asked, "What's the situation in the village now? Has the beast tide reached it?" "The beast tide hasn't arrived yet, but it won't be long before it does. Our Longu village lies right in their path," Sui Xing reported. Hearing this, not only Bai Yuekue, but Lu Ming also frowned deeply. The consequences of the consciousness in the right brain of the Mana Prime body awakening this time were far from trivial. Leaving Longu village aside, the other three major powers of the Aoya continent would certainly be affected, and it was highly possible they would be destroyed. Although all surface factions possessed the ability to shield themselves from devouring beasts' perception, a beast tide of such magnitude did not need perception at all. It could simply crush everything in its path. If anyone died, an exposed life source, that faction would be annihilated. The other three major powers had populations similar to Longu village, numbering nearly 3,000 people in total. If that happened, the mana ecology would very likely absorb enough life source to complete this round of ecological evolution. Longu village would face the same situation. In particular, Longu village used its shielding device to neutralize all mana ecology across an area. Once the devouring beasts passed through, how was that different from a pack of wolves charging into a sheep pen? Even with Longu village's astonishing combat power now, it could not withstand so many devouring beasts. Most importantly, Lu Ming needed Longu village, the only pure land on the surface, as a springboard to gradually conquer and extend his reach across the entire world. Sui Xing first used the base's artillery for defense. If you truly cannot hold a range for people to enter and head to the other side, you and the other squad leaders enter last. When it's time to pass through, send me a message and I'll remotely shut it down to prevent the devouring beasts from getting across. Lu Ming took the communicator from Bai Yuekue's hand and issued the order decisively. "Yes, Your Majesty." Duke's firm voice came through the communicator. After putting down the communicator, Lu Ming turned to Bai Yuekue and said softly, "I'll leave the Ruhua here to help you. You continue extracting ASH's consciousness here. I'll go to Longu village and clear out the beast tide there. Also be careful. Without ASH's consciousness, suppressing it, the consciousness in the prime body's brain is very likely to attack you." "I'll be careful." Bai Yuekue nodded seriously, clearly aware of this as well. Lu Ming nodded, turned, and walked out of the central control room. A dragon's roar then sounded outside, and an azure dragon over 500 meters long with clouds and mist swirling beneath its feet vanished into the distant sky. "Are you people even human?" Hearing the dragon's roar outside and recalling Lu Ming's terrifying strength as well as the lighthouse's sudden fall and suspension, Mark finally understood and asked with the last of his strength, even though the two before him seemed unarmed. "Of course we're human, though by your standards you'd call us awakened." Bai Yuekue replied, without looking up, her expression still focused as she raced against time to extract ASH's consciousness. Inside the Crotus system, the brain synapses grew increasingly active as ASH's consciousness was pulled free, churning the nutrient solution in the culture vessel into swirling eddies. Awakened. Mark suddenly recalled the archives about the old world he had read before, which documented humans with extraordinary abilities. In that instant, he realized that both Lu Ming and Bai Yuekue were awakened, and so were the surface survivors he had encountered earlier. Transforming into an azure dragon, Lu Ming raced toward Dragonbone Village at a breathtaking speed, exceeding Mach 16, comparable to the flight velocity of a planetary-level psionic master capable of devouring worlds. At such tremendous speed, it took Lu Ming only a few minutes to travel from the lighthouse to Dragonbone Village. By now, numerous corpses of psionic beasts lay scattered outside Dragonbone Village, creatures that had once laired around the area. Upon receiving the order from the higher dimensional civilization, they had charged toward the lighthouse. But unfortunately, they had barely covered any distance before being blasted to death by rocket fire from the villagers of Dragonbone Village. Meanwhile, more and more packs of psionic beasts were surging past the village, their numbers overwhelming. After wave of bombardment, the village's rockets and artillery shells were now growing sparse, their firepower far weaker than at the beginning. Duke and Broken Star had already sent the non-combatant villagers through the twin portal to the pirate world. The two of them, along with the Azure Dragon Army, the Awakened, and the Guiyuan warriors, had abandoned rocket launchers and grenade launchers, preparing to fight with guns and melee weapons instead. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry echoed across heaven and earth. Every soldier of the Azure Dragon Army, every Awakened, and every Guiyuan warrior looked up to see a 500-meter-long azure dragon weaving through the clouds, its cyan scales glittering brilliantly beneath the sunlight. Wonderful! It's His Majesty. Those ugly freaks are doomed. The Azure Dragon Army soldiers erupted in cheers. Broken Star and the other Awakened and Guiyuan warriors, however, could only stare in stunned silence. They had seen Lu Ming only a few times and never long enough to witness him unleashing the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Now seeing such an enormous dragon soaring through the sky, they were utterly speechless with shock. Ever since obtaining the Azure Dragon Fruit, Lu Ming had used his beast form only rarely, or most of his battles were fought in human form or hybrid form. This was not because the beast form was weak. On the contrary, it was the strongest in every aspect, with unmatched destructive power and area damage. It was simply that he was more accustomed to fighting in his human and hybrid forms. Against a swarm of psionic beasts, however, no form was more suitable than the full beast form. The colossal dragon head emerged from the clouds, its lantern-like eyes glaring at the endless tide of psionic beasts surging toward Dragonbone Village from afar, murderous intent blazing in their depths. Then the head tilted back and a red light flared within its chest, as if a sun had been swallowed into its maw. Heat breath. The next instant, Lu Ming opened his enormous dragon maw, and the blazing sun burst forth as a torrent of energy, so scorching hot it warped the very air. Like a searing beam of light, the fiery dragon's breath swept irresistibly toward the dense horde of psionic beasts rushing in the distance. The most crowded region, where at least 10,000 creatures were gathered at a glance. Everything in the beam's path was vaporized without trace. Whether it was the serpent hounds, earth roarers, thorn eels, and toad carriers of the general type, or the saw-jawed, dual-jaw beasts, calyx beasts, and frequency beasts of the metamorphic type, even monarch-level psionic beasts, all disappeared completely. All that remained was a canyon of glowing red magma. So this is one of the New World's emperors. He's practically a monster. Standing before the observation window of the outpost, Broken Star's mouth hung wide open. This was the first time he had witnessed Lu Ming going all out. Such astonishing destructive power also made him realize just how terrifying the New World's emperors of the pirate world truly were. There were still many psionic beasts in the distance, so Lu Ming's assault did not cease. Lu Ming's dragon maw opened once more, and a sphere of wind formed within his mouth. As the sphere spun, the air of heaven and earth began converging into it, compressing until it became an ultra-high-density energy orb resembling a black hole surrounded by several ring bands like the structure of Saturn. Spiral ring. He swallowed the black hole-like sphere in one gulp, then opened his dragon maw again. The dark orb shot forth as a streak of black light. Boom! Wherever the black light passed, space itself seemed to twist. Countless psionic beasts were sucked into it, and instantly shredded into fragments. The powerful suction dragged nearby psionic beasts into its grasp, vanishing like moths diving into flame within that dreadful attack. At last the streak of light struck a monarch-level psionic beast. Silently, the black orb expanded into a colossal sphere 3,000 meters in diameter. Within its range, everything simply ceased to exist. This move was among Lu Ming's most destructive techniques. By using his wind-controlling ability to constantly compress air, it eventually formed an ultra-dense plasma that could erase anything at the molecular level. However, it took far too long to prepare and was impractical in a real fight. But it was just perfect for dealing with this swarm of psionic beasts. The Azure Dragon's colossal body wheeled ceaselessly across the sky, gathering storms and thunder. Dozens of tornadoes wrapped in lightning descended again and again, slaughtering countless psionic beasts and repeatedly churning the land polluted by the mana ecology. Outside Dragonbone Village, the scene resembled the arrival of doomsday. Yet to the Azure Dragon Army and the Awakened within the village, it was simply a sign of safety. Under Lu Ming's relentless attacks, the psionic beasts that had been heading toward the lighthouse through Dragonbone Village were temporarily annihilated. For now, the village was safe. Beasts farther away would still need several days to reach it, giving the villagers ample time to reorganize their defenses. Elsewhere, after by Uekue's tireless efforts, Ash's consciousness was at long last successfully extracted. The mechanical body, lying flat on the table, suddenly lit up with bright eyes. Slowly sitting up, she gazed at Bai Uekue, and within the cold mechanical voice lingered a trace of warmth. Ueka, a long time no see. Ash, long time no see. A faint smile curved at the corner of Bai Uekue's mouth as she responded softly. Then she stepped forward and wrapped Ash in a gentle embrace. Standing nearby, Mark stared in disbelief. He could hardly accept that the consciousness extracted from the Crotus system truly knew Bai Uekue and appeared to know her very well. At this moment, he was beginning to believe that the lighthouse had indeed seized the Crotus system from her. Uekue, quick! Destroy the primordial body's brain. After Ash and Bai Uekue embraced, the aging processor finally reacted and called out urgently to Bai Uekue. Bai Uekue nodded, released Ash, and drew Alea from her waist. Life source energy poured into the blade, and the blue patterns on the blade lit up. With a single swing, a deep blue slash shot out, slicing through the colossal culture vessel and through the enormous right brain. Squelch. White pulp splattered, and both the huge culture vessel and the primordial body's right brain were cleaved in two. The writhing, glimmering brain synapses began to dim, and their squirming grew slower and slower. Swoosh. Swoosh. Bai Uekue instantly unleashed a dozen more slashes, chopping the primordial body's right brain into dozens of fragments, large and small. As the pieces fell to the ground, the fluorescence that once shimmered on them was utterly extinguished, and the protruding synapses went completely still. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who had already returned to human form at Longu village, hovered in midair. He suddenly noticed that the tide of extinct beasts surging toward the lighthouse had stopped. What just happened? Lu Ming was rather surprised, unsure of what was occurring. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned toward the lighthouse, and with a flicker of his body, turned into a streak of light that vanished. Ash, what is the primordial body's role in the mana ecosystem? Why did you ask me to destroy its brain? Having confirmed that the primordial body's right brain was devoid of life, Bai Uekue sheathed her blade and turned to Ash to ask. All these years my consciousness has been intertwined with his, and I have also learned quite a bit about the mana ecosystem and that higher dimensional life form. Ash slowly stood up, looked at the scattered brain chunks, and began to explain. A higher dimensional life form is an entity that has shed physical constraints and become pure consciousness. They cannot directly influence our world, so they created a beacon to accomplish this, and the very first beacon was the mana primordial body. The primordial body absorbed Earth's life source by controlling the growth of the mantle vines, which led to several mass extinctions on Earth. It was not until the massive volcanic eruptions of the Permian period that the primordial body was gravely wounded and nearly died. In the end, the primordial body barely managed to survive, but it could no longer transmit life source to the higher dimensional beings. So it conceived another beacon, yet before that beacon could come into being, it sank into deep slumber. Then Lu Sheng is the new beacon. At this moment, Bai Uekue felt a trace of relief that she had been ruthless enough to kill Lu Sheng before it completely turned to the ecosystem. Otherwise, had the new beacon matured, humanity might truly have had no future. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Sheng took the initiative to seek death because it held some affection for Bai Uekue. Ash continued expounding on the information that had been retrieved from the primordial body's right brain over all those years. After listening to Ash's account, Bai Uekue finally understood the truth behind the emergence of the mana ecosystem. Life source was essentially the soul. The higher dimensional civilization manipulated the mantle vines and extinct beasts through the primordial body to harvest life source, thereby sustaining their own existence. However, the life source was not the true reason they wanted to destroy humanity. The real cause was humanity's approach to immortality. Whether it was by Jingyu creating Miracle K or by Uekue's Mentor Horn crafting the Angel Elixir to complete carbon-based immortality, or the Hella Empire proposing consciousness upload for silicon-based immortality, all of it crossed the bottom line of the higher dimensional beings. Because immortality meant that humanity would gain boundless knowledge and endless evolution, and sooner or later they would touch upon a higher dimension and pose a threat to them. Mark, who remained immobile, listened to the entire conversation between Ash and Bai Yuekwe. He had never imagined that the truth behind the mana ecosystem and the extinct beasts was so profound. At the same time, he became extremely curious about the Lu Sheng that Bai Yuekwe had mentioned. Then Ash, now that the primordial body's right brain is destroyed, do you think our plan to attack the star can succeed? Bai Yuekwe asked. There is a certain probability of success provided that Mark can remain lucid under the temptation of the higher dimensional being's consciousness and keep his heart on humanity's side, not falling toward the ecosystem. Otherwise, he will become a new primordial body. Ash lowered its head, using the last remaining computational power of this body to calculate, and gave an answer. As long as there is a chance of success, that's good enough. Bai Yuekwe nodded seriously. Mark, however, was baffled. He could not understand why the conversation had suddenly drifted to him, and from what the two said, it sounded like he was somehow linked to the mana ecosystem. But how could that be? He was clearly born on the lighthouse and was human. How could he have anything to do with the primordial body? At that moment, Lu Ming walked in from outside. The moment he entered, he saw Ash's bionic face and those bright eyes. Glancing down, he also saw the brain fragments and the glass shards lying on the floor, and it dawned on him why the extinct beasts had lost their target. With a wave of his hand, the brain fragments on the ground burst into flames and turned to ash in an instant. Boss Bai, congratulations. It seems you've succeeded. After doing this, Lu Ming walked over to Bai Yuekwe and said with a smile, but his eyes never left Ash. This was a super artificial intelligence. The fundamental reason the Bai family and Jiuquan City had been annihilated was that the Coast Alliance had its eye on Ash. After all, the Hello Alliance within the Coast Alliance already had its own AISITA, yet they still refused to let Ash go. That showed just how incredibly powerful Ash was. So you are Lu Ming, aren't you? I saw your appearance in the primordial body's consciousness. They are really very curious about you. Seeing Lu Ming appear, Ash mechanically greeted him, and a hint of probing curiosity leaked into its voice. I knew they'd had their eyes on me long ago. With an expression of exactly as expected, Lu Ming turned to Ash and said bluntly, if you want to know anything, you'll understand after we go back. I need you to help me develop technology. No problem. Ash nodded and agreed without hesitation. Lu Ming immediately smiled. The value of a super AI was by no means limited to advancing technology and ushering the Yanhuang civilization into an era of rapid development. What Lu Ming truly wanted Ash for was its ability to assist in cultivation, to help him reach even higher realms faster. It could even help solve the mana ecosystem of the Linglong world, after which he would have all the resources of that world at his disposal. 3 days later, in a temporary camp set up outside Longgu village, Ran Bing, Mo, Cheng Fei Shui, Erica, and the others slowly regained consciousness. The first thing they saw was an utterly unfamiliar environment, like a military tent from a bygone era. These tents had been temporarily brought over from the pirate world and were specially used to house the civilians from the lighthouse. With one tent for every 10 people, more than 10,000 people required over 1,000 tents covering much of the green meadow outside Longgu village. In front of each tent stood a soldier of the Azure Dragon Army to prevent any disturbances. Is everyone all right? Ran Bing sat up at once, her face taut with anxiety as she looked at the people around her. We're fine, but where is this? Mo Cheng shook his head. Just awakened, he felt a gnawing hunger and a fog still swirling in his mind. This shouldn't be the lighthouse. It could well be a place where surface survivors live. Don't forget, before we passed out, that Lu Ming killed City Lord Morgan, and right after that we lost consciousness. Haven't you noticed? Our weapons are all gone too. Fei Shui, the calmest and most clear-headed of the group, realized the gravity of the situation and quickly warned the others. Where's Mark? Instructor Elon had been placed in the same tent as the others. He looked around and saw that they were all hunters, but that familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. His face turned grim. At that reminder, Ran Bing, Mo Cheng, and the others also realized that Mark was not in this tent. Ran Bing's face went pale in an instant, as if she could already see the scene of Mark's death. Maybe he was placed in another tent. Mo Cheng whispered, that must be it. A flicker of hope appeared on Ran Bing's face. She immediately rolled out of bed, ignoring how weak she had grown from 3 days without food. She pulled the glucose 4 needle from her hand and was about to rush outside to find Mark. Ranbing, wait. Fei Shui, calm as ever, immediately stopped Ranbing, and reason we know nothing about this place. If we rush out recklessly, we may not only fail to save Captain Mark, but we could also put ourselves in danger. Ranbing was a qualified hunter and also Mark's adjutant. With Fei Shui's warning, she calmed down at once. A moment ago, worry for Mark had simply overwhelmed her judgment. Now all 10 hunters gathered together. After a quick reconnaissance, they began discussing a plan to escape from this place. Little did they know that their being placed together was a deliberate arrangement by Lu Ming, a way to force them to face reality. Otherwise, the strongest members of the lighthouse would never have been housed together. There's only one guard at the entrance, and he has no weapon. With the strength of the 10 of us, taking him down should be no problem. Through reconnaissance, Fei Shui and the others found only one unarmed guard dozing at the entrance. As 10 of the top-tier hunters, taking him out silently was the simplest thing in the world. They dismantled the bed Elon had been sleeping on. Each holding a wooden stick, they crept cautiously toward the entrance, locking onto the guard's position. Just as Fei Shui raised her stick, the dozing guard snapped awake. His gaze turned sharp. He spun around, seized the stick in Fei Shui's hand, and under their stunned eyes crushed it into powder with a slight squeeze. Attack! Seeing their sneak attack exposed, Elon rallied everyone to surge forward. Ranbing, Mo Chung, Erica, and the rest swung the bed legs in their hands at the guard. You dare fight back? The guard bellowed. Facing 10 hunters, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged into the crowd. One punch sent a young whelp flying, and one punch sent an old codger tumbling. In just a few seconds, Elon and the others were on the ground, curled up like shrimp, their faces twisted in agony. This was only because the guard had held back. Otherwise, killing each of them with a single punch would have been no problem at all. How utterly foolhardy. Now that you're awake, go register and get your food. Your work assignments will be arranged by the village later. With that, the guard did not even glance at Elon and the others. He simply returned to his post. It took quite a while before Elon and the rest recovered enough to help one another walk outside. After stepping out of the tent, what met their eyes were over 1,000 tents. But what seized their attention most was not those tents. It was the lighthouse driven into the ground beside the outpost behind them. They were struck speechless. The lighthouse had been violently rammed into the earth. Everything below its outer platform was buried underground, while the upper section was fixed with chains tied to over a dozen enormous iron stakes, each 10 meters tall, so that it would not tilt or collapse. Next, what caught their attention was the green grassland beneath their feet, a sight they had only ever seen in books. Get in line and register. Seeing the 10 come out, the guard pointed to the long queue in the distance as a reminder. Fei Shui and the others looked over and saw the lighthouse residents in front of the outpost obediently standing in line. Around them, more than a dozen soldiers stood with rifles in hand, their eyes resolute as they continuously scanned the area. In the queue, the original upper citizens of the lighthouse gnashed their teeth, yet could do nothing about it. The dust people, however, wore joyful expressions, because according to those who had registered earlier, the people here treated upper citizens and dust people equally, with no special treatment based on status. Most importantly, they gave these people names and treated them as human beings. Even someone with inferior genes like No. 9033 had received medical care for illness and injury. Though Ranbing and the others were unwilling, they had no weapons, and the Qinglong army guarding this place was overwhelmingly powerful. They could only obediently get in line. Along the way, Ranbing kept asking the lighthouse residents whether they had seen Mark. The answer was always no. Not only had no one seen Mark, no one had seen Jingnan, Charles, Victor, or the others either. Her heart sank to its depths. A dark foreboding rose within her. After registration, Ranbing and the others followed the line into the temporary mess hall. There they found vegetables, fruit, and meat in abundance, even better than what they had eaten as upper citizens in the lighthouse. This gave Elon and the others an ominous feeling. On the spot, some dust people declared their willingness to risk their lives for Longu village. In the following days, more and more people defected. Not only dust people, but even upper citizens. The scientists and technical personnel among them were all given important positions, while those without technical skills were assigned to work and join in production and construction. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the lighthouse, Lu Ming sat in the seat Morgan had once occupied. Looking at Charles, Jelly, Victor, Jingnan, and the others below, he stroked his chin, thoughtfully pondering how to deal with these people. First, he believed Charles and Victor absolutely had to be eliminated. Charles was Morgan's son, narrow-minded, vindictive, and ruthless in achieving his goals, a thoroughly despicable man. Even if he had changed somewhat after becoming City Lord in the original second season, that was no reason for Lu Ming to dislike him any less. For a man like this, Lu Ming could think of nothing other than killing him. Victor was Morgan's most devoted loyalist. Since Lu Ming had killed Morgan, Victor would surely seek revenge. Though Lu Ming was unconcerned for the stability of the Ling Cage world, it would be better to kill him as well. Jelly and Jingnan were two prodigies, geniuses in ecological research and command management, rare talents indeed. Lu Ming had no intention of killing them. He planned to bring them under his control. As for Singh, the future commander of the city defense forces, to be honest, Lu Ming's impression of him was not even as favorable as that of Charles. He was a sheer hypocrite, especially when unable to defend the lighthouse. He sought excuses to shirk responsibility by shifting all blame onto Charles. Duke, take him along with the core members of the Light and Shadow Church and the Law Inquisitors, and execute them. We have no need for any unstable elements here. Lu Ming turned to Duke beside him, extending his finger to point at Charles, Victor, Singh, and then the core members of the Light and Shadow Church behind them. Yes, Your Majesty. Duke turned around and signaled his squad members to take away the individuals Lu Ming had pointed out. Perhaps someone might argue that beautiful women like Fan Lu and Fanti could be spared. However, these two had been brainwashed by Charles since childhood to an extreme degree. Their loyalty to him was frightening. They were fanatical religious believers, the kind who would do anything for their faith. Moreover, Lu Ming was not the type who was rendered speechless by beauty. Otherwise, in the pirate world, he would long ago have had a harem of 3,000 concubines. As for Jingnan and Jelly, are you willing to join Dragonbone Village to contribute to humanity's struggle against the mana ecology? Lu Ming did not beat around the bush. He stated his proposal directly. Of course we are willing. As long as we can eradicate the mana ecology, you can ask me to do anything. Jelly declared immediately. Excellent. From now on you will work under Boss Spy on ecological research. Lu Ming nodded with a smile, gesturing for Jelly to join by Yuekaway. He then looked at Jingnan and asked, and you, Jingnan, could you spare Charles? Jingnan did not answer directly, but posed a possible condition. What do you think? Lu Ming countered. As long as you let him go, I will obey whatever you say. Perceiving that Lu Ming had no intention of sparing Charles, Jingnan grew very agitated and hurriedly pledged, moreover, I will keep him restrained. He will absolutely not cause trouble for anyone. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He was not surprised by Jingnan's plea on Charles's behalf. After all, Jingnan was Morgan's adopted daughter and Charles was Morgan's son. The two considered themselves siblings. It was only natural for an elder sister to plead for her younger brother. Jingnan, as his sister, I believe you know Charles's true character better than anyone. Do you consider him a law-abiding person? Besides, I am his father's murderer. You are equally aware of what the Light and Shadow Church represents. But he is my younger brother. I have already lost my father. I cannot stand by and watch him die. Tears welled in Jingnan's eyes, her voice trembling with sobs. All the lighthouse residents present stared at Jingnan in shock, finding it hard to believe their ears. They had now understood that Morgan, the former mayor, was actually the father of both Charles and Jingnan. The former mayor had even violated the 3 laws he himself had established. Jingnan, I am curious. You who have followed the 3 laws your entire life really feel such strong affection for Charles? Lu Ming asked in confusion. I don't know, but I simply do not want Charles to die. Jingnan set her eyes red. To be honest, I greatly admire your talent and ability. My forces are indeed in need of managerial personnel like you. But since you refuse, I will not force the matter. From now on you may reside in the outer area of the village. Lu Ming's meaning was clear enough. Charles had to die. Woo-woo. Jingnan could no longer hold back her tears and burst into sobs. Lu Ming did not even glance at Jingnan. Rising to his feet, he led by Yuekaway and the others away from the lighthouse. Currently, Dragonbone Village suffered from a severe shortage of manpower, whereas the lighthouse's population exceeded 10,000. If managed improperly, it would inevitably lead to disaster sooner or later. Fortunately, the people of Dragonbone Village possessed considerable strength. All weapons in the lighthouse had been confiscated, making it extremely difficult for the explorers and city defense forces to mount any resistance. As for escape, that was even more impossible. Beyond the range of the signal tower, going unarmed meant seeking death. Few would dare attempt such a thing. Another 4 months passed, and the lighthouse residents had fully integrated into Dragonbone Village, working on newly constructed assembly lines in the factories. After Bayuekue extracted the life essences of Charles and the others, their corpses were burned to ashes by Jingnan and scattered across the lighthouse. Subsequently, in order to protect the lighthouse residents, Jingnan voluntarily joined Dragonbone Village, primarily responsible for overseeing the lighthouse people, but she remained excluded from any truly core matters. In the end, Lu Ming still chose to spare Mark. Aside from being reassured by Mark's moral character and saintly temperament, the primary reason was that ASH stated that to terminate the ecology, one had to enter the miasma spiral as an ecological chimera, thereby completely severing the connection between the high-dimensional beings and the mana ecology. Now Mark led Ran Bing and other explorer members alongside the Azure Dragon army to clear surrounding spirit devourers. They had already learned the return to origin technique, which significantly enhanced their combat prowess. However, because they were not core members, methods that could truly augment their strength, such as internal energy, domineering aura, and martial arts, were not revealed to them. Having entrusted the affairs of the Spiral Ray world to Bayuekue, Lu Ming returned to the pirate world, specifically remaining in the Imperial Palace by Aribia's side, leaving even less time for cultivation. Aribia had reached her due date and was about to give birth. Lu Ming had already used his divine sense to examine the child and confirmed it was a girl. He was now certain that Robin had become his daughter. Nevertheless, Lu Ming had long beforehand named his daughter Lu Ku rather than following the original narrative's name of Nico Robin. A week later, in the royal palace's delivery room, continuous cries of pain echoed from within. Lu Ming paced anxiously back and forth outside the door. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time becoming a father. It was impossible for him not to feel nervous. Wah, wah, wah. Clear, crisp cries of a newborn rang out. Lu Ming excitedly shouted aloud, "She's born! She's born! I'm going to be a father!" He could sense that both Aribia and Lu Ku were healthy, possessing vigorous life forces with no signs of danger. Soon the midwife emerged from the room and said to Lu Ming with respect, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Mother and daughter are both safe." "Good. Go to the treasury and collect 10,000 belly as my reward for you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Ming did not respond to the midwife's gratitude, but rushed directly into the chamber. Seeing Aribia drenched in sweat, yet smiling broadly, and little Lu Ku sleeping beside her, he couldn't help but smile as well. Following this, the entire palace held grand banquets for 3 consecutive days, and the nation observed a 3-day holiday to celebrate the birth of the princess of the Yanhuang Republic. News of this event reached various factions across the seas. Originally, their attention had already been drawn to the Yanhuang Republic because of its new weapons. With the birth of Lu Ku, these factions paid even closer heed to the Yanhuang Republic. Ever since the world government announced the news of the Yanhuang Republic's new artillery and firearms, quite a few death-defying pirates had come rushing over to see what it was all about. Some of those pirates had formed alliances, while others were lone wolves, and among them were not a few with bounties of over 500 million berries. Most of them, however, became stepping stones for Lisa, Lena, Jinbi, and the others. Only a small number of the truly powerful had temporarily withdrawn, but those people still refused to give up. The most representative was Burndy World, a Paramecia-type user of the Mormor fruit, who could amplify his own speed and the speed, size, and volume of anything he touched by 1 to 100 times, a top-tier devil fruit. According to Yanhuang Republic intelligence, Burndy World was not a bad man by nature. He simply wanted to see the islands and countries across the sea and complete a voyage around the world. Recently, however, after being forced to attack the ship of a world noble, he had come under a joint crackdown by the Marines and Cypher Pole. He was now thinking of seizing some of the Yanhuang pirates' new weapons to defend himself. "Burndy World, is it? Since you had the guts to attack the ships of those celestial dragon swine, what harm is there in me giving you a few naval guns for free?" With the help of ASH, the super artificial intelligence, the guns on the Yanhuang Republic's warships had already been replaced, from howitzers and smoothbore cannons to true naval rifles in large, medium, and small calibers alike. The current standard-issue Qinglong warship of the Yanhuang Republic could be called the truly invincible battleship of the entire sea. On several occasions, Marines and world government forces had been blasted by its naval guns before they could even approach, suffering severe losses. This was exactly why the world government had published the news about the Yanhuang Republic's new artillery and firearms. In the sky of the first half of the New World, 9 floating islands clustered together. On the central island, Golden Lion stared at the anti-material sniper rifle in his hand, smoking a cigar in frustration. Indigo, is there still no word from Whitebeard Roger, Charlotte Linlin Silver Axe, and Wang? Admiral Charlotte Linlin and Silver Axe have already replied. They are willing to attack the Yanhuang pirates together with us and seize the design drawings for the new artillery. Whitebeard and Roger haven't replied, but their goals are the same. Right now they are heading straight for the Yanhuang pirates. Only Wang Ji has not stirred at all and remains on Pirate Island. Indigo gave the report. Golden Lion laughed. Jaha. Excellent. As long as I obtain Yanhuang's new weapon design drawings, my dream of ruling the sea from the sky will no longer be a dream. Golden Lion was overjoyed. Ever since he had bought a Yanhuang anti-material sniper rifle at a high price from the black market and tested its power himself, he had believed the world government's report without doubt. He had even personally contacted Charlotte Linlin Whitebeard and others precisely in order to obtain the design drawings for these weapons. At the same time, Lu Ming also received an intelligence report from the intelligence department. The 9 islands of Golden Lion's flying pirates were drifting toward the Yanhuang seas. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin had set out from Tato land waters with Perispero and Kakuri, heading straight for the Yanhuang pirates. Whitebeard had left Wano country with the newly joined Kazuki, Odin, Marco, Joseph Vista, Inuarashi, and Nekamamushi. The Roger pirates had just passed through Fishman Island and were likewise heading for the Yanhuang pirates. So you finally can't hold back anymore. It looks like my daughter's full moon banquet is going to be quite lively this time. After reading the intelligence, a fierce glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He knew very well who among these people were enemies and who were friends. Charlotte Linlin Golden Lion Silver Axe. This time I'll let you have a real taste of a saturation strike. Without another word, Lu Ming gathered Isho and the others in the meeting room and passed the intelligence report around for them to read one by one. You've all read it. Apart from Roger and Whitebeard, the intentions of the other pirate crews are already clear. A great battle is unavoidable. What are your thoughts? After watching everyone finish reading, Lu Ming asked, Captain, do you want to fight them head-on or keep the enemy out of our gates? If we're going to fight head-on, the best choice is that uninhabited island Toriki in the southwest. Once the battlefield reaches Yanhuang waters, we'll be too constrained. If the captain wants to keep the enemy outside, we can just use our howitzers to bombard them, Isho said after a moment's thought. The others also turned their eyes to Lu Ming. The current Yanhuang pirates were second to none in both frontal combat and long-range striking power. Even if Golden Lion Charlotte Linlin and the others allied together, they would not be afraid. But the final choice of how to fight the war had to be made by Lu Ming. Since their target is our artillery and firearms, let them take a good look at the power of those artillery and firearms. Lu Ming chose the latter without hesitation. Then he changed his tone. But cannons and firearms are fine against enemies on the sea. Against Golden Lion who attacks from the sky, they won't be of much use. We don't have anti-aircraft weapons, so Golden Lion will be mine to handle personally. Then there are Charlotte Linlin Silver Axe and the others. The shells might be powerful, but they won't necessarily work on them. Who will take them on? Everyone present knew very well how strong the top powerhouses of the sea were. After all, one such powerhouse stood right before them. Lu Ming had personally tested the power of those cannons back then, and they had all witnessed it. Naturally, they knew that the artillery shells were not obviously effective against the armament hockey of Admiral-class experts. Besides, Golden Lion Charlotte Linlin and Silver Axe were attacking together from 3 directions. If Lu Ming dealt with Golden Lion and no one challenged Charlotte Linlin and Silver Axe, the 2 of them would very likely be able to land under the shelling. Leave Charlotte Linlin to me. Wearing the Linyuan armor, I should have the qualifications to fight her. Bai Yuekue was the first to speak, and she was very confident in her own strength. Then have Lena go with you. She's a cloud fruit user. If you can't win with Lena around, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Ever since Bai Yuekue obtained the training methods for internal energy haki and the Marine 6 powers, her power had been steadily rising. She was already no weaker than Isho, and with the Linyuan armor, she truly had the right to fight Charlotte Linlin. Then leave Silver Axe to me. Isho took on another enemy. Lisa, you keep an eye on Burndy World. With the Rumble fruit, he is definitely no match for you. Lu Ming had great confidence in Lisa because Lisa now unquestionably possessed Admiral-level strength, the same category as the future Kizaru. Lisa's progress was in no way inferior to Bai Yuekue's. If Bai Yuekue's progress lay in her body internal energy and haki, then Lisa's was pure development of the Rumble fruit. With knowledge of electromagnetism from the world of Ling Cage, she had worked wonders with lightning, and her handmade electromagnetic cannon was beyond imagination. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ke's full-month banquet was held as scheduled, and even some scholars from O'Hara attended. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not there at the moment. In a stretch of sky far from the Yanhuang Sea, he suppressed his rage as he watched 9 floating islands drift toward him from afar. The leading island was actually the smallest, yet it was still 10 times larger than a warship. At its prow stood a stone-carved lion head. It was the Flying Sky Pirates led by Golden Lion. I must finish this quickly. I won't miss my daughter's full-month banquet. Flame waved. Lu Ming swung the Crimson Empress, and a single slash turned into a fiery wave several thousand meters long that surged toward Golden Lion's island. As Golden Lion's crew sailed along discussing how they would conquer the world once they obtained the weapon blueprints, they saw a sky-covering tide of flame sweeping toward them. Are you kidding? An attack like this would kill us. Golden Lion's Vice Captain Pike, the Kilo fruit user, stared in shock at the towering wall of fire. Lu Ming, I've never stopped training. My strength is even greater than before. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Golden Lion instantly appeared before the island, fury written on his face. Raising Ingshur and Kumu, he slashed at the flame wave, unleashing over a dozen slashes capable of splitting mountains. At the same time, he commanded the seawater floating in the air, shaping it into a ferocious giant lion 100 meters tall that charged into the fiery wave. Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Lion's Majesty Palace Earth Roll. The flame slash collided with the slashes and the water lion. The tremendous impact sent Golden Lion's island fleet swaying in the air as if they might plummet at any moment. The sky, once shrouded in mist, instantly became crystal clear with not a trace of cloud remaining. As the clashing sword energies raged, Lu Ming had already transformed into his human-beast form. Standing 6 meters tall and powerfully upright, he gathered a fireball between 2 massive dragon horns blazing like the sun. Storms and lightning swirled around him, making him appear godlike. The Crimson Empress in his hand had also grown enormous, nearly 4 meters long. Its glowing red-hot blade dazzled brilliantly under the sunlight. After a moment, the energy of the slashes was exhausted, and the sky finally returned to calm. The officers of the Flying Sky Pirates on the islands wore expressions of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could relax for even a few seconds, Lu Ming's next attack arrived. The blazing sun storms and lightning around him converged onto the blade. With one slash, a 1,000-meter azure dragon, comprised purely of energy, roared toward them, exuding an aura of utter destruction. Azure Dragon Break. This is a joke. How can a human unleash such an attack? Can we really win? Not only the grunts of the Flying Sky Pirates, but even many of its officers stared at that world-destroying slash with despair on their faces. Lion's Majesty Earth Roll. Golden Lion roared in fury. Ignoring whether the island on his right held his own men, he pointed with his right hand, wielding Ingshur, and activated the power of the float fruit. The island, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters, began to twist and deform. Spare us, Admiral. The thousands of pirates on the island let out despairing screams, unable even to flee. They could only watch hopelessly as their bodies were swallowed by the earth and rock, which ultimately transformed into dozens of giant stone lions over 1,000 meters long roaring toward the azure dragon. The float fruit is really outrageous. Seeing the stone lions take shape, Ming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The float fruit had two extremely absurd traits. First, its power seemed to embody the very concept of floating. Any non-living object touched by Golden Lion could float, and its upper limit was still completely unknown. Indeed, the second trait was that its consumption was terrifyingly low, almost non-existent. These two traits firmly placed the float fruit among the top-tier fruits and made Golden Lion renowned as the flying sky pirate. However, the float fruit was not without flaws. Its attack power was insufficient. Apart from dropping massive weapons from the sky, it had almost no frontal combat capability. That was precisely why Golden Lion developed the fruit's fine manipulation and practiced swordsmanship, all to compensate for this weakness. Facing the obstruction of the stone lions, the azure dragon crushed everything in its path. The air twisted wherever it passed, and the stone lions' earthen bodies were shattered, completely scattering into dust in the sky. After shattering Golden Lion's attack, Azure Dragon Break showed no signs of weakening, continuing to charge destructively toward Golden Lion and his airborne fleet. Golden Lion darted rapidly to the right, barely dodging Ming's attack. The fleet behind him was not so fortunate. 6 of the remaining 8 islands were destroyed on the spot, leaving only massive wreckage floating in the air, with countless pirates on the islands dead or wounded. Looking at the inkshire in his hand, now missing half its blade, Golden Lion's face turned extremely grim, his eyes full of unwillingness. From that attack, he could tell that Ming had grown far stronger than 2 years ago. He was no match at all. He couldn't even last 10 moves. Damn it. 2 years ago, I could still exchange moves with him. Why has the gap between us become so immense in just 2 short years? Golden Lion cursed through gritted teeth. In an instant, armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki-coated inkshire and Kumu as he charged at Ming at full speed. Lion's Majesty, Thousand Slice Valley. Over 1,000 sword chi waves capable of splitting mountains and seas were launched by Golden Lion. Shiki, you're dead. This time I won't let you off like I did 2 years ago. Facing the sky full of sword chi, Ming's eyes showed not a trace of agitation. Only burning fury at Golden Lion and his crew for disrupting his attendance at the full-month banquet. Boom. Flame clouds gathered beneath Ming's feet, forming steps that unleashed the terrifying power of his planetary-level martial artist legs. He shot forward like an arrow from a bow, a crimson flame igniting at the tip of the Crimson Empress and tracing a fiery trail through the air. So fast. Golden Lion was stunned. He could only see a blur. His observation Haki barely sensed Ming's direction of attack. He concentrated all his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into inkshire and Kumu, unleashing a full-power strike. Wave slash. Flame burst. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his body moving without the slightest hesitation. He brandished the Crimson Empress and actively charged to meet the attack. Crack. Schlick. The sounds of metal breaking and flesh cutting rang out simultaneously. Ming's gleaming red Crimson Empress sliced through inkshire and Kumu like a hot knife through tofu. In a flash of blade light, the tip easily cut open Golden Lion's body. Crimson flames instantly spread, devouring Golden Lion's body completely in the blink of an eye. Ming steadied himself, watching the ashes drift slowly down from the sky. He nonchalantly slung the Crimson Queen over his shoulder, the residual flames at the blade tip flickering in the air. His gaze then fell upon the island and wreckage plummeting from above. The Golden Lion has dominated the New World for so long. He must have gathered devil fruits. I'll go search for them. After a brief moment of thought, Ming gave a wave of his hand. The island, crowned with a lion statue and long used by the Golden Lion as his ship, was caught by the flame clouds and halted its fall. In a flash, he appeared on board. While Ming was searching for treasure and devil fruits, the residents of the Yanhuang Republic witnessed the most unforgettable sight of their lives. One after another, rocket launcher vehicles rolled into position, 300 in all. Each had 24 launch tubes, their 2-meter-long muzzles pointing skyward. Under ASH's ultra-precise calculations, they had already locked onto the Big Mom pirates and the Silver Axe pirates 100 kilometers away. Fire. 5 volleys. Swoosh. 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 Countless rockets shot into the sky volley after volley. Flames blotted out the heavens, soon forming a terrifying, enormous net. The swaying exhaust trails streaked across the sky like meteors before vanishing into the distance. The mere sight of it sent chills down one's spine. On the sea, the Queen Mama chanter of the Big Mom pirates was advancing rapidly. On the throne at the center of the deck, Lin was stuffing sweets into her mouth, swallowing them in huge gulps. Compared to her slender figure 7 years ago, Big Mom's body had already begun to plump out. Though she was not yet as obese as she would become during her future Yonko era, she was already well on her way. Mom, we're about to enter Yanhuang waters. But the closer we get to Yanhuang waters, the stronger the unease in my heart grows. Katakuri walked slowly to Big Mom's side to report the current situation, yet the unease in his heart refused to settle. After wrestling with himself for a moment, he finally chose to voice it. Mama Katakuri, don't worry. Mom is incredibly strong. That brat Lu Ming is no match for me. Big Mom was extremely confident. As she spoke, she stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth. In the crow's nest above, a pirate was gripping a telescope watching the distant movements. Suddenly, he spotted dense clusters of black dots appearing in the distant sky. A few seconds later, the dots quickly grew larger. Only then did he realize in horror what those dense black dots truly were. His pupils abruptly constricted. While triggering the alarm, he hastily shouted down, "Mom, incoming shells. The Yanhuang pirates are attacking." The shrill alarm blared across the entire pirate fleet. Katakuri, who had been communicating with Big Mom, saw a flash of red light in his eyes. Suddenly a vision surfaced in his mind, countless rockets raining down from the sky, blanketing every stretch of sea within 3 kilometers around the chanter. Under the bombardment, the entire Big Mom pirates were annihilated. Even Mom herself perished, plunging into the sea, where she could not muster her strength. "Everyone prepare for anti-air defense," Katakuri roared. At the same time, his hands transformed into lumps of machi, and he slammed them hard onto the Queen Mama chanter. Flowing machi, under the power of his devil fruit, awakening the entire wooden deck of the Queen Mama chanter, transformed into machi. The machi began to writhe, rising into layer after layer of machi walls that enveloped the entire ship. Candy wall. Perispero had no idea what was happening, but he trusted Katakuri's mastery of observation haki. He immediately activated his lick fruit, transforming everything around him into candy and raising wall after wall behind the machi walls. Zeus Prometheus. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin also sensed the rockets in the sky with her observation haki. Her expression turned extremely solemn, all traces of her earlier contempt gone. She first ordered the 2 great homies beside her, then invoked the power of the soul fruit, infusing the machi walls and candy walls created by Katakuri and Perispero with her own soul, converting those walls into homies. "Yes, Mom." Zeus and Prometheus instantly slipped through the gaps and flew out of the ship. "Mom." The machi wall homie and candy wall homie had barely appeared when they excitedly cried out to Big Mom. At the same time, their machi and candy bodies began to blacken from top to bottom, hardening themselves with armament haki. This was one of the most formidable traits of the soul fruit. As everyone knows, haki is the embodiment of one's will. Since the homies contained Lin's soul, and they too could wield haki. And now, above the Queen Mama chanter, thousands of rockets had already arrived. Zeus and Prometheus transformed into a thundercloud and a blazing fireball, spewing lightning and fireballs to detonate the rockets in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another. Zeus and Prometheus managed to detonate only a few dozen of the leading rockets before the rest broke through their defenses and struck the black machi wall below. The sheer number of rockets made it impossible to defend against. After all, to give Charlotte Linlin special attention, more than 200 of the 300 rocket vehicles had been prepared for her. With over 4800 rockets fired in a single volley, just 2 homies could never hope to stop them all. Many rockets also plunged into the sea, churning up monstrous waves. Caught in the surging spray, Zeus and Prometheus could only fly higher. Under the relentless barrage, the Machi walls shattered layer by layer. Soon nothing remained but fragments tumbling into the raging waves churned up by the explosions. Next came the candy walls, which unsurprisingly were likewise blown apart. The first round of bombardment ended swiftly. Mama, so this is Yinhuang's new weapon. Its power is certainly impressive, but soon it will be mine. Linlin stood amidst the rubble of Machi and Candy, laughing with supreme arrogance. Congratulations, Mom. If we acquire such a powerful weapon, no one on these seas will ever be able to stand against the Big Mom pirates. Perispero, his tongue stretched out long, swiftly offered his congratulations. Katakuri, however, knit his brows, his face clouded with gravity. He couldn't shake the feeling that this could not be that simple. Though the rockets were astonishingly powerful, they were still far from enough to harm the Big Mom pirates, who possessed king-tier strength. Lu Ming, who commanded the same caliber of power, could not possibly be unaware of this. Unless... At that thought, Katakuri's expression drastically changed. He turned to look in the direction from which the rockets had come. Sure enough, countless dense black dots had appeared in the sky once again. He urgently bellowed, "Big brother Mom, the Yinhuang pirates' attack isn't over yet." As he spoke, he once again manipulated the Machi into walls to protect the Queen Mama chanter. Alerted by Katakuri, Perispero and Linlin also realized that the attack was not over. They hurriedly formed candy walls once more and infused them with souls, turning them into homies to defend against the incoming shells. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed in succession. Katakuri and Perispero desperately channeled their powers, pouring fresh Machi and candy into the newly formed Machi homies and candy homies to keep their defenses intact. Linlin had already boarded Zeus, gripping Napoleon with both hands and swinging it at the incoming rockets. The rockets were overwhelming in number. Even with Lean Zeus and Prometheus joining forces, they barely managed to destroy 100 of them before the barrage broke through their defenses. Boom, boom. The rockets detonated, engulfing Linlin in bursts of searing light. Shrapnel and shockwaves radiated outward, rattling her internal organs and leaving her so drained that she could only endure the relentless bombardment. Only a fraction of the rockets struck Linlin. The majority fell upon the Sing Sorrel and the surrounding sea. Splinters of wood, Machi, and candy debris flew through the air. The Sing Sorrel was torn apart within moments under the rocket barrage. One rocket pierced through the Machi and candy wall defenses and detonated amidst the crew, sending severed limbs and wooden splinters flying with a thunderous blast. Soon the second wave of bombardment ended. Working together, Katakuri, Perispero, and Linlin managed to fend off the second round of attacks. Katakuri gasped for breath, gazing at the Sing Sorrel that had been nearly a third destroyed, the corpses and severed limbs strewn across the deck, the smell of gunpowder lingering in the air, and the agonized cries of his wounded comrades. He fell silent, seizing every moment to recover his strength. Nearby, Perispero had clearly expended a tremendous amount of energy in the previous exchange. Though it was not quite the cost of Katakuri's awakened devil fruit ability, it was close enough, and his base strength was far inferior to Katakuri's. As for Lean, having twice infused souls into objects in rapid succession, her consciousness had begun to waver. Unbeknownst to her, her craving-induced madness was on the verge of erupting. Out on the distant seas, a massive ship shaped like a whale was racing toward the Yinhuang seas. It was the Whitebeard pirates who had departed from Wano. "Pops, look. What is that?" Marco pointed toward the distance and shouted. Whitebeard followed Marco's gaze and saw countless streaks of fire stretching across the sky, like a colossal serpent persisting for nearly a minute before vanishing beyond the horizon. "That direction is the Tataland Sea. So those flames must be Lu Ming's new weapons, able to strike this far." Gazing at the spot where the light had vanished, Whitebeard pondered briefly, instantly understanding what the flames were, and felt a quiet shock in his heart. At the same time, in a certain sea area in the first half of the New World, the crew of the Roger Pirates also spotted a fiery serpent arcing across the heavens, though it appeared thinner and longer than the one Whitebeard had witnessed. After all, Silver Axe's strength did not warrant Lu Ming's serious attention. U-80 rocket launchers were already more than enough. The second wave of bombardment was followed by a third, and then a fourth. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted across the Sing Sorrel. Despite Katakuri Perispero and Linlin desperately trying to block the assault, a massive number of rockets still slammed into the vessel. The enormous hull cracked apart inch by inch amid the explosions, and the pirates aboard were blasted to death one after another. Damn it! How many more waves are coming? Katakuri, his stamina nearly drained, watched the black specks reappear in the distant sky and cursed through gritted teeth. Beside him, Perispero's eyes were filled with despair. He had reached his absolute limit. If the attack continued for much longer, the Sing Sorrel would definitely sink into the sea, and the Big Mom pirates would be utterly annihilated. Strawberry cake. Life or death. Seeing the cake reduced to ashes, Linlin was fully consumed by her craving-induced madness, her eyes blazing with insanity. She activated her soul chant, draining the soul power of every non-family pirate aboard, and using it to replenish the soul energy she had expended. Creating homies with the soul fruit consumed one's own soul. Having conjured homies capable of protecting the Sing Sorrel 4 times in a row had drained a considerable portion of her soul, and she urgently needed to restore it. The remaining pirates aboard the Sing Sorrel had already been gravely wounded by the rockets. Facing Big Mom, they had no strength to resist whatsoever. One by one their souls were drained away, leaving only piles of shriveled earth-like bones. Then the 5th wave of bombardment arrived. Both Kakuri and Perispero had exhausted their physical strength, but driven by the mortal danger, they forced out the very last dregs of their power, materializing mochi and candy barriers to shield their younger siblings. Strawberry cake. Linlin seemed utterly oblivious to the rockets about to rain down from the sky. Her eyes saw only strawberry cake. She roared at the heavens, and a ferocious, monstrous cry intertwined with Conqueror's haki swept outward, the sound transforming into shockwaves that rippled in every direction. Every rocket caught within the shockwave exploded. However, the detonations also canceled out the force of Linlin's Conqueror's infused howl, creating an opening for the surviving rockets to descend. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions shook the heavens and the earth, mingling with the agonizing screams of the pirates. Linlin and the others had not a single moment to catch their breath. A ceaseless rain of rockets fell upon their heads, and amid the dense explosions, the iconic Sing Sorrel of the Big Mom pirates sank beneath the waves. Strawberry cake. Zeus was flying at full speed toward Totoland Sea. Upon the cloud he had become lay Linlin, battered and utterly pathetic, her vacant eyes fixed on nothing as she muttered endlessly. Beside her, Katakuri and Perispero leaned against Linlin. Apart from the rise and fall of their chests proving they were still alive, they might as well have been dead men. Perispero had even lost a leg and an arm to the explosions, his blood staining Zeus a deep red. Aside from the 3 of them, Zeus bore no one else. Every last one of the 1,000 elite warriors they had led to the Yanhuang Republic now lay buried beneath the rockets and the ocean depths. Finally, it's over. After waiting a full minute and seeing no more black specks in the sky, Katakuri, who had forced himself to stay conscious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before that relief could settle, his eyes went wide, filled with utter despair. In the direction from which the rockets had come, a huge, 3-masted sailing ship with a dragon figurehead was racing toward them. 2 imposing figures stood erect upon the dragon's head. One wore pitch-black armor adorned with sinister bone spikes. Beneath the unsealed mask, a stunningly beautiful face stared coldly ahead, a shock of white tousled hair streaming in the wind. The other was wrapped in swirling white clouds, petite in stature, with a long slender tail flicking back and forth. Utterly adorable. Katakuri recognized one of them, Cloud Girl Lina of the Yanhuang pirates. The newcomers were none other than Bayuekue and Lina, who had raced over aboard the Azure Dragon. Just as Lu Ming predicted, rockets can't kill Charlotte Linlin. Watching the massive cloud recede into the distance, Bayuekue showed not the slightest surprise, for everything had unfolded exactly as expected. So you managed to escape using the power of clouds. But showing off cloud tricks before me, a cloud fruit user, is like wielding an axe before Lu Ban. Lina sneered contemptuously, then dissolved into a cloud of mist, and gave chase, her speed far surpassing that of Zeus. Such a childish temper. Seeing this, Bayuekue could only shake her head with a wry smile. She turned to the 1,000-strong Azure Dragon army behind her and commanded, "Use the ship cannons as cover." Do not give the Big Mom pirates a moment to catch their breath. As her words faded, her entire figure soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as she too gave chase. The Azure Dragon army moved with absolute discipline. The instant they received by Uekoe's orders, several squad leaders organized their men, adjusted the firing angles of the ship cannons, and locked onto the rapidly fleeing Zeus in the distance. Fire! Boom! 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 At the command, over a dozen ship cannons thundered simultaneously. The shells tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the distant Zeus. Zeus faster. They're about to catch up. Katakuri, weakened to his very limits, forced himself to stay alert and urged the cloud on. He knew all too well, my brother and I are severely wounded with no strength left to fight. And Mama, in the throes of her craving fit, is no match for those two women. Through his color of observation haki, he could clearly sense just how formidable the two pursuers were. Had they been at full strength, Mama's combat power alone would have secured victory, but as things stood now, there was no choice but to flee. Besides, brother's wounds are grave. If they aren't treated in time, he might die. His gaze fell upon Perospero's severed leg and arm, and Katakuri's heart tightened. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, the sound of tearing air rang out once more. Again, Katakuri was in despair. Just how much did the Yanhuang pirates love saturation bombardment? Strawberry shortcake. Lin murmured the name of the cake she had yet to taste, slowly sitting up. Her crazed eyes locked onto by Uekoe and Lisa, who were speeding toward her. She raised a hand, and Napoleon flew into her grip. Prometheus, sensing her intent, darted beneath her feet and carried her aloft, charging straight at the two women. Zeus, however, did not join the battle. Instead, he carried Katakuri and Perospero onward, racing toward the Tato land sea. Though Lin, in the throes of her craving fit, was utterly berserk, even attacking her own flesh and blood, she was not entirely devoid of reason. Otherwise, she would never have saved Perospero and Katakuri. But then again, it was Katakuri, her most beloved son. Had it been any of her other children, they would likely have been killed long ago. Elbaf spear Ikoku's sovereignty. The crazed Lin raised Napoleon high overhead and swung it fiercely, unleashing a titanic sword beam shockwave that obliterated every incoming shell in an instant. Then, stomping on Prometheus, she hurtled toward by Uekoe and Lisa at breakneck speed. How formidable! Watching Lin effortlessly swat away dozens of cannon shells by Uekoe was secretly stunned, yet she felt not the slightest fear. Clad in her Linyuan armor, she took the initiative to meet the charge. Lina, however, had no interest in tangling with Lin. Her cloud form tried to slip around the woman entirely, but Lin, lost in her craving madness, saw all as enemies. She raised Napoleon and unleashed a sovereign sword burrow breath. Left with no choice, Lina was forced onto the defensive, striking back in tandem with by Uekoe against Lin. While the clash raged, Silver Axe fared nowhere near as well as Lin. Facing 5 rockets plummeting from the heavens, the Silver Axe pirates were blown to smithereens in the very first volley. Every last member of the crew killed instantly. Silver Axe dove into the sea and barely saved his own life, but the moment he surfaced, he found himself face to face with Isho, who wore a gentle, warm smile. Gravity, Sword Tiger. Isho wasted no words, unleashing his ultimate technique immediately. Having spent so long in Lu Ming's company, he had absorbed Lu Ming's philosophy: better to kill one's enemies outright than leave them to rise again and harm one's own side. He no longer possessed the boundless mercy of the original tale. Terrifying gravity began to warp space itself, coalescing into a colossal tiger with fierce, glaring eyes that instantly devoured Silver Axe. Already grievously wounded, Silver Axe could not even offer resistance before the twisted gravity rent him into shreds of flesh that scattered across the sea. Return. Holstering his gambler's fireline, Isho ordered the Azure Dragon army to head back. Crash. By Uekoe's fist, clad in the Linyuan armor, collided with Lin's fist. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outward in all directions. Clouds for miles around were annihilated, and the calm sea below began to churn with surging waves. Even through the Linyuan armor, by Uekoe felt a tremendous force surge through her fist, numbing her entire arm and sending her flying backward. So strong. Even with the Linyuan armor, I can't overpower her. And this is Charlotte Linlin lost in madness. I can't imagine how powerful she is at her peak. Bai Yuekue steadied herself, staring at the onrushing Linlin in silent awe. Having lived for over a century, she understood the principle of knowing one's enemy and oneself. She had long studied Charlotte Linlin's records and knew her weakness in the throes of a craving fit. Linlin thought only of destruction, never dodging or evading. Yet even so, the combined attacks of Bai Yuekue and Lina could not even breach her defenses. Cloudburst Fist. Lina, however, was not the type to overthink like Bai Yuekue. The only thing on her mind was amplifying the power of her techniques and hammering Linlin relentlessly. She threw a punch, and a massive thundercloud fist over 10 meters wide, imbued with armament hockey, came crashing down upon Linlin's head. Arg! The thundercloud fist detonated against Linlin's body, unleashing over 100 million volts of electrical current. Racked by such devastating lightning, even Linlin could not help but shriek in agony. Haha! Struck by lightning that powerful, even if you survive, your body must be numb by now. Lina laughed triumphantly, though inwardly she shook her head. She could only release lightning, not control it like her sister Lina. Had she been able to command it, that 100 million volt strike would not have been direct current, but alternating current. Having studied electromagnetism alongside her sister Lisa, she understood that alternating current was the truly terrifying aspect of lightning. Had Lisa delivered a blow of equal strength, that fat woman before her would likely have been cooked on the spot. All living beings originally present, a perfect and pure, identical to Nirvana. The Linyuan armor's gauntlet tightened around the hilt of Alea, slowly drawing the blade. Bai Yuekue intoned the incantation, flooding the sword with a torrent of life essence, while armament hockey coiled around the blade, wondering if this single stroke could pierce the defenses of the paralyzed Linlin. Bang! At that moment, Lingling, whom the two had assumed to be paralyzed, abruptly seized the remnants of the thundercloud around her with her right hand. The cloud, as if made of dough, gained a tangible form. The next second, a resplendent white light flashed, and the cloud's surface exhibited distinct feminine features, even adorned with golden hair on its head. It was Hera, a homie created by Lingling after Zeus's future betrayal. "Mommy, I'll help you." The instant Hera appeared, she morphed into thunderclouds and began devouring the surrounding lightning, relieving Lingling's plight. Whoosh! Seizing the moment while Lingling's paralysis had not yet worn off, Bai Yuekue's figure instantly materialized before her. Alea traced a beautiful arc in the air and precisely slashed across Lingling's neck. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. Bai Yuekue felt as though she had struck a piece of highly tempered steel. A black substance had coated the skin of Lingling's neck, blocking Alea and rendering Bai Yuekue's full-force strike entirely futile. Tenman Deijize Tenjin. Lingling grabbed Hera beside her. Driven by the soul fruit, Hera instantly transformed into a vast expanse of thunderclouds. Countless bolts of lightning burst forth as if possessing a will of their own, pursuing Bai Yuekue and Lina. Lina's expression remained utterly unchanged. Her body transformed into thunderclouds. The lightning strikes that hit her caused no harm whatsoever. Instead, she absorbed the lightning into her cloud form, gathered it briefly within herself, and then unleashed a massive lightning pillar toward Lingling. The pillar of lightning struck Lingling solidly, but its effect was far from satisfactory. With Hera, the thundercloud homie, by her side, Lingling's resistance to lightning had grown considerably stronger than before. She only faltered for an instant before stepping on Prometheus and charging straight at Bai Yuekue. Bai Yuekue, however, lacked such defensive capabilities as Lina's. Despite several evasive dodges, she could not avoid the lightning onslaught. When she was struck, the powerful current numbed her entire body, sapping all her strength, and she plummeted toward the sea below. Fortunately, Bai Yuekue wore the Abyss Dweller armor, which insulated her from most of the lightning's devastating force. Had it not been for that, this single strike would have either killed her or left her crippled. "Sister Bai." Seeing Lingling charging at Bai Yuekue, Lina cried out in alarm and hurriedly attempted to intercept her. But it was already too late. Lingling had reached Bai Yuekue and brought Napoleon down in a slash. Elbaf Spear Ikoku. A colossal sword beam shockwave engulfed Bai Yuekue, entirely vowing to crush her into dust. In this seemingly desperate moment of life and death, Bai Yuekui's eyes remained utterly calm. Having lived for nearly a century, especially in an apocalypse like Ling Cage, what life or death crisis had she never faced? There were countless situations more dangerous and closer to death than this. Life source flooded through Bai Yuekui's body like the yellow river bursting its banks, instantly restoring sensation to her previously paralyzed frame. With a flick of her right hand, the blue glowing Alea crashed heavily against the colossal sword chi that was about to hit her. Boom! A dark figure fell from the sky like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the sea and raising towering waves 100 meters high. At the point of impact, a massive vacuum zone over 100 meters in diameter appeared. Sister Bai. Lena stared blankly at the sea. Lu Ming's words, "If you can't win, run," echoed in her mind. She was consumed by regret. Why hadn't she fled with Sister Bai when they first found themselves outmatched? After more than half a year of acquaintance, Bai Yuekui, with her near century of experience and worldly cunning, had long won over Lisa and Lena, making them the closest of companions. Otherwise, Lena wouldn't have addressed her as Sister Bai. Strawberry cake. Lingling kept muttering. She abruptly turned her head toward Lena in the sky as though gazing at a piece of strawberry cake. With a slight push of her feet, Prometheus carried her directly toward Lena. Whoosh! A figure suddenly burst forth from the sea below, blocking Lingling's path. It was Bai Yuekui, the one Lingling had knocked into the sea. The Abyss Dweller armor was drenched all over with a gruesome cleft across its chest. However, no blood seeped out, clearly indicating that Bai Yuekui was unharmed. As she surged out from the seabed, a blue orb of light hovered between Bai Yuekui's palms. The instant she drew level with Lingling's position, she hurled the orb with tremendous force from both hands. The orb burst apart, and the seawater it contained scattered instantly onto Prometheus. A sizzling hiss sounded, and Prometheus, which had blazed like the sun, had its flames extinguished in an instant, wilting away. Lingling slipped underfoot and fell directly from the shrunken Prometheus, tumbling toward the sea below. Seeing this, Hera hurriedly chased after her. Sister Bai. Lena cried in delighted surprise. Lena, retreat. We are no match for her. Bai Yuekui flew to Lena's side. Her visor opened, revealing a pale face. She looked at Lingling below, who had nearly been caught by Hera, and spoke with unequivocal decisiveness. Lena nodded. Having just witnessed that scene, she was still shaken. The two transformed into streaks of light, arriving at the Azure Dragon in an instant. Subsequently, the Azure Dragon raced at full speed toward the Yanhuang Sea. After the frenzied Lingling regained her footing, there was no trace of Bai Yuekui, Lena, or the others around. She could only madly chant strawberry cake and instinctively fly toward the Tato Land Sea. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had also looted the Flying Sky Pirates clean, collecting a total of 3 billion berry and 3 devil fruits, namely the kilogram fruit, the iron fruit, and the pierce fruit, all of which were quite impressive fruits. After storing all the treasures, berries, and devil fruits into his storage ring, Lu Ming transformed into a streak of light and returned to the Yanhuang Sea. The Yanhuang Republic. Is this the Yanhuang Republic? It's truly thriving. At the port of Huang Island, the Oro Jackson lay docked. Roger stood on the bow with a hand over his eyes, gazing at the bustling and extraordinarily prosperous Yin City, exclaiming in amazement. Rayleigh, Gabon Shanks, and the rest also looked in astonishment at this thriving city. Having roamed the world for so many years, the Roger pirates had seen countless nations, yet never had they encountered a city so crowded and so prosperous. It seems that young Lu Ming isn't only astonishingly powerful, he's also a first-rate ruler. Rayleigh remarked emotionally. Let's go. It's been years. Who knows how young Lu Ming is doing? Roger patted Rayleigh on the shoulder, jumped off the ship without further ado, and dashed toward the royal palace. Rayleigh and Gabon shook their heads helplessly and led the others in quick pursuit. At the palace gate, Charlotte stood with a long sword at his waist, leaning against the doorframe, awaiting the arrival of his brother Shanks. He had received word of the Roger pirates' impending approach and had been waiting here since. Lu Ming had not concealed his true identity from Charlotte, just as Roger had not hidden Shanks's identity from Shanks himself. Both men eagerly anticipated this meeting. Captain Odin, this time we're heading into Qinglong, Lu Ming's territory. He's someone on par with the father. You can't go acting recklessly. Far out at sea on the deck of the Moby Dick, a 2nd Division crewman noticed Mitsuki Odin's eager expression and quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. The rest of the 2nd Division members all wore equally exhausted looks. As members of the 2nd Division, they not only charged into battle, but also constantly had to talk sense into their captain, who often behaved like a fool. They had nearly lost their lives several times because of him. Oh, someone on par with by Xiaoji. That sounds thrilling. Upon hearing this, Mitsuki Odin showed no signs of restraint whatsoever. Instead, he placed his hands on Enma and aimed no Habakiri, his expression brimming with anticipation. Great, it backfired. Several crew members' expressions instantly fell. Odin, your foolish sons are right. This time behave yourself and stop acting recklessly like before. Otherwise, even I might not be able to protect you. At this moment, Whitebeard spoke with an extremely grave expression. Just moments ago, he had received news that Lu Ming had single-handedly annihilated the flying pirates in midair, and Gold Lion Shiki's death had been confirmed. Yet Lu Ming was barely scuffed, not a single wound on him. Having once been a member of the Rocks Pirates, he knew exactly how strong Shiki was, no weaker than himself. Yet Shiki hadn't even been able to lay a finger on Lu Ming, which spoke volumes about Lu Ming's power. Though he had always been confident in his own strength, he was not blindly so. He understood that he might no longer be Lu Ming's match. If he let Odin run wild, someone could truly lose their life. Understood by Xiaoji. Mitsuki Odin had never seen Whitebeard so serious and nodded with genuine solemnity. Inside the royal palace, Lu Ming sat on the throne, holding Lu Ke, listening to his subordinates report. The Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates had each landed and were now approaching the kingdom. They really know how to pick the timing. Lu Ming sighed and rubbed his forehead, handing Lu Ke to Orbia beside him before walking out of the palace. He could guess the reason for the 2 pirate crews' arrival. The Roger pirates had spent so long traversing the 4 seas and the Grand Line searching for the poneglyphs. Now they must have come to have Orbia decipher them. As for Whitebeard, he had likely come to purchase naval cannons, rockets, firearms, and other weapons. Shanks, don't lose. Come on, Shanks. You're so close to beating Sholok. Betting's open. Bet on Shanks on the left, bet on Sholok on the right. Sholok, beat Shanks, silly. At the palace entrance, Shanks and Sholok wielded their long swords in sparring practice, while Roger's crew members cheered, egged them on, and placed bets, making quite a commotion. Buggy, with his red nose prominent, loudly cheered for Sholok, eager to see Shanks humiliated. Shanks has more experience, but overall he's no match for Sholok. I wonder how Lu Ming trained them. Roger took a swig of sake, his observation hockey, clearly sensing that Sholok's presence far outweighed Shanks. Yeah, there's a considerable gap, mostly due to physical conditioning. Rayleigh and Jabura nodded in agreement, having noticed the same thing. In theory, Shanks should have grown far stronger from all the battles across the seas alongside the Roger pirates, yet the reality was the opposite. Sholok had surpassed him completely. What Roger didn't know was that Sholok's superior strength was largely due to internal energy cultivation and gravity training. You've got nothing better to do, Roger, to have the leisure of watching youngsters spar. Seeing the enthusiastic Roger, Rayleigh and Jabura, Lu Ming, who had just come out of the palace, teased them. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Don't you find it entertaining to watch brothers fight? Seeing Lu Ming, Roger sauntered over and laughed heartily. By the way, congratulations on your new princess. Huh. I'll let you meet Lu Ke later. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Gururara. Roger, I didn't think you'd be interested in young Lu Ming's newfangled weapons. A signature laugh rang out from afar. Everyone turned to see a tall man with crescent-shaped facial hair, carrying a naginata, striding toward them, accompanied by a group of diversely appearing pirates. It was none other than Whitebeard and his crew. Yo-ho-ho-ho. I'm not interested in those weapons. Roger retorted with a grin. Enough, the 3 of us chatting at the palace entrance is inappropriate. Let's go inside the palace and eat while we talk. Seeing the 2 still about to converse at the entrance, Lu Ming quickly invited them inside for a proper discussion. By now the palace banquet hall was filled with plates of exquisite delicacies and wines carried in by maids until every corner of the hall was laden with food. Inside the hall, the rest of the Yanhuang pirates had already arrived. Orbia sat at the head seat, holding Lu Ke, watching the bustling scene with a warm smile in her eyes. Men, the feast begins. After arriving at the banquet hall, Lu Ming followed local custom and loudly proclaimed, "Woe, so much food and drink." Seeing the spread, the members of the Roger and Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers, then scattered into small groups to eat, drink, and revel. Soon arguments, curses, songs, and dice games rose one after another. The hall was wonderfully chaotic and lively. Shanks, his face bruised and swollen, carefully picked up a bottle of wine, glanced left and right, and seeing that Roger, Rayleigh, and the others were busy dining and chatting with Lu Ming and Whitebeard, he grinned with satisfaction and quickly found Sherlock and Buggy. The three began sneaking drinks. Lu Ming noticed this and was about to remind them that minors shouldn't drink, but then thought better of it. In the pirate world, people's physiques were extraordinary. A sip now and then wouldn't hurt. Even little Luke, who was caught up in the atmosphere, and giggled happily. The banquet lasted an entire day, only ending in the early hours of the next morning. Pirates lay sprawled in all directions across the banquet hall, snoring like thunder. Lu Ming, Roger, Whitebeard, and Mitsuki Odin sat around the central table. Roger spread several rubbings of the poneglyphs on the table, requesting Orbia and Mitsuki Odin's help in deciphering them. Will the world ultimately sink into the sea? After Alvia and Kazuki Odin finished reading and reached their conclusion, everyone present, except Lu Ming, who already knew the truth, fell into silence. None of them had expected the world's fate to be like that. Gururura. Lu Ming, you don't seem surprised at all. Whitebeard keenly noticed something different about Lu Ming, took a sip of wine, and asked. The others also turned their eyes to Lu Ming. Because I had a guess before. When I was chatting with Tiger Neptune and the other fishmen, I overheard them mention that there were a great many ruined cities on the seafloor, all in shallow seas within about 200 meters. Add the places where the sky people live and the bridge-building kingdoms scattered around, and I already had a suspicion even then. Lu Ming gave a brief explanation. No one doubted him. Fishmen and merfolk did not only live on Fishman Island. Their homes could be found all over the seafloor. Many merfolk and fishmen disliked the land-like environment of Fishman Island and preferred staying underwater. After some discussion, the matter was set aside. Whitebeard then asked to purchase weapons, especially naval guns, and all sorts of firearms for his ships. After a brief thought, Lu Ming agreed. Afterward, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates stayed for 2 more days before leaving the Yinhuang pirates. During that time, Roger also took Kazuki Odin from Whitebeard. I wonder if because of me Kazuki Odin has gone to Roger's side ahead of time. Will he still meet Amatsuki Toki? Will that annoying brat Momonosuke still be born? Lu Ming watched the 2 distant ships and fell into thought. While the 3 great pirate crews, the Yinhuang pirates, the Roger pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates, were holding a banquet, the whole sea was shocked by what Yinhuang had done before. It was not only that Lu Ming had single-handedly destroyed the flying pirates. There was also the matter of the rockets nearly wiping out the Big Mom pirates and destroying the Silver Axe pirates. The fiery serpents produced when the rockets rose into the sky were seen not only by the residents of Yinhuang, but also by the pirates, marines, merchants, and nations in the surrounding seas. Inside the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders all wore extremely grim expressions. We still underestimated the power of Yinhuang's new weapons. A single one is indeed insufficient, but when concentrated the way Lu Ming did, their power is already comparable to an ancient weapon. Nushiro said with a dark expression. Not only that, Lu Ming's personal strength also exceeded expectations. He alone could wipe out the entire flying pirates, meaning his strength already surpasses rocks by a considerable margin. He is a huge threat. Imusama says we must eliminate Lu Ming. Orkuri added, leave this matter to the Marines. Whether they launch a super buster call or directly dispatch an admiral is for them to decide. Mars's proposal won the support of the others. The Yinhuang pirates' strength had slipped beyond their control. If the world government attacked recklessly, it would definitely suffer heavy losses. Better to hand it to the Marines and let them have the headache. And Saturn, how is the research on the energy needed to activate Uranus coming along? It has been centuries already. Have you still not found a way to activate Uranus? Having finished with Lu Ming, Nushiro and the other 3 immediately turned their criticism toward Saturn. If Uranus could be activated, why would they need to be so afraid of the Yinhuang pirates now? Give me a little more time. I already have some leads. Saturn said, bracing himself. You'd better be quick. If you truly make Imu-sama impatient, watch your life. Mercury warned. Cold sweat beaded on Saturn's forehead. During the previous God Valley incident, he had already left a bad impression on Imu-sama. If any more problems arose, his life might truly be over. Meanwhile, after Kong received a call from the five elders, veins bulged on his forehead, and he flew into a rage. Damn those five elders. If they don't want to deal with Lu Ming, they leave it to us. And they even say to launch a super buster call. Is the Yanhuang pirates something a buster call can solve? After hanging up the transponder, Snail Kong didn't care that there were other people in the office and began cursing loudly using the foulest tone imaginable. The Marines had received news of the flying pirates' destruction at once. Especially after learning that Lu Ming's clothes were only slightly dirty at the hem, Kong understood that Lu Ming and his Yanhuang pirates were no longer something the Marines and the world government could handle. True, Sengoku and Zephyr in the office also turned grim. Against the current strength of the Yanhuang pirates, even a super buster call cannot stand up to them. Then there is only one method left: break them one by one. Wait for or lure Lu Ming out alone, gather the combined strength of the Marines and the world government to besiege him, and only then is there a slim chance. Chief of Staff Tsaru said gravely. But Lu Ming is an Azure Dragon Fruit user. Flight is practically his instinct, so surrounding and killing him would be extremely difficult. Sengoku also looked grave as he explained the current difficulty. Among the new recruits, there is a newcomer named Borsellino, a glint fruit user. But he is too weak to threaten Lu Ming, let alone stop him from leaving. Leave Borsellino to me. I will train him personally until he has the strength to hold Lu Ming back and buy the Marines time to surround and kill him. Zephyr said with the utmost seriousness. Since his family had been killed by pirates a year ago, he had hated pirates with abiding fury. He had gone from admiral to instructor, hoping to train more marine powerhouses and arrest more pirates. Good. That's settled. Kong approved their proposal, picked up the transponder Snail on the table, and called the five elders back. At the moment, Lu Ming knew nothing of the Marines' plan. But even if he did, he would not care. His strength had always been growing. By the time they thought Kazuru was strong enough, Lu Ming would have long since reached a level beyond their comprehension. Why would he fear a siege by the Marines and the world government? What a joke. When the day comes, it is still unknown who will kill whom. Right now, all his energy was devoted to cultivation, spending time with his daughter and the launch of Yanhuang's first satellite. Indeed, with ASH's help, the first satellite was finally completed. One could not help but marvel at the astonishing efficiency of the craftsmen in the pirate world. A satellite that would have taken years to build in the linkage world was completed here in just a few months. This was a communications and reconnaissance satellite. It could not only solve communication problems, but also provide real-time reconnaissance of conditions across the pirate world. Most importantly, with this satellite guidance was possible, so they could begin developing missiles and raise Yanhuang's military power to still another level. That was also why Lu Ming chose to sell naval guns to Whitebeard. To this end, Lu Ming moved 8 islands from around the world and placed them around the 4 Yanhuang islands. Once the Yanhuang Republic laid a solid industrial foundation in the future, he would do just like the motherland: show one generation, hide one generation, and develop one generation. Luo Island Satellite Base. A rocket 30 meters high stood silently there. Staff members gathered around conducting final checks on the Yaoguang 1. The satellite was due to launch in 1 hour. At the launch platform, Lu Ming held Lu Ku and stared at the huge rocket with excitement. ASH's right hand transformed into an interface connected to a computer continuously running checks. 10-9-8-7. 3-2-1. Launch. As the countdown ended, Lu Ming slammed the launch button. Flames shot out from the base of the rocket, lifting it into the air. Before long, it had disappeared into the sky. Optical radar normal. Tracking signal normal. First and second stage separation normal. Planet orbit insertion normal. Satellite deployment normal. With each report from ASH, the satellite finally settled steadily into orbit around the pirate planet. As a beep sounded, the communications signal light finally lit up. It worked. We did it. Watching the glowing light, the staff members present burst into cheers. Lu Ming also smiled. Apart from missiles, mobile phones, and the internet were about to appear. The life he had always dreamed of was approaching. After the success of the satellite launch, Yin Huang began researching controlled nuclear fusion to build nuclear power plants, intending to usher in the era of industrialization completely. With ASH and a solar furnace, every problem was solved with ease. 3 months later, Lu Ming once again received a chance to draw in the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art. Is that the 3-character martial art that Lin Dong learned? Looking at the martial arts manual from the lottery interface, Lu Ming was somewhat stunned. The Azure Sky Dragon transformation art was indeed powerful, among the top-tier martial arts even in the Wudong world. But if he remembered correctly, practicing this technique required Heavenly Dragon Qi as the foundation. Although he had completely assimilated the Azure Dragon fruit, he certainly did not possess anything like Heavenly Dragon Qi. Catching the book that fell from the air, Lu Ming immediately flipped through it. It contained text and diagrams demonstrating various strange postures, breathing methods, and the trajectories of qi circulation through the body. I should be able to cultivate it successfully through other methods. Fortunately, Lu Ming had prior cultivation experience with the detailed explanation of the 9 Yang Divine Art, the Great Derivation Art, and the Divine Machine 100 Refinements, so he could understand the contents. The Azure Sky Dragon transformation art was a pure body-forging martial art. Its principle was to use qi to tear apart the flesh and reassemble it repeatedly. Wasn't that right? The principle did not seem complicated, but in practice it was fraught with difficulties. Tearing the flesh apart was easy, the hard part was the reassembly stage. Simple repair could not achieve the effect of body forging. On the contrary, it might even leave a body full of hidden injuries. The Azure Sky Dragon transformation art used Heavenly Dragon Qi during the reassembly process to gradually transform the body into that of a dragon race. Lu Ming, however, had comprehended the life domain, and the true essence within his body possessed extremely strong vitality. With the life force contained in the 9 spirit pearls, as well, he could substitute life force for Heavenly Dragon Qi and achieve a roughly similar effect. As for the Azure Dragon Skin, Azure Dragon Scales, and Dragon Transformation Body produced in the 3 stages. Lu Ming, having the Azure Dragon Fruit, indicated that he did not need them, for he already possessed similar abilities. No sooner said than done. True essence surged through his body. Following the method recorded in the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art, he tore his tendons, muscles, membranes, and bones apart inch by inch. The intense pain made Lu Ming emit a muffled groan, and he nearly fainted from it. This hurts too much. Having lived 2 lives, Lu Ming had never felt such pain. He was almost unable to bear it, but in order to temper his will and enhance his strength, he gritted his teeth and persevered. When almost every part of his body had been torn apart, Lu Ming used the method in the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art to infuse life force into his whole body. Immediately, a pleasant tingling numbness arose, making him moan involuntarily. The body is indeed much stronger. It seems my method works. Even the gene multiple seems to have increased. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In the devouring martial Tao, when one reached the planetary stage and condensed a miniature planet in the body, cultivation truly began. The energy produced by the miniature planet was most suitable for strengthening the body, but it could not elevate the genetic level. Yet now, by cultivating the Azure Sky Dragon transformation art with life force, his genetic level had actually risen. Wasn't this equivalent to a low configuration version of the 9 Tribulations secret scripture? An improved genetic level meant that he had greater strength and endurance at the same cultivation tier, greatly increasing his overall power. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Yinhuang Republic had become the most prosperous, peaceful, and powerful country in the New World. Apart from the absence of skyscrapers, it was completely a modernized nation. No force in the entire New World dared to provoke it. It was not that Lu Ming did not want to build skyscrapers, but that individual combat power in the pirate world was simply too formidable. With a moment's carelessness, buildings would be destroyed and tall structures collapsing would be extremely dangerous. Furthermore, they had released mobile phones, computers, and various other electronic products, attracting merchants from all over the world and firmly establishing their reputation. However, this also attracted jackals. Many pirates, unable to resist greed, frequently robbed Yinhuang's merchant caravans. Left with no choice, Lu Ming arranged for Jinbi Tiger Lisa Lena and Sherlock to take turns escorting the trade caravans. Frequent appearances also made them famous. Sherlock in particular, with his extraordinary swordsmanship, killed many pirates who came to plunder. Because white light flickered on his blade when his inner force was infused, he was known as the pure white blade with a bounty of 300 million berries. Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced from the first stage of the planetary rank to the third, and his life domain had reached the 6th rank. In addition, he had comprehended 3 new domains: the fire domain, the wind domain, and the lightning domain. His combat power was at least 5 times greater. However, outsiders knew none of this because in the 3 years Lu Ming had never left the Yanhuang pirates. The few battles he did fight were all crushing victories, so his improvement was never visible. During that time, Roger came once. Suffering from an incurable illness, he sought a treatment. He had already invited Crocus. Coming to Lu Ming was only a shot in the dark. Yet he never expected that Lu Ming would give him a surprise. With the medical technology of Nirvana Biotechnology Co., Ltd., and the life force from the 9 spirit pearls, curing his incurable disease was almost too easy. Roger lay in a specialized medical pod. With a single scan, ASH identified the cause of his illness: infection with some kind of ancient virus. Then one injection cured Roger completely. After seeing Roger off, curiosity flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In the original story, Roger had chosen to disband his pirate crew and surrender to the Marines, starting the Great Pirate Era primarily because he was dying and wanted to gamble once more before death. But now that Roger had been cured, Lu Ming believed he would certainly make a different choice. He very much wanted to see whether a pirate king without an incurable disease would still choose to surrender and what changes that would bring to this world. Over in the Spirit Cage world, things were developing even more rapidly. With Lu Ming's unending supply of resources and cultivation methods, humanity had earned the right to strike back. By Uekue's leadership, a city named Hope was built within a 20-kilometer radius centered on Lungu village. Relying on the suppression towers and the power of the spore fruit, there was not a trace of mana ecology in any area covered by Hope City. Uekue had entrusted the spore fruit to Su Tong. With her help, Su Tong managed to develop the fruit's power and create a kind of spore that could neutralize the mana ecology. Combined with the suppression towers, no mana ecology existed within Hope City's bounds, leaving humanity only to fend off attacks from the devouring beasts. Inside the royal palace, I drew another piece of junk. This is the 3rd time in a row. As flames erupted from his right hand and reduced the tattered hat to ashes, Lu Ming's face was filled with frustration. This time he had actually drawn a hat full of holes. Even worse than the previous 2 pieces of junk. Forget it. I'll treat this as fodder for the next draw. Lu Ming heaved a deep sigh and decided to go out for a walk. It happened that Alvia wanted to take Lu Coop back to O'Hara for a visit, and he planned to go along as well, simply to clear his mind. When she heard that Lu Ming planned to take her back to O'Hara, Alvia was so excited she nearly jumped. She planted a firm kiss on his cheek, then turned and rushed back to the bedroom to change clothes. Great, we can go out and play. Lu Ku cheered as well, riding Arcanine and charging toward her room to pack up her toys and clothes. Before long, at the pier of Yen Island, a film-coated 2-masted sailing ship lay quietly at anchor, far smaller than the Qinglong warships around it. It was exactly the Qinglong, the vessel Lu Ming had built at Water 7. Serving maids and Qinglong soldiers bustled back and forth aboard, making preparations to set sail. Set sail? At Lu Ming's command, the helmsman immediately maneuvered the Qinglong into the sea, heading for Fishman Island. Report, Fleet Admiral. Lu Ming has already departed Yen Island with his wife and daughter. He is currently heading for Fishman Island with O'Hara as his final destination. The Qinglong he is riding is one of the earliest pirate ships, and no large-scale lethal weapons have been installed on it. After the vessel vanished from the sea surface in a small alley near the harbor, a plainly dressed fishmonger was using a den mushi to report Lu Ming's departure to Kong on the other end. So he's finally willing to leave the Yanhuang seas. Kong mused inwardly. He then picked up another den mushi from the table and said gravely, 5 elders, I've just received word that Lu Ming has left the Yanhuang Republic with his wife and child. If you want him dead, this is the best opportunity. A moment later, Kong hung up and said to Sengoku, who was sitting on the sofa sipping tea, "Sengoku, this time the 5 elders will personally take part in the ambush on Lu Ming. Last time at God Valley, I tricked Garp into going. If he finds out we're cooperating with the 5 elders this time, he definitely won't show up. So this time I'll lead the operation personally. You'll temporarily handle all affairs at Marine headquarters." "Understood." Sengoku nodded solemnly, showing little emotion. Meanwhile, in the cake-like castle of the Tato Land Kingdom. "Mama, how dare the world government's dogs set foot on my territory? Are you really not afraid I'll kill you all?" Linlin sat on her throne, glaring at the 3-masked CP0 agents below with piercing cold eyes. "Charlotte Linlin, we came this time to share some news with you." Feeling that murderous intent, the 3 CP0 agents felt as though they had fallen into an ice cavern, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Still, they steeled themselves and said Lu Ming has already left the Yanhuang Seas with his wife and daughter. The Yanhuang Republic is now guarded only by members of the Yanhuang pirates like Isho. Don't you want to avenge the hatred from that humiliating battle 3 years ago? Lu Ming. At the mention of that name, the image of rockets filling the sky echoed in Linlin's mind, and she felt unbearably aggrieved. She could accept defeat, but she could not accept being blasted into such a sorry state by rockets without even seeing Lu Ming's face. As she brooded, her conqueror's haki unconsciously burst forth. The 3 CP0 agents dropped to their knees instantly, as if a great mountain were pressing down on them, unable to get up at all. "Mama, this really is a good opportunity." After a moment, Linlin recovered her senses, a ruthless smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She looked down at the CP0 agents. "But the world government has stretched its hands too far." As she spoke, 3 figures flew out from around Linlin. The homies Prometheus, Zeus, and Hera. "Retreat." The 3 CP0 agents, sensing imminent danger, unhesitatingly used Soru and ran toward the outside. "Peerless donuts." Just then a low shout came from the entrance. 3 enormous donuts made of mochi had appeared on the ground without anyone noticing. Then 3 huge arms wrapped in armament haki burst out of the donuts, and with a bang, the 3 CP0 members were knocked back. Great hit, Katakuri. Heavenly Fire Thunder. Prometheus, Zeus, and Hera were overjoyed. Flames and lightning intertwined and engulfed the 3 CP0 agents. With a booming rumble, the fire and thunder exploded, blasting the 3 CP0 agents into pieces. "Go summon all the officers. Prepare to attack the Yanhuang Republic." After finishing off the CP0 agents, Linlin rose, radiating pressure from every inch of her body, and said in a cold voice, "The humiliation of 3 years ago. This time the Yanhuang Republic will pay the price." Meanwhile, aboard the Qinglong, which had already left Fishman Island and was heading for the West Sea, Lu Ming was completely unaware of the approaching danger. Standing at the bow and feeling the sea breeze, his mood gradually relaxed. Alvia, Lu Ku, and Arcanine were playing and laughing nearby, a heartwarming scene. However, the Qinglong soldiers on board did not relax their vigilance. They kept close watch on the surrounding situation. Moreover, the tablets in their hands were connected to more than a dozen satellites in the sky, with ASH providing intelligence at all times, so any enemy would be detected the moment it appeared. Just then the phone in Lu Ming's pocket rang. He took it out, saw that it was from ASH, and quickly answered. "Lu Ming, the satellites have detected a large number of marine warships and world government vessels gathering in the waters near O'Hara. Based on calculations, the target is 90% you. Do you need me to provide fire support? I only wanted to farm in peace. I never expected that even now you'd still dare to provoke me. Then don't blame me for being merciless." Lu Ming's eyes sharpened, murderous intent surging in his heart. He immediately gave an order to ASH, "Put all missiles on Hong Island and Huang Island on standby, targeting the Holy Land, Mary Geos, and Marine Headquarters Marine Fort. Await my command." Soon after, Lu Ming's phone rang again. Another message from ASH. "Lu Ming, Charlotte Linlin has assembled a massive pirate fleet from the Tato Land waters. She's likely planning to strike the Yanhuang Republic while you're away. Still unwilling to give up? In that case, once the fighting begins here, I'll gift her a neutron bomb. I've only test-fired it in the Linglong world before. This is a perfect opportunity to see how effective it is in the pirate world." Lu Ming did not believe in coincidences. Upon hearing about Lin Lin's movements, he was already certain the Navy and world government's target was him. The neutron bomb was a radiation-free, pollution-free nuclear weapon developed by the Hyla Empire in the Linglong world, possessing enough destructive power to obliterate a massive city like Juchuan. Through ASH's analysis of intelligence obtained from military bases, over 300 units had been successfully manufactured. Although the Qinglong's route remained unchanged for the safety of Ubiria, and Lu Ming retrieved a sphere resembling a pokeball from his storage ring. This spatial orb, refined after he decoded the original design, was specifically created to contain living beings. Inside, the space was as vast as a basketball court, complete with a villa and all necessary provisions, including fresh water, food, and energy supplies. His purpose was clear. In moments of danger, he could evacuate everyone nearby without compromising his combat effectiveness, and he refused to let Zeph's tragedy befall him. A day later, as the Qinglong approached the waters of O'Hara, a large number of armored Navy warships and world government vessels surged from the ocean depths. The Qinglong was tightly surrounded like a child caught between giants. On the prow of the massive warship ahead, the current fleet admiral Gangu Kong stood with his arms crossed, looking down upon the Qinglong from above. Aboard the world government ships on both sides, Satan Nasishalang and Mazu gazed coldly at Lu Ming. The Divine Knights, led by Jialin Sheng, had already prepared for battle. The cannons of every warship and world government vessel were pointed at the Qinglong. Under such a tight blockade, not even a fly could escape. Lu Ming, surrender. In that case, we may still spare your wife and daughter, Kong declared righteously. Lu Ming stood atop the Qinglong, his gaze icy and unyielding, showing no fear of the encirclement. He sneered. Kong, I believe this is our first meeting, isn't it? Spare my family. Do you expect me to believe that? Ubiria carried Lu Ku to Lu Ming's side, her face showing not a trace of fear as she calmly surveyed everything around her. Gangu Kong's expression shifted. He sensed something was wrong. Lu Ming and Ubiria's reactions were far too calm, as though they had been waiting for them all along. ASH, the missiles are ready for launch. Lu Ming smiled at Gangu Kong, then pulled out his phone and dialed ASH. At that moment, upon receiving Lu Ming's command, ASH instantly opened all missile silos on Hong Island and Huang Island. A barrage of hypersonic missiles shot skyward, splitting into two waves, one heading toward Holy Land Mary Geos, the other toward Marine headquarters in Marineford. On Xian Island, another silo activated, launching a missile armed with a neutron warhead toward the Tato land waters. Blah blah blah. A minute later, the Den Den Mushi in Kong's pocket rang. He frowned and quickly answered. Emergency, Admiral Kong. 21 rockets have launched from Hong Island and Huang Island in the Yanhuang Republic. Their trajectories are unusual. Instead of ascending directly, most are heading toward Mary Geos and Marineford, while one is aimed at the Tato Land Kingdom. Kong was taken aback. He was aware of these rockets. Over the past 3 years, the Yanhuang Republic had periodically launched them into the sky. Initially, they treated each launch as a serious threat, but as time passed, and they realized the rockets only ascended vertically without attacking, they no longer paid attention. But now these rockets were actually heading toward Mary Geos and Marineford. That was when he realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Ming, what's going on with those rockets? Kong demanded loudly. Those aren't rockets. They're missiles, the latest weapon developed by Yanhuang. If armed with split warheads, 10 of them would be enough to flatten an island like Marineford, leaving no living thing alive. By my calculations, they should arrive in 3 minutes. Lu Ming replied with a smile, his voice amplified by his genuine energy echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Gangu Kong, Satan Nasishalang, and Mazu all wore grim expressions. Fire, they shouted in unison. In an instant, shells rained down upon the Qinglong like heavy rain. Simultaneously, the four summoned their Den Den Mushi to contact Marine headquarters and the Holy Land, urgently requesting immediate air defense preparations. A spatial orb appeared in Lu Ming's hand. A beam of white light shot from its opening, enveloping the entire Qinglong. To Kong and the others' astonishment, the ship began to shrink slowly until it disappeared completely into the orb. Then Lu Ming swept his right arm forcefully, summoning fierce winds that formed a wall of air. The incoming shells struck the barrier, but failed to create even a ripple. You knew we were ambushing you all along, didn't you? And you came here merely to draw out the main combat forces of the Marines and world government, creating an opening for your missile bombardment when their defenses were weakened. Correct. Are you only permitted to strike me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Lu Ming replied with a cold expression. As he spoke, Lu Ming's body began to transform, growing into a 7-meter-tall beast-human hybrid form, his hands gripping the Crimson Empress, a blade 4 meters long. Quick! Hurry and kill him! Satan, unwilling to waste any more time being delayed, transformed into his bullghost form. His 8 legs drove him skyward like a cannonball. At the same moment, Naisashalang and Mazu shifted into their horse ghost and Tsukamagami forms, while Gengu Kong employed the moonwalk technique, all converging on Lu Ming simultaneously. Wong! An invisible aura radiated outward from Lu Ming's center. Facing the 4 attackers charging at him like ravenous beasts, a look of utter disdain crossed his face. His conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic eruption in an instant, as if an invisible giant's hand had torn the sky in two. The clouds churned violently like surging ocean waves. The terrifying pressure of his haki crushed down like a mountain upon an egg, suppressing Satan, Naisashalang, and Mazu's devil fruit abilities and forcing them back to their human forms. Even Gengu Kong, a master of physical combat, was blown back like leaves in a fierce gale, unable to close the distance. The 4 attempted to counter Lu Ming's conqueror's haki with their own, but discovered their haki was suppressed within their bodies, unable to break through at all. Meanwhile, a thunderous explosion echoed across the Tato land waters. The neutron bomb detonated, sending a massive mushroom cloud roaring into the sky. Lin Lin's pirate fleet was annihilated in an instant, and Charlotte Linlin herself vanished without a trace. Such formidable conqueror's haki. This conqueror's haki is even stronger than Joy Boy's back then. Kong and the 3 elders stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, unable to accept what was happening. Saturn and the other 2 especially had lived through the Void Century and had witnessed Joy Boy's terrifying haki. Yet the haki Lu Ming now unleashed was even greater than Joy Boy's, forcing their abilities back into their bodies and cutting their combat power by at least a third. On the surrounding warships of the world government and the Marines, everyone except a handful of Vice Admiral-level sailors, agents, and members of the God's Knights had already lost consciousness. The weaker ones had even suffered brain death. Saturn, I hope the immortal bodies Emu bestowed upon you will still be of use. Lu Ming slowly raised the Scarlet Empress in his hand. Saturn and the others could sense overwhelmingly powerful armament and Conqueror's haki radiating from the blade, their minds ringing with alarm. The 4 of them, keen-eyed, also noticed that beneath the jet-black armament haki glimmered 3 strange lights, red, cyan, and violet, whose threat far exceeded the haki coiled around the blade. Those lights were the fire domain, wind domain, and lightning domain that Lu Ming had newly comprehended. Although each was only at the first stage compressed upon the blade, they could unleash power beyond all limits. Moreover, with Lu Ming's current strength at the 3rd stage of the planetary level, no one in the entire pirate world could oppose him, not even Emu, who lurked behind the scenes. This was no longer a disparity in power, but a crushing suppression at the very level of life. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared the next instant not far behind Saturn. Neither Kong nor the 3 elders had time to react. Fast. Too fast. None of them could even see how Lu Ming had moved. Garling in the distance only caught a flicker of Lu Ming's figure before he was already behind Saturn. Meanwhile, Kizaru Borsellino, the man Kong had high hopes for to stop Lu Ming, was trembling aboard a warship. Have me stop a monster like this? Don't be ridiculous. Kizaru cursed inwardly, then simply lay down and pretended to faint. Saturn, behind you. Garling shouted in warning. What? Hearing Garling's warning, Saturn wanted to turn around to see what was behind him, but found his body refusing to obey and his voice stuck in his throat. A crack appeared across his form, and the next moment his body split apart from the fissure piece by piece. Before the stunned eyes of Kong and the others, he ultimately crumbled into a lump of black dust that was blown away by the wind and vanished into the air. Dead. Dead. Saturn died just like that. Nostro said in disbelief. No, impossible. Even Joy Boy couldn't do something like this back then. How did you do it? Just armament and Conqueror's haki. Don't forget that haki can suppress the power of devil fruits. That so-called immortal body is nothing more than Emu's devil fruit ability, and as long as one's haki is strong enough, even an immortal body can be destroyed. As he spoke, Lu Ming turned his hand and slashed again, striking Mars, who was closest. Mars followed in Saturn's footsteps, cleaved cleanly in two. The two halves of his body dissolved into black dust and scattered through the air. Die! At last Nushiro, the only one left of the three elders, snapped into action. He abruptly drew the first-generation Kitetsu from his waist. Condensed upon it were the chill of the underworld and highly compressed armament and Conqueror's haki, and in an instant he slashed out over 100 times. Lu Ming strolled forward, his pace neither fast nor slow, looking utterly relaxed and at ease. His invisible divine sense spread outward, combined with observation haki, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Within that vast range, he could sense even a speck of dust, making it child's play to evade Nushiro's ultra-high-speed slashes. Each step seemed casual, yet he was already positioned ahead of Nushiro, making it impossible for the latter to land a hit. After a few strides, Lu Ming stood directly before Nushiro and raised the Scarlet Empress high overhead, bringing it down in a single cleaving strike. Moved? Nushiro's pupils shrank as a desperate scream tore through his mind. Yet facing the Scarlet Empress descending like a reaper's scythe, his body simply refused to obey, as if some invisible force was suppressing him, preventing his thoughts from reaching his limbs. Nushiro turned to black dust and vanished. Lu Ming then set his gaze upon Kong. Lu Ming, the Marines have lost this time. But please spare the ordinary soldiers, they are innocent. Kong said, his expression calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. His eyes swept across the surrounding warships with complex emotions before he finally voiced a single request. Innocent. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, finding it absurd. Are you joking, Kong? If the world government hadn't tried to deal with me, how could things have come to this? I had thought that over so many years the Marines and the world government would have come to understand that I don't like going out, only wanting to farm at home in peace. But who would have thought that even so you still wouldn't spare me? Then why should I spare you? Kong's expression turned grim. He knelt down directly and kowtowed as he begged. He knew well that if he could not protect the surviving elite soldiers this time, the Marines might never recover. Then the comparatively stable Four Seas and Grand Line could plunge into chaos, igniting another war that would engulf the world. Lu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Kong kneeling on the ground. A faint ripple stirred within him, but soon his gaze turned unyieldingly resolute. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of letting a tiger return to the mountain. As he spoke, a flash of blade light streaked past, and Kong's head flew off, landing on the deck of the warship. It made no sound, and he was completely dead. This was not the Linglong world where humanity had only a little left, and everyone was bound by a shared destiny, each life precious beyond measure. Kill one, and one is gone forever. This was the pirate world. The world government and the Marines were his enemies, and he would have to face them sooner or later. As for the fact that killing these people would likely throw the whole world into chaos, even igniting war, that was a sight he actually yearned to see. As a Chinese, he harbored an inherent obsession with unifying the world. A chaotic world represented an opportunity for him to have a reason to unify the world, and he did not want to let it slip away. As for how many people would die in the process, it wasn't his doing, and he had nothing to do with it. The fleet admiral is dead. Retreat. Seeing Kong killed by Lu Ming, everyone on the surrounding Marine and world government warships who had not fainted showed looks of terror. They scrambled to the helms and began steering the vessels away to flee. Some went even further. In that moment of life and death, non-ability users simply leaped into the sea to escape, abandoning the Marines aboard without a second thought. Swish, swish, swish. Blade energy ran rampant. Wherever it passed, the sea was split in two. The warships of the Marines and the world government were destroyed, and all the soldiers and agents aboard were killed. Not one world government vessel escaped, and the ocean in that area was dyed red with blood. A few warships managed to escape into the distance amid the chaos, including the one carrying Kizuru. That distance was still within Lu Ming's slashing range, and he could have destroyed them as well. But in the end he held back. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty man at heart. Killing so many people in one go was a first for him, and it was hard not to feel somewhat unsettled. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Ming calmed his mind. He took the spatial orb from his waist, pressed the button, and released the Azure Dragon. Aboard the Azure Dragon, Alvia and the Azure Dragon army watched the burning warships about to sink into the sea, the ocean stained crimson with blood and the severed limbs and wreckage floating on the surface. They all drew in a sharp breath. Alvia even covered Lu Ke's eyes to keep her from seeing the bloody sight. Lu Ming, is the battle over? Lu Ming stood beside Alvia, his voice low. It's already over. After this battle, I suspect I've become a thorn in the world government's side. They may very well use O'Hara to threaten me. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's move O'Hara next to the Yanhuang Republic as an affiliated island. What do you think? Once we reach O'Hara, I'll discuss it with Dr. Clover and the others. Alvia nodded without the slightest objection because she had already seen the headless corpse of Steelbone Kong and understood the gravity of the situation. After the Azure Dragon sailed away, a figure suddenly rose from the blood-red sea. It was Garling, who had escaped by diving into the water. His hand still clutched a rope. With a hard yank, he flung the two figures at the other end of the rope onto a plank. They were Killingham and Summers, the devil fruit users of the God's Knights. That monster. How could he have become so powerful? St. Garling stared in the direction where the Azure Dragon had vanished, his eyes filled with deep dread of Lu Ming. Meanwhile, both Navy headquarters at Marine Ford and the Holy Land Mary Geos had already been thrown into chaos. With the warnings from Kong and Saturn, they knew that the Yanhuang Republic had launched a new type of weapon that would soon fall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sengoku hastily looked up and saw 10 black dots in the sky streaking toward Marine Ford with shrill, tearing cries. All hands prepare for anti-air fire. Do not let these weapons land on Marine Ford. Sengoku's voice rang out like a great bell across the entire Navy headquarters. Sir. All the Marines answered at the top of their lungs. Then they drew their weapons, and every anti-air weapon deployed in Navy headquarters was raised, aimed at the black dots in the sky, ready to fire at any moment. These anti-air weapons had been developed by the Navy's Special Science Unit after witnessing rocket projectiles. Fire! Sengoku gave the order decisively, and countless anti-aircraft cannons roared at once. At the same time, golden light burst from his body as he transformed into a great Buddha. Shock waves converged in both his palms and blasted ceaselessly into the sky. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki's arms turned into magma as he fired volcanic bombs at the sky without pause. Ice block, pheasant beak. Akiji gathered cold air in both hands and released 2 enormous ice birds into the air. But just then the missile warheads in the sky began to split into 100 submunitions. In the space of a single second, 10 warheads multiplied into 1,000, blanketing all of Marine Ford. Not good. Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. Their attacks had all been directed at where the missiles had been about to land, but now that the warheads had separated, a great many would slip past them. Boom. Boom. Sure enough, Sengoku and the others had detonated only a small fraction in the air. Most of the warheads continued falling toward Marine Ford, and because they were supersonic missiles, their speed was terrifying. On the ground, the Marine vice admirals and rear admirals who had long since been ready leaped into the air and unleashed their signature techniques at the incoming warheads. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the Marines intercepting at full strength, many warheads still broke through the defense line and exploded across Marine Ford. In an instant, Navy headquarters was engulfed in a sea of fire and smoke, screams and explosions interweaving. Buildings collapsed one after another. Some soldiers who could not dodge in time were hurled into the air by shock waves, and the casualties were severe. At the same time, a similar scene unfolded at the Holy Land Mary Geos, though with a somewhat different result. The damage was far lighter than at Navy headquarters. Jupiter transformed into a giant sandworm and swallowed up all the warheads within a certain range in a single gulp. Warcury, having transformed into a colossal boar, used Conqueror's Haki together with a roar to detonate a small portion of the warheads in midair. But even so, many warheads still fell toward Mary Geos and Pangaea Castle. At the last moment, however, a gigantic magic book appeared above the flower room of Pangaea Castle. Its pages turned and countless weapons formed from black aura shot out, detonating those warheads. Only a few actually struck Mary Geos, killing some unlucky celestial dragons. Watching Navy headquarters, now a sea of flames, and listening to the agonized cries of the soldiers, Sengoku's eyes blazed with towering rage. Bring. Just then the din mushi in his pocket rang. He picked it up and saw that it had taken on Lu Ming's features, so he answered immediately. You bastard Lu Ming. You actually have the nerve to call. Wait. You're calling. What have you done to the fleet admiral? Sengoku immediately burst into curses, but then it hit him if Lu Ming was able to call, it meant that the battle on the other side was already over, and Lu Ming had won. Sengoku, tell the world government behind you that this was only a warning. If there is a next time, the missiles falling on Marineford and Mary Geos will not be just one wave, and they will not carry conventional warheads. They will be nuclear warheads. As for what a nuclear warhead is, once you obtain intelligence on Charlotte Lean, you will naturally understand. Hey, Fleet Admiral. Before Sengoku could say anything more, the din mushi on the other end had already hung up. Just then the din mushi rang again, this time bearing the sleazy face of Kizaru Borsellino. He answered at once. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this operation to hunt down Lu Ming has failed. Not only Fleet Admiral Kong, but Saint Saturn, Saint Nostro, and Saint Mars were all slain by Lu Ming's own hand as well. Apart from the 5 warships, including the One-Eye, was on all the remaining warships, and world government vessels were destroyed. The Marines lost more than 4/5 of their number. Thud. Before he could finish listening, Sengoku was rooted to the spot, the din mushi falling from his hand. The news of Kong's death kept echoing in his mind along with Lu Ming's words. This was only a warning. The air around him became deathly, still, leaving only the voice of Kizaru reporting from the din mushi. 2 days later, people across the globe were shaken by astonishing news. The Navy and world government had suffered a devastating defeat in their joint operation against Qinglong Lu Ming. The news spread rapidly across every corner of the world like a torrential downpour. Newspapers rained down like snowflakes their photographs, leaving readers utterly stunned. Among them, 3 photographs stood out most strikingly. One depicted the sea dyed crimson by blood, its horrifying hue testifying to the war's ferocity. Another captured Lu Ming wielding a long blade as he cleaved through the headless corpses of Nasu and Kong, a scene so chilling it made one's flesh crawl. This news struck like a boulder cast into tranquil waters, sending shockwaves rippling far and wide. People in the 4 seas and on the Grand Line fell into utter panic, beginning to question whether the Navy and world government could still protect them. Those who had once placed their full trust in these 2 mighty powers now felt fear spreading through their hearts like weeds. Yet in stark contrast to the common people's terror, pirates across the world erupted in jubilation. They reveled in the Navy and world government's defeat, believing this to be the perfect opportunity to expand their power and act with impunity. The Navy is pathetic. They attempted a sneak attack and got counter-killed. Is this what they call maintaining world order? The prestige of both the Navy and world government plummeted to unprecedented lows. Crowds flocked to become pirates, and the number of pirates surged rapidly, plunging the entire world into chaos. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill him. At Navy headquarters, Garp stared at Kong's stitched-together corpse, his rage consuming his reason. A terrifying aura radiated from his entire body as he turned to storm toward Yanhuang waters in a warship intent on slaying Lu Ming. Garp, stay calm. Don't do something reckless. Sakazuki hurriedly grabbed Garp and forced him forcefully onto the sofa. That bastard killed Kong. Garp roared at the top of his lungs. I know. Sakazuki roared back, then lowered his voice. But what can we do? It has already happened. He killed Kong along with all 3 members of the 5 elders. You cannot match him. Rushing over would only leave you as another corpse and change nothing. If you were to die as well, who would protect the Navy? Those final words instantly cooled Garp's frenzy. His head drooped, and he slumped onto the sofa as though all his strength had been drained from him. Garp, this is the Navy's most difficult moment yet. Sakazuki patted Garp's shoulder and spoke earnestly. I hope you will help me. Only you possess sufficient prestige to restore the Navy's former standing. I understand. Garp nodded. Meanwhile, within the Chamber of Power, Kylingam, Suomaisi, and Jolin had assumed the roles of the new war gods of finance, environment, and science defense respectively, and were now in a meeting with Wookiee and Beat. The position of new Navy Marshal shall go to Sakazuki. His strength and prestige are more than adequate. simultaneously launch mass civilian conscription to replenish the Navy's losses, striving to eradicate the new pirates emerging in the four seas and on the Grand Line within the shortest time possible, and re-establish the authority of the Navy and world government. As for Lu Ming, Lord M has made it explicitly clear that he must be eliminated at any cost, even if it means deploying the power of the Heavenly King. But we currently lack the energy to activate the Heavenly King. Moreover, Lu Ming has issued a warning: if there is a next time, the warheads carried in his missiles will be nuclear, and their power will not fall short of the ancient weapons. Speaking of this, Jolin shuddered involuntarily, recalling the towering mushroom cloud that had erupted when the strike was launched towards Charlotte Linlin. Since the World Government Science Division is inadequate, we shall recruit from the civilian population. Were not Yanhuang's new weapons developed with the assistance of those from Punk Hazard invited by Lu Ming? We will take all of Punk Hazard's people away and compel them to conduct research. I am certain we will discover the energy to activate the Heavenly King and develop weapons comparable to those of the Yanhuang Republic. Additionally, regarding Lu Ming, for now we lack the strength for direct confrontation. We will address it once we have grown sufficiently powerful. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Sakazuki was promoted to Navy Marshal. A nationwide civilian conscription drive began across the world. Countless justice-driven individuals chose to join the Navy, compensating for the lost combat strength. However, no one of sufficient power was recruited from the masses to serve as an admiral, leaving the positions of the 3 admirals temporarily vacant. Garp no longer pursued Roger. Instead, he commanded warships to eradicate the new wave of pirates emerging across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. In O'Hara of the West Blue, Lu Ming returned with Orbia, Lu Ku, and Wind Dog to the wooden cabin where they had previously stayed. After a simple tidying, Orbia took Lu Ku to visit Dr. Three Leaves. Lu Ming sat upon a stone by the seaside, withdrew a tablet from his storage ring, and browsed through recent events. This tablet was connected to the network of the Yanhuang Republic, and ASH would update noteworthy intelligence from around the world in real time. That Charlotte Linlin actually survived. What extraordinary luck. Gazing at the photograph on his tablet showing Charlotte Linlin with over 80% of her body burned, Lu Ming was greatly astonished. Although the neutron bomb's destructive power was inferior to that of a conventional nuclear weapon, it was still a nuclear device, and its power remained equally terrifying. For someone with lean strength to survive, luck must have accounted for a significant portion. While Lu Ming was reviewing noteworthy intelligence from around the world, Lu Ku, having followed Orbia to visit Dr. Three Leaves, rode Wind Dog at full speed through O'Hara, curiously observing scenery entirely different from that of the Yanhuang Republic. What's this, a fruit? By the seaside, Lu Ku picked up a fruit from the ground, discovering it resembled a flower. At merely 3 years old, she completely lacked understanding and felt compelled to test any object by placing it in her mouth. So disgusting. The next moment, Lu Ku's face contorted in distaste, her tongue sticking out as she flung the fruit away. However, she suddenly felt a strange change in her body. Upon extending her hands, several arms sprouted from beneath her ribs. So it is a devil fruit. Lu Ku suddenly understood what she had eaten. Far from feeling afraid, she eagerly experimented with the fruit's abilities, growing arms upon her own body, the ground, and even upon Wind Dog. Woof woof. Wind Dog sensed someone touching him, but when he turned his head, he found nothing and barked in confusion. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Wind Dog's silly demeanor, Lu Ku burst into loud laughter. Having just finished reading the news about Charlotte Linlin, Lu Ming heard Lu Ku's joyful laughter. He looked up and saw Lu Ku riding Wind Dog, her body constantly sprouting arms, playing with unrestrained delight. To think she would end up consuming the Hana no Mi. Truly, this is destiny. Startled, Lu Ming hastily rose and hurried over. Dad, I ate a devil fruit. Am I amazing? Lu Ku exclaimed excitedly, waving at Lu Ming. Lu Ming crouched down and carefully examined Lu Ku's condition. Our Kiki is truly remarkable. This is the flower fruit. From now on, you're an ability user too. But you must be careful. If an ability user falls into the sea, they lose all their strength. Lu Ku nodded seriously. Afterwards, the father and daughter played games in front of the wooden cabin while waiting for Alvia and Dr. Clover to finish discussing the relocation of O'Hara. After Alvia presented over a dozen poneglyph rubbings and realized the world government might vent its wrath on Lu Ming Dr. Clover agreed to the relocation without the slightest hesitation. Then, under the astonished gazes of all O'Hara's residents, orange clouds gathered beneath the sea, lifting the entire island into the sky and carrying it toward the new world. Because people were on the island, the flight was not fast, yet even so no one dared to stop it. Lu Ming boldly flew past the Holy Land. Mary Geos brought O'Hara to the New World and placed it beside the Yanhuang Republic as one of its islands. After instructing Lisa to teach Lu Ku about devil fruit knowledge, he set off for the Linglong world. By now the people of the Linglong world no longer feared the mana ecology. Though the beasts of the mana flowers and ground vines could barely be cleared, the true core of the mana ecology, the Shen vortex, remained impossible to eliminate. Every night it still gleamed faintly, bringing a sense of unease. Boom, boom, boom. The moment he arrived in the Linglong world, Lu Ming could hear the ceaseless thunder of artillery fire and the roar of aircraft taking off. Tisk tsk. Still fighting, huh? The number of beasts was far greater than imagined. Thanks to the special spores created by the mushroom fruit, Hope City no longer feared the spread of ground vines or mana flower spores. Yet the threat of the beasts remained, especially the ascended and monarch types, both of which required professionals to handle. Over these 3 years, most of the weapons had been expended in the Linglong world. Fortunately, the Linglong world now had mineable or veins. With mechanical puppets like Ruhua mining and smelting around the clock, not only were the losses offset, but a considerable surplus remained. Lu Ming did not go outside, but instead headed to the laboratory deep within Dragonbone Village. This was where Bai Yuekue researched cranial clones and created ecological chimeras. He had come because Mark had voluntarily chosen to become an ecological chimera, hoping to eliminate the Shen vortexes surrounding Hope City. Entering the laboratory, Lu Ming saw Bai Yuekue and Jelly operating the equipment, carefully implanting a spinal bone cultivated from a cranial clone into Mark. Beside them, Ranbing, Mo Chung, and Fei Shui, all watched with worried expressions. Has the surgery already begun? Lu Ming walked over to Ranbing's side, looking down at the scene. Your Majesty. Hearing his voice, Ranbing and the others started, then hurriedly bowed to Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Morgan Charles and others back then, which made Ranbing and her companions resent him somewhat, the emergence of Hope City over the past 3 years had long dissolved those grievances, replacing them with deep admiration. Enough. Let's focus on the surgery. Lu Ming waved his hand and turned his attention to Mark. Bai Yuekue and Jelly skillfully severed the head of the spinal bone, then carefully connected its tentacles to Mark's spinal nerves. The surgery was a complete success. The spinal bone was flawlessly transplanted into Mark's body. But at the very moment of success, Mark's body began to tremble violently, and the electrocardiogram beside him fluctuated wildly. With a single beep, the ECG flatlined. Mark! Ranbing cried out hoarsely, while Mo Chung, Fei Shui, and the others clenched their fists. Just like the original story. If that's the case, then the atrophied left brain of the mana primordial body can still connect to the ecology. In that instant, the feedback from his observation hockey let Lu Ming realize exactly who was behind it. The mana primordial body, relying on its status within the ecology, forcibly seized control of the spinal bone's body and sent signals that plunged all of Mark's cells into slumber. Don't worry. Mark isn't dead. Lu Ming gently patted Ranbing's shoulder, then pushed open the door and walked in. Ranbing and the others quickly followed. Lu Ming, it seems the connection between that atrophied left brain and Mark runs far deeper than I imagined. It stayed dormant all these years, and even I failed to notice it. Seeing Lu Ming enter, Bai Yuekue said with a grave expression. While the cranial creature was born from the left brain, so a deeper connection is only natural. Lu Ming smiled nonchalantly. Humanity was already on the path of counterattack. The mana ecology's backlash was nothing more than a grasshopper after autumn, with only a few leaps left. He walked slowly to Mark, placed his hand on Mark's chest, and let the life-rich true essence within his body surge into him. Mark's heart, which had stopped, began to beat again. His muscles, bones, and dermal layers started transforming. Ferocious bone spikes sprouted from his back, and his body gradually grew larger. Soon a giant humanoid beast over 3 meters tall appeared before everyone. Mark the beast. Roar. The beast roared, but reason still flickered in his eyes. He had not been completely consumed by the ecology. Mark, how are you? Seeing Mark's new form, Bing and the others showed shock, yet they still stepped forward to ask with concern. I'm fine. Mark shook his head, then looked toward Bayuekue, his voice low. Can I eliminate the Shin vortex now, eh? Not yet. You must fully master this new body and the source of life, achieving the mutual transformation between human and beast. Only then can you deceive the higher dimensional consciousness within the Shin vortex and enter it to shatter it from within. Bayuekue shook her head and explained. I understand. Mark the beast nodded. In the following period, Mark not only underwent new training, but also cooperated with Bayuekue's and Jelly's experiments, steadily reducing the beast's influence over his consciousness. Throughout this process, Mark became more and more human, no longer the complete beast he had been at the very beginning. Day after day passed, and a full year had gone by since Mark became an ecological chimera. One day on the training ground, Bing and Mark were sparring. Though Mark held the advantage in speed, strength, and defense, it was Bing who dominated him. As Mark threw a punch, Bing seemed to anticipate it perfectly. She sidestepped with a single step, then stuck out her leg, sending Mark tumbling to the ground. Mark got up and charged at Bing again, but the result was no different. Either he was tripped by Bing or driven back by a barrage of punches. Clumsy as a child swinging a giant hammer. Mark, training like this for another 10 years won't get you anywhere. Your situation is a result of your body suddenly changing. Your body cannot keep up with the speed of your consciousness. Combat training like this can alleviate the condition, but if you truly wish to master this body, you must start from the smallest details. Planting rice seedlings, building houses, playing video games. All of these can help. Ming, who had been sitting by watching the show, finally could no longer hold back and spoke up to remind him. My body can't keep up with the speed of my consciousness. Mark stopped swinging his fists, recalling his past year of training. Every time he believed he could land a blow, his body was a beat too slow and his attacks always fell short. Now that he thought about it, it really was exactly as Ming had said. Your Majesty, can playing video games really make Mark's body keep up with his consciousness? Bing asked respectfully and curiously. Of course it can, Ming said with a smile. However, the requirements are quite high. To train his body to keep pace with his consciousness, his gaming skill would need to reach at least the level of boss by. Hearing this, the corner of Bing's mouth twitched. After getting familiar with the awakened, she had learned many things about Dragonbone Village from them, including Bayuekue's gaming skill. It could be said that no one in all of Dragonbone Village, no in all of Hope City, dared claim to be better than Bayuekue at gaming. The thought of training Mark up to Bayuekue's level was simply unimaginable. All right, then I'll give it a try. Clearly unaware of this, Mark nodded with great seriousness and dragged Bing off to the arcade to play games. Ming followed along as well. After trouncing Mark in a few rounds of the King of Fighters, he lost interest and gave his seat to Bing. Next, Mark began to question his very existence. Not only had he lost to the children, he couldn't even beat the easiest bots. Every other game was the same. Whether FPS or dance machines, he failed at all of them. After settling all matters in Hope City and entrusting them to Bayuekue, Ming returned to the One Piece world. Compared with the post-apocalyptic atmosphere of the Ling Cage world, Ming preferred the scenery of the One Piece world. Your Majesty, Dragon of the Self-Reliant Army has arrived at the harbor. He says he wants to see you. Barely had a few quiet days passed when Lisa came to Ming's room and reported with a smile. Dragon, show him in, and summon Sherlock as well. Hearing the visitor's name, Ming felt somewhat surprised, but he still agreed to the meeting. Over the past year, the Self-Reliant Army had been very active in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Although it had not stirred up any huge waves, it had attracted many people's attention, including Ming's. The Self-Reliant Army, predecessor of the Revolutionary Army, had devoted all its actions to resisting the tyranny of the world government. That, together with what Dragon had done at God Valley, earned him Ming's sincere admiration and goodwill. Before long, with Lisa leading the way, Dragon arrived at the royal garden deep within the palace. Have a seat, Dragon. It has been 12 years since we last parted, hasn't it? Ming pointed to the chair opposite him, and greeted Dragon with a smile. I didn't expect you to remember me, Mr. Lu Ming. Dragon pulled out a chair and sat down looking at Lu Ming with some surprise. After all, back at God Valley, he had been merely a low-ranking marine grunt hardly worth anyone's attention. After all, you were the one who saved Shamrock back then, so I naturally paid some attention to you, Lu Ming explained with a smile. Shamrock. Dragon felt the name was somehow familiar and searched his memory. Then all at once he remembered the woman who had entrusted her children to him at God Valley. One of those children was named Shamrock. But wasn't that child snatched away by the celestial dragons? Dragon asked, puzzled. I snatched him back. He goes by the name Sherlock now, and the people of the New World call him the Pure White Blade. So that's him. Dragon immediately thought of the boy in the Yanhuang pirate crew who had a bounty of 300 million belly on his head. No wonder he looked so familiar to me. He looks exactly like Shanks. At that moment, Sherlock walked in with a Han's sword at his waist. After greeting Lu Ming, he looked at Dragon curiously. Godfather, you were looking for me. This is the dragon who saved you back then. If not for him, you and Shanks would have been taken away by that bastard Garling long ago. Lu Ming introduced him with a smile. So it was you. Sherlock's eyes lit up. He immediately walked up to Dragon, bowed deeply, and said with solemn gratitude, Thank you very much, Mr. Dragon, for saving me back then. I am truly grateful. No need to thank me. Dragon shook his head, stepped forward, and helped Sherlock up. Looking at the mild-mannered young man before him, he suddenly smiled. Your mother on her deathbed asked me to place the two of you in the care of kind-hearted people. Seeing you as you are now, I have not failed her trust. By the way, Mr. Dragon, what is the purpose of your visit to our Yanhuang this time? As long as it does not touch upon the core interests of the Yanhuang pirate crew, I still have some say. Sherlock helped Dragon to a seat, then sat beside him and asked curiously. There are two main matters. First, our self-reliant army would like to purchase a batch of individual weapons to arm ourselves in order to better deal with the world government. If it's just individual weapons, I can make that decision myself. No problem. How many do you need? Sherlock glanced at Lu Ming and, seeing the latter nod, quickly said to Dragon. Our numbers are small right now, but considering future expansion, I would like 5,000 Type 2 Yanhuang rifles, 300 Type 2 sniper rifles, 1,000 Type 2 machine guns, 300 man-portable rocket launchers, and a certain quantity of ammunition. Is that possible? Dragon asked tentatively. No problem, Sherlock assured him, patting his chest. The second matter is that I would like to ask Mr. Lu Ming for his views on our self-reliant army. Before coming to the palace, I traveled around nearly the entire Yanhuang Republic and found it to be the country I have always dreamed of, prosperous, equal, harmonious, without discrimination, without slaves, without oppression. I would like to hear your thoughts. Dragon fixed a burning gaze on Lu Ming. The self-reliant army. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said slowly, I can only say that you have no creed, no guiding ideology, and no concrete plan. Petty skirmishes are fine, but truly threatening the world government is almost impossible. With that, Lu Ming briefly explained to Dragon the practices of his previous life's homeland. The more Dragon listened, the more he came to regard its ideas and guiding principles as sacred scripture. He produced paper and a pen from seemingly nowhere and began taking notes. Mr. Lu Ming, I would like to invite you to be the mentor of our self-reliant army and to chart the course for our future actions. Closing his notebook, Dragon stood up, bowed 90 degrees to Lu Ming, and made his request. Very well. Then I look forward to working with you. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ming extended his right hand to Dragon. Please take care of me from now on. Dragon extended his hand as well. With the support of the Yanhuang Republic, the self-brave army developed very rapidly and changed its name to the Revolutionary Army with the goal of overthrowing the world government and liberating the entire world. From time to time, Lu Ming would remotely teach the Revolutionary Army's top brass. The Revolutionary Army and Yanhuang, one in the open, the other in the shadows, worked together to unify the world. The world government only knew that Yanhuang had dealings with the Revolutionary Army. It did not know the true connection between the two. After seeing Dragon off, Lu Ming's life returned to calm. This year's lottery had already refreshed, but he simply had not drawn yet. He might as well take this opportunity to do it now. He called up the lottery interface and still could not see anything. With a slight thought, the lottery will begin spinning at high speed, gradually slowing down until it finally stopped. The pointer eventually came to rest on a door. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Doloa World two-way door. Another two-way door. Is my luck really that good? Looking at the two-way door he had drawn, Lu Ming was astonished. The odds of drawing a special prize were really that high. Although the Doloa continent had long been criticized by netizens as the floor tile of Xuanhuan, it still had existences beyond the normal scale, such as gods. Overall, it was still a tiny bit dangerous for him. However, Lu Ming was not worried. If he truly could not win, he could simply bring out the two-way door and flee back. Once he was strong enough, he could go back and fight again. Should I go over now? During this period, the pirate world and the Ling Cage world had been relatively calm. The only major event might have been the world government's public selection of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile, by fighting Bullet of the Roger pirates to a draw, became the first of the 7 warlords. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered. After all, the Doloa continent was a Xuanhuan world with many resources that the pirate world lacked: immortal herbs and strange metal ores. It also had a barely organized cultivation system from which he could borrow a little, although it would likely be useless. Dad, can I go out and play? Just then Lu Ku came charging over on Arcanine at top speed. Her voice arrived before she did. Can I please? Daddy, you're the best. Lu Ku jumped off Arcanine, clung to Lu Ming's arm, and acted spoiled. Since she was born, Lu Ku had hardly ever gone out. She seldom even left the royal palace, spending almost all her time inside it. It was not that Lu Ming wanted to keep Lu Ku confined, it was that he did not want to repeat Rox's mistake. Rox had hidden his wife and child so carefully, yet the world government still stumbled upon them by chance, indirectly leading to the fall of the Rox pirates. To the world government, however, he was a thorn in its side. The importance placed on him had long surpassed that of Rox, and no one knew how many world government spies were in the Yinhuang Republic. If the world government ever tried to seize Lu Ku to threaten him, he might not fear its strength, but he feared that, driven to desperation, it would kill her. By then it would be too late for tears. After thinking it over, Lu Ming decided to take Lu Ku to the Doloa continent. It had a mature, civilized society, and no one there had designs on his daughter. It was the perfect chance to spend a good while playing with Lu Ku. He could also take this opportunity to gather immortal herbs from the Binghua Liangyi Eye and collect suitable metals from the metal capital. Lu Ming held Lu Ku in his arms and said with a smile, "Then Daddy will take you to another world to play, okay?" "Yay! Yay!" Lu Ku clapped her little hands excitedly. Then a gleaming stone door appeared before Lu Ming. 1 man, 1 child, and 1 dog walked through the stone door and vanished. Doloa continent, outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest. Lu Ming stepped out of the two-way door with Lu Ku and Arcanine. The two-way door then turned into a streak of light and merged into Lu Ming's body. "So beautiful!" Lu Ku exclaimed at the surrounding scenery, and could not help walking toward a flower glowing with white light. Arcanine hurried after her to keep Lu Ku from danger. Deep in the dense forest, glows of various colors flickered, mostly white, yellow, and purple, making the scene look dreamily beautiful against the trees. These should all be spirit beasts. Then this must be the Xingdou Great Forest. Lu Ming could clearly sense a lifelike energy flowing through the glowing plants and animals around him, and he immediately guessed where they were. Only the Xingdou Great Forest had this many spirit beasts. Seeing Lu Ku laugh as she tugged with her hand at that white-flowered plant spirit beast with 10 years of cultivation, Lu Ming smiled. He then spread out his observation haki to sense the surroundings and check for danger, planning to casually catch 2 spirit beasts to settle dinner. His storage ring was stocked with all kinds of seasonings, and he was eager to taste spirit beast meat. Someone is actually rushing over here. Lu Ming was a little surprised. In his observation haki's perception, a girl with an explosive figure was rushing over at great speed, bearing serious wounds. She had probably just escaped from pursuers. This is Zhu Yuming. If so, Sonoa City is nearby. The cat ears and tail she had from martial soul possession, combined with a figure that did not belong to someone her age, allowed Lu Ming to guess her identity. At this moment, Zhu Yuming had likely just escaped the Zhu family's pursuit and was preparing to go to Shrek Academy in Sonoa City to find Dai Mubai. Lu Ming had no intention of meddling in other people's affairs, and he certainly had no designs on an 11 or 12-year-old child like Zhu Yuming. So his observation haki merely swept over her, and he focused on finding a suitable spirit beast for dinner. Soon Lu Ming found 3 bird-type spirit beasts that looked like chickens, had 4 legs, and stood over 3 meters tall. Though fierce-looking, they seemed to be the most acceptable spirit beasts in the area. Lu Ming reached out his hand, and a gale swept the chicken-like spirit beasts up, carrying them toward him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 spirit beasts shot laser-like rays from their mouths and flapped their wings continuously, trying to blast and blow away the gale around them. But the rays passed straight through the wind, and their wings were useless. The moment the gale dispersed, Lu Ming flicked his fingers, firing 3 chi bullets that pierced the heads of the 3 spirit beasts. Immediately, 3 black spirit rings floated out from the corpses and hovered in the air. "Dad, what are these 3 black rings of light?" At that moment, Lu could notice the commotion and looked at the spirit rings curiously. This ring of light is called a spirit ring. It is formed by the condensation of a spirit beast's inner energy after death. Lu Ming rubbed Lu Ke's head and explained with a smile. "Oh." Lu Ke pretended to look as though she understood, which made Lu Ming laugh. Next, Lu Ming began to dress the 3 spirit beasts, plucking feathers, draining blood, cutting open their bellies, removing the innards, and burning them to ashes, then taking out seasonings and marinating them. Finally, he brought out a roasting stove, skewered the spirit beasts on huge iron spits, and controlled the flames to begin roasting. Zhu Yuming staggered through the great Qingdao forest. With her netherworld spirit cat possessing her, every step she took was feather-light and utterly silent. It was this very trait that kept her hidden from the soul beasts, letting her use the dangers of the great Qingdao forest to shake off her pursuers. Suddenly her nose twitched. The keen sense of smell granted by her martial soul caught a familiar fragrance carried on the air. The smell of roast meat. How is that possible? This is the great Qingdao forest. Even a titled Daloa wouldn't dare to roast meat here. Zhu Yuming recognized the aroma in an instant and stared ahead in disbelief. As the continent's greatest gathering place of soul beasts, the great Qingdao forest held dangers beyond imagination. Even a titled Daloa had to be extremely cautious here, let alone do something as reckless as roasting meat. Could it be some naive hothead who didn't understand the rules of the great Qingdao forest? That had to be it. Zhu Yuming was convinced her guess was right, because only someone who knew absolutely nothing would do something as dangerous as roasting meat in the great Qingdao forest. No, I have to go warn that fool. She quickened her pace. It was not out of kindness. If the aroma of the roast kept spreading and provoked a frenzy among the soul beasts, she was close enough to be in deadly danger. Only by removing the source of danger could she hope to survive. Are you looking for death? How dare you do this in the great Qingdao forest? Seeing the firelight ahead, Zhu Yuming rushed forward, cursing at the top of her lungs. But before she could finish, she was rooted to the spot, stunned by the breathtaking scene before her. She saw a handsome young man holding an adorable girl. At his side crouched an enormous dog. Before them was a huge roasting rack on which 3 prepared chicken-type soul beasts revolved slowly. Nearby, 3 black soul rings floated silently in the air. But from the deep blackness of the soul rings, Zhu Yuming knew at once that these 3 soul beasts were no mere beasts. They had at least 30,000 years of cultivation. Even now roasted until sizzling and dripping with oil, she still recognized them. It's actually a silver-clawed chicken soul beast, one with over 30,000 years of cultivation. Of course, she recognized the silver-clawed chicken. It was a high-ranked soul beast bearing the bloodline of a phoenix, incredibly rare. Yet this man had casually killed one and hung it over the fire to roast. "Sister, who are you?" Lu Ke turned to Zhu Yuming and asked curiously in the Han language. "Hello, little sister, I'm Zhu Yuming." Zhu Yuming forced a smile and introduced herself. Then she stepped forward and said seriously to Lu Ming Sr., "I know you are powerful, but is it really all right to bring a child into the great Qingdao forest and roast meat like this?" Just then rustling sounds broke out throughout the forest, followed by the roars of beasts and the cries of birds. The ground began to tremble. Clearly a huge number of soul beasts were charging toward them. A beast tied, just as I feared. Hearing the sounds, Zhu Yuming could not help but shiver and muttered in despair. "Zhu Yuming, right. If you feel uneasy, come sit beside me." Lu Ming's tone was soft, yet it carried a strength that put people at ease. Zhu Yuming suddenly found that she was not so afraid after all. She glanced around, then clenching her teeth walked over and sat down beside the windspeed dog. Buzz. At that moment Zhu Yuming clearly saw a red flash pass through Lu Ming's eyes. Then she felt a strange ripple spread outward from him. A moment later the roars and cries from the forest fell silent, and even the trembling of the earth ceased. "All right, Kiki, this drumstick is for you." Seeing that the roast chicken was ready, Lu Ming tore off a huge drumstick and handed it to Lu Ku. Smiling, she took it, thanked him, and began eating hungrily. After tossing one to the windspeed dog, Lu Ming tore off another drumstick, handed it to Zhu Yuming, and then took up the whole chicken and gnawed on it. It tastes good. The soul power within it can assist in cultivating internal energy. I'll have to gather more of these later. Lu Ming took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. Before long, all 3 roast chickens were finished. The windspeed dog had eaten one, and most of the rest had wound up in Lu Ming's stomach. Zhu Yuming looked at the drumstick in her hand. She had eaten more than half of it, but could not take another bite. She then looked at the 2 people and the dog, who had not left behind even a scrap of bone, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Even the girl, who looked only 4 or 5 years old, had wolfed down 2 drumsticks and a pair of wings. Her belly was like a bottomless pit. "Senior, may I know your name?" "Lu Ming." Zhu Yuming racked her brain for the name Lu Ming, but no matter how hard she thought, she could not recall any powerhouse named Lu Ming on the Dolua continent. "Let's go. We need to find a place to rest." The moment Lu Ming's voice sounded in her ear, Zhu Yuming felt her body rise into the air. The next second, she found herself on the back of the windspeed dog with the little girl named Lu Ku in front of her. "Sister, hold on tight. Uncle Windspeed Dog is really fast." "All right." Zhu Yuming instinctively grabbed the Windspeed Dog's mane. The moment after, she felt her body lurch backward as the scenery outside began to race past. A few seconds later, she swept her gaze over the ground and saw soul beasts lying unconscious everywhere. Low-level wind wolves, high-level Vajra tigers, and earth dragons, some 1,000 years old, some 10,000 years old. Could Senior Lu Ming be a spiritual attribute, soul master? But even so, this is too strong. Without even unleashing a soul ring, he knocked down that many soul beasts. This reminded Zhu Yuming of the red light she had seen in Lu Ming's eyes, and she couldn't help but speculate. She strongly suspected that Lu Ming was not incapable of killing those soul beasts. Rather, he was afraid that too many deaths would interfere with the soul master's soul hunting. The windspeed dog grew faster and faster, like a crimson bolt of lightning. Yet Zhu Yuming felt not the slightest wind pressure. It was as though she were standing on flat ground. Carefully, she noticed with surprise that the windspeed dog was shrouded in a crimson barrier. It was this barrier that isolated them from the outside wind. 10 minutes later. "We're here already." Staring at the huge gateway of Suha City, Zhu Yuming was stunned and could hardly believe it. After all, the trip from the Great Qingdao Forest to Suha City took at least a day, even by carriage, yet they had arrived in 10 minutes. Just how terrifyingly fast would one have to be to accomplish that? She turned her head to look at the carefree young man, and waves of shock crashed through her heart. The person before her was absolutely a reclusive titled Dola. "Then let's say goodbye here." Lu Ming held Lu Ku in his arms, smiled at Zhu Yuming, and then led the windspeed dog toward the city. "Senior, wait." Hearing the voice behind him, Lu Ming turned around in curiosity and asked, puzzled, "Is there something else?" "Senior, might I ask you to guide my cultivation, just for a few days?" Zhu Yuming pleaded earnestly. She dared not hope to become Lu Ming's disciple, yet she knew all too well that with her talent escaping the clutches of the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu clan was nearly impossible, especially since she had already fallen years behind. That was why she had traveled 1,000 miles to find Dai Mubai, hoping to find a breakthrough through him. But now a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before her, and she refused to let it slip away. "Daddy, I want this big sister to play with me." Lu Ku tugged at Lu Ming's arm and whispered. It was clear she yearned for a friend. Lu Ming's heart ached faintly. Because of his status, Lu Ku had virtually no friends back in the Yanhuang Republic. The children around her only flattered her insincerely, and none truly cared for her. That was why Lu Ku had stopped playing with them altogether. Now in an alien world where no one knew her identity, Lu Ku naturally wished to make a few friends. His daughter was far cleverer than she appeared. "I'm here traveling with my daughter, and will be staying in Soto City for a while. Thank you, Senior. Zhu Yuming expressed her gratitude repeatedly, then quickened her pace to follow behind Lu Ming as they entered Soto City. As the granary of the Barak Kingdom and a vital passage for the Heaven Do Empire into the Star Do Forest, Soto City was exceedingly prosperous. It boasted a considerable number of soul masters and unquestionably ranked as one of the great cities of the Doloa continent. After entering the city, Lu Ming found a pawnshop-like establishment and exchanged gold for 200,000 gold soul coins. He then began strolling through the city, searching for a temporary place to stay. He rented a small villa with a courtyard for a month. Senior. Seeing Lu Ming emerge, Zhu Yoming, who had been playing with Lu Ku, immediately stopped and spoke with reverence. Lu Ming nodded, then retrieved a pitch-black suit of armor from his storage ring and tossed it to Zhu Yuming. This is the ink armor, a soul tool I crafted to aid cultivation. Wearing it will suppress the circulation of your soul power. I understand, Senior. Zhu Yuming nodded, took the garments, and headed toward the adjacent bedroom. Before long, a black-clad Zhu Yuming emerged, her expression one of intense agony. She could feel the ink armor absorbing her soul power and growing tremendously heavy, at least 50 gene. Moreover, the circulation of her soul power was suppressed by 90%. Every step was an ordeal. Your training from now on is to accompany my daughter. Wherever she goes, you go, until you've fully adapted to this armor. Lu Ming smiled at Zhu Yuming. At first, she did not grasp his meaning, but she soon understood Lu Ming had brought Lu Ke here purely for leisure. They would never stay in one place, instead wandering through Soto City every day, exploring every novelty they came across. Thus a strange scene appeared across Soto City, a stunningly curvaceous young girl trudging laboriously after a small child. Lu Ku, revealing her mischievous nature, would quicken her pace every time Zhu Yuming caught up, stretching the distance between them once more, much to Zhu Yuming's endless misery. Not only that, but Lu Ku claimed Lu Ming had ordered her to act this way, washing her hands of all blame. With Zhu Yuming entertaining Lu Ku and the Arcanine ensuring her safety, Lu Ming began acting on his own. Even if Lu Ku encountered danger, so long as the Arcanine unleashed its energy, he could arrive in an instant. Lu Ming scoured the major auction houses of Soto City in search of rare metals and medicinal herbs. Because she had been cultivating under Lu Ming's guidance, Zhu Yuming did not join Shrek Academy as she had in the original story. 2 days later, Zhu Yuming had preliminarily adapted to the weight of the ink armor and the suppression of her soul power enough to live a relatively normal life. When Lu Ku expressed a desire to visit the Great Soul Arena of Soto, Zhu Yoming, with Lu Ming's permission, took Lu Ku and the Arcanine to watch the battles. Zhu Yuming. Hearing that familiar voice from behind, Zhu Yoming's body trembled involuntarily. She turned and saw the familiar figure. Though he had matured considerably over the years, the pair of dual-pupiled eyes still held that same sinister charm. It was none other than her fiancé Dai Baihu. Boss Dai, who is this? Ma Xiahua sidled up to Dai Baihu, staring at Zhu Yoming's stunning figure with a greedy glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhu Yuming frowned in disgust. She grabbed Lu Ku's hand and fled into the Great Soul Arena. Fatty, keep your filthy thoughts in check. She's my fiancé, Dai Baihu warned Ma Xiahua, then broke into a smile and hurried after her. Yoming, wait for me. Just as Dai Baihu's hand was about to land on Zhu Yoming, the Arcanine that had been following her, and Lu Ku stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Out of my way, you mutt. As a Star Luo Prince, Dai Baihu was already arrogant and domineering by nature. Coupled with Shrek Academy's teaching philosophy, that not daring to cause trouble was a sign of mediocrity, he grew even more reckless. Seeing the Arcanine blocking his way, he did not hesitate, caring not whether he provoked someone he shouldn't. He gathered soul power in his right fist and threw a punch. But unfortunately for Dai Baihu, he had kicked an iron plate this time. The Arcanine cast him a contemptuous glance, then gave a light flick of its fluffy tail. Bang! Dai Baihu was sent flying nearly 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, tumbling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Fortunately, the Arcanine was a Pokemon, kind-hearted by nature and reluctant to harm others. Otherwise, that single strike would have been Dai Baihu's end. So fast. Behind them, Tang Fozu's pupils constricted in disbelief. Truly too fast. Even my purple demon, I couldn't track it. And just what kind of soul beast is this, eh? Why have I never seen it in teachers' records? Standing ahead of the students, Fu Maoying's expression had turned grave. Even he had seen only a blur of the earlier attack, and he was a soul sage of the 78th rank. Damned beast! How dare you strike me? White tiger possession. Dai Baihu climbed to his feet, rage blazing in his eyes. He let out a tiger's roar to the sky as his body swelled, tiger stripes spreading across his skin. Beneath him rose the yellow and purple soul rings, the glowing purple one blazing brilliantly. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. As the purple soul ring shimmered, Dai Baihu's form grew even larger, reaching 2 meters in height. He stomped hard against the ground and charged straight at the Arcanine, his tiger claws gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light. Boss, I don't. Tang Fozu quickly raised a hand to stop him. Though he could not identify the dog-like beast before them, the speed of that tail flick alone was enough to tell him this was no ordinary soul beast. It had to be at least a 10,000-year soul beast. But it was already too late. Dai Baihu had already appeared before the Arcanine. Bang! The result was the same. Wind Speed Dog's tail flicked lightly once again, sending Dai Mubai flying. This time, however, the force was even greater, leaving him severely injured and unconscious. Witnessing this, Zhu Yoming's expression turned complicated, yet she said nothing. However, Fu Maoying, the dean of Shrek Academy, could no longer remain seated. He strode forward and addressed Zhu Yuming with a reproachful tone. You're Zhu Yoming, aren't you? Baihu, after all, is your fiancé. How can you stand by and let that mongrel attack him like that? Oomph. Zhu Yuming snorted coldly, her expression icy. First, I do not acknowledge him as my fiancé. Second, Senior Wind Speed Dog has nothing to do with me. It's Lu Ku's elder. It's useless to say this to me. At this moment, young and naive as Lu Ku was, she could tell that these people were here to pick a fight. Ignoring Fu Maoying's glare, she pointed at them and cried out, Uncle Wind Speed Dog, hit them. Brat, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Seeing that Lu Ku actually dared to command that dog to attack him, Fu Maoying was furious. He immediately summoned his martial soul, ready to deal with the dog and give the little brat a proper lesson. Fu Maoying charged. Fu Maoying collapsed. The instant Fu Maoying moved, Wind Speed Dog had already leaped into the air. Spinning its body into a fiery wheel, it struck him before he could react, sending him flying hundreds of meters to crash heavily into the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out as he lost consciousness. What a soul sage was defeated in a single strike. Tang Fozu and the others could hardly believe their eyes. A soul sage's combat strength was comparable to a 50,000-year soul beast. Even against an 80 or 90,000-year soul beast, he could hold his own for a few moves. Unless faced with a 100,000-year soul beast, a one-hit kill was nearly impossible. So you mean this dog is actually a 100,000-year soul beast? Tang Fozu and the others stared at Wind Speed Dog in disbelief. Just then, the space beside Wind Speed Dog was violently torn open. Under the stunned gazes of all present, a handsome young man slowly stepped out. He glanced around, then finally settled his eyes on the fallen Fu Maoying and Dai Mubai. SS space was torn apart. Tang Fozu stammered, barely able to form words. He simply couldn't imagine how powerful a person would have to be to travel through space. In fact, Lu Ming was also somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected the space of the Doloa continent to be so fragile that it could be torn apart by highly compressed energy, allowing one to traverse it in person. Xiao Wu's legs trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't understand why she had encountered a titled Doloa in this tiny Suwa city, when even in big cities it was extremely rare. Her identity must have been exposed. Daddy. Just as everyone was wondering who this young man was, Lu Ku's crying nearly made Tang Fozu's and the others' jaws drop. They had only just offended this very girl, and now her father had arrived. Their fate was easy to imagine. Kiki, are you all right? Hearing his daughter's call, Lu Ming smiled, scooped Lu Ku up in his arms, and asked softly, I'm fine. Lu Ku shook her head. Then, pointing at Tang Fozu and his group, she said in her sweet childish voice, they were the ones looking for trouble with Sister Yoming, but Uncle Wind Speed Dog has already knocked them down. Lu Ming turned to look at Tang Fozu and the others, his face serene. Should I give it a try? See whether the Azura god will make a move. He was very eager to test whether attacking Tang Fozu would provoke the gods, such as the Azura god, into intervening. According to the Doloa continent's lore, Tang Fozu, like the future Huogua, was supposed to be the child of destiny of this era watched by the Azura god. However, considering that Lu Ku was present, he temporarily shelved this idea and planned to attempt it another time when he was alone. Since there was no need to lure the gods down, Lu Ming no longer had any intention of attacking Tang Fozu and the others. He had no desire to bully children. As for how badly the future Doloa continent would be ruined by Tang Fozu, what did that have to do with him? But though Lu Ming didn't act, someone hidden in the shadows could no longer restrain himself. He feared Lu Ming might harm Tang Fozu, and more importantly, he was concerned about the 100,000-year soul beast that had taken human form. Thud! 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 Heavy footsteps fell in a steady rhythm accompanied by the grating sound of metal. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a burly man approaching slowly. A massive iron hammer dragged along the ground behind him, striking out sparks. With every step, a soul ring rose beneath the burly man's feet. 9 rings in all, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. So dazzlingly bright. Another titled Doloa. And judging by his martial soul, he should be His Excellency Haoyan. The crowd couldn't believe it. In less than half an hour, they had witnessed a 100,000-year soul beast and 2 titled Doluos, a sight many would never see in their lifetime. Daddy! Tang Fozu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that this titled Doloa with a 100,000-year soul ring was actually his own neglectful drunkard of a father. The newcomer was none other than Tang Fozu's father, Tang Dachui. Sir, could you grant me the favor of sparing these 2 children? Tang Dachui walked in front of Tang Fozu, and Xiao was shielding them behind him. Only then did he look at Lu Ming and say in a deep voice, "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh aloud. Setting Lu Ku on to wind speed dog's back, he looked contemptuously at Tang Dachui. "Are you joking? 100,000-year soul beast is something hard to come by. Why should I spare it? Just because your face is big? In that case, we'll settle this by force." Tang Dachui's gaze grew gradually cold. His soul power erupted, and a terrifying, murderous intent coalesced into a crimson storm that swept outward from him. Everything the storm passed over was instantly frozen. This was the Slaughter God domain he had proudly acquired from the city of Slaughter. Yet when the crimson storm approached within 5 meters of Lu Ming, it dissipated as if melting snow. At this, Tang Dachui's pupils contracted, and his expression became extremely grave. At the same time, Tang Dachui's voice sounded in Tang Fozu's ear. "Fozu, take your friends and leave now. I'm not confident I can handle him. Also, if I don't come back, make a trip to the waterfall behind Holy Soul Village after you reach level 40. There your mother and I left something for you. Run." Meanwhile, the onlookers, seeing that 2 titled Doluos were about to fight, scrambled to leave the scene. The manager of the Sotoa Great Soul Arena was on the verge of tears, unable to fathom why 2 titled Doluos would choose this very arena to battle. "Daddy, be careful." Tang Fozu shot Tang Dachui a look, then called Xiao Wu, Aokasi, and the others to flee toward Shrek Academy, while carrying Dai Mubai and Fu Maoying with them. Lu Ming's gaze remained calm. He had no intention of stopping them, and simply watched Tang Fozu and the others depart. This was not because he lacked the desire to eliminate the threat entirely, but rather he was contemplating that on his next visit alone, he might borrow Tang Fozu's strength to see if he could lure out the Azura god. He had not experienced a decent battle in far too long. He urgently needed a fight to pressure him into breaking through. The reason he was still able to improve at present was entirely because he remained in the early stages of cultivation, combined with the guidance of the 9-spirit pearl, a token of the supreme deity, which allowed him to advance steadily. But without the pressure of combat, he would inevitably encounter a bottleneck sooner or later. One could never become a powerhouse by remaining isolated from the world. Explode the rings. Sensing that Tang Fozu and the others had retreated far enough, Tang Dachui hesitated not at all and directly unleashed the Haoyan sect's most powerful secret technique. The 2 golden soul rings beneath his feet shattered with a thunderous crash, surging soul power, exploding outward before visibly converging toward the Haoyan hammer in his grasp. After absorbing substantial soul power, the Haoyan hammer's size increased considerably and the heavy, ancient aura emanating from it indicated that its power at this moment was truly astonishing. The massive hammer exceeding 3 meters in length was swung by Tang Decue with a fierce whistling sound as it headed straight for Lu Ming's head. Bang! To Tang Dechue's astonishment, Lu Ming slowly extended his right hand in an upward motion and caught the Haotian hammer steadily. The violent impact radiated outward, obliterating everything in the vicinity, yet that single arm remained completely motionless. Put some effort into it, I can handle this. Lu Ming's voice carried an air of languid indifference, showing absolutely no respect for Tang Decue. Yet deep within his eyes a trace of disappointment surfaced. The so-called Great Sumeru Hammer was merely a matter of compressing soul power to its utmost density at a single point before unleashing it. Like a coiled spring, the more forcefully compressed, the more devastating the release. Such a technique was something he could execute with ease, offering him nothing of value to learn. The only redeeming aspect was how to channel soul power during the detonation of soul rings without harming oneself. However, he possessed no soul rings, rendering such techniques useless to him. Moreover, he observed one crucial detail: Tang Dechue's control over soul power before and after exploding the rings was entirely different. If his control beforehand was at level 1, afterward it had surged to level 10. But what of it? Even with control reaching 10 before him, Tang Decue still appeared like a child swinging a massive hammer. I can't believe you're this powerful. Tang Decue let out a hysterical roar, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Beyond the 100,000-year soul ring beneath his feet, the remaining 6 soul rings detonated instantly. A violent torrent of soul power distorted the very space around them, surging toward the Haotian hammer in his hands. No, not enough. Feeling the force on the hammer, a ferocious gleam flashed in Tang Dechue's eyes as the final soul ring beneath his feet exploded with a thunderous crash, transforming into a massive surge of soul power that rushed directly into the Haotian hammer. After receiving the soul power from 7 exploded rings, particularly one of 100,000-year quality, the Haotian hammer grew to colossal proportions, its entire body turning a deep crimson hue. Tang Decue unleashed his full soul power, achieving unity between man and hammer as he hoisted the mountain-like Haotian hammer and swung forth the most devastating strike of his life. Great Sumeru Hammer. Tang Decue roared aloud, and the aura erupting from the Haotian hammer instantly evacuated the surrounding air into a vacuum, producing no sound whatsoever. Moreover, the hammer's target was no longer Lu Ming, but Lu Ku standing behind him. You seek death. Seeing this, Lu Ming's voice turned ice cold, and his original thought of sparing Tang Dechue's life extinguished in an instant. He clenched his right fist, shrouding it in pitch-black armament hockey that gleamed with metallic chill, then delivered a single punch. Bang! In Tang Dechue's utterly incredulous gaze, his pride, the number 1 weapon, martial soul under heaven, the Haotian hammer in its great Sumeru state, shattered beneath Lu Ming's extraordinarily ordinary punch, exploding into a sky full of dust. Pooh! Tang Decue spat a mouthful of blood, the backlash from his shattered martial soul, making him feel utterly wretched, his vital energy reduced to its weakest state. Before he could react, Lu Ming's figure appeared before him, his towering frame casting a shadow over him. You dare lay hands on my daughter. Don't blame me for what comes next. Lu Ming's voice echoed near Tang Dechue's ear, but before he could respond, sharp pain erupted in his chest, accompanied by the sickening crack of breaking bones. His vision spun violently as his entire body was sent flying backward. Dad, please don't anything fatal. Tang Fozu dragged Xiao Wu as they sprinted toward Shrek Academy, his eyes brimming with worry. Glancing at Dai Baihu on Ma Xie was back, a hint of hatred surfaced in his gaze. If not for Dai Baihu, they never would have provoked that terrifying powerhouse, and his father would never have faced him alone in protection. He dared not hate Lu Ming, so he vented his resentment entirely upon Dai Baihu. Boom! At that moment, a dark silhouette plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily before them. The earth cracked and caved inward, forming a massive crater exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Tang Fozu and the others hurried to a halt and peered into the pit. Daddy! Upon seeing the figure within, Tang Fozu could no longer maintain his composure. Fozu, flee quickly. Get as far away as possible. Tang Decue retained only the faintest consciousness at this point. Summoning every ounce of strength, he screamed, desperately urging Tang Fozu to escape at once. He was beyond saving. Every bone in his body lay shattered, his meridians completely severed, and his internal organs ruined. The fact that he could still speak was solely due to the formidable soul power of a title de law. No, Dad will flee together or not at all. Just then dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, thunder roaring violently. A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Tang Decue and completely engulfing his figure. Tang Fozu's outstretched hand froze midair as he stared blankly at his father being consumed by the electrical storm. Soon the lightning dissipated and Tang Decue's body vanished entirely. In its place 6 cracked soul bones floated suspended in the air, a silent testament to the presence of a soul master who once possessed a complete set. Brother Fozu, we must leave quickly. Xiao Wu tugged at the dazed Tang Fozu. Nodding mechanically, Tang Fozu reached out and collected the 6 floating soul bones into his soul tool device, then continued fleeing toward Shrek alongside Xiao Wu, his face contorted with a gloom that chilled the blood. Meanwhile, Lu Ming slowly withdrew his hand, as though he had accomplished something utterly insignificant. Turning around, he scooped up Lu Ku and gazed at the ruined Siva Grand Soul arena, a smile forming on his face. It seems we'll need to head to Tiando City to witness soul contests. Lu Ku nodded quietly without fuss. Lu Ming gently tickled his daughter's nose before returning to their lodging, with Feng Su Go and Zhu Yuming in tow. After 2 days of exploring, he had essentially covered all of Sutoa City and successfully purchased some whale glue and black iron. Lu Ming intended to study whether the whale glue could genuinely enhance human physique. As for the black iron, he planned to use it to upgrade the Crimson Empress. Although the Crimson Empress had already reached the status of a magical weapon, it could no longer keep pace with Lu Ming's rapid growth. Even with armament hockey hardening applied, it didn't feel entirely seamless in use. He hadn't engaged in combat using weapons for quite some time, now relying far more on hand-to-hand techniques. Since Sutoa City held nothing further he needed, and Lu Ku had already experienced all the nearby attractions, he decided it was time to depart. That same day, after packing his belongings, simply Lu Ming set off for Tiando City. Spirit City. Papal Hall. Who is this Lu Ming, and where in the world did he come from? His strength is too terrifying. Without even using his martial soul, he killed Tang Decue with just 2 punches. And this was the very Tang Decue who had used the Great Sumeru Hammer. As the Pope of Spirit Hall BB, she was well aware of the terror of the Great Sumeru Hammer, a secret art of the Haotian sect. It was precisely with this secret art that Tang Decue at level 91 soul power had gravely wounded the previous Pope, Qian Xuanbing, who had reached level 95, thereby allowing her to devour the latter's martial soul. Moreover, the 2 title de law who accompanied the previous Pope were also killed in that battle. This showed how terrifying the Great Sumeru Hammer really was. Yet the intelligence report said that Lu Ming had smashed the Great Sumeru Hammer to powder with a single punch. Just how strong was he? Level 99, or had he already touched the threshold of godhood? Either way, she could not do such a thing. Someone mobilize the full power of Spirit Hall and investigate everything about this Lu Ming. Also win him over at all costs. If we cannot win him over, then we cannot allow other factions to obtain him either. Meanwhile, at the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. What? Rong was there too. As soon as Ning Fenglai heard the sect disciples secretly protecting Ning Rong report this, he could no longer sit still. He was already upset enough that a suspected limit dola, or even a god-level powerhouse, had suddenly appeared. Now that his own daughter was also in the team that had offended this mysterious expert, how could he possibly remain calm? Fenglai, I'll go bring Rong back. Jian Xin, sitting nearby, rose to his feet. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Jian. The intelligence reports show that this person is heading toward Tiando City. When the time comes, I will personally bring Rong to apologize. Ning Fenglai said with a solemn expression. Tiando City. Inside the Imperial Palace. A suspected god-level powerhouse. Qian Rinshua murmured as she looked at the intelligence in her hand. She was pleased that Tang Decue was dead, but the emergence of such an expert inevitably made her heart tighten. Uncle, she make the arrangements. I want to meet this expert in person. Young mistress, what about your safety? Uncle Shi did not agree right away. The other party was simply too strong. With just him and Pufferfish, they were no match at all. It's fine. An expert of this caliber would not be so petty-minded. Tang Dachui's death was largely because he attacked this person's daughter. Otherwise, he would have received no more than a beating. Xian Rinxue, who had already seen the clue in the intelligence, was utterly certain. All right. Uncle Shi pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had no idea that the major powers already knew of his existence. He was currently driving a jeep newly developed by Yanhuang, chasing after Zhu Yuming as she ran ahead, training her. Hurry! The car is coming. Hearing the shout from behind, Zhu Yuming wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lu Ming would really run into her. If not for the defense provided by the ink armor, she would probably have been seriously injured long ago. Sis, run faster. Don't get yourself killed. Lu Ku, who already had the makings of a sly and mischievous personality, shouted from the jeep. Hearing this, Zhu Yuming almost stumbled and fell, but she forced herself to rally and speed up while dodging the accelerating jeep. This training had already continued for a full day. Every time she reached her limit, Senior Windhound would cast down a ray of light to restore her stamina and heal her wounds, allowing her to keep running. Half a month later, Tiando City. Looking at the enormous city wall ahead, even Zhu Yoming, with her cold and reserved nature, could not stop her tears from flowing uncontrollably. Heaven knew how she had survived the past half-month. Apart from a little rest at night, she had spent every day either being chased by a jeep fighting Senior Windhound or eating that disgusting whale jelly. Fortunately, the results were satisfying. She could feel that her soul power had increased by 1 level, and the strength she could unleash was more than 5 times greater than before. Greetings, Senior Lu Ming. This junior is Ning Fenglai. I heard that you are collecting all kinds of precious metals. Please accept this small token of my respect. At the city gates, seeing that Lu Ming had already arrived, Ning Fenglai hurriedly brought the somewhat fearful Ning Rongrong forward to apologize. At the same time, he extended his right hand, revealing an ancient-looking ring in his palm, clearly a spatial soul tool. Senior Gulong and Jian Xian, standing behind Ning Fenglai, hurriedly bowed. I'll accept this apology gift. Lu Ming fixed a glance on Ning Fenglai, then looked at Ning Rongrong, reached out, and took the ring in his hand. Probing it with his divine sense, he immediately discovered that it contained not only dark iron and mithril, but even deep-sea silver, and in considerable quantities. It was truly worthy of being the wealthiest sect on the Dolua continent. Seeing Lu Ming accept it, Ning Fenglai visibly sighed in relief, which showed that Lu Ming had already forgiven his daughter. Sect Master Ning, I hope the 7 Treasures Glazed sect can help me collect all kinds of precious metals. Lu Ming spoke again. Metals such as cold hard iron essence, mithril, and deep-sea silver appeared in his hand, as he said softly to Ning Fenglai, as for the reward, I can pay gold, or help these 2 behind you each increase their soul power by 1 level. What do you think? As the strongest support sect on the continent, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was not only astonishing in its support abilities, but also unmatched in treasure hunting. Its martial soul was naturally endowed with a peculiar intuition for precious objects, which was precisely why the 7 Treasures Glazed sect had become the wealthiest sect. Rest assured, Senior, this junior will spare no effort to find them for you. Ning Fenglai hastily clasped his fists to Lu Ming, then said with a smile, as for the reward, this junior chooses the latter. After saying this, Ning Fenglai left with Ning Rongrong Gulong and Jian Xian, having no intention of disturbing Lu Ming further. After this minor episode, the group entered Tiando City and headed straight for the Great Soul Arena that Lu Ku had been longing to see, because the multicolored soul rings that appeared on Soul Masters during battle were simply too beautiful. Inside the VIP lounge, Lu Ming watched Lu Ku, who was watching with great relish, but he thought little of it. From Zhu Yoming's nightly training, he could tell that the Soul Master system had no value worth borrowing, nor was it worth wasting his time. He would be better off spending that time studying how to use the metals in his hand to upgrade the Crimson Queen, or comprehending the law of space. Space in this world was simply too fragile. Even someone at the planetary level like him could break it, which was highly favorable for comprehending the law of space. He planned to go into secluded cultivation here after Lu Ku returned, striving to touch the threshold of the spatial law. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a sudden knock came from outside the door. Lu Ming swept out his divine sense and detected a young woman with long golden hair and a perfect figure followed by two titled Do, one stout and one lean. Lu Ming instantly guessed who she was. It was none other than Qianrenxue, the young mistress of Spirit Hall. As I thought, my earlier clash with Tang Dachui has already made the major powers of the continent aware of my existence. Now, even Qianrenxue has come. Lu Ming knew this full well. As for why it was Qianrenxue rather than Xue Qinghe, it was because she understood perfectly that disguises were useless before a powerhouse like Lu Ming and would only incur his displeasure. Enter. Lu Ming did not refuse. His voice was soft, yet piercingly distinct. Receiving permission, Qianrenxue slowly pushed open the door and stepped into the room accompanied by Shi Shu and Ci Tun. Once inside, Qianrenxue saw a handsome young man lounging on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. Beside him sat a child as fair as a jade doll, and behind him stood a young woman with an astonishingly striking figure. Qianrenxue was slightly startled when she saw Lu Ming, but she quickly stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Qianrenxue, young mistress of the Spirit Hall, pays respects to Senior Lu Ming. A modest gift, a token of my respect. His spiritual sense penetrated the storage soul tool in Qianrenxue's hand. When he saw what was inside, Lu Ming's expression turned somewhat peculiar, for the storage soul tool was filled with metals that were extremely rare on the continent. It seemed he would not need to visit the metal capital to gather enough rare metals. However, Lu Ming did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he looked at Qianrenxue with a calm expression and asked, "I have done nothing to merit this gift. Please take it back." "Senior, you must be joking. That Tang Dachui killed the previous pope. As the Pope's daughter, your killing him has avenged me. How can that be said to be without merit?" Qianrenxue asked with a smile. "In that case, I'll accept it." After a moment's deliberation, Lu Ming reached out and took the storage soul tool from Qianrenxue's hand. Seeing this, Qianrenxue smiled. His acceptance meant the two could talk, so she sat herself down on the sofa nearby. "Senior, although our Spirit Hall is the foremost power on the continent, we have never heard of an expert like you. May I ask where you come from? And what level is your soul power?" Qianrenxue's question was nothing if not audacious. Fortunately, she had met Lu Ming. If it had been Dugu Bo, he might have killed her on the spot. After all, one's background and soul power level were by no means insignificant to a soul master. "You really are bold." Lu Ming teased with a smile, then said, "I came from another continent accompanying my daughter for a visit here. As for my cultivation base, I surpassed level 100 long ago. I simply lack the so-called divine throne. So you truly are in existence beyond level 100. Qianrenxue's pupils contracted. Even though she had been prepared, hearing Lu Ming personally confirm that he had broken past level 100 still churned up stormy waves within her heart. The Dolawa continent had not seen a god-tier powerhouse for tens of thousands of years. She had never imagined one truly existed. What was more, she was intensely curious about the other continent Lu Ming mentioned and immediately asked him about it. Drawing on the memories in his mind, Lu Ming gave a rough account of the Mingyue continent, emphasizing that it had long been unified by the Mingyue Empire. Qianrenxue gasped repeatedly in astonishment, never expecting that another continent's development could be so completely different from the Dolawa continent, focusing mainly on soul tools. This only strengthened her resolve to unify the continent. "So Senior collects metal precisely to make soul tools?" "Exactly." Lu Ming nodded. After all, magic tools were also considered soul tools in this world. After chatting with Lu Ming for a while, Qianrenxue left with Shi Shu and Ci Tun. Lu Ming continued to keep Lu Ku company while watching the soul battle competition, all the while tracing spatial tiers with his fingertips and sensing the spatial fluctuations within them. After the soul battle ended, Lu Ming led the group to the Sunset Forest to see the Icefire Inyang Spring, hailed as a veritable cornucopia. "Senior, what are we doing in the Sunset Forest?" Walking through the forest, Zhu Yuming asked curiously. "I came here to find a treasured spot. If the environment is suitable, I intend to use it as my herb garden," Lu Ming explained with a smile. Before long, under Lu Ming's lead, they arrived at an area shrouded in poisonous miasma. The purple miasma was so thick it was visible to the naked eye and carried a sickly sweet stench. Zhu Yuming felt dizzy after only a slight whiff. "Let's go." Lu Ming stepped forward and a blast of fierce wind swept the miasma aside, opening a path wide enough for people to walk through. The Galehound carried Lu Ku on its back, and Zhu Yuming hurried to follow. The miasma covered a vast area over 300 meters wide. No wonder the ice-fire Yinyang spring was never discovered. The sheer thickness of this miasma alone is more than an ordinary soul master can withstand. Lu Ming was also amazed by Dugubo's methods. By planting jade-scaled 7 absolute flowers around the ice-fire Yinyang spring, he had formed such a perfect barrier. Based on the toxicity Lu Ming had sensed just now, even a soul sage would be poisoned to death without protection. Moreover, powerhouses above the soul sage level would not enter the miasma without good reason. Soon they arrived at the ice-fire Yinyang spring. Medicinal herbs grew profusely everywhere. Herbs that would be invaluable in the outside world flourished here like weeds. The most eye-catching sight was the spring at the center, shimmering in alternating red and blue. Is this the treasured spot you were looking for, senior? Nature truly is miraculous. Zhu Yuming covered her mouth, her face full of shock. This place indeed has an excellent environment. It will be perfect as a medicinal field in the future. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, thoroughly satisfied with the environment. In particular, the extreme cold Yin spring and blazing Yang spring in the center contained astonishing energy and were the best place for cultivation. He had secretly resolved to establish his base here. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the entire ice-fire Yinyang spring and finally came to rest on the blazing fire apricot and the octagonal mystic ice grass in the spring. The other immortal herbs here were unfamiliar to him, but he recognized these two at once. Ignoring the harvesting conditions of these two immortal herbs, Lu Ming directly reached out and grabbed them, snapping their stems. Instantly, 2 energies of extreme cold and extreme heat flowed through the meridians of his left and right hands into his body, so powerful that even Lu Ming felt a stabbing pain. Truly excellent. Lu Ming grew even more satisfied. At the very least, it proved that these 2 immortal herbs did have some effect on him. He directly stuffed the 2 herbs into his mouth, and the 2 extreme energies of ice and fire surged down his esophagus and flooded his entire body. Completely unlike the painful and difficult refinement process of Tang Fozu in the original novel, Lu Ming's refinement was remarkably simple. After the solar true scripture circulated through his body for several cycles, the medicinal power of the blazing fire apricot and the octagonal mystic ice grass was fully refined. With those 2 extreme medicinal forces, the azure sky dragon transformation art finally crossed the first stage and thoroughly entered the second, increasing his physical strength once again. What kind of miserable life was I living before? Feeling the progress made in such a short time, and then recalling how his former bitter cultivation had yielded only a tiny improvement each day, Lu Ming could barely hold back his emotions. Truly, cultivation required the aid of external forces to advance rapidly. After absorbing the medicinal power of the 2 celestial herbs, Lu Ming grew even more determined to seize this place. Kiki Mingyo, the 2 of you should cultivate here, but be careful not to touch those herbs. Lu Ming squeezed 2 drops of blood from his fingertip and sent them into the mouths of Lu Ku and Zhu Mingyu. Given their current cultivation, they could not stay long at the ice and fire Yinyang Lake without some external aid. Having just swallowed the blazing fire pepper and octagonal ice crystal grass, his blood still carried the herb's medicinal essence, which would help the 2 adapt to the environment. Arcanine, keep an eye on them. After instructing Arcanine, Lu Ming leaped straight into the spring eye and began to cultivate the solar true scripture, furiously devouring the energy within the extreme Yin spring and the scorching Yang spring, refining it into true essence to elevate his cultivation. As the fallen ground of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, the Ice and Fire Yinyang Lake contained far more energy than the 2 celestial herbs alone. He had consumed the herbs primarily to gain resistance to both ice and fire, allowing him to absorb the lake's energy more smoothly. Extreme Yin cold energy and scorching heat continuously surged into Lu Ming's body. Centered on him, the entire ice and fire Yinyang Lake transformed into a red and blue vortex of energy. Even Lu Ku rarely refrained from playing. Instead, she sat cross-legged at the edge of the lake, cultivating the technique Lu Ming had specially created for her. Zhu Mingyu meditated beside her, sensing that Lu Ke's method was far superior to hers, absorbing 10 times the energy with each cycle. Yet she harbored no envy, for merely receiving Lu Ming's guidance had already filled her with satisfaction. Arcanine went even further, plunging directly into the scorching yang spring to devour the residual energy Lu Ming left behind. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my herb garden?" Just then an angry voice rang out from beyond the ice and fire Yin-Yang Lake. Lu Ke and Zhu Mingyu immediately halted their cultivation and turned to see an old man with emerald green hair and emerald green eyes glaring at them with sinister intent. "Poison Dodogobo. So this place originally belonged to Poison Dola." Zhu Mingyu's pupils shrank slightly in disbelief, but then she thought of Lu Ming and her expression relaxed. The next second, Arcanine shot out of the scorching yang spring and landed steadily in front of Lu Ke and Zhu Mingyu, its eyes fixed on Dogobo as an overwhelming pressure surged toward him like a tidal wave. Arcanine's trait was Intimidate. Having spent so many years in the pirate world and trained under Lu Ming, it had honed that trait to perfection, comparable to many people's conqueror's haki. 100,000-year soul beast. Beneath the terrifying pressure, Dogobo found it hard to breathe. His body felt heavy, and even movement became difficult. He stared at Arcanine in disbelief, never expecting a 100,000-year soul beast to appear in his own herb garden. And that was not all. Inside the vortex formed by the blue and red springs radiating terrifying cold and heat, there surely existed an even more powerful being. Should he abandon this herb garden? After only a moment's hesitation, Dogobo dismissed the idea. Not only could the ice and fire Yin-Yang Lake suppress the toxins within his body, but it was also likely the only hope for Yanzi. He could not give it up. Jade Scale Serpent Emperor possessed me. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Without a trace of hesitation, Dogobo instantly completed his martial soul possession. The 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings beneath his feet lit up in succession as he transformed into a colossal jade-green serpent over 100 meters long with a pair of horns atop its head. 8th Soul Skill, Time Freeze. 9th Soul Skill. The Jade Scale Serpent Emperor radiated a dazzling white light. Within the area enveloped by that light, not only was space frozen, but time itself came to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, Dogobo unleashed his 9th soul skill with full force. Poison-type soul power gathered in the Serpent Emperor's maw, aimed at killing the frozen Arcanine in a single strike. But just as he was about to unleash the 9th soul skill, a grating crack suddenly echoed around him. The frozen space-time that he had sealed with his poison shattered like glass. What a... Dogobo's eyes bulged wide. Before he could even recover from his shock, a heavy fist slammed into his jaw. Dizziness swept over him, his martial soul, true body instantly dispersed, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground. It took him a long while to regain his senses. When he raised his head, he found that a young man had appeared between the two girls. The young man was 2 meters tall with an upright posture. It was Lu Ming, who had emerged from the ice and fire Yin-Yang Lake the moment he felt space and time being frozen. At this moment his aura was domineering, carrying an impression of unrivaled supremacy, and his cultivation had clearly risen from planetary level 4th rank to planetary level 5th rank. Seeing that Dogobo was awake, Lu Ming took a single step and instantly appeared before him. Looking down at Dogobo from above, he stated without room for argument, "I'll give you only 2 choices, submit to me or die." Sensing Lu Ming's unfathomable aura, Dogobo lowered his head without the slightest hesitation. "I submit." He did value his freedom, but he was no solitary man. He still had a granddaughter. In the past, when the Martial Soul Hall tried to recruit him, they always sent Chrysanthemum and Ghost. Even if he refused, he was confident enough to escape. But this man before him possessed overwhelming strength. He had no hope of fleeing at all. Moreover, the ice and fire Yin-Yang Lake was still here. Without this treasured land, not only would he die, but his granddaughter would die as well. Seeing Dogobo submit, Lu Ming pointed out a finger. Before Dogobo could even react, the finger touched his brow, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. It recorded a method for condensing a soul core, explaining in detail that it could resolve the backlash of martial soul toxins. Dogobo was instantly overjoyed. Submitting completely to this man was not such a bad thing after all. Not only would he no longer die, but Yinzi would be saved as well. Thank you, my lord. Dugubo is deeply grateful. Dugubo immediately rose and bowed to Lu Ming. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and briefly introduced himself, then instructed, condense the soul core as quickly as you can. After you finish, I have a task for you. Understood. Dugubo nodded at once, found a spot beside the ice and fire Inyang Lake, sat cross-legged, and began to condense a primal soul core, using the poison core within his body. This soul core condensation method had been devised by Lu Ming on the spot, with the help of 99 purification. Even so, it far surpassed this world's cultivation techniques by an immeasurable margin. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy within the ice and fire twin eyes continuously flowed toward Dugubo. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable and steady. His once emaciated frame with hollow cheeks like a skeletal figure began to fill out, becoming slightly more robust. His soul power steadily advanced, already approaching the 92nd level. Lu Ming was not cultivating, he merely sat nearby observing. Since he had already absorbed a significant portion of the energy within the ice and fire twin eyes, continuing to do so might destroy this precious land, preventing the surrounding immortal herbs from accelerating their growth. He still intended to make this place his personal medicinal herb garden. He would return to absorb more once the energy of the ice and fire twin eyes replenished. Dugubo was already a title de law, and within his body existed a poison core similar to a soul core. Relying on this poison core forming a soul core was quite straightforward, taking less than half a day to successfully complete. By the time he awoke, Lu Ku and Zhu Yuming had long finished their cultivation. They were each clutching a game console, thoroughly absorbed in play. Zhu Yuming was particularly focused. Lu Ming had told her this too was a form of cultivation. She played King of Fighters, but on the highest difficulty setting where a single lapse in concentration would result in defeat. Awake! Lu Ming's cold voice resonated near Dugubo's ear. Since you're awake, perform a task for me. Please speak, senior. Dugubo immediately agreed. In the Pai clan of the Xinglua Empire, there are records of immortal herbs. I don't care what methods you use. Get me those documents. Lu Ming spoke slowly. The Pai clan. Fine. Dugubo pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, then glanced at the herbs scattered across the ground before turning and leaving the ice and fire twin eyes vanishing from sight. After Dugubo departed, Lu Ming retrieved all those metals from the storage soul guide provided by Ning Fenglai and Qianren Xue. Earlier, while Dugubo had been condensing his soul core, Lu Ming had already examined these metals. The greatest surprise wasn't top-tier metals like deep-sea silver or star steel, but mithril. The true wonder of mithril for Lu Ming lay not in its hardness or resilience, but in its spiritual energy transmission efficiency, which reached an astonishing 100%. It should be noted that Lu Ming had already collected all metals except pure gold in the pirate world. Yet even so, the Crimson Empress he reforged only achieved 80% spiritual energy transmission efficiency, barely amplifying its power by 1.6 times under the three reds burst. Now with mithril, a metal that conducts spiritual energy at 100%, combined with star steel cold heart iron essence and deep sea silver to reforge the Crimson Empress, he was confident it would achieve 200% amplification under normal conditions and 600% under the three red state. Lu Ming extended his hand, and crimson flames erupted before him. He first threw in the Crimson Empress, continuously removing the weaker metals from within that lacked sufficient strength and toughness, preserving only the most fundamental framework. Having possessed the Crimson Empress for over 10 years, Lu Ming knew its internal structure inside out, so he reforged it with practiced ease. He swiftly removed the unwanted metals, then began incorporating mithril star steel cold heart iron essence and deep sea silver, forging it through the techniques of transformation mastery and artifact refinement recorded in the divine mechanism 100 forgings. 2 hours later, a brand new Crimson Empress floated in the air. Compared to the original, however, a black line ran along its bright silver blade, the section that Lu Ming had previously saturated with his haki. Schwab. With a light swing, the poisonous mist ahead split open instantly, forming a passage extending beyond Sunset Forest. Not bad. Next I just need to resaturate it with hockey to transform it into a black blade. Gazing at the newly forged Crimson Empress in his hand, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, slinging it back onto his shoulders. Now that the blade had been reforged, he could once again wield it in battle. Meanwhile, after settling Dugi and Dugubo immediately set out for the Pai clan's headquarters in the Xinghua Empire. Young Wuji, come out. I have matters to discuss with you. On the city walls of the county town where the Pai clan resided, Dugubo's figure instantly appeared, shouting toward the interior. Who's looking for me? Almost immediately a figure rushed out from the largest residence within the county town, their voice arriving before they did. I wondered who it was. So it's you, old monster. Yang Wuji landed on a rooftop, and upon seeing that the visitor was Dugubo, his expression noticeably relaxed. Had it been another title de law, he might have felt some apprehension, but facing the poison de law, considering he himself was the Pai clan's strongest attacker and a master alchemist, Dugubo's combat prowess paled compared to ordinary soul de law. But soon he realized something was amiss, his expression turning grave. You've broken through. Yes. Thanks to a certain revered figure, I've not only resolved the problem of my poison backlash, but my soul power has also reached level 93. My strength has at least doubled compared to before. The current me is no longer the weakest title de law. Dugubo's reputation as the weakest title de law stemmed not only from his lower soul power, but also because his own poison had weakened his physique, making him far inferior to other title duos and severely limiting his direct combat capabilities. Now, after condensing his soul core and resolving the poison backlash issue, his soul power began nourishing his body. Even if his physique still couldn't match other title duos, the gap had narrowed significantly, making direct confrontation with a soul de law who had the advantage over him largely manageable. What do you want from me? Yang Wuji asked warily. That revered figure tasked me to obtain the immortal herb documents from you at any cost. Good, it says at any cost. Even if it means I must poison the entire Pai clan, I won't hesitate. Dugubo's voice remained utterly calm, yet Yang Wuji felt as though he'd fallen into an ice-cold abyss. It wasn't because Dugubo intended to poison the entire Pai clan, but because of that revered figure Dugubo spoke of. Dugubo alone could be managed by the full Pai clan, but someone Dugubo would respectfully address as a revered figure would be at least at level 95, and strength that absolutely no one in the Pai clan could hope to oppose. Yang Wuji, I advise you to hand them over. I imagine you've also heard about Tang Dechui being killed with 2 punches over half a month ago. That was the work of that revered figure. If the previous words had made Yang Wuji feel like he'd fallen into an ice-cold abyss, this final statement was the killing blow. It was as though all his strength had been drained in an instant, leaving him collapsed on the rooftop. Though he had felt a thrill of satisfaction upon hearing of Tang Dechui's death, it was clear now that the Pai clan could not afford to provoke such an enemy. Fine, follow me. I'll take you to retrieve them. Yang Wuji summoned his remaining strength, rose, and led Dugubo toward the Pai clan's medicinal herb refinement area. These are all the records and usage methods regarding immortal herbs. So my lord already knew. How pitiful that I possessed a mountain of treasure and never knew it. Dugubo was consumed with regret. Had he known that the compendium of immortal herbs was with the Paklan, his son and daughter-in-law might not have died, and he could have resolved the toxin backlash long ago. But it was too late for regret. Still, he flipped through the entire compendium of immortal herbs to console himself. Soon Dugubo returned to the Binghua Liangyi Eye with the compendium and placed it in Lu Ming's hands. Not bad, it's quite complete. The compendium was extremely comprehensive, recording each herb's appearance, usage, and classification. Closing the book, Lu Ming turned to Dugubo and said, "This place was originally yours. I won't take it for nothing. Pick any 3 immortal herbs here." "Many thanks, my lord." Dugubo thanked him excitedly, then went straight to the Binghua Liangyi Eye. First, he dug out a sweet potato-shaped golden gourd from one patch. Next, he picked a chila, celestial herb growing beside the eye. Finally, he took a plant that resembled a swan's neck. They were none other than the earth dragon golden gourd, the fragrant chila, celestial herb, and the blood swan's kiss. At the moment Lu Ming said he could choose any 3 herbs, Dugubo had already decided on exactly those 3. Of them, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd was for Dugu Yin to evolve her martial soul. Its extra Earth attribute would strengthen her resistance to jade-scaled serpent venom and might even solve the congenital poison problem she carried since birth. The fragrant Chilua celestial herb would aid him in researching new lethal toxins, while the blood swan's kiss could enhance the power of poison. Used well, it would make his strength explode. Below the limit Dolua level, he could fight anyone. After Dugu, Bo took his selected herbs Lu Ming picked and stored the remaining immortal herbs as well. However, he left all their roots in place, wondering whether they could grow back. Among them, the 8-petal immortal orchid, which fortified one's foundation and nourished one's origin, was fed directly to Lu Ku on the spot. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which could purify fire attribute energy, was fed to the windspeed dog. The 9-grade purple lingji, which Yu Xiaojing consumed in the original story, was given by Lu Ming to Zhu Yoming with the instruction to wait until she hit a bottleneck in her soul power cultivation before taking it. After entrusting the Binghuo Liangyi and Zhu Yuming to Dugu Bo's care, Lu Ming traveled around the Dolua continent once more with Lu Ku and finally went to the extreme north to watch the snows capes and the auroras. Then he sent Lu Ku back to the pirate world while he stayed behind to continue comprehending the laws of space through the fragile space of the Dolua continent. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Lu Ming's cultivation advanced once more, reaching the 6th rank of the planetary stage. He had managed to grasp a sliver of the laws of space and could now manifest 2 phantom avatars and battle greatly, increasing his strength. With his cultivation temporarily unable to advance further, Lu Ming returned to the pirate world. For a major event had taken place in the pirate world. The Roger pirates had successfully reached Laugh Tale, learned the world government's secrets, and reappeared from the East Blue after completing a full circuit of the world, becoming the Pirate King. Unlike the original story, however, the Roger pirates did not disband because of this. But precisely because of it, the world government and the Marines went mad and hunted the Roger pirates at any cost. But unfortunately, their top combat power was no match for the Roger pirates. Roger slaughtered his way all the way to the New World, finally reaching Wano. Just as I thought, Roger is a restless one. Lu Ming, wearing floral print shorts and a floral shirt, sat on a sofa by the pool reading the newspaper in his hand for the latest move by Roger. He couldn't help laughing. Wano, huh? Looks like Kaido is in for trouble. Wano, divine departure. Roger slashed out, and the strike, cloaked in conquerors and armament haki, left a bone-deep wound across Kaido's hybrid form. Blood flowed unceasingly from the wound. Damn you, Roger. Kaido struggled up from the ground and roared at him in unwilling defiance. He had been only one step away from taking Wano, yet Roger had insisted on sticking his nose in, ruining his plan at the last moment. Thunderbagua. Kaido swung his club. Wrapped in armament and conqueror's haki, black-red lightning raged as the blow shot toward Roger's head with a sharp tearing sound. The immense force wrapped around the club seemed to drain the surrounding air, and the space around it began to warp. Kaido, you're no match for me. Go train for a few more years. Aramidama. Facing this blow, Roger was utterly arrogant. The blade ace in his hand showed no mercy, and his raging haki seemed about to tear everything apart. He was no longer the Roger of the original story, the one who was on the verge of death and could only make a last desperate gamble. Freed from the torment of his illness, his current strength was by no means inferior to that of Rock's back then. Facing a Kaido who had yet to fully mature was nothing more than child's play. Squelch. One of the heads on Kaido's 8-headed serpent form was severed on the spot, and his body was blasted backward by the aftershock of Conqueror's haki. Retreat. Having lost one head and one life, Kaido no longer dared to be overconfident. He immediately led his remaining forces and fled out of Wano. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Kaido was not truly unafraid of death, it was just that very few had ever been able to threaten him. When the real moment of life and death arrived, fear stirred in his heart as well, and he was somewhat afraid to face Roger, as he was now, for Roger was simply too strong, far beyond what the current Kaido could handle. After Kaido left, Rayleigh walked over to Lu Ming, sword in hand, blood still dripping from the blade. Proof that he had fought his way through as well. Roger, the Orochi side has been dealt with. What should we do next? Although Roger was unreliable in many ways, he was never ambiguous when it came to major matters. The course of the Roger pirates had always been decided by Roger. Even Rayleigh as vice captain would not interfere. We arrived at Laugh-Tale too early. It is not yet time for that war to begin. Poseidon has not been born yet. All we can do is guard Pluton carefully, and that is exactly why I fought my way here to Wano. The ancient weapons are far too important in the coming Great War. We cannot let Pluton fall into the hands of the world government. Roger sheathed his sword and looked in the direction of the world government. His usual easygoing manner was gone, replaced by solemnity. Remembering what he had seen at Laugh-Tale, he too was somewhat moved. Besides, that kid Lu Ming should have guessed some of the truth by now. He is also the only force on the seas today capable of going head-to-head with the world government. We will inevitably need his help later. And Whitebeard, his strength is nothing to scoff at either. If we reveal part of the truth to him, it should be enough to make him take it seriously. When that time comes, with our three forces joined, the world government won't be able to interfere in the new world even if it wants to. Rayleigh nodded, thinking Roger was right, and said immediately, I'll make a personal trip to see that kid Lu Ming later. Leave Whitebeard to Odin. Given his relationship with Whitebeard, it should be easier to talk. This world really is getting more and more interesting. Roger drove Kaido out of Wano. Lu Ming got the news at once and couldn't help laughing. The changes he had made had not been in vain. Just how much difference could a pirate king who had not died bring to the world? The influence of Roger becoming pirate king was far from over. Especially after the world government and the Marines exhausted every effort, yet failed to destroy the Roger pirates around the world multiplied explosively, in no way inferior to the great pirate era Roger had created with his death. The world government responded swiftly. The Marines launched a large-scale draft, continuously hunting down newly emerged pirates in the Four Blues and the Grand Line, and violently suppressed all troublemakers in an effort to minimize the impact. To that end, the God's Knights and the God's Blades were all deployed as well, while the information blockade was tightened. For a time, the Four Blues and the Grand Line were plunged into bloodshed and chaos. Meanwhile, the famous pirates of the future began to make their mark, one after another. Gecko Moria, Hawkeye, Mihawk, Doflamingo, and so on. After escaping Wano and returning to Onigashima, Kaido began recruiting soldiers on a massive scale and forging weapons. At the same time, he started a new round of training, planning to find a chance to storm Wano again and settle scores with Roger. Tato Lancy. Mama, so Kaido lost. Big Mom, her body covered in burns, gulped down sweets. There was an unshakable, venomous look in her eyes. She looked at the newspaper and suddenly laughed. It seems it's time to go see Kaido. Lu Ming, you little brat. Just you wait. As a woman, Big Mom did not care much about her own appearance, otherwise she would not have eaten herself into becoming a Big Mom in the future. What she cared about more were food and face. Her 2 consecutive attacks on the Yanhuang Republic had ended with her severely wounded by modern weapons, making her feel utterly humiliated. Yet Lu Ming's strength and the Yanhuang artillery filled her with deep wariness, so she did not dare act rashly, especially after learning that Lu Ming had easily dealt with Steelbone Kong and 3 of the 5 elders in a single battle. She temporarily shelved any thoughts of revenge against him. But that hatred remained buried deep in her heart, waiting for a chance to retaliate. Now that she saw Kaido defeated, an idea came to her at once. If she and Kaido joined forces, they might actually have a chance to stand against Lu Ming. She also believed Kaido wanted to use her power to deal with Roger. It could truly be called a win-win. A few days later, news spread through the New World that Kaido and Big Mom had formed an alliance. The entire world was shocked. Either of these two was a force no faction could afford to ignore. Now that they had banded together, it was even more terrifying. Kaido's headquarters also moved from Onigashima to a non-member country of the world government near the Tato Land Sea, and the alliance began seizing the surrounding territory. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates, the Roger pirates, and the Yanhuang pirates also began radiating outward from their respective territories as centers. Thus, the New World's territory was carved up among 4 major powers: the Yanhuang pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, the Roger pirates, and the Beast's Big Mom alliance. The remaining pirates could only share the fringes and corners, the places the 4 great powers did not want. Those 2 joining forces. That is indeed a good choice. Lu Ming thought to himself, casually tossing aside the newspaper in his hand. The new world now was far more terrifying than the new world of the original story. After all, Roger and Whitebeard were both in the prime of their lives, with strength far exceeding what the future Kaido and the others possessed. Although he was reluctant to admit it, in this world without a cultivation system, where there was no way to nourish one's vitality, age had a great impact on strength. Whitebeard, for example, was already in his 70s when he died, and Garp was 78 when he attacked Hakanosu. An ordinary person at that age might struggle just to walk, let alone fight. Moreover, Linlin and Kaido's alliance was inferior to Lu Ming, Roger, and Whitebeard in one respect. The latter three had good relations with one another and were not fighting alone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Black God set. Seeing this reward, Lu Ming smiled. As the most iconic suit of Devouring World, the Black God set could penetrate the skin and perfectly integrate with the body, cover the entire body, and change form at will, and reduce any damage by 90%. Of course, this damage reduction had its limits. Against attacks beyond the stellar level, reducing damage by 90% would be difficult. Even 50% would be quite impressive. But in the current three great worlds, it was more than sufficient. The lottery wheel floating in the air vanished. A black glove fell from the sky and landed steadily in Lu Ming's hand. He quickly put the glove on his right hand, then forced out a drop of blood, which sank into the glove. Instantly, the glove turned into a pool of black liquid that spread over Lu Ming's entire body, forming a black-crimson full-body suit of armor brimming with a high-tech aura. Bang! Bang! He ran through a short sequence of punches on the spot. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. Wearing the Black God set felt as if there was nothing on his body. It did not restrict his attacking movements the way other armor did. Then, with a flicker of thought, the Black God set changed its form, becoming the black combat attire Lu Ming usually wore. The influence of Roger's rise to Pirate King was enormous. A great many pirates had made their way into the new world, and the most outstanding among them set their targets on Lu Ming, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and Roger. Thus, challengers came in an endless stream. Sure enough, before Lu Ming could enjoy a few days of peace, a challenger showed up at his door. Usually Isho, Sherlock, and the others handled challengers. But this time the visitor was one of the most renowned pirates of the new era, Crocodile the Sand Crocodile, a user of the Sand fruit. Among today's newcomers, his strength was considered quite decent. Deserted Island Harbor. Facing the banana crocodile slowly approaching from the distance, the citizens of the Yanhuang Republic felt no fear, only pity. Everyone knew what had become of those who had caused trouble in the Yanhuang Republic over the years. As the banana crocodile drew closer, every close-in defense gun in the harbor locked onto the pirate ship. At a single order, they could instantly wipe out the entire pirate ship along with every pirate aboard. Huh. So there really is a frog at the bottom of a well from the Grand Line, daring to make trouble for the Yanhuang pirates. Sherlock, with bleary eyes and a meat skewer dangling from his mouth, looked at the pirate ship ahead with a hint of surprise. Then, with a look of interest, he called to the Azure Dragon soldiers guarding the harbor, "Kagai, don't fire. Let them in. I could use something to pass the time." "Very well, Lord Sherlock." Kagai nodded. He immediately directed the Azure Dragon army to temporarily evacuate the residents near Deserted Island Harbor, leaving the battlefield to Sherlock and the approaching pirates. However, none of the residents left. Instead, they stood nearby and watched. After all, this rare pirate invasion was a form of entertainment for them as well.